Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell now for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And a pretty good weekend. Pretty good weekend for our Astros. All right, scoring some runs, having some fun. You had Carlos Correa looking great. Christian Walker looking great. Jose Altuve actually hit the ball this weekend. It was great. That was great. Jesus Sanchez. There was a Jesus. Why Jesus Sanchez was batting cleanup?
Because he busted a slump. Because he slump busted. That's why.
Well, but Christian Walker's homering in like 12 straight games or 3, whatever. And he bats, but he knew because Sanchez homered, had a couple of hits and homered in the game. So Joe just knows baseball. Joe knows baseball. But that looked really good. McCullers and Javier, not so much. The bullpen, meh. Arrighetti was encouraging, though.
Yeah, didn't get a lot of the strikeout numbers weren't there.
No.
And the first inning was like, after the first inning, it was like, oh, my God. You two, 4 hits in the first inning.
Yeah.
And I just thought, my God, none of these guys are going to be able to pitch this year. And then he settled in.
Yeah, he settled in nicely. Very nicely. That was good to see. I mean, he had to have a decent outing. He couldn't have another stinker.
No.
Christian Javier is a little worrisome.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is. His stuff is, he's got to be really perfect. It's really worrisome long term to me, but that's just being a little negative. But
if we're going to give the other guys some time, we got to give McCullers a little time because he's just coming back too.
Yeah, he's just coming back, kind of. He came back off a finger. He's not coming back off Tommy John.
He hadn't pitched in a while. It's hard to get command, and
he wasn't good
all the walks.
At all this year, though.
Huh?
He's been good no times this year. He had 2 good starts.
He had 2 good. Yeah, what are you
this
asking
year?
him? I know. What are you asking of him?
He has pitched this year, John. He's pitched, and it wasn't good.
But what are you asking of him? He had a couple good starts.
He had a 1.7 whip, John.
Yeah,
that's about as bad as it gets on this team.
As long as we get runs, out of it, that's fine.
I'm willing to give him time, but we've been giving him time since 15, so that's fine. What's more time? He's under contract, so it is what it is.
Have you ever tasted his coffee?
I'm sorry, the whip is up to a 1.80 now. Sorry, it went up.
Have you ever tasted his coffee?
I haven't. I did in a cocktail one time.
You did?
I had a Carajillo, which I think had some of his stuff in it.
Oh, nice. Love that. I don't even know what that means.
It's
but
good.
It sounds like, I don't know. It sounds foofy.
Honestly, this feels like a pretty good outing for him. 4 innings, only 3 earned runs, only 5 hits, only 5 walks, 4 strikeouts. It feels like a pretty good outing for McCullers.
That's not a good outing for anybody. What are you
Well, the one
about?
previously, he was 4 earned runs in 2 2/3 innings, and 3 walks in 2 2/3 innings. So, it's kind of an improvement in a way. The game before that was 3 innings and 5 earned runs. So that's, it is actually an improvement. 3 earned runs and 4 innings pitch is actually an improvement.
Yeah. No, absolutely. That's a big improvement.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very nice improvement.
Now, he had another game where he had 6 innings, 1 earned run, which is great. And then the one before that was 3 1/3 with 8 earned runs. So
that's not great.
Yeah. 4 of the last 5.
Just won 2 out of 3.
Yeah. Well, let's focus on the good stuff. Look, Lance McCullers, if he magically becomes a good pitcher this year, that'll be incredible. I didn't see it coming. That'll be great. Christian Javier really worries me because his stuff isn't even looking that good. Arrighetti, I love that Arrighetti leveled off and pitched much better. That was good. I'd like to see a few more swing and miss stuff, but he eliminated the walk issues that he had before, which was very positive. He had no walks in this game, and that may seem like, no walks. Well, it is a big deal when his 2 previous starts were 4 walks and 5 walks. Yeah. It's a big deal that he's throwing strikes. It's a really big deal. So
let's celebrate a 2 out of 3 after you got your ass kicked by that team here. You went back there.
Dale said 3 out of 4. What's wrong with you?
3 out of 4.
Yeah.
Beat the snot out of them. Mm-hmm. Okay. And now we're talking about Arrighetti and Chris. We own the Orioles. Okay, own them, pwn them. That's right, Postpone them.
Wait a minute. Do we?
Yeah. 7-2, 10-7, 9-8.
Didn't they beat us at home?
Yeah, but not anymore. Not anymore.
No,
Not after,
at
not
our
after
home.
this week. Now look at this schedule. You have 10 straight against the crappy Rockies, against the 3 against the crappy Rockies.
Put this division away.
4 against the crappy Angels, and then 3 against the crappy Yankees.
You know, we won 3 out of 4 and only picked up a half game on Seattle. We were up 3, and then yesterday they won, we lost.
Yeah.
Because it's feeling like, man, this is the stretch where you might be able to put the way Seattle's playing, which is poorly, you might be able to put this division away over this next 10 games.
Yeah. So
Get this thing up to a 5 or 6 game lead, and it's untouchable. They can't come back from that. I mean, you do have 3 against them in the next to last series of the year, but
third to last. Got Seattle, Athletics, and then Angels to finish the season.
Okay,
yeah.
third to last, yeah.
Yep.
Was it you or
we're
Will
getting
on
close.
Friday? Somebody was complaining that these aren't good games down the stretch. Like, they're 4 division games.
Had to be Will because John wasn't here.
Yeah, it had to be Will on Friday. He was complaining about the schedule, and it's about, it's the Astros. You'd think you get better games down the stretch. Like, well, these are division games.
Yeah, there's nothing.
It's a division series. You kind of,
finish with
it's
4.
what matters the most. Actually, is the division.
That's your division. What are you going to do? You ain't playing the Yankees. You ain't in the Yankees, Red Sox, Toronto division. This is your division. That's what you got, and you got all four of them to finish up the season.
God, I wish there was a way the Yankees wouldn't make the playoffs.
Well, what's the difference?
I don't know. I just like to watch. I just love to watch all the excuses.
I want to play them.
They're not good. Yeah, they're not good.
You own them.
You do.
I mean, I know you're without.
Do you know their run differential this year is plus 101 and ours is 19?
Yeah, well, we've gotten slapped by teams though.
I guess that's what it is because we're 72 and 59. They're 70 and 60 with a plus 101, and we're sitting there plus 19. Yeah. We are below. We're worse than the Mariners and Rangers. The Mariners are plus 22. The Rangers are plus 63.
Yeah, but the Rangers, for whatever reason, they win big and then they lose. I can't understand that team, if you want to know the truth. I just don't understand that team.
Well, our run differential got wiped out when Chas McCormick was having to come in and save the bullpen.
Yeah, right. When Chaz is your
when
closer.
When he was making appearances, 3 out of the 5 games, he had 3 out of 5 games where Chas McCormick was pitching. That'll wipe out your run differential. Just because not because Chaz was not pitching well. For a position player, he was one of the great position players we've ever seen pitch. And I am getting to the point where I just want them to get to Chaz in the bullpen. Just like, if you can stretch it out. Come on, Okert, do your job. Just get to Chaz.
Yeah. No. He's Aroldis McCormick. That's what he is. Yeah. Aroldis McCormick. Chaz Chapman. That's what we're calling him now, because that's all you got to do is get to him. Yeah, no. Listen, 2-game lead and now you got these games at home. Of course, you're at home and you're facing really crappy teams. Guess what's going to happen?
Yeah.
Guess what's going to happen?
That. Well, can we talk about our new reliever? You didn't get to talk about it on Friday.
No, I didn't.
Craig Kimbrell, 37-year-old, and
he pitched. He looked good yesterday.
He had a strikeout, 2 strikeouts in an inning, gave up a hit. But
nobody's happier than Keith.
I know. An old player got a job.
Right.
Nobody's happier.
That dude, that's all he wants.
All he lives for is he's like, my brand is going to be
agents.
street free agent. That's my brand.
Yeah.
He got all excited because Carson Wentz got a job yesterday. So Craig Kimbrell is 37 years old. He was DFA'd after 1 inning with the Braves this year. In AAA, he was just under 4 ERA. On paper, it doesn't look great. He's just a name really more than anything else. His fastball's off 6 miles an hour from what it topped out at in 2017. But, he knows how to pitch. He's a veteran. Our bullpen has stunk. It's gone from one of the best bullpens to one of the worst over the last month. They've picked up a whole point on their ERA over the last month. And so, another arm is a welcome addition to me. Actually, why did he get DFA'd? I'm looking at the Atlanta. I mean, he pitched 1 inning, gave up 1 hit, and struck out 1. in Atlanta this year, and then got DFA'd. He didn't even do anything wrong. Now that I'm looking at it, I figured he got annihilated. He didn't even do anything wrong. He had a walk and a hit allowed in one inning. Well, the numbers that he posted must not have been very good. In other words, spin rate and speed and stuff like that. But all I know is he struck out 2, gave up a hit and struck out 2. And with the way the Astros relievers are, look how bad. Dubin's so bad he got DFA'd.
Yeah.
He got DFA'd, came off the injured list, came in and literally got his stuff pushed in every single outing.
So your boy Blue Ball.
Oh, my God. That was my guy.
That's your guy.
Blue Ball. He gave me the blue balls yesterday.
Oh, my God.
I was so excited that Blue Ball was back, and then I got the blue balls because he was getting raked around the yard.
Wow.
I did get him. Andrew Blue Balls is
Dell, this is what we're talking about.
Andrew Blue Ball. I said Blue Ball. A-U-G-H.
And he
Blue
gave
balls.
you the what?
Blue balls.
Okay.
Like the blue blahs. Like the blahs. Like blah. He gave me the blahs, but we call them blue balls.
Yeah. Dell, it's flagrant.
It's not flagrant, Dell.
Okay. I wish you had. Delsh is the one that should have the order in the court, okay? He should have the gavel.
Astros getting over 86.5 wins. They getting 87 wins. They need 15 more wins in 31 more games. They got to go 15-16
to hit the over.
To hit the over.
That's good.
They should.
Yeah, they should. Absolutely with this schedule. But
even if they don't, they're still going to win the division.
You never know against us crappy teams down the stretch, especially if they're home.
I know they're not playing the 27 Yankees. So they may not be able to, they may not be able to win. They're playing the Rockies. Anyone care to dig around on the Rockies win percentage? 28%.
Yeah. Well, guess what? It could be up to 30 by the time 29 to 30.
I know how we do it against those teams. I know.
By the time they leave here. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you'd like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. How was Rafael Stone on Friday?
Oh, he was great. He was here from we had him for a big 25-minute run, and it was good. He didn't, he didn't, for those who missed it, you can go back and listen to the last hour and listen to Rafael Stone. I got to see if, Dell, did anyone cut it up separately? We need to make sure that gets cut up to a separate interview. But he, he talked about the culture. He didn't, I think everything, when you talk to Rafael Stone, it's been like this since I started talking to him. He doesn't I kind of ask about Ime and how things change with Ime in terms of the evaluation. He says nothing really changes. Everything stays the same. But he's the perfect guy to, I have a hard time believing nothing changes with Ime, but he said, he's the perfect guy to work with. He's a great fit. And those two have been a very good fit, obviously. Ahmed Thompson, rave reviews for Ahmed Thompson. I asked him about Jabari Smith because Jabari feels like that kind of glue guy that a roster needs, and he really, really likes him. I did ask how tough it was to move on from Jalen Green and to make the trades he's made because these are kind of his babies. I mean, and he said, look, I got twins who are 23 years old, so it's this age group, and he said, yeah, these are kind of. These guys are like family. It's not hard to move. It's not easy, rather, to move on from them because, it needed to be done, the Durant deal, but it's not easy because those guys, you came up with those guys. Those guys, you kind of have a special place in your heart for them. And I told him, I said, the fan base, they're kind of split on this move, on any move that involved, changing things.
Yep. Well, all right, let's break. Let's try to stay close to time. We've got what did you learn this weekend in one sentence coming up in a half hour from now. So what did you learn this weekend? There was something that you learned, and you can share it with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. That's at 8:45. Do the phones work today, though, Del? We don't know.
We always have to check to see if phones work, Del.
Yeah.
I haven't tried. I'll try during the break.
Yeah, we should probably try.
It's a mystery. We're not sure.
I mean, usually an issue happens over the weekend that we don't find out
Right.
about until like 7:45.
Yeah.
Whether it's the phones or something else. So I'll call our own number and make sure.
Yep. Listen, I'm calling this right now that you need to get to, and you need to do this before September 2nd. You need to get to Chastang Ford for the summer sales event, which is incredible. There's nothing down, no payments for 90 days, 0% financing for 48 months. 4 years you're using their money on a vehicle, a select 2024 brand new 24 and 25 models. If you're looking for that F-150, you're looking for an Explorer, you're looking for the 250, whatever it is, they've got them select models, 2024 and 25s. And this deal goes away September 2nd. So if you're thinking about buying a car, I would move it up. Maybe I'll probably get one in October. I would move it up. Move it up because you can get a brand new one now at an unbelievable deal. Plus a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan. But the reason that you do go to Chastang Ford is because everything is right there in front of you. There's no add-ons. There's no markups. It's transparency. Okay. You want to find out where you are, what you need, what your payments have to be, and off we go. And they'll put you in the right vehicle for you, and not what they want to sell you, what you want, because that's the way they do it every single time at Chastang Ford. Nothing down, no payments for 90 days, 0% for 48 months. Tell them you heard it right here. Chastang Ford on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell here for the long haul this morning. We got a lot of football to talk about here as we head towards the first game of the season. I have zero thoughts on the last game. Zero. Graham Mertz looked pretty good. I know that. But Graham Mertz is not going to be – none. I don't – was there any factors in that game? I mean, if you were playing in that game, that's a death knell for you, isn't it?
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean,
Well,
there's
no,
a lot
I mean,
of players that had to –
there were all – I mean, most of the guys in every one of those games this weekend, most of the guys that played are not going to be on the team.
tell it to Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. Okay.
Yeah, tell it to Patrick Mahomes. He played in the final game.
Yeah, I guess he's getting cut.
Christian Harris played, as far as the Texans are concerned.
If they cut Mahomes, would you pick him up?
No, but I do want to question Andy Reid because he played Patrick Mahomes in that game instead of giving more snaps to his third-string quarterback, because you've seen what you need to see from Patrick Mahomes. Why wouldn't you give your third-string quarterback play with the starters? If you don't know, that's been an argument concerning a certain quarterback in Cleveland. Right. But Christian Harris played. Dameon Pierce played. Those guys who we hadn't seen all offseason actually put on pads and played. So,
yeah, it was very rare for any of the starters to be out there this weekend. I mean, and there are I saw a list of about 6 or 7 starters that didn't play one down. One quarterbacks that didn't play one down.
I don't think Jared Goff played a snap.
No, I don't. Josh Allen
didn't play a snap. Lamar, of course, didn't play.
There's definitely Joe Burrow did. There's definitely very different.
Philosophy.
There's very different philosophy. The philosophies used to be fairly similar. As a matter of how much time you're going to give the starters in the first 3 games. Game 3 was like, the first half was like a real game. And back in the day when there was 4 games, it's not that long ago. But the idea of remember that, John, 3rd game, you're going starters for the first half. And Gary Kubiak was unhappy with him one time, and he kept him in the second half for the first drive or 2, series or 2, where he wanted them to keep playing.
Yeah, but this is the last game now. 3 is, you know what I'm saying? They should have done that. If you're going to do that now, 2 should be the game where
2, there's a lot of teams, as you mentioned. The reason I brought this up is it's not only is it not fairly uniform, it's completely different. Some teams will play some starting players, and others will sit. And I don't know how I feel about that, because you kind of need – I think it depends on the player maybe, but some players actually need some game speed to get up to, to try to, you're going from facing an 89 mile an hour fastball to a 99 mile an hour fastball. That's a big jump up.
Does some of it have to do with how often joint practices occur now?
Yeah, probably so. That's probably a good point.
Yeah.
The Texans had 2 joint practices.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So that's probably a pretty good point. You had Carolina and you had
Detroit.
So
like the Jags had a joint practice and then decided we're not playing anyone. Like anyone who we think is going to be part of our roster, they're not going to play for the most part.
Well, DJ Bieneme, every team put together, the beat writers put together their prediction for a 53-man roster. And the Texans have 51 players on here. And golly, 53 goes a long way. It seems like I'm looking at how many players he's got at every position. I'm like, how does this add up? And he only got to 51. He's got 2 quarterbacks, Stroud and Mills. That's probably likely, because he's got 5 running backs, Chubb, Pierce, Ogunbowale, Marks, and British Brooks. When Joe Mixon comes back, British Brooks is likely the odd man out unless they trade like a Dameon Pierce. Wide receivers, he's got 6. Collins, Higgins, Noel, Kirk, Hutchinson, and Braxton Berrios, the wee fella. You've got 3 tight ends.
No Justin Watson.
No Justin Watson. In fact, he said the surprise is Berrios coming into camp. He was on the outside looking in, but his special teams value, along with the trade of wideout John Mechie, gives him a better shot of making it. I mean, how many of these guys are slot guys? I think that's one of the things, is he's a true slot player with team's potential. Justin Watson is not. He's team's guy. He's an outside receiver. That's Collins. That's Higgins. Kirk and Hutchinson can play outside as well, so that might be what he's thinking there. He's got all 3 tight ends, Cade Stover, Dalton Schultz, and Harrison Bryant. Were you here? Yeah, you were here when we talked about Harrison Bryant.
Mm-hmm.
Offensive lineman Cam Robinson, Tay Ursery, Laken Tomlinson, Juice Scruggs, Jake Andrews, Jarrett Patterson, Titus Howard, Blake Fisher, Ed Ingram. So pretty much the entire crew. is making it. He's keeping 9, and then Trent Brown is going to be off the PUP list. The idea, I think, is to keep Trent there until there's poor play or an injury, and all of a sudden he gets better. You know what I mean? And he'll come in as an insurance policy. Defensive lineman Will Anderson Jr., Denico Autry, Dylan Horton, Tim Settle, Sheldon Rankins, Folu Fatukasi, Mario Edwards, Daniil Hunter, Darrell Taylor, Derek Barnett. That's a pretty salty group. That's a lot. It's 10.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, I got to see if they had that many last year, because that feels like a lot going into the season, doesn't it? That feels like a lot.
Yeah.
NFL depth charts. I can look at. That
might be one more than most people. I think that's. But I don't think
remember, they're only keeping 3 quarterbacks, which is most teams are doing that too, because you want to get the most out of your roster. So last year on September 2nd, the Houston Texans kept 8 defensive linemen.
That doesn't seem like enough. Now we got to keep them fresh. Keep them fresh.
They had 8, but they had a third. Let's see, they had 5 running backs last year. They had 2 wide receivers, 2 quarterbacks, 3 tight ends. Everything looks pretty much the same. They had 7 wide receivers last year to start off with, but they only had 9 offensive linemen. So it looks a little it's a little different, some of the numbers. He's got 5 linebackers. Last year to start the season, they had 6 linebackers. So there's something, so you're borrowing from the linebacker position. He's got 6 cornerbacks. Last year to start the season, they had 6 cornerbacks. And then safeties, 4 last year, and he's got 4 this year. The corners he has: the Stingley, Tremont Smith, Jalen Smith, the rookie, Kamari Lassiter, Jalen Petrie, and D'Angelo Ross. The safeties are Kalen Bullock, Russ Yeast, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and MJ Stewart.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Do you guys like the depth of that cornerback room if one of those top guys goes down?
I'm same as last year, basically. Tremont Smith is really a special teams guy. Jalen Smith is a rookie. D'Angelo Ross has been around, I guess. Not really. No, not really. I think Jalen Smith is drafted to become that kind of depth, but I don't think he's there yet. So, no, I'm in the same spot where I think your corners have to stay healthy.
Yeah, they need another year of those guys being on the field for at least 15 to 17 games, I think. It's that spot and linebacker. As far as, like, the defense at the top end, of course, we know. They were relatively fine at those major spots health-wise last year. If it flips the other way, I don't like linebacker.
Well,
And
EJ Speed is we got. I mean,
I don't like the linebacker group as a whole. That's
You don't like the
besides
linebacker
point.
group?
No.
I like Speed and Harris. I think Speed's going to make a big difference.
Harris hasn't. Let's see if he can stay
I
healthy.
could see Speed
Yeah,
and Harris
'cause you
being
have
on the
Jake-
field
I-
as your nickel in your nickel package. I could see it being Speed and Harris.
is Jake Hansen?
He's not on the list. Not on this
I'm
53.
gonna I think Jake Hansen. I don't think he's right about that. Jake Hansen
He's
makes
got
the team.
Jamal Hill making
He's got
the team.
Jamal Hill, who's another special teams guy. They could keep 6. They could keep 6 and take 1 less defensive lineman, but I don't know the lineman who's the lineman? Somebody's going to need to get an injury. Because they're not just going to cut these guys. They're going to IR them. They're not going to want to, is Dylan Horton, how does Dylan Horton make this team? This seems like a really loaded, and they're loaded with guys that they had last year who they know.
Yeah, 10's taking up a lot of.
Well,
10 is taking up a lot.
He says he thinks Danico may wind up on the PUP to start the season.
Okay.
Danico Autry.
Yeah, and that could do it.
Another 6 games missed.
So, tell me,
He did that last year.
what is the story on D'Angelo Ross? I'm going to look up his history because
He had a nice preseason. He got beat once, or maybe I know once for sure, but he had a nice preseason.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because he's 31 years old, and this is his 4th year in the league. He played in 2021 in 3 games, 1 start. He didn't play in 2022. In 23, he played in 13 games, but it was as a special teams guy. In 24, he played in 10 games with 2 starts. He's 31, and he's played in the league 3 years. Where the hell was he? Where was he playing? What's his background? I mean, seriously, out of New Mexico, I don't know where he was. He was 25 when he came in, when he played for the first time in 2021. And you know what? And they've got him at 28. At 31, that can't be true. This is probably
Well, they
wrong.
say
This is not
he
right.
was undrafted in 2019.
Yeah, this depth chart is wrong on this depth chart is wrong.
Well,
on
that's
our
6
lads.
years ago. So if he left college at 22, how old is he? They say he's 28 on
He's
Wiki.
28 on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Here on ESPN, they've got him as 31, but they had the age mixed up with. Wasn't there D'Angelo Ross who played at Texas? What was that guy's name?
I don't know, but yeah,
No, it was Aaron Ross.
this guy is.
They've got
younger.
him listed at 21. They got him listed. His birthday is 1993.
No, October 1996.
They got October 29, 1993. So this ESPN must be wrong because they got him at 31. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, he played at Fullerton 2015 and then transferred to New Mexico and graduated in 18. So
And now he's going to get time on the field if there's an injury.
yes,
Whew.
pray for health.
I don't. You know what? What are your backups going to be? Who did you want?
Well, look how good the wide. Would you say this is one of the deepest times that we've ever seen for good wide receivers?
in the league? Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
what scares me is if
Yeah.
Sting gets hurt. And remember now, he had a history of injury until over the last year and a half. He hasn't. If he gets hurt, who the hell are you going to against these top caliber wide receivers? You're going to face pretty much every game. You're going to face somebody that's a dude. That's kind of how it is now. So I don't know. I think Dell makes a pretty good point. I'd love it if they had another cornerback there. You don't have to make the cut down list. The deadline is tomorrow. We'll start seeing cut downs today. You'll start seeing some names.
Yeah.
leak out.
Well, there's a lot of obvious. So, but there's no surprises there. Was Jalen Mills in there?
No, Jalen Mills is not in it.
Huh.
Yeah,
Yeast is in it, and Jalen Mills is not.
yeah. Jalen Mills is not in it.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the Golden Nugget Thursday and Friday, doing our shows from there. We're going to have our fantasy draft there on Thursday. We are having a big time. We'll be there Wednesday playing poker. If you want to come to the poker room and see us, me and Dell and Lance all going to sit down, play some poker, drink some Coors Lights.
Oh, maybe
on
you,
Wednesday night.
Lance and Sean. Sean will be there.
And Sean too. Yeah, well, you could see Mapesy's flowing hair. Hopefully he doesn't wear a hat or something so that you can see how wonderful his hair is. But here's the deal: is just go to the Golden Nugget, make your plans. But when you make your plans, make plans like reserve a table in the DraftKings Sportsbook for the weekend so that you can watch football there. Otherwise, you don't get into the DraftKings Sportsbook. Otherwise, it's just packed. And sorry, but you didn't make your reservations. Well, that's silly. If you don't, get into the DraftKings Sports. Now, you could find a place at the bar. There's that. But you better go off early in the morning if you're going to do that. And the tables just have better views of all of the games. So I would suggest you make when you're going, make your plans and make sure that you get a table at the DraftKings Sportsbook. But there's all kinds of other stuff to do. You want to play golf? Do you want to swim? You want to go to the pool? Do you want to just play all the casino games? You want to play poker? You want whatever you want to do. You want to go to the Blue Lagoon, the nightclub. You want to go to one of the 12 restaurants. You want to go to a concert. Go look up their concert series, see what they're doing. Unbelievable. It's just one of the greatest places, especially during football season. It just doesn't get any better. GoldenNuggetLC.com. GoldenNuggetLC.com. We'll see you there Thursday and Friday.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. I'm being told that the nightclub at the Golden Nugget is not the Blue Lagoon, like I said.
Oh, it's Blue Martini.
Blue Martini.
Yeah. You said Blue Lagoon?
I think I did. That's what I'm being told. But it's by a stupid friend. He must be taking the girls. Hi, girls. All right. Hi, girls. How are you doing today? 713-780-3776. Maria and Izzy on their way to school.
Where are you?
I'm in L.A. What do you mean?
Who's Maria and Izzy?
Maria and Izzy Damaris.
Wait, where are you? Oh, he texted you.
Yeah, he texted
I thought you were
Yanni.
looking at somebody like, what the hell's Yanni and his kids doing in your house?
No. They're on their way to school.
I got you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Blue Martini. What did we learn from college football weekend?
Well, Avery Johnson's scared to run.
Well,
running quarterback.
But his dad ain't scared
his
to
dad's
fight.
not afraid to throw punches at his own son.
Oh, God.
How embarrassing.
Well, the brother, to be clear, he didn't punch Avery for having a bad performance.
No.
He got
Yeah,
into
his
a
own
fight
son.
with his other son.
Older son.
So they're in the middle of on the ground, rolling around, and Avery's dad is sneaking some licks into the side of his head. They're laying in water, basically. It had rained, and because it's Ireland, and they're having to be pulled up and broken up, and it wasn't easy to break them up by other Kansas State fans. How embarrassing! You and your son get into a fight after an embarrassing
But they
loss.
apologized. He said that's not like them.
I saw their joint apology they issued through On3. I saw their listen. We just got everyone said, okay, this is Chat GPT, because one of the words is like, it's not shenanigans. What do they say? There's some word that they for sure wouldn't have used, like this is tomfoolery or something. Everyone's like, yeah, this is Chat GPT. They just said create a heartfelt message where two people are very embarrassed about blah blah blah, and that's what it cranked out. That wasn't good. It wasn't good. I thought Chris Kleiman, the going for it on fourth down in his own territory when it's a one-score game was stupid. And the play, what do you run? Hey, let's run a sweep play with the quarterback who literally looks terrified to run. Anytime he gets near any contact, he turtles up. And I mean, I know he's an athletic player with some speed, but he literally turtles. And he's not going to go drop the pads and go get that tough 1 yard for you. I thought it was a bad game for Avery Johnson. The conditions of the field weren't good. There was a lot of a lot of turnovers. It was a sloppy game. But Rocco Becht and Iowa State looked good in the second half. I mean, they kind of cranked it up in the second half.
Boy, it was sloppy early on.
Really sloppy.
Holy crap! Of course, and then they blamed the wet field.
Oh, I thought that was a poor choice by the head coach. Like the conditions were, but also you guys dropped passes you should have had. You also didn't defend in the second half very well. Like, don't make excuses. They played on the same field.
You all played on the same. I mean, it wasn't like that. Yeah, they were on a dry field and you were on the wet field.
I didn't like that he came. He did that at halftime too. Halftime and after the game.
UNLV, it's going to take a little while. They did not look good, but they won the game. But what about Stanford? Holy crap! Mm-hmm. I mean, I know Andrew Luck is their new general manager, but they're terrible.
Frank Reich is their head coach, and people who watch the NFL were excited to see Frank Reich and Andrew Luck running that Stanford program, and then they ran into a quarterback with one ankle and who couldn't come out the game, and he led a couple late field goal drives to win it. Alejandro, I think that's how you say his last name. Uh-huh. He's like this. He's going to be a Diego Pavia type if they actually become good. Like, people are going to gravitate towards this kid. And the first time anyone got their eyes on him, he's limping around on the field the entire time because he hurt himself. And after the game, he goes, I told my teammates I'd die for them, and they died for me. So I wasn't going to leave. If I could walk, I was going to play. He did all the things that you hear in some high school football movie from the 90s or something. He said all those things, and then he went out and he won the game. He could barely move, and Stanford couldn't get to him because all they did was spread him out, run 4 or 5 wide receivers, and Stanford was so afraid of the Hawaii receivers. They just played off coverage, and he just boop, boop, boop down the field a couple times to win it. So Timmy Chang, talk about names for the past. He's the head coach there. He's been there for like 4 years now or so. I think it's like they're saying on the broadcast, Hawaii's first win over a Power 4 team in years, and they got one in week 1. Stanford's not going to be good. I think we all knew that, and Hawaii showed that on Saturday.
Hawaii was a 1-point favorite.
Yeah, Stanford going to Hawaii as a 1-point dog. Probably should have seen it coming.
Wow. Yeah, we should have seen it. Yeah, because they're begging you to take Stanford. And guess what? Well, they got it on a last-second field goal.
Yeah, Stanford had a chance to go up 2 scores. A great pick by the Hawaii player. Like, it's one of those, he's coming in free. They want him to come in free. They're going to loop it over his head. Instead, he jumps up and makes a play. It changed the whole momentum of the game. And the last 2 drives Hawaii had, they drove down the field for field goals. So it was fun watching that game. The Kansas State-Iowa State game, I would say to anyone, first game of the season, don't run pitches in wet conditions early.
No.
That was ridiculous.
Down at the goal line,
Yeah.
just slip city. It wasn't good.
No.
It wasn't good. It was a sloppy game. But, here's what I really don't like. I do not like the fact that they played. That is a high-leverage game.
It's a rivalry game.
It's a rivalry game, Farmageddon, which is a great nickname, by the way. It's Farmageddon. It's a rivalry game. But it's also high leverage in the sense that those are 2 of the favorites in the conference. And you're going to run that up in, first of all, week 1, and then do it in Ireland?
Yeah.
That just doesn't, go throw Stanford, Hawaii, in Ireland.
Well, that's a money.
You get Stanford.
It's a money-making thing for both parties. I don't know who would have had the home game this year. I don't know who was the road team last year. But that was, hey, you want to make some money? A lot of it, go play in Ireland, and we'll give you a lot of money to do it. And that's what they did it for.
Yep. That's what they always do it for. All right. We got a break. Did those phones work, though?
Yes, I did call the phone.
It works.
And it works.
Wow. So, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. You get one sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend. Doesn't have to be about sports. Matter of fact, it's better if it's not about sports. It's something that you learned that, and usually, we got, who is it that always brings something really interesting that he read this weekend?
Oh, Ocho?
Ocho. Mm-hmm. Ocho always brings. And of course, Tom brings something that he learned about
Tom
some
on
woman.
a mobile.
Yep, or Tom on a mobile learned something about Tom that's really creepy. But we got you right now. Call in 713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? I'm trying to teach you right here and now that game day men's health is better. And there's one near you. Downtown, Jarrett. Jarrett has a wonderful place downtown right on Commerce. Kyle is in Friendswood. Amina is in Katy, Westheimer Parkway. Paul in Mount Bellevue. For those of you out in Mount Bellevue, right there on Eagle Drive. James Goo is in NASA, El Camino. Connie Lee is in Tomball Parkway. And Jalea is in Pearland on Kingsley. Ray, Sugarland, it's there, it's here, it's ready for you. Jeremy in the Woodlands on I-45 North. Kripal is in West Chase and Westheimer, right on Richmond, right there at the Beltway. And Sean is in Willowbrook on Hargrave. That's the one I go to. That's the one that all of them are great. That's the one that's closest. That's the one that I go to. I want you to go there. I want you to see how great they are. I want you to see how different they are. I want you to see how much they put into them. I want you to see the free evaluation when you first go there. If you're somebody that is thinking about testosterone, do it at game day. It's just different. They have peptides to help you get where you want to go. You have goals. You want to be better. You want to look better. You want to feel better. You want to perform better. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
So St. Arnold, I want to tell you about heading to their event space. We're going to have our listener appreciation party September 5th. We're going to have it in the beer hall. They've got the Investors Pub, which is for smaller, more intimate groups. As little as 20 goes up to, 60, 80, I guess. You'll have to ask them where it's best to use Investors Pub. And then you got the beer hall, which is a larger one. I know this. The atmosphere there is terrific. There's plenty of parking. The atmosphere is awesome in both of those locations. They've got a chef that does an amazing job with the menu, and the food is always on point. So when you want to get it catered, your events, maybe it could be a rehearsal dinner, it could be a wedding reception, it could be a celebration of life, it could be a corporate event. Maybe you want all the people from your office to come in. You're doing a happy hour. You get maybe just an appetizer table, or you can do a full-on feast. They can do that for you as well. You already know you're going to have great beer and great cider and root beer, their own homemade root beer as well for people who aren't drinking, or if you have kids that you want to have at the event. So make sure that you're contacting St. Arnold, because they want you to have your private event there at one of their locations, either Investors Pub or Beer Hall. And right now is when you can get those prime times and prime dates for those holiday parties. So don't skip out. Do it right now. Don't think I'll do it later. Do it right now. Go to starnold.com, click private events, and get started today. starnold.com, private events.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. The number, got to get in. What did you learn this weekend? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health. I love it. And you will too. What did you learn this weekend? You have one sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend. And that's it, okay? Lance isn't good at this game. You have to be. You have to just get one sentence, and I'll start it. Rampage Jackson's son has anger issues. That's all I'll say. That's all I'm going to say about
Get
that.
to the phones in.
Lance, what did you learn?
This weekend, I learned that my disc golf game has gone to another level.
All right, great. I learned this weekend that Nick Saban assistants call him Daddy.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's
all I can say.
Daddy.
That's
Daddy.
too weird.
Well, it's true.
That is too weird. Okay.
I learned.
I don't want that. I don't want
Grown
that
men.
alone. Grown men.
Even the coach of a national title contender used to call him Daddy.
Man, that's hot.
That's not good. All right, let's go to the phones, Del. Who we got?
Let's go to David. David, what have you learned?
I learned that Tommy Fleetwood won his first ever PGA Tour event after shaving his beard.
Yeah, sometime that's what I'm
How about
saying.
that?
Fromber, take off the braids, Fromber.
I don't know. Didn't work for Dubin. He shaved and got DFA'd.
Take off the braids, Fromber. You've done it before. You can do it again. By
Yeah.
the way, Fleetwood has been – I was surprised to find out that was his first ever win. That dude has been all over the leaderboard lately.
Well, that's been a story now for weeks because he's been up at the top. As a matter of
God.
fact, a couple
Third,
of weeks
fourth,
ago.
second, fourth.
No, that's been a huge story.
Yeah.
It's been a huge story. And he was leading, and he fell apart with 2 strokes, 3 holes to play, and he fell apart and lost a couple of weeks ago. So that's a huge story. Congratulations to Tommy Fleetwood.
All right, we move to Chris on the north side. What have you learned?
Hey, what's up, guys? So over the weekend, while catching up on ESPN 97.5 YouTube episodes, I learned that when Dale was in middle school, his dad would cut his hair and make smoke designs on his fade, and that's how Dale got the nickname Black Smoke.
That's not Dell's
That's
nickname.
not how that came
That
about.
was
In
wrong.
fact, it's not even my nickname.
He's the same guy that screws up everything
Kinda
every
is.
week.
No, it's not.
No, we've
Chris
been
has a
calling-
bit where
He
First-
takes info and he says
and
the
he
wrong
screws
stuff.
it up for his own
That's his
purposes.
bit.
Yeah.
You know who Black Smoke was? John, were you here? Did we talk about Black Smoke?
Yeah, I
when you were
remember
here?
Black
Okay,
Smoke.
yeah.
Yep, I was here. Yep.
What are you
Dell's-
laughing? What are you
Dell's-
laughing about? Oh, nothing, sir.
Yeah, you don't laugh.
Don't laugh.
Unless you
Stay
want
out
to
of the
smoke.
way.
Coming after you.
All
Who's
right,
next?
We move to Pena. Pena, what have you learned?
Hey, good morning, fellas. I learned this weekend that the WNBA players want to make all the money in the world, but they don't want to play back-to-back games.
They want NBA money. Can't blame them. I mean,
I do too.
they bring in, yeah.
I want
mean,
NBA money.
Everybody wants holy crap. Yeah. I got a story I could tell you guys about that NBA money. Holy crap. Anyway, who's next, Del?
We go to Ocho. Ocho, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that more and more. I find myself saying anybody but Altuve when there's a runner on third and less than 2 outs.
Oh, that's
I know.
terrible that
I
you
know.
think that you say that out
Well,
loud.
I
with
know,
your
but
mouth.
he just swings it.
I know he can't.
So wild.
No plate discipline at all.
None.
He's gotten worse, and Biggio was like that too. It's not like Biggio got better against the slider away. He just kept leaning into it, like, this is my thing.
It doesn't matter where it is. I mean, if I'm a pitcher, I'm throwing a slider low and away every first pitch.
Biggio,
'Cause he's swinging at it.
Altuve's not trying to.
I
sit
mean, we're
back
telling
on
a
it.
Hall of Famer how to hit, but goodness gracious.
Well, I know Biggio too. Slider away, Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame. Yep.
Both of them go in the Hall of Fame.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776. As soon as somebody gets off, you get in.
They're all loaded up.
Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Who's next, Del?
Peter, what have you learned?
Good morning, gentlemen. I learned that drinking and drafting is not always a good idea, a.k.a. who the hell did I draft?
I disagree, but okay.
Yeah.
I
John
drink
does
every
it every
draft.
year.
I drink every draft, but okay.
Some people aren't built like you.
Yeah.
You're
I
built
guess.
different.
And we're going to go. We've got it set up. We're playing golf all day and then going to our draft that night. It'll be fun. That'll be great.
Who's we?
Well, me and the other team, the other draft men, not yours.
Oh, okay.
Although I am playing that day too, so it's on. It is on. All right. Who's next, Del?
Let's go to Sean. Sean, what have you learned?
Hey, good morning, guys. Beautiful show as always. I learned that for some reason I look like a cop.
Did somebody? He must have. I don't know.
Did.
Are you a cop? Well, he might have been trying to buy something, and the guy wouldn't sell it to him. Are you a cop? That's what I think. He was trying to buy some stuff, and they wouldn't sell it to him. Are you a cop? You look like a cop. I'm not selling you nothing. Bye.
I got my hair cut way low, and I learned that there is a meme called Chad Thundercock, who is supposedly a cop, maybe on a TV show. I don't know, but my sons were hitting me with that, and I was like, well, I guess I. And then they sent me the picture. I'm like, okay, it doesn't look like that, losers.
Who's next, Al?
Jeff in Clear Lake, what have you learned?
Hey, good morning, my kings. I realized Rampage Jackson's son is not a good human being.
Yep.
Yeah. No, that was as ugly a beating as I think I've ever
seen.
I saw
stuff behind the scenes where he was Rampage Jackson's former UFC. He was a Pride fighter. I don't even know if he ever fought in the UFC. He was Pride in Japan, but pretty famous.
Did you see how many guys it took to stop him?
So that was set up. I saw the behind the scenes talk.
Yeah,
it was set up for him to jump on the guy and start throwing some punches. And one of the wrestlers, there's a video. Did you see where he's telling him, you give him his receipt, which I had to ask my son who watches wrestling, what does that mean? Well, if a guy doesn't do the work properly, you can start hitting him for real. And I'm like, but he was also on the phone saying, I'm going to hit him as hard as I can, as many times before they pull me off. It was bad. He jumped into a wrestling ring. It was obviously set up that he was going to do something.
Listen, that could be charges. I mean, he could face charges for that. That was as bad a beating as I've ever seen. Anybody else, Del?
Yeah, well, we got a full board to close it out. Let's go to La Salsa. What have you learned?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I learned over that stretch of really horrible baseball from the Astros what a Cowboys fan feels like, and I don't want to feel like that ever again. Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That was really, really bad. That was cowboy-like. Cowboy-like. Who's next, Al?
Brandon, what have you learned?
Morning, guys. I learned, much to the chagrin of the Arizona Cardinals, there is a new Call of Duty game scheduled to be released on November 14th.
Ooh.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
Yikes.
Take whoever they're playing on the 15th.
Play the under this year on win total.
Yep.
Kyler
That
Murray.
Sunday,
Call of Duty.
Sunday, play whoever they're playing.
Yeah, go ahead and take the points or lay the points. Let's get Kevin in here on line one. What's up, Kevin? How we doing?
So, well, I learned this weekend that there's a human being on Earth that can hold their breath for almost 30 minutes underwater.
What?
No
now I need to
way.
know what that means.
What the hell? That's not true.
Google it. He can only do one sentence, so he can't explain it. But you guys can look it up, see if he's a liar or not. Maybe he's Chris on the north side.
Well, he learned something. Now we got to look that up. Let's get Woods. Woods, I think, is the last caller for what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. What's going on?
I learned this weekend that if Dale laughed too hard at a joke during a roast session, he was probably called an African booty scratcher.
What does that mean?
What?
He said, because I said that if you are someone who laughs at a joke, you could be next.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess because I have an African name, I get called an African booty scratcher. That never happened. To me.
Kind of did.
No, I'm telling you it didn't, actually.
No, you don't
weren't
know.
there. You
don't
weren't
know
there.
if they said it behind your back?
No,
you don't
because
know?
it's not something the kids would have said. I don't know what part of the country Woods is from, but maybe it's just from here. But in California, that phrase wasn't used because there were other Africans at school besides me, and while they weren't talking about me, I'd never heard them say it about them. So that's not something we used to use, at least not in my school.
Dude, Croatian freediver Vitomir Miricic broke the world record for longest human breath holding with a stunning 29 minutes and 3 seconds, almost 5 minutes longer than the previous record. The record was oxygen assisted, meaning he was able to breathe pure oxygen for several minutes before making his attempts. I don't care. So what? That dude held his breath for that long?
If we gave you a couple months, could you do that? 2 months, maybe?
The highest I could get to is 20 minutes if I had a couple months to do it. That's the highest. I could come nowhere near the world record.
The average person can hold their breath for only 30 to 90 seconds. And Lance, you think 20 minutes?
Well, Lance is anything
currently
but average.
I've beaten my kids with like 70 seconds before in the swim pool, so I'd have to improve that by
every kid
20,
has to take their
25
dad
minutes.
on. Every kid has to take their dad on holding their breath.
Oh, they can't beat us because their lungs are too small.
No, they're not.
Well, now, if you're a smoker, if you're a dude who's a smoker, you might be in some trouble.
I crushed my dad, but then then I was hitting heaters for 25 years. So then it was over. JT crushed me. So you know what? You pass it on. I don't think JT's ever smoked. So no, he would crush. He would crush right now. All right. Good job, everybody. Thank you to Game Day Men's Health. Well done, everyone. We did not hear from Tom. Didn't hear from Ocho. I love to hear from Ocho.
We did hear from Ocho.
Yeah, we did.
He talked about Altuve.
Oh, that's right. Ocho did.
He learned that he doesn't want.
Oh, that's right, but that's not a
Altuve
usual.
up
That's
ever.
not a usual Ocho one. Usually he reads something and brings it to the table. I learned this too. I wanted to bring this too. I forgot. Did you know? Guess how many people cross the Golden Gate Bridge every day in San Francisco? How many people are on it?
Million? That seems high.
250,000 people every day.
Yeah.
At $8 a piece. $2 million it brings in.
Wait. You got to pay $8 to go across the Golden Gate?
$8 to cross the Golden Gate Bridge.
Have you always had? I'm trying to remember last time we were
obviously
there.
it's gone up. Obviously it's gone
Well,
up.
no, I mean, I was there. Last time I would have crossed the Golden Gate Bridge would have been like, I guess maybe 2014 with the kids. I don't remember paying the toll. I'm sure I did. I just don't remember.
No, you did. And it brings in $2 million a day. Every day brings in $2 million.
You know what it's
You would
going
think
for?
that's enough to run the whole city.
Yeah.
And it's
It's
not.
going to new housing.
And they're broke. We got a break. Good
When
job.
are we going to pay? Hey, what about our I remember thinking that when the toll road first opened, like there was a finite, once the toll's collected, equal the amount that it costs to have it, then we won't have tolls anymore.
Yeah, Channel 13 did a story. It was supposed to end once it paid for itself.
So it really was? That was real?
It's
Because
real.
that's what I remember thinking, that was going to happen.
It was real.
And is it still
that was
not
how
paid?
That's how they got the tax money. They voted, yes, we'll build the beltway, but once all of the money is collected to pay for it, there'll be no more tolls. Oh, and it's never stopped.
Kind of like when milk was supposed to go down after 2008. Like, well, it's just expensive. The gas is so high that we have to charge more for milk. And then the gas went down. It's like, hey, the price never came back down. And they try to just keep their head low so you don't notice them. Hey, why the hell are we still paying toll fees here?
Well, that's the free market that did that. This is the government that's screwing you. Government sucks.
Well, both of them are screwing you.
Thank you, Game Day Men's Health, for bringing you What Did You Learn This Weekend in one sentence. HR&P, thank you to them for bringing us our paychecks. Thank you to them most people don't thank HR much. You know, if you're dealing with HR, chances are you screwed up. But hey, you screwed up. You know what? Do your time. You can't do the crime without doing the time. Okay. And listen, if you screw up, HR&P is there, and unless they don't make the final judgment on anything, but they help your business get through HR issues or teaching people about the way that they should act. Okay, at the workplace. Okay, they have all kinds of programs for you. The main thing, hopefully you don't have a lot of HR issues. The main thing is payroll every month. The main thing is, when tax time comes, when your benefits packages, your insurance, your 401ks, all of that stuff. That's what HR&P is here for. And their expertise in all of those situations. Listen, like for your insurance, for example, they break down your business. They go find an insurance carrier that is going to be perfect for your business. That's the way that they go about it, okay? The other admin companies own their own, okay, and then they just hand that to you. And it may not be perfect for your business, for what you need, but that's what you get, not at HR&P. You get expertise finding the right fit for your 401ks and for your – and that's so key. That is so key for your business. So HR&P is the way to go. We love HR&P and what they do for us. You'll love them too. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The number, if you would like to get in here on the show, you're more than welcome to do that.
By the way, you know what else I learned this weekend is that Americans don't deal with pickpockets quite as quite as friendly as the Europeans do.
Holy crap.
This lady from North Carolina.
She also caught it for it now. For those of you who don't
what?
know, there was an American from North Carolina woman who found the girls that were they were trying to steal her wallet.
They did. And they had her passport in
Yeah,
it. They took
had
her
passport
purse.
and grabbed her by the hair and wouldn't let her go. But one of her friends, that girl's friends, hit her with a purse that had a metal water bottle in it. And she got cut bad.
Who did?
The woman who was holding the hair.
When did that happen? After the video?
Apparently, yes. They said that she got hit hard holding that girl while she was holding that girl's hair.
Do you think Trump's going to send troops in?
I don't know about
attack
troops.
Italy. Where were they? Italy?
Yeah.
Your people. Pickpockets. Imagine that.
You ain't getting away with that stuff.
Speaking of John's people, they're at it again.
What'd they do?
The Italians decided, hey, you know what? You're a person of color who plays soccer. We're going to hurl racial abuse at you.
A U.S. player.
This time it was a U.S. player, Weston McKennie. He plays for Juventus, one of the big clubs in Europe, and he
two incidents. If Trump goes and sends troops in to attack Italy now, we will be justified. Because they messed with one of our soccer players.
Nice job,
U.S. men's
John.
national team, and they messed with a pickpocket, and they hit a lady with a bottle.
I don't know if you heard. That wasn't Italians that were screaming those chants at the.
Who was it then?
No, there's a lot of illegal aliens now in Italy.
Okay.
Them.
Serie A. Because they don't face racial abuse in Italy. It was a Serie A game between Juventus and Parma, and during warm-ups, Weston McKennie suffered racial abuse. Good job by your people.
It was a bunch of pasta eaters.
Oh,
stop!
Wow.
You know what it was.
Wow.
You know what it was. They got a long history.
Wow.
You know it was
pasta
them.
Eaters, is that what you're calling us?
That's right.
now?
Well, I'm sure they called him worse.
Another racial slur.
No one throws pasta on the field at you whenever you're playing an Italian. When Maserati or whatever was playing, no one threw a bucket of pasta on the field at him.
Yeah, Pirlo wasn't getting hit with red sauce.
Cannolis.
Yeah.
Everyone throws cannolis on the field at him.
And then there was. Did you all watch Daniil Medvedev last night?
Yeah, he lost it.
He's I didn't know tennis had heels, but he's a heel.
Medvedev loses his temper a little bit, and he got beaten a 5-setter, and just went. Well, he was actually freaking out in the middle of the match. He was doing stuff.
Well, no, it was okay. So it was match point, and a photographer walked on the court.
Yeah,
and because he thought the match was over. And it wasn't, and Medvedev went nuts.
Yeah.
And he was yelling, and then he's yelling at the umpire, and everybody. 6 minutes it was delayed.
And he starts to, and he's doing this like more.
Yeah, right.
The crowd's going after him, and he's encouraging him to be even louder.
Right.
And then after the match, do you see what he did to his racket?
Yeah. Oh my God, he crushed it. Yeah. I didn't know. I mean, he was a heel. He was telling everybody, yes, boo, come on, boo, boo, boo. 6 minutes they had to wait. And then he actually won that and then he lost. He ended up losing. But, yeah, he crushed his racket. That was good stuff. Good stuff. That's the only time. That's the most tennis I'll watch ever. 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We haven't talked about them in a while. Our Astros won. Our Astros with a big weekend, taking 3 out of 4 from the. And I said 2 out of 3 because that was the last time we had talked. But 3 out of 4 from the Orioles, beat their ass. I mean, after they came in here and smoked the Astros and just
revenge game.
Yeah, and how'd that taste now?
So what happened to Brandon Young? He tried to.
Brandon Young, after one hitting the Astros, he gets crushed. How about that, Brandon Young?
Boomba clap pitcher trying to throw that perfect game again, and took care of the boomba clap pitcher.
It was the perfect game was over the first hitter. Pena got a hit.
Yeah, we ruined him. Man, I'm loving what I'm seeing from right now from Christian Walker.
Yeah.
This is exactly what we paid for. This is what I voted for with Christian Walker.
That's what you paid for?
This is what I voted for.
Oh, this is what you
Christian
voted.
Walker. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right, I was just wondering what you wanted Christian Walker to do.
This
is what?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
This is exactly what I wanted him to do.
Yeah. All right.
I love it. I love that. I love the fact that where's Jake?
I don't know.
I don't
where's
really
Jordan?
care. Do we?
I thought Jordan was supposed to.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna.
Didn't we all think Jordan was
Well,
coming
remember,
back?
I thought that they wouldn't maybe send him. I thought maybe they would just wait for him for when they got home. See,
Yeah,
I can't remember if it was me and you or me and Will talking about that. But I thought maybe they I think it was me and you. Instead of sending him up to Baltimore, they may just wait for him to get back home and start the home series. But then again, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with Jordan.
Well, hopefully we see him
Tuesday.
Yeah, they got tonight off, and they got They start 3-game series with Colorado, 4 games with the Angels, and then 3 games with New York. A 10-game homestand that lasts all the way.
Yeah, so it's kind of what I thought. It was Tuesday. They're just waiting for him to get home. And
Yeah.
he's fine. They're not going to rush him up to Baltimore. For what? They didn't need him.
For who? For what? I'm almost feeling like Jason Alexander's your number 2 starter. That's all.
I mean, let's be honest. He's the second best pitcher right now.
Framber is terrible.
Framber is something's up with Framber, man.
Framber's terrible.
His pitches are lollipopping in there. There's no bite on them. Oh, what if he has tightness in his forearm?
He's been that curveball is just seems
Curveball is just so
meatball.
slow, and it's dropping right into the heart of the zone. He doesn't have. I'm curious if that spin rate is where it's supposed to be because it doesn't look good. His pitches, it's not like they're hitting. It's like he's just missing his zone. His pitches they're not even biting tough to hit pitches right now.
It's so Hunter Brown starts game 1 tomorrow against Senzatella. Then against Gordon, and then Valdez against Dolander, and then Alexander against Senzatella, and then the Angels. I'm just worried about this. You got 7 games against really crappy teams, and at home. I mean, do the Astros score 4 runs in the Colorado series? Honestly, it's just been so frustrating to watch them at home against bad teams. Let's see, the last bad team that was in here. I mean, Washington, you won 2 out of 3. You lost 3 out of 4 to the Athletics here. I mean, it's just been awful. So they got to turn that around.
By the way,
they got a 2-game lead now. They really got to turn. They got to start. This is the run that they go on where they take the division and walk away with it. This is it.
Jordan finished his stint in Corpus. He's expected to play Tuesday.
Yeah.
He finished his stint in Corpus going 7 for 15 with 4 doubles, 4 RBIs, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts.
Okay, now the question: does Jordan not have home run power anymore? Okay.
Well, I mean, it's not surfacing so far this year.
What's with all the doubles?
Yeah, no. I'd rather have doubles than nothing, but yeah, I'm used to him. Yeah, he's typically better, but whatever. I just want to see him in the lineup. I just want to see him back. You're finally going to get Jordan back, and hopefully he's not Christian Javier caliber or Spencer Getty caliber. Hopefully he's like, well, even the earlier version of him wasn't good. We're hoping for last year's version. It'll still be fun to have him in, but this is what I was talking about. What do you do if you get all these pitchers back and they're not very good? You're not going to get away from your real pitchers. You're just going to have to suck it up and live with the results. Luckily you cranked up enough offense that you're able to beat the Orioles, but it's not like the pitching was, great with McCullers or Javier. You could have easily that game against, the Javier, you get a 5-0 lead, and then all of a sudden it's 5-5, 7-7 is 7-5, 7-7. It's like you got the 9-7 lead, and it's like, can they just hang on till Chaz closes this out? But
till Christian Walker comes and saves you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. That was it. 6:18. We're way behind. Way behind.
8:18 is what we say.
Oh, it
here in
is-
America.
Well, I'm in America, but here it's 6:18. So it's 8:18. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I want to talk about. Okay, so Texas Card House. We're going to be there not this week, but the following week. We're going to be up in Cyprus. I can't wait. I love Texas Card House. Can't wait to get back. I'm a big fan. They have the best. They got daily tournaments. They got a Saturday 10,000 guarantee with a $40 buy-in. That's just ridiculous. 100,000 no limit hold'em and 40,000 PLO tournaments every month. 100,000 no limit and 40,000 PLO every month. TexasCardHouse.com/spring. See for yourself. Both locations have wonderful events. I really like the Friday noon senior tournament that they have on Westheimer, Greenridge and Westheimer. You got to be 50 to play. And I mean, that's good because the young guys play a different brand of poker. And we can outlast them now because it's us. We can we're playing against 50-year-olds, right? So you're looking for the best way to play. I love both of the facilities are clean, beautiful, huge parking lots, safe. They've got security on hand. Both places have bars that are open until 2 a.m. Both places are open till 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's always a game at Texas Card House. You're looking for a great place to go and play. TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. 713-780-3776. The number. Astros lose yesterday but win 3 out of 4. That was great. Texans. So you just read who you think is going to make the team. We'll find out who is going to be on the team tomorrow. We'll get the 53-man roster. So we'll talk about it probably on Wednesday, although a lot of cuts will be made today and tomorrow. Mm-hmm. But Wednesday, for tomorrow for sure. But Wednesday we will be talking about the final 53-man roster. But Will Anderson Jr. was on with Chris Long. And I think he's right. Chris Long has got a podcast. He's got a lot of really good football players on. He was a good football player, so he's getting a lot of the guys to come on there. And Will Anderson Jr. was on there with Chris Long and talked about what is the most important thing this offseason for this Texans football team. And here's the two of them, Chris Long and then Will Anderson Jr.
I thought last year, man, I know it wasn't what people wanted to see from a results standpoint. Yeah. And I'm watching y'all in Kansas City. You guys almost beat the Chiefs at Arrowhead. Yeah. Like, there's got to be something that you come out of that season and say, hey, we learned something this year. What was it for y'all as a team, you think?
Execution.
Yeah.
Execution has been the biggest thing that we've talked about all offseason long. Precision and execution. And CJ said something like, you have fun when you execute. And I wholeheartedly believe that, man. But, like, in these games, those teams that's winning the championships or winning the Super Bowl, they're executing at the highest level. Like, everybody is locked in. Everybody is detailed. Like, it's no room for error. And that's, like, the biggest thing that we took away from that. Like, there's no room for error. Like, everybody has to be locked in on their job all 4 quarters.
You know what's –
Is that a shot at Laramie Tunsil?
No, I think it was just a standard.
Well, maybe not a shot, but Laramie Tunsil was not laser focused. Laramie Tunsil.
He was a lot more focused than some of the other guys that are out there. He just was undisciplined.
Not at the line of scrimmage.
I think he's referring probably maybe more to his side of the ball where they would have some ups and downs.
Well, no, he mentioned CJ in there, so.
Yeah, well, I don't think he was pointing to Laramie Tunsil. I seriously doubt that.
Well,
that's what he was
listen,
talking about.
execution and laser focused. Laser focused is I would not. I mean, listen, Laramie had false starts are a killer. And that dude had more than anybody over the 4 or 5 years he was here.
But I don't consider that execution. I consider that a lack of discipline. I think those are two different things. Execution is doing, is being able to take what you're supposed to do and seeing it to completion. I think once the ball was snapped, he was pretty good.
Absolutely.
He's a pretty good player.
Execution too is being able to snap the ball without a penalty.
Yeah, but you had guys who couldn't even pick up twists. Like, if he's talking about anybody, he's probably talking about those slappers on the inside, guard, center, guard.
Yeah.
Honestly, what I take from that, though, is we are really lucky here in Houston to have guys like CJ, like Will Anderson, like Amen Thompson, like Alpy, guys who are like Fred VanVleet, who are really dialed into the coach's message, so much so that they're not just parroting what the coach says. This becomes what they believe and what they do. And Will Anderson, that goes back to Saban. That goes way back to his time in Alabama. It didn't just start here in Houston. It's who he is. He's a guy that's doing push-ups in his room at 11:30 at night on a Friday. Like, he's been that kind of dialed in. And you know how you always have to have coach on the field. You know why the Ravens have been great for so long? Because Ed Reed and Ray Lewis created a culture there. And then, Tyrell Suggs, everyone who came in became wired like that, most of them. And that's why that it's just carried on. Those guys have been out of football for a long time. It's still the Ravens way because a standard was set by the players. It doesn't happen with the coach. If it's not the players, it's not going to sustain as long. And you got Will Anderson, who's talking like this, who talks just like a coach, man, that is setting a standard on the defensive side of the ball. Mm-hmm. I put my predictions in for the NFL. We have to do our division champs and playoffs and all that stuff. Dell was trying to get me to do the put the Dolphins in there and make Tua the comeback player of the year, but I wouldn't do it. But my defense player of the year is Will Anderson. I think Will Anderson is going to have a monster year this year. I'm looking at 14 sacks. I think the Texans end up, but based on their schedule, I think they win 11 games, maybe as many as 12. Probably more like 11. And I think Will Anderson has a huge year in his third year.
This is another first-place schedule, which they had to play last year, but this one is not as daunting as last year's. They had 2 3-game stretches that were just incredibly difficult. This
do you play the Ravens this year?
You play them every year because they're first place and you are.
I just don't like that. We have got to get something to where you don't have to play a team in a certain amount of years in a row. It's not fair that we always have to play the Ravens.
And we always have to play the Chiefs. We always have to play the Ravens.
Yeah, we can beat the Chiefs, though.
Really?
We've done it.
Yeah, that's true.
We've done it before. I don't
How
know
long
that
ago did they do it?
Yeah.
Like, okay. Like
They've done it before. How long ago?
20-ish.
So when no one on this team was around.
It's funny. You beat Buffalo all the time.
Yeah, Buffalo's just
Buffalo. You beat Buffalo, first place team. You get your ass kicked by Baltimore every time, and Kansas City.
You beat them with Deshaun Watson, right?
I'm just not going to say.
Well, you compete against Kansas City.
Well, that's different. Yeah, you compete.
You don't even compete against the Ravens. You're not even competitive.
No, that's not. No, they're not.
Recent matchups against the Ravens. Christmas Day, you lost 31-2. Yeah. January 20th, 2024, the Ravens beat the Texans 34-10 in the playoffs. September 23rd, now actually the Ravens beat the Texans 25-9 in the season opener.
Yeah.
Like, all they do is beat the Texans.
No.
And all we do is beat the Chiefs.
No, you don't. You haven't beaten the Chiefs since 2019. Stop saying that.
All we do is beat Buffalo.
Are we sure? I know they beat them once. Do they always beat Buffalo?
Always beat Buffalo.
The playoff game back
They
in.
do beat Buffalo a lot.
We
They
beat Buffalo last
year too.
I
yeah.
know.
At
I'm
home.
looking at it right now.
We always beat their ass.
We do.
Beat their asses
We
strong.
own Buffalo.
You beat them by 3 last year. Back in 2021, you lost 40 to nothing.
2019, Texans beat the Chiefs 31-24.
I told you that. That was Deshaun Watson. Several coaches and quarterbacks ago.
And then you had them beat in
Take
2020
that.
in the playoffs until you gave up 51 straight.
Yeah, until you did that, yes.
Yeah.
Until you gave up 51.
They were up
24 nothing.
And then it was 24-21 by halftime, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Or
And
did
then-
the Chiefs lead by the half?
Well, they outscored you 51-7 the rest of the way.
Yeah. So, yes, you beat the Bills more often. Beat their ass is
So it
kind of
started
strong.
good, but then ended poorly.
Ended in the worst way possible.
Yeah. But who won the first quarter of that Chiefs game?
Who cares?
We did.
No
badly,
one did.
badly.
No one cares
And
about
Bill
that.
O'Brien showed some balls by fake punting.
That was a good decision.
That's
How did that
ballsy.
work out?
That's ballsy.
Instead of just going for it on 4th and
You're
1.
trying to you're play to win the game.
Then why don't you just have your
play to win the
if you're-
game?
I remember this discussion when we had it 6 years ago. If you're playing to win the game, why don't you keep the quarterback on the field who had led 21 points in the first quarter instead of making a fake punt thing
That's
try to
what
happen?
they were expecting.
Oh,
Then they would
okay.
be expecting.
You mean that the thing they couldn't stop throughout that first quarter and into the second?
Oh, wait. Can we address the biggest concern for the Texans is that there were 2 more bad snaps in the
that did
preseason
happen.
game? John Weeks had 2 bad snaps over the last 36 years of his life.
None.
Oh, I
What
said
do you mean?
life. No, life. I'm going back to when he was in 9th grade.
Holy
When he was
crap.
just learning how to snap.
When he was just learning
You're
to
just
snap.
assuming he had 2 at ninth
I know.
grade.
I actually don't know that for a fact.
Yeah.
You got rid of Weeks because you wanted to save a little bit of money, and look at what's happened now.
No. Yep. Man, oh man.
Grass isn't always greener. They can
Why
keep
would
snapping
you
until they're 50.
Why would you get rid of perfection? I don't get that.
It costs too
If,
much money.
if this becomes a problem this season,
Nick's got to go. I'm not worried about the deep snapper, and D'Amico's not worried about the deep snapper,
not
so
that
you
they're
shouldn't be worried about the deep
not
snapper.
concerned. They're not concerned. Worry is not even part of the equation. Not concerned.
Where's John Weeks?
He's in San Francisco.
There's no way we can trade for him.
Probably not. It's a little late in the process.
They're not giving him up. What if they get us for a 3rd rounder for Weeks?
Would you? What After what you watched on Saturday, would you trade a third rounder for John Weeks?
No.
What if a couple of those
I would have
snaps-
never let him go.
So you don't think a third rounder is better than losing 2 games in the regular season because you're
Wow, you got 2 losses because of the long
You
snapper?
never know. You
You
never
don't
know.
know.
I
You
would
just saw
have
it.
never let him go. For what purpose? He makes
You're
1.4
not losing. You're losing 2 games because of the snapper, Dell? Okay.
I mean,
Possibly.
Weeks made 1.2 million, 1.2 million, 1.5, 1.05, 1.1. This guy, he makes 1.4 this year. Why are we cutting corners with the position that once you've got it, it's gold? Once you got it, it's gold.
Yeah.
You should have never let that guy walk. For
Maybe
what?
Maybe Weeks was part of the
For
culture
300,000?
problem. Maybe it's part of the
You
culture
think
problem.
Weeks was
Weeks
and Tunsil?
I mean, he isn't technically an offensive lineman, but he plays right in that spot.
He's having a bad, you know what? We're watching Weeks. He's having a very bad he's a very bad influence on Kaimi
I'm going to
Fairbairn.
check Weeks' Instagram
You
and see what
think
he
he's a
looks
bad
like.
influence?
What does Weeks look like walking into the stadium? Let's
I
see
think
what his
he's got.
Let's
I
see
think
what his
he's
drip
probably
is like.
got Gucci slides,
Because we don't know. Maybe he was part of the problem.
a Louis bag.
He's a typical long snapper. All it is football
I
stuff.
didn't pay attention. Who was it Brinkman or Ferguson?
No one knows for sure.
I'm sure there's someone who watched all 22. I don't know. I checked out of that game pretty quickly.
That's impossible. Actually, it's an impossible thing to know.
I mean, I can type in.
I just know
Brinkman.
there are bad snaps because of KJ.
Yeah, our friend
KJ put
let us
something
know.
on. I was watching Iowa State. I was watching Farmageddon. For those who missed it, Iowa State beat Kansas State, and actually, what is a big Big 12 game in a conference that is
it,
really.
though?
Yeah, it really is, because this is
that was 2 ranked teams.
no
John.
2 ranked teams. That really is, because Texas Tech,
Will they
there's
be,
like
though?
6 teams.
Well,
no, it's considered the deepest.
maybe.
It's the most competitive league in all of football, and it's not even close. There's a bunch of teams that can win it, and they're playing that first game in Dublin, which is stupid to me. But the second thing is, in case you missed it, the quarterback, Avery Johnson, his dad and older brother got into a fist fight in Dublin in a parking lot, and it ended up on the ground where they were clenched up, and Kansas State fans were trying to pull them off of each other. And the dad, did you see the dad snuck a couple little short right hands
thought
to the
it was-
side of the head?
When I saw somebody said this is Avery Johnson's dad,
thought it
I
was
was
a
like,
lie.
"There's no, it's not."
I was like, this is not true. There's no way.
That's
I
not
didn't believe
true.
it either. And then I saw a couple number 2 jerseys on the back of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe this is real.
And then the apology came out from.
Yeah.
I'll read the apology here. It's their apology statement from ChatGPT, from humans, that actually they were very sad that they brought shame onto. They should have mentioned their son. Let me see, where is it? We regret this incident. No. It starts off like this. Come on, computer. We sincerely apologize for our actions following yesterday's football game in Ireland. Senseless bickering. ChatGPT. Who's saying senseless bickering except some mom? Senseless bickering escalated into an unnecessary fight. We have resolved our differences and take full responsibility for our actions. Which is what? What is your responsibility? We take full responsibility. Which is what? How are you held accountable?
Yeah, we did it.
We have resolved our differences and take full responsibility for our actions. We have apologized to our immediate and extended family, and now extend our apologies to Kansas State University, its alumni and fans, and everyone who pays NIL dollars and revenue share to our son.
What?
Well, I think that's baked into the apology. Mark and Anthony Johnson said in a statement, "We regret this incident, have learned from it." They've already learned from it. Less than 24 hours after it happened,
They learned.
it was a learning incident.
When a grown man who's
learned
the brother of Avery Johnson and his dad get into a fight in public, they have not resolved their differences.
You don't resolve that in
Those
24 hours.
differences are not resolved.
Unless it was fueled by alcohol.
I'm sure it was.
I don't know. I know they're in Ireland. Everyone assumed, and everyone in the comment section, it's Ireland. You're allowed to fist
but
fight
football
family.
fans, I just assumed they were drinking. It had nothing to do with Ireland, just football. Football fans drink when they watch games, even if you are the son or the brother.
But
is it more accessible in Ireland?
I don't know. They're serving beer in Manhattan, Kansas, right?
I'm sure it's plenty accessible in Ireland, but
in Iowa,
in
I'm not sure.
Ireland.
In Kansas?
If the game was in,
I remember Houston didn't, and on campus they
some of
don't
them
allow
don't.
beer
I don't know how
unless
the
they
Midwest
changed it.
treats alcohol sales at games. But if you're fighting your own son, your adult son,
You haven't learned
there
from
are
it.
differences beyond
You have
alcohol.
you have a problem.
We're committed to ensuring it doesn't happen again. Oh, there was something else there.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
for it
no,
to
no.
get to fist fights in Ireland after a game, there was something else at play. You guys have had some
There's some
arguments here.
Yeah. Well, and you know what? Maybe they should call John Daspit if they've got illegal issues on this.
So John Daspit handles personal injury law, and that's mutual combat. Okay, so he's not stepping in the middle of a mutual combat issue. He is going to take part in people who have been injured due to the negligence of others. Let's say somebody was injured in that fight. Somebody picked up a chair and they swung and missed and cracked somebody across the face, fracturing their orbital bone and nose, and caused tremendous amount of pain, a trip to the hospital, a stint in the hospital, injuries that needed surgery. Guess what? John Daspit actually should have been called. I don't know if he practices in Ireland, but let's say it happened in the States. Let's say it happened here in the state of Texas. I guarantee you John Daspit would be on that in a heartbeat, because you know what? The other person's insurance company or that person is going to be responsible for your medical bills. They're going to be responsible for your physical therapy. They're going to be responsible for the x-rays. That obviously goes into the medical bills, surgeries, and then your pain and suffering. You're sitting there minding your own business. You get cracked in the face with a chair. Yeah, 713-CALL-NOW. That's the phone number, John Daspit. 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com. You can see all the different areas that John Daspit specializes in terms of taking care of you and making sure that you are compensated for suffering through injury or neglect of any sort that leads to property damage or property or possession, of your possessions being stolen. There's all kinds of stuff that John works on, and it's all on his website. It's DaspitLaw.com. Just give them a call, and they will work on your caseload. They'll give you a consultation on your caseload absolutely free. 713-CALL-NOW.
So I was down in Mexico this weekend and playing golf at a beautiful, beautiful course in Cabo. And the only American beer that they had at this place, at this golf course, was Coors Light. I mean, I couldn't be prouder. I could not be prouder. They had, Modelo and Pacifico and and then at Coors Light. I was like, well, this place was made for me. Okay? Can't be prouder. Like a proud pop. I was like, are you kidding me? We got Coors Lights here? I mean, it just doesn't get any better. Just doesn't get. That place is forever in my heart. That golf course, well, it's unbelievably awesome. But it's because they put it over the top. Even in Mexico, they're like, Coors Light's the best beer. So let's just make sure that we've got it for everybody. It is cold, clean, it's crisp. It's the best. I don't know how many I drank. I can't tell you because my love affair with Coors Light continues, and it was able to continue down in Mexico, and it will forever continue. Look, you're looking for the best way to entertain, you got to have Coors Light on hand. Make sure you always got it in your fridge, waiting for your buddies. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. Yeah, that's why, I don't know if you were listening last, but that's why I missed on Friday. A buddy of mine who's got a house down in Cabo, he lives next door to Steph Curry, and then 2 doors down is Chris Paul. It's just incredible. Incredible.
Is your buddy John Stockton like all these Hall of Fame point guards? Is that your buddy?
John Stockton would never have a house in Cabo.
I don't know what he's
Coeur d'Alene, maybe, but that's not in Stockton.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not in Cabo.
Stockton's a weird dude, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that. No, my buddy is right next door, and boy, you want to talk about some houses, bro? You want to talk about unbelievable, just beautiful houses, just and a great facility. So, big ups to my boy Mike. Thank you for having us down there. It was a lot of fun. We had a great time. A great time was had by all. D is
Thanks
here.
Thanks for the invite,
ESPN.
Mike.
Well, he's not your buddy. He's John's
Thanks
buddy.
for the invite, Mike.
Mike doesn't even know you. Doesn't even care about you. Okay?
Apparently.
Yeah. Let's get D in here. He wants to talk about Rampage's son. What do you say, D?
Hey, what's up? I want to start by saying I don't think he was right at all, like doing what he did. But if there's a clip of like him arriving to like the little wrestling show that he was invited to, that him and the guy that he punched, they exchanged a couple words, like nothing hostile or nothing like that. But the guy wound up picking up a prop can and smashing it on his head. Like he didn't give him any warning or anything. So it's like,
but did you see the whole thing?
He did, but I mean,
that was a video. There was a video that it was being videoed, so they thought it was a work. They thought it was a whole wrestling thing where you hit him with a prop can, and they were selling it for the thing. And Rampage's son didn't know that this was. And then the guy apologized, said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know." And he said, "I'll kick your ass." He goes, "I know you will," because he apologized. He apologized like 3 different times because he thought it was a wrestling work. He thought he was supposed to be like selling the whole thing. It was going to be a video they were going to put out. So I don't know. Rampage's son shook his hand later on in the apology. I mean, I did see that, but he even said, I mean, he didn't hit him with the real. It was a prop can that he had. I don't think he was even hurt. I think it was a wrestling thing. He thought he was doing a wrestling video. The other wrestler. I don't know. Getting punched in the face 15 times feels like maybe it's a little too much.
It was
knocked unconscious and put in the hospital feels. I don't. Especially after the guy apologized and said, "I thought we were doing a wrestling thing." And Rampage's son's like, "No, I'll beat your ass for real." He goes, "I know you will." He even said that. So I don't know. I'm not sure that's the right answer.
Yeah.
They had a hard time getting him off. The different wrestlers had a hard time getting him off at all.
Yeah, there's no excuse for what he did. There's no excuse.
His name is Raja Jackson. If you haven't seen it, just Google Raja Jackson, and you'll see. I think it was part of something that was supposed to happen. He was going to come in, do some kind of wrestling thing. That's why the other wrestler, had this video where it looked like they had beef, and he wanted to hit him with the can, and it was supposed to be, and then he was supposed to get in the ring, pick him up, throw him down like his dad did, a power slam. And then he was going to start selling, some punches until somebody came and pulled him off. But then he even said on a telephone, I don't know if you saw this video, D, on a telephone ringside, they've got him, because there's a video recording the whole thing. He's got his own videographer there, and he's on the phone saying, I'm going to get on him, and I'm going to hit him as hard as I can, as many times as I can before they get him off. So he even said that's what he was going to do. So it's premeditated. Something's going to happen to him. I know, depending on, I don't know what's happened to that fighter or that wrestler. I have no idea. I'd heard he was in the hospital, but you know how that goes. Online, people can say whatever.
Yeah, no idea. All I know is I've never seen an ass whipping like that.
Psycho Stu, actually. I just literally just typed in wrestler, and it immediately said Psycho Stu. I'm like, oh, yeah, that is.
No, exactly. The real Psycho was Rampage's son.
So he's actually in stable but critical condition. So he was in stable but critical condition. That isn't going to go well for Raja Jackson.
No. There's going to be lawsuits and maybe even charges. I mean, I know it's a wrestling event, but you're supposed to know. I mean, all the other guys knew he took it way too far. And it was funny how many guys it took to stop him. He was so I don't know that I've ever seen anybody that angry. And then afterwards, you saw the video of him leaving, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he was still he couldn't calm down. That's a problem. That's a problem. You can't have him.
So he was supposed to be at that wrestling performance. The wrestling, what is it called? Knock X Pro Wrestling has a statement, and where is their statement? There's so many videos here. First and foremost, our thoughts and prayers are with our brother, Mr. Stuart Smith, Psycho Stu, as he remains a priority, and we are monitoring his well-being. What was supposed to be a planned and agreed-upon wrestling spot turned into a selfish, irresponsible act of violence against Mr. Smith. This egregious act is reprehensible and never should have occurred. In the 17 years of operation, KnockX Pro Wrestling Academy, there has never been anything as heinous take place such as this. We apologize to our patrons and fans. So that's the thing. You can see the incident that happened what Dee was talking about, where he gets hit by a can. It was part of what was supposed to be I guess Rampage's son wasn't in. It was supposed to be, because the guy said, hey, he's not a wrestler. He doesn't know how this works. And then he goes, I'm sorry, I didn't. He just thought that was, it's one of the wrestling things. You get hit by a can and beer goes all over or whatever goes all over. And then that sets the stage for what was supposed to be his attack in the ring. Stupid. He's in trouble.
Yeah. No. And he, as well, he should be. That dude's he's got to pay for that. There's no question. You can't do that. You just can't. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros, we haven't talked in a while about them. Arrighetti looked pretty good, but, man, you still got a lot of problems with your starting pitching. McCullers is a problem. Fromber's a problem. Javier is a problem. You basically got two guys that can start right now, and one of them is Jason Alexander, which is amazing. You got the day off today after a nice road trip, and then you got Colorado, and you got Anaheim. You started to hit the ball again. Christian Walker looks really, really good. Jesus Sanchez actually had a couple of hits this weekend. What?
A couple hits. He was 5 for 5 on Friday, on Thursday night.
Game, right.
Yeah.
Right. The weekend, though, is...
He's back. He's back. By the way, my guy at...
Is he, though?
Yeah. My guy, he had a good weekend.
You had a good
My
weekend.
guy Saul from Taqueria Sarandas, who was up here, he's like, I'm going to tell, he goes, that stuff with Jeremy and the Slump Buster stuff was so hilarious. He goes, I'm telling Jeremy the next time I see him.
No.
That you weren't going to. Yes, tell him.
No.
Yes, I told Saul, great. He needs to know
Tell
that
him
stuff.
that Jeremy should.
He needs to know that stuff.
You better call Saul and tell him not to.
Better call Saul.
Tell.
What are you doing here?
Tell him not to tell Jeremy that you said he should, ignore his girlfriend and go do something to get out of the slump.
I said be a team guy. That's all I said.
Don't.
No. Saul, tell him.
Don't tell him.
Text him today and then tell him again the next time you see him.
I don't know.
I'm trying to win us a division.
I don't know what
I'm
type-
trying to go deep in the playoffs
Good
is
for
what
you.
I'm doing.
Playoff. You have no control over that. I don't know what type of relationship Saul has with Jeremy. It may not go well
Yeah.
to tell him to suggest cheating on his
the
girl.
radio hosts are trying to get him to slump bust big girls. Okay.
I don't know if that the guy who goes to
never
church,
said-
Jeremy Pena.
Yeah.
Is that something you want to have a conversation
I
about?
just said it should be the conversation should be for anybody on that team that's not married. And he's not married last I checked.
So
He's in a committed relationship.
You think he should ruin a committed relationship?
Let me ask you a question, John. Did you marry every single girl you had a quote-unquote relationship with?
Yes.
How many marriages did you have? 10, 20, 30?
No, I've just been twice. That's it. Two
Okay.
girls. That's it.
So
Two
when you-
girlfriends.
So when you had maybe a poor broadcast, whether it be on TV or radio, with those non-marriages, did you go, you know what? Let me pick some big girl.
He lived in Green Bay. Yes.
But that was that your thinking that I need a better day tomorrow, so I'm going to pick out a big
The
girl.
Green Bay thing he just had, that was out of necessity.
That was otherwise you didn't get any. That's all. So
yes, that wasn't really what we were looking for.
Huh. And when she won,
That's exactly what I was
And then when
looking
she
for,
said,
actually.
"Hey, John, do you want to meet up later?" Did you say this to her?
Shut up, fatty.
Do you know what that's from, John?
No.
That's your quarterback, C.J. Stroud.
He was talking to one of his
that's right.
ex-teammates at
His
Ohio
Tyleek
State.
Williams.
I saw that. I
Shut
saw
up,
that.
fatty.
Shut up, fatty.
Somebody just asked him a question. CJ, it seems like you and Xavier Hutchinson are really on the same page throughout camp, and Xavier Hutchinson continues to grow as a player. What can you say about Xavier Hutchinson and how he's performed this camp and where you see him right now in his career?
Shut up, fatty.
That's what he has. And I thought when I heard that, because I watched it, I'm like, what? I thought whoever asked the question, I thought CJ was telling him, shut up, fatty. I'm not answering your questions. I'm like, oh, my God. CJ's going to be in big trouble for this.
No.
Then I found out
That's
he was
his
just
college
talking
roommate. He called him Fatty.
He's talking to Tyleek Williams.
You can always call your college roommate Fatty.
Yeah, I just thought he'd save that
Yeah.
for not in the middle of a question.
No, right.
Shut up,
right.
fatty.
Press conference.
So,
No, that
John, when a woman that you decided to spend the night with wanted to have breakfast the next morning, is that what you said to her?
In Green Bay.
Shut up, fatty.
You're not an ally
I
at
didn't
all,
tell her
Dale.
to shut up.
I'm asking him. You know,
You're not an ally one single
so was
bit.
it get
with
out?
this nonsense.
Was that what you said? You didn't say shut up. You said get out.
Yeah.
Look, cheese curds! And then you ran the other way as soon as she turned her head. Fried cheese curds! You got away.
We got a break. What we got is Underdog.
Oh, Twitch is saying big girls in Green Bay have nothing on big girls down south. There's levels to it. Do you agree with that, John?
Well, but you don't have any choice in Green Bay. And down south, you got some pretty girls. Down up in Green Bay, there's no choice. That's all you got.
You got a choice this football season. Football's back, man. College football started off. We got pro football coming in a couple weeks. Now is the time to jump on, download that Underdog app. Use my promo code Lance. I'm going to tell you what the hookup is here in a second. I just want to make sure that you know that Underdog Fantasy has some awesome original options going for you this year. They've got ladders, okay? This is a new one, ladders. You make 3 to 5 picks and progressively win more based on how well each pick performs. Win a little on a decent night and a lot on a great night. So when you're picking and your pick is a really good pick, you got a chance to win more. Then they have streaks, and they had this last year, and I took advantage of this last year. Each streak starts by you making 2 picks, higher or lower, on a statistic that's out there for a player. And if both picks are correct, you move on to the next pick in the streak. Whenever you want, you can cash out of that. But if you take it all the way to 11. You go all the way to 11 straight. You got a big payout coming your way, and that's how they're doing it at Underdog Fantasy. Just makes the game so much more fun, so much more enjoyable, and you're just literally downloading the app away from it, and that's what you can do. Download the app today. Sign up with promo code Lance. You're going to get $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. So that's promo code Lance. Millions of fans have already made billions of dollars making picks on underdogs, higher or lower on statistics. Underdog, make picks and win. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog operates, like here in Texas. Terms apply. See website for complete details.
All right, welcome back. Our final hour this morning here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance and Dell with you at 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Okay, I mean, you tweeted it out, but there were a couple of guys talking about, well, there was one offensive lineman who said, yeah, absolutely. When I was there, they said, oh, don't really block that well for this guy. We don't. A Giants guy, when Smith was there, said, yeah, don't block for him because, we don't really like him. Well, blah, blah, blah,
yeah,
blah,
it was
blah.
Jeff Swartz. He quote tweeted one of the many people who suggested that the Browns decided to stop blocking.
Right.
Because Shador was out there. And he said, yeah, when I was coming up trying to find my way, I was told to stop blocking well. For this
It was
guy.
a joke. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's being facetious.
Yeah, Jeff Schwartz. Yeah.
So
that doesn't happen.
Right.
Nobody's told. It was stupid. I've got almost 1 million views on this thing now, but all I said was I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I've never seen a quarterback battle for the number 3 spot get this much attention. It's absolutely miserable. This is as miserable as the Tim Tebow days. The Shador Sanders stuff, and it's not even Shador's fault. He's just playing football. His fans are miserable.
But listen, It's not. I mean, there's these commentators, Shannon Sharp and the three of them.
They make it worse.
They're making it so much worse. Like
they're making it worse on him.
I saw Stefanski asked by a reporter, said, "What about people that saying you're sabotaging Shedeur?"
Somebody actually asked him that.
Yes, and he answered it. He said, "I want all of our."
This is why no one wants to draft a Shedeur Sanders. People on social media make it to where the juice isn't worth the squeeze. If he's a backup, you don't need this kind of heat for a backup. You really don't. He either has to start or you almost can't have him on the team because this is now leaking into comments about sabotage. This is the dumbest thing. I saw these comments. I heard he was a racist and a piece of blank because he was calling bad. He was setting Shedeur up with the bad calls and the bad plays. And Dylan got the good. Dylan Gabriel just plays pretty well. Dylan Gabriel is what he is. He's played 6 years of college football as a starter. He's a smart guy. He's just limited. He's going to be a pro backup during his career. Shedeur has some starting potential, but he's not ready. He's nowhere near ready yet. It takes him too long to get through his reads.
So I was just watching Dan Orlovsky break it down. He's like, guys, he had a guy here, and you're taught this is the third. Your third out, he goes to the fourth. He's dancing around. Here's when the safety looks out, he's supposed to throw in right away. He's not making decisions fast. He's taking too much time. Then he's not. Then he's dropping back. He's supposed to be a 7-yard drop or whatever. He's dropping back 12, which is making it impossible for his offensive line. I mean, to think that Kevin Stefanski would want to sabotage and not have this guy is so ridiculous. Like Kevin Stefanski could use a good quarterback right now.
Yeah.
Why would he want a guy with the physical tools that Shedeur has?
They're average.
Why would he want him? Why would he set him up to fail or sabotage him?
He wouldn't. It's a 4th-round quarterback and a 5th-round quarterback, and they're battling for the 3rd quarterback spot. This really doesn't deserve all this attention. And yet we have it. And then there's people, he was set up to fail. Look at who he had to throw to. But he was the number 1 quarterback just in game number 1. Like, he was the number 1 quarterback with a lot better players.
But he played too well, so now you got to make sure it's not a real
competition.
competition.
This is just so – I can't believe what I read. I can't believe it.
You should be believing it.
No, it's actually totally believable. But I really don't think people realize the damage that they do to Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark's fans do. You have people who hate her because they don't really hate her. They hate her fans because they're just so obnoxious. The Tim Tebow stuff, but Tebow was – the Shedeur stuff is about as bad as I've seen. Jeremy Lin, too. Jeremy Lin stuff was really, really bad. Yao stuff could be kind of bad sometimes, but Yao was a really good player. The Shedeur stuff is really troubling because now it's leaking in these comments, these conspiracy theories leak into post-game comments. I'm telling you right now, and Deion's going to know this too, all you're going to do is make the Browns say, this isn't even worth it. I mean, we're going to have to deal with this crap the entire time unless he's really, really elite and a really good starting quarterback. This isn't going to be worth having him on the bench as a 2nd or even 3rd teamer. It's not going to make any sense. Teams aren't going to want him around because his super fans are making it so miserable for everybody. Let him just be a quarterback and let him do what every quarterback gets to do. Ups, downs. Yeah, he's playing with guys who are going to get cut. That's how it works in the last game of the season.
It's why it's why Tebow had a hard time. It's why nobody wanted Kaepernick because there's so much attention to that guy when he's not the guy. And the last thing you want. When Tebow was in New York, I was like, Tebow, don't even do an interview. You're the 3rd-string quarterback. Don't do anything. Just
hated
say sorry.
That everyone
go talk to the starter.
Everyone bum rushed Tim Tebow when he went to the Jets. Remember that? And I think if Tannenbaum was there, it's just like it was not a good situation because guys in the locker room start getting pissed off.
To think that Kevin Stefanski, who's pretty much fighting for at least his Cleveland Brown coaching job,
a 2-time coach of the year,
would devote the energy to sabotaging his 3rd or 4th string quarterback when he has so many other things he's got to do to make sure he survives this season. But yes, hey, we're going to run these offensive linemen out there, guys who, by the way, are fighting for their NFL lives. Go out there and don't try. Or I'm going to care enough to make sure Shedeur fails. That man is trying to save his job. What? Why can't football coaches have so much to deal with?
Mhm.
Why would he add that to his play, sabotaging Shedeur Sanders?
He wouldn't. It doesn't make any sense. That's why I just can't take it seriously. I'm just not interested
And then
in engaging.
The
with
other
this
thing, and this
nonsense.
goes beyond the fans because it's leaking. You mentioned leaking in the press conference. It's leaking into the guys who are ex-players who you would think would know better. Like they're discussing why is Joe Flacco getting snaps when they know what he has. Patrick Mahomes got snaps this final preseason game. Tua got snaps. You mean football players playing football is now a problem because Shedeur Sanders is not getting the opportunity to play with better players?
It's really a huge problem in our society now that sports has become where you have to worry about people making these people. It's just a divisive thing. It doesn't. I just wish Sanders. I wish it was all over and he could just take his reps like every other rookie would. Dylan Gabriel takes his reps. He had a good game. He had a bad game. He played with some players who were pretty good. He played with some players who were pretty bad. In camp they said he was up and down. Okay, that's what happens with rookies. It's normal. Let him play. Let him go through the experience. He'll sit on a bench this year. Then next year, then he'll work in the offseason. He'll come back next year. He'll try to compete for a 1 or 2 spot next year. Just let him go about his business. It's unbelievable that we have to be saturated with all this stuff that's so divisive when all he is just a quarterback like hundreds and thousands of other quarterbacks who have come before him. And he's going through the same stuff that all of them go through, and yet it just gets made to be something that it's not. And even with people, that's the most disappointing thing. People who know better are falling into the trap. And I don't blame this on Shedeur Sanders. He doesn't have anything to do with this. Deion doesn't have anything to do with this. He's just trying to, he's trying to be a quarterback and make a team, and people are putting an undue spotlight on him that is bringing, there were people taking victory laps after his first preseason games. Like, I told you, Shedeur, blah, 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 victory. Like, don't take those victory laps. And you people who want him to fail and preying on his downfall, don't take your victory laps now. Just let these guys play football, man. I just wish Twitter was done. If they canceled it all tomorrow and no one could get on, half of the world's misery would be so much better. And all you losers who your entire identity is wrapped up in your social media, you'd have to find something else.
No, Twitter can't be done. It's too entertaining. Way
you
too
think this
entertaining.
Shedeur stuff is entertaining?
I don't
there are
care
other
about
things.
this. I pass it by.
Like on my feed this weekend, it was a lot of.
Well, I have to live with it because I'm in the draft.
Watching clips from sitcoms and
yeah, there's some good
about
stuff.
people cracking up.
People cracking up, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't see that one. Okay, but that's what it's for.
Yes.
Can't we all just come together as a society
Me
and
and
watch
Dell are watching the
bloopers?
same stuff. That's why.
not always, but
Yeah.
I guess something.
Well,
came
you
together.
also watch Rampage Jackson's son beat somebody up.
I
huh?
didn't see that one actually. I had to go search that out. Didn't come across my algorithm, but yeah, like, hey, find me clips of people who are normally good actors falling apart because something's funny on their show and them not cutting it out of the show. I watched a lot of that.
That's good.
I remember now. I remember that Tracy Morgan was what the hell was this thing on
Tracy Morgan
on Martin? He played I'm missing.
He was on Martin.
Yeah, he played. I forgot. I gotta find it. It wasn't Brother Man or something else where he just randomly popped up and sold people stuff off the street. Forgot it. I remember that Tracy Morgan was on Martin. That was my weekend, other than college football. You guys are looking at the wrong stuff.
Yeah. No. I didn't see that one, but I've seen Julia Louis-Dreyfus. I've seen the Righteous. What is
Hustle
it?
Man.
Gemstones.
His name was Hustle Man.
Russell, yeah, the Righteous Gemstones. Yeah, all kinds of
Yeah,
good
when Will
ones.
Ferrell has Craig Robinson and Danny
and
McBride.
a lot of
face
Sunny.
to face.
A lot of Sunny as well. It's always Sunny.
Oh, they have bloopers too.
The outtakes are just hilarious.
Where'd you see all these? How can I search
Ricky
that up?
Gervais does it all the time too. He's got you follow Ricky Gervais.
Oh, he
He's
cracks
got all kinds
it,
of
yeah.
great outtakes in it. Yeah. Yep. All right, we got.
Can you feel the tension? I can. I can feel it down in my plums.
I saw that. That was part of one of the clips where they were cracking up.
Yeah. Well, when Danny McBride had to stare at
Craig Robinson.
Yeah, that was so funny.
Yeah, when Will Ferrell's doing his bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, Lance, you got to get with our
I don't
algorithm.
see any outtakes. Where
Well,
who
you're
had that
just-
one?
you-
My outtake.
You don't.
I just
you don't
didn't
do Twitter right.
Well,
that's
I
why.
just not living on Twitter though, like you two are.
How many views again does your tweet have?
I just put one thing. I said, man, I learned this week that sometimes coaches will call good plays for one quarterback, but save the bad plays for another quarterback in the same game. I said, never stop learning. And of course, there are people who don't even get that facetiousness. Like, they were dropping the R word on me and F bomb on me and like, go back to your woke whatever. I'm like, wait, what? I said, sir, do you not understand sarcasm, sir? What exactly is happening here?
Oh my
You
God!
woke
They thought
piece
you
of-
were right. They thought.
They thought I was being serious.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got a break. We got to talk right now about McGrath Pest Control. I had in Houston the mosquito murdering system. Fantastic. I mean, it was rainy. When it's rainy out, there's all kinds of mosquitoes outside. Now it's going to be at the time where you're going to be able to sit outside and have dinner. You can sit on the patio. Now you can go to and get in the pool because it's actually not bath water right now. It's so good to be outside coming up now in during the football season. Watch football outside. You can't unless you got the mosquito murdering system. If you're looking for the best way to sit outside, the mosquito murdering system from McGrath Pest Control is the best way. It is awesome. You're looking for a great way to just kill every bug. Just kill all of them. All right. Termite inspection. If you're selling your house, you got to get termite inspection. McGrath Pest Control does that. But just killing bugs. They're just fantastic. They come regularly to your home every quarter or so. Spray and I can't tell you how many bugs we see outside trying to get into the house. They ain't getting in. They're just not getting in. They're dead. Trying to get in, dead. You're not going to get into our house. And I don't feel bad at all about it. Kill them pesky rodents or bugs. Don't let them in your home. McGrathPestControl.com, the best. McGrathPestControl.com. Tell Scott you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. The number. We got Keith here. Keith, what about Craig Kimbrell?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Big week for 37-year-olds to get signed. Kimbrell to the Astros, obviously, but I want to talk about Carson Wentz. Huge pickup for the Vikings. They got a rookie quarterback. They had no business trading for Sam Howell to begin with. We saw him play 17 games for the Commanders in 2023, and he was not good. He's been traded 3 times since. To get rid of him and acquire some picks is great. Carson Wentz is the perfect backup for a rookie. I thought he was going to go to Tennessee, but he goes to Minnesota. But question for Lance, I want to dig deeper. This is more than Carson Wentz. Kevin O'Connell and the GM, KAM, I'm not going to try to pronounce his name, they both got extensions. I know they had a great year last year, but those two guys don't have a playoff win. Is it crazy for me to think that KOC and KAM are slightly overrated? Because what have they accomplished? I know he's a good quarterback coach and they run a good offense, but they had Sam Darnold last year. But I feel like they both got extended with 0 playoff wins. Do you agree with that move?
Yeah, because the proof is in the play. Like, you can say whatever you want about the record. He took a backup quarterback and had a really strong year last year. I think the GM's been okay from a personnel standpoint. But I think Kevin O'Connell has proven, why would you not extend him if you know how good he is? Like, you know how good he is as a coach. You want to wait until you're just going to let him expire, his contract expire because he didn't have a playoff win? Not if you know that he's really, really good, which he is. I mean, Kevin O'Connell is a really good play caller, really good, I think a really good head coach. So far, last year, I'm looking at his stats. His offense was 12th in yards last year, 10th in yards the year before, and 7th his first year there. Last year, he was 12th in points. He was 9 last year. Passing offense. His first 3 years as a head coach, his yards and touchdowns have been 6 and 4, 5 and 4, 6 and 5. This guy is a phenomenal play caller and developer of quarterbacks. So usually your quarterback, you want to tie your head coach and your GM together. No, I have no problem with it. I think he's done his job up to this point. He took over for, a little bit of a shaky situation, and I think he's done a nice job up to this point. So his records have been 13-4, 7-10, and 14-3. He's 34-17 in 3 years, Keith. You really want to, in a pretty competitive division. I mean, you're really doubting that? He was 14-3 last year with Sam Darnold, who had been a washout his entire career. Like, I don't know. Why would you not extend him? That's his first 3 years. His contract was coming up.
I think he just laid it out. Should playoff wins or lack thereof be something considered when you
much later down the road? Much later down the road. You had what was his name from the Schottenheimer? Marty Schottenheimer got fired because he couldn't get over the hump in the playoffs from the Chargers. But that was after he had been in the league for years and years. This just looks like a guy who's really, really good with offense. So, no playoff wins. It happens. I can tell you this. You haven't mentioned the fact that they were that Minnesota has their fair share of injuries as well, but the quarterback, Sam Darnold, just got really exposed the last game of the year against the Lions of the regular season, and then in a playoff game. Sam Darnold was bad in both of those. You know why? Because Sam's just an average quarterback who Kevin O'Connell helped make a lot better than he probably has been his whole entire career.
He will never live down the shame of losing a home playoff game to Daniel Jones, though.
That's tough action there.
Yeah. So I'm half joking there, but if we're building a resume for anyone who thinks like Keith, very few people I believe do think Kevin O'Connell should have gotten an extension. It'll be, well, sure, Sam Darnold is Sam Darnold, but what was that whole thing about Daniel Jones having the best moment of his career at your expense? That's all. If you hate Kevin O'Connell, that'd be the first block because there's not a lot there. Kirk Cousins did a good job with him. Now the question is, can he develop his own guy now? You drafted a first-round quarterback. You were able to push one of those seasons aside. He got hurt, and you managed to make it work with Sam Darnold. Now the clock starts because that's your guy. You drafted a quarterback high. You got to make it work. That's what the Colts are dealing with now.
No, are they?
Well, that's why they're in some trouble because they drafted a first-round quarterback. It didn't work.
You draft a first-round quarterback, it doesn't work, you get fired frequently.
Yeah.
It's true.
Ballard's Teflon.
He's had. I think they understand the situation he was put in. I mean, man, did luck screw them over. Ooh, right before the season too, and then unfortunately they weren't bad enough to get a high draft pick, and then when they were, your choices were Levis and Richardson. Good luck with that one, boys. And so now Ballard said he and Shane Steichen said we're going with the guy that gives us the best chance to win.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not Richardson, but they haven't given up on Richardson. They still think Richardson could be a player.
Racist.
I'm glad someone finally said it.
Mm-hmm.
Someone with the bravery of John to finally say it.
That's right. Stefanski too. Both of you.
Wait a minute, they're both white guys.
The both of them.
What do you mean? Who's the black quarterback in? Or maybe that's your point. There is no black quarterback in Minnesota.
Well, Shador, he's sabotaging
Stefanski.
Shador in favor of Joe Flacco.
Well, Dylan Gabriel's he's not just a white guy.
No, he's not, but
Joe
he might as
Flacco
well be.
is.
He might.
He might as well be.
He might as well be.
If you're going up against Shador, I saw somebody call him a colonizer. I saw some wild stuff. Dylan Gabriel, a colonizer. Like,
do you know where he's from?
Isn't he from the Pacific Rim? I mean, is he from Hawaii or something?
I mean, that place got colonized for the most part.
Dude, I don't go to Twitter/X for smart comments. That's not where I find that stuff typically. This colonizer is taking Shador's job. Like, what are we doing
Both
here,
his
guys?
parents are ethnic Native Hawaiians. What are we talking about?
I don't know.
According to Wiki.
Racist.
No.
Stefanski's racist.
Well, thank you, John. I mean, what about benching Shador and then having Tyler Huntley run the last drive? Was that racism too?
Yeah, because you're setting him up to fail too.
Yeah.
But he didn't fail.
Well,
he led a
they
game-winning
must
drive.
have called the good plays.
Better plays.
Called the good plays
For the guy they cut the next day?
We already heard from Eric Dickerson that the league said don't draft him, and then the Browns drafted him just to embarrass him. This is all an elaborate.
It was a really bad weekend for the Sanders boys all around.
Yeah, Shiloh.
What with Shiloh getting
I wasn't even that. Did you see it? Like what? So they got tangled up. The tight end was blocking him down the field. He got frustrated. Yeah, big deal anyway. A safety threw a punch at a guy with a helmet on. I've seen dumb stuff like that all the time.
Yeah, and you throw a punch, you get thrown out of a game.
I don't think he's good enough to make a team, but that's not something I'm really going to hold. I mean, it's not great if you're on the bubble. I will say that. That's probably not great.
And you can't throw a punch. It's not going to affect the guy. As you mentioned, he's got a helmet on.
But that stuff happens all the time.
And if you get caught, the rule is you get thrown out. That's all.
Yeah, coaches don't like 15-yard penalties, and they don't like undisciplined play from young players. That's true. That's true. I didn't think it was like some horrible incident that happened, but a rookie 15-yard penalty ejected, it's probably not great.
When you're borderline or at best?
Yeah, it's probably in hindsight not great.
No. You know what is great though? Gulf Coast Chevy.
Gulf Coast Chevy's fantastic. And what are you driving? I'm driving the Buick Enclave. My wife is driving the Chevy Equinox. My son Alec drives the Buick Envision. Whether you're going with the Chevy, the Buick, or the GMC, you're going to find great pickup trucks and crossover vehicles, the SUVs, the big SUVs, the midsize, and even smaller 5-seat SUVs are available for you as well. Really, really sportier designs. It's kind of like the new, it's kind of like the new coupe or kind of like the new sedan. You've got, the 5-seater. I've got a 7-seater. My wife's got a 5-seater. It makes sense for us for the size of our family. Sometime, if everyone's home, if all the kids are home, they'll jump in my vehicle. If not, we jump in my wife's vehicle and go from there. I have a lease. She has a purchase. She started putting a lot of miles on the vehicle, so purchase is right. And I noticed that the very next month, even better deals on the down payment for you. So if you're not down payment, but the APR, they've got some unbelievable offers right now, APR rate for both Chevy and Buick that you need to check out. Low APR rates, huge amounts of dealer cash back incentives for you. And of course, you can get a purchase or a lease. So whatever makes the most sense for you. And right now they are offering substantial savings or substantial dollars for your trade-in vehicle. So if you're looking to trade in your vehicle, you're going to get top dollar from Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Make sure you check them out online at GulfCoastChevyBuickGMC.com or head on down to Angleton and test drive one for yourself.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance, 713-780-3776. One segment, and then we, this is the last segment before we hit News of the Weird. So let's get Chris in the Woodlands in here. Hey, Chris, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. You know, I usually try to call in and be witty or funny or, you know, whatever, just bring something to the show. But, man, I was driving into work this morning. I couldn't call, and I was listening to the segment you guys talked about, what did you learn, and the Rajah Jackson thing. So I just got to the office and I watched it. Man, John, I got to agree with you. That was pretty sick to watch, that the amount of punches that guy took. And then I watched a little special. I mean, they're actually going to file attempted murder charges on that guy. Have you guys looked into that a little bit more? Since I know we just kind of came out.
That's the latest?
Yeah. Yeah, the one I saw this morning, they had two lawyers on with a guy that watched it apparently live, and he was like a commentator. Maybe that's what you guys like, some ringside stuff. And they said that the police are investigating for attempted murder. It was 22 punches after the guy was out cold, all because some people in the audience called him the P word on social media for getting punched, 30 minutes earlier and not retaliating. And so he saw that, and that's what made him get back in the ring. It was pretty disgusting to see that.
Got someone crashing
social
out.
media got somebody worked up. Can you believe that?
Oh,
man?
shocking.
Crazy.
Wow. That is awful. That was That was as bad as it gets. I don't think I've ever seen anything that bad. Like, a beating like that.
I've seen some pretty
attempted
bad
murder. Wow.
I've seen your algorithm. You've got some pretty bad stuff on there.
No, well, yeah. I mean, I got good fights on there. Don't get me wrong. I like the one
head
guy,
kicks when people are unconscious.
FAFO. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
One guy who's always he's what's his name? Steve. I forget.
He's not going to be charged with attempted murder. I don't think.
We'll see. Well, that's probably lawyer speak. So
yeah.
That was it was as bad as it gets, man. If you haven't seen it, Raja Jackson, Rampage Jackson's son. Rampage came out and tried to defend him, but that's indefensible. What went on there? That was indefensible.
Yeah.
Did we miss anything today, Del?
We didn't mention it or really talk about it that Sean Dubin, his bad outings led to him getting DFA'd, which led to guys like Rooney. Is his name John Rooney?
Yeah.
And Kimbrel having to close out the game yesterday. So Dubin, after cutting off that beard, he left a good pitcher, came back a terrible one, and then they DFA'd him. So
it was so bad they had to DFA him.
Yeah.
And that's because there were so many spaces they just don't have time for guys to work their stuff out. You're already dealing with 3 starters in McCullers, Javier, and Arrighetti. Let's face it. You have no choice but to let them work it out. And that may end up costing you some wins here and there. Because Fromber is pitching, and you have Fromber and you have Hunter Brown, and Jason Alexander, who's better pretty much than 4 of those 5 right now, is I don't know what it's going to look like. How they're going to work 6-man rotations, I guess. I don't know. But Javier going out there, Javier and Fromber alone, and Arrighetti to a lesser extent, and we'll see with McCullers, man, your bats better come alive for those guys. Now, Arrighetti settled in after the first inning. And so that's a good sign, potentially. But let's see if he can do it for a second game in a row.
Well, listen, you might as well have 6. The only guy that you really want every 5 days is Hunter.
Hunter, yeah.
Well, and maybe Jason Alexander.
Yeah, I don't mind Jason Alexander.
I don't mind him
he's
either.
A legit
Quite
pitcher
frankly, I like him better than Fromber out there right now.
Yeah, I mean,
Fromber's been terrible.
Well, we're not. You're not even a factor in the playoffs if Fromber's not a good pitcher. You have no chance. Your offense is just not good enough. Fromber's got to get out of it. He's got to get out of it. And I don't know if he needs to take some time off, if there's something with his arm, but it doesn't look good. He doesn't look like Fromber at all. Forget the results. Just the process doesn't look good. Something else we didn't talk about, John, was Chinese Taipei won the Little League World Series against Nevada. And I didn't realize this. It used to every year they would win. Every freaking year when I was
growing up,
every year
they always won.
You were always going to get beat by Chinese
28
Taipei.
years.
29 year drought.
29 years, yeah.
Yeah. They hadn't won it for 29 years since 96.
Yeah. They always
But they've won 18 times. So they were winning, like Dell talked about, they were winning pretty much every year. They won 5 straight from 77 to 81. They used to always, that was the team that you had to beat.
And they didn't just win. They used to destroy
the
U.S. national champion.
They did again.
Yeah, that game, when I was a kid, that game was like, ooh, it's like, okay, let's investigate them because, of course, these kids got to be 15 because the U.S. kids had no chance. And maybe we're back to that now. I don't know about the age, but they beat the crap out of the team yesterday.
I was looking. There are some. They look like kids on the Chinese Taipei team.
I didn't get the impression that they were cheating. They just were better.
I think they used to, but whatever.
Well, we've had our issues here. Danny Almonte, chief among them.
He was New York, wasn't he?
Yeah.
The Chicago team.
Yeah, it's been done before.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Also, we didn't talk about the great Cal Raleigh with 48 and 49 home runs. We still got a lot of games to go, folks. A lot of games for him to approach.
31, I think. Yeah, he's got 31 games left, and he's already at 49.
It's the highest number ever for a Major League catcher. He's already got 15 more than last year. like tremendous jump in home runs like we haven't seen since the late 90s
here we go.
and early 2000s.
Go
No,
on.
I mean,
Go
I haven't
on.
seen a jump. No, I'm just looking at the numbers. I have not seen a jump like this. He's slated to hit about 50. What is his projection?
61. He's on pace for 61.
He's on pace for 61 homers. We haven't seen a jump like that. 27 home runs, a jump of over 40% since like the late 90s and early 2000s, Del.
Okay.
Let me go back and look and
What
see if I
happened
can
during
find
that time? Who were the guys who were
There's a
making
lot of
those
it. Chicks love the long ball. Let me go see if I can find the last guy that
the chicks
had
used to
that
love the long
kind of-
ball. I don't know if they like the big dumper as much.
I think they're more in the
Well, here's an example.
exit velo now.
Okay, so for example, I found one right here. In 97, Sammy Sosa had 36 home runs. In 98, he had 66, and then followed by
Okay.
63.
Gotcha.
So, and then 64, a couple, so in 3 of his next 4 years, he had 60. It's that kind of jump.
Understood.
And Sammy was an incredible player. Let me see. I feel like Bonds did that too.
Do we have any reasons why Sosa took that type of jump, and how we can attribute it to Cal Raleigh?
No idea.
Bleaching, skin bleaching?
Well, he did that after his career was over.
Yeah, he didn't really do that.
Let me see. Who are some other big home run hitters from the 90s?
Mark McGwire.
Mark McGwire?
Yeah, McGwire went from
Canseco?
39 to 52, 39 to 58. Oh, shoot. One year he went from, well, then he had some injuries, and then he pulled 70 and 65 out. So, yeah.
So he stayed healthy.
Jose Canseco? He probably took
What
a
did
nice-
Brady Anderson do?
He had that one year.
What was the year before, and what happened that one year?
Oh, it's interesting. Let me pull it. I think he went from like 17 to 50. Let's see.
He must have been injury riddled the previous year, right? And then he got healthy, and then he was able to.
No, wait. Yeah. He went from 16 to 50.
Yeah, but how many games did he play in his 16 home
He
run
only
season?
played in 143.
How many games did he play in
149.
Oh, so the six game.
That's why he played
the
more.
6 game difference made all that.
Yeah. What about Luis Gonzalez? His jump is that?
Let's look at that.
I don't.
It's about the same time frame, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Let me see what the big shooter they called him, a friend of the show.
The big
We
shooter.
had him on. That was his nickname.
Was
'cause
the jumper wet?
No, his score was high in golf.
Oh,
They
okay.
call him the big shooter. He shoots high scores, which is not. He went for 31 to 57. It's this kind of jump that we're seeing with Cal Raleigh. I've seen this before. Back in the late 90s, we had a lot of guys who would go from like 39 to
You
61.
mean perfecting their craft?
Right.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I've seen this before. I knew I'd seen it before. And actually, a lot of guys, and there we are, that's 2000. From about 97 to about 2001, these incredible jumps from one year to the next. And I'm seeing that with Cal Raleigh. And I think it's incredible. It's great for baseball. A lot of people get excited about home runs. Cal Raleigh's on pace to have about 60 from 39. I think that's incredible. It shows that he's getting better and better and better.
With
Okay.
age
All right.
comes experience and expertise.
What about Max Dowman?
Who's that?
15-year-old midfielder. Made his Arsenal first team debut.
Oh, that's he's from the States, right?
He's the youngest player in Premier League history.
And he's from the
15.
United States?
15. Is he from the U.S.? No one knows.
No, he's an English footballer.
Yeah.
But does he have dual citizenship?
Don't know that to be the case.
Because he might play for us.
He was born in Chelmsford, England.
How long will he be on the World Cup team? Like 40 years? Is he going to be on 10 World Cups?
How many World Cups will he be able to play in if he's good enough?
He's not going to be on
He
next
likely
year's
won't be in the
team.
2026 World Cup, but at 19, he could be on the 2030 World Cup, 23, the 2034, 27, the 2038, and so on.
And they said he was good.
So if he's good, he's probably
He
got
wasn't
about,
as good as Jack Grealish was, setting up 2
no
assists.
one cares
and that.
about your Everton team in their new
2-0
building.
in the new building?
No one cares. You played Leeds.
I'm
They
flying
stink.
over. Me and Alec are going to go
Good
watch
for
a match
you.
there.
Good.
And
That's
Dixon,
great.
Gregerson Hill, Hickerson Dickel.
I don't think it's
Hart.
Pickle and Dickle, but
Something like that.
good for you.
The Baseball Writers Association of America voted to have a Relief Pitcher of the Year award, so that's good. That's about time.
How do
I
we
think.
not have that? Don't
I
they?
know.
Well, they used to have Rolaids Fireman of the
Right.
year.
Now they got Relief Pitcher of the Year. That well, it's like the Cy Young. It'll be voted on like that. And what about a 9-game schedule? SEC 9-game schedule.
Yeah, we talked to Heather Dinich about it on Friday. It is the SEC keeping, number one, it keeps more money inside their own conference.
Yep.
And it makes sense. Why would you play another one outside of your conference? When they want to keep it gives you a chance to keep some of the rivalries intact.
Didn't the coaches every one of them voted against it, and the presidents passed it?
I don't know. Is that what happened? Why would the coaches all vote against it?
They don't want to play. Because they want wins.
Why are SEC coaches so soft?
Because you know what? Eight is not enough to play.
Well, when some of them allow their head coach to be named Daddy and they actually buy into it, then let's not talk about whether they're soft or not. I think we all know that they're soft. If you don't know this, Alabama assistants used to call Nick Saban Daddy.
That's just not
yes,
advisable.
all those guys who are head coaches in other spots like Kirby Smart, Sark, called that man Lane, called him that man Daddy.
Well, if he's their daddy, then what?
No, he's not their daddy. He's not. That's
that's the point, John.
In fact, at what age do boys stop calling their dad daddy?
Depends. What about dad?
Dad's different.
You can say dad.
That's different, clearly. When did you stop calling your dad
I'm
daddy?
trying to get my wife to call me daddy.
I'm sure.
Daddy?
And
Hey,
call her
daddy?
that in front of the kids, and she won't do it.
Maybe you're not doing the proper work to get that done.
I guess not, because she's
Daddy?
not doing it.
So when did you stop calling Larry Zerline daddy?
I didn't call
South, the girls always call him daddy.
That's why I said boys.
I just call him dad.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, girls, boys. Well, I guess in Smokey and the Bandit, Little Lean is called Big Ean is daddy.
Okay. But when did you stop calling?
Oh, no. That was who was the chief? The chief was it was the son.
Yeah.
Who goes, Daddy? So I don't know. I never called.
Did you ever?
Junior, I'm gonna go home and smack your mommy in the mouth. Like, hey, we don't do that anymore, sir.
Did you ever respect anyone on TV who called their father daddy? Was that a good person you wanted to be at any point?
Didn't what's the yellow?
Do you have proof that anyone called him Nick Saban daddy? Where's the proof?
Seth Wickersham said it.
How is he believable?
You don't think he's believable?
He's not.
He's the one that told us that Shador was going to be drafted in the top 2 picks.
He also told us in that same interview he was doing that Pete Golding, when he was trying to secure Arch Manning for Alabama, he went to Texas. Apparently he was the lead on that recruitment. Like on a Zoom call with Arch, he goes, "Yeah, I mean, I love Sark.
Oh, yeah.
He's one of my favorite guys.
I just hope he doesn't stop drinking again.
Hopefully he doesn't start drinking again."
That's some dirty ass recruiting right there. That's some dirty recruiting right there.
Dirty.
All right.
That's his best
that
friend.
boy's dirty recruiting.
So dirty, that's his best friend. But Saban really wanted Arch, so I mean, hopefully he doesn't drink again.
I don't know. Let's just hope he doesn't get tanked again.
I love Sark, but he's got that in his head.
You know how Sark is, always getting plastered.
Yeah.
That's well he should. And look at his life now. He's not drinking anymore.
Right on, baby. Let's go!
Do you think Pete Golding had that on his phone just to remind Arch, hey, you really want to play for this guy?
All right, we got a break. We got news of the week coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hey, tomorrow morning, Willie, and every Tuesday morning from here on out through the football season, Willie Fritz is going to join us at 7:05. So you Cougs fans, you're going to get the insight of what Cougs football is all about. And it starts Thursday night. Get ready, okay? Stephen F. Austin at TDE ECU Stadium at 7 p.m. You're going to be able to see the giant, beautiful building for the first time.
The
right
giant, beautiful building.
Beautiful building. It's a beautiful building. Everybody says it's the best building. Okay, it's awesome. Tailgating starts at 4. Bring the entire family. Rodeo Houston is going to have the Rodeo Roundup Corral featuring mini lasso practice, line dancing, coloring wall, giveaways, and a visit from Howdy. Plus, on the concourse, there will be a rodeo photo booth. Fans can stop by, get a picture taken, enter into a drawing for 4 Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo season tickets, plus chances throughout the game to win pairs of tickets to a Rodeo Houston performance. Willie Fritz's second year with the Houston Cougars. Cougars had the number 41 recruiting class nationally this year and number 5 in the Big 12. They are ready to go. They start with Stephen F. Austin, the Lumberjacks, Thursday night, 7 p.m., TDECU Stadium. All right, let's go. Call 713-GO-COUGS, 713-GO-COUGS, or uhcougars.com. In Germany, a teacher has been on sick leave for more than 16 years. When the school wanted her to take a medical exam to prove that she was sick, she refused it. I got a problem with this. 16 years, that's one thing. Okay, sick leave. Why did you pick that profession? It doesn't pay that much. If you're going to take 16 years off, make sure you got a really good paying job. I mean, you should be a CEO of a company and go, I'm sick. I can't come in anymore.
16 years. How does she still have a job?
16 years. She's sick.
Well, maybe not every other job allows for that. She did the research. She goes, no, I could be sick for 16 years and keep my job. How many other high-paying jobs will allow that? What high-paying job's going to allow you to be gone for 16 years?
What job, period?
Well, she found one, so credit to her.
Well, that is true, except now it finally took him 16 years to go, hey, maybe she should take a medical
wait
exam.
a minute.
That's a good run. If you can maneuver yourself into a place where they don't check on you for 16 years and they still keep handing you paychecks when you don't work.
Oh, my God.
What are we talking about?
Do you think we could do that here?
That's a hell of a run.
Hey, Todd. I'm sick. All right, I won't be back for 16 years. Send me that money. Okay? But I would pick a better job than this one.
Yeah.
You're not going to get away with it at a better job.
I don't know. Maybe we can get away here. Well, you'll talk about a better job. Hooters, their president says we're back in skimpy shorts. But no butt cheeks are going to be hanging out. What? Are you disappointed that Hooters won't let butt cheeks hang out?
Ooh, man.
Have they changed their attire? I didn't know that.
I was in Birmingham, Alabama, and there was a bunch of girls going to a Hooters there, downtown.
Yikes.
It is inclusive.
It's inclusive? I don't want my
This Hooters is
now,
inclusive.
see, if there's one place I don't want inclusive.
That's really all I can say, and yet you know what I'm saying.
Hi, welcome to Hooters.
Shut up, fatty.
I didn't say that.
You did.
I mean,
you kind of did.
I intimated. It's just different than when it used to be exclusive.
Yeah. Right.
It was very exclusive at one point.
Do you want fries with those wings?
Shut up, fatty.
Is that what you said?
You're never going to eat then.
Yeah, but here's the thing,
you talk
though,
to
Lance.
people like that.
You know, here's the thing about that, though, Lance. When the really hot ones, they're going to get so many more tips because they'll be like, oh, no. You're good.
Some
no,
guys, I mean, but some guys like the bigger girls.
That's
true. That's out there.
Lance,
No,
let me ask you
do.
the percentage. What was the percentage of Duffs at this Hooters?
The percentage of what?
Duffs. You know what a Duff is? It was a movie, Designated Ugly Fat Friend.
Oh.
I just saw them walking. They were like walking down the street towards the Hooters. I think they got off a bus stop somewhere. And I just saw them walking.
Up to go to
yeah,
Hooters?
they all had their Hooters stuff on, walking towards the Hooters. Yeah. And I'm like,
well,
I got reservations somewhere else.
I told you this. The reason I never will go back to Hooters. First time I walked in there, I was like, oh, Hooters. We had just moved to Texas. Dad was like, let's go to Hooters. Like, okay, whatever. I was 17 or whatever. 18. Pregnant waitress. It's like, wait a minute.
I get it. I get it. You're trying to.
This is my experience. I was like, I'm never going back. What's the point?
Yeah, but you gotta.
Yeah, but they're not all pregnant.
Hey, first impressions, John.
Yeah, I guess. Hey, Green Bilbo was thrown onto the field in the Titans-Vikings game.
Yep.
Do you guys feel like this is a great trend?
Not a great trend, but it checks out.
Doesn't surprise me.
It doesn't surprise me, but shouldn't that? Do you think the WNBA is going to be pissed that
No.
they're stealing their act?
No, the Bills fans would be pissed. They did this years ago. That's their thing. Not lime green or whatever, highlighter green, but the Bills fans, we did this already.
Yeah. But lime green, don't you think they should have a patent?
Copyright? You want to?
A patent, a copyright.
Should the WNBA get royalties anytime someone throws a green Bilbo on the floor someplace?
Royalties. Who thought that royalties were coming?
How about that?
Gimmick
Royalty.
infringement.
Everyone's
Then
getting
they can
by the
get-
way, they've almost all been arrested. People have thrown it now. So
And listen.
keep throwing stuff on the field. See how that goes for you.
Well, listen. Now they can get, maybe if they get royalties, they'll get paid like NBA players.
I don't think that's the way it's going to go.
Now they don't want to play. This weekend they said they don't want to play back-to-backs.
Why should they have to? They only have like 30 games.
Well, that is a point. Why are they
Why are you playing back-to-back when you have 30 games?
Because you got to get done before the football season starts, because nobody will care.
That's fair. True. That's fair.
You think, I don't know, you think the crossover is football fan and WNBA fan?
Yeah, not
Well,
as
what are we
big as
talking about?
That's also a fair point.
Caitlin Clark opened it up for everybody.
And she hasn't played all year, so it doesn't
and
matter.
it closed again.
Yeah,
well,
she
now
ain't around.
Paige Beckers. Now Beckers is.
I don't know if the Tennessee Titan fan who threw a Bilbo onto the field is like, you know what?
He didn't even like the.
Obviously, he knew about it.
Well,
He's
yeah,
a
but
copycat.
He wasn't watching the
He didn't even
games.
like the WNBA. He went out there to make fun of the product, so he threw that on there. Now he's got fines and
He's
an
a
arrest on his.
copycat. He definitely knows what's going
Yeah,
on
but
in the
he didn't
WNBA.
watch the game. He found out about it afterwards.
Yeah.
He wasn't locked in on the game and was, I
Locked
can't
in.
believe the game has stopped.
Well, I got to stop at this game now.
And his
Yep.
and his judge. Did you see his lawyer argued like, in the video you can see it barely grazed the girl. It didn't hurt her. She should not. Where the charges should be reduced. So you're saying he threw?
Well, they
I
should. Nobody got
mean,
hurt. Good
no
Lord.
one got hurt.
It's not assault.
But I think you could get hurt by it if it hit your
In certain spots.
Why are you throwing stuff on a field, on a court?
Isn't that just against the rules anyway? No matter
Yeah.
who it hits or if it
Just
hurts
give him
anyone?
a $15,000. Give him a
if it's a-
$15,000 fine and see if it ever happens again.
If it's funny, looking, then you do it. Okay.
What if that guy has to has to make payments for the next 5 years every month, taken out of his paycheck? He's like, worst decision ever.
Well, if he doubles the WNBA pay, I don't think it'll take him that long to pay to do it.
I don't think everything reverts back into these women don't deserve to get paid for some reason. What is that guy throwing a Bilbo?
No, how much they're getting paid, not that they don't deserve it.
Well, I mean, we always go into they don't need it. They're not
Well,
making money.
them saying they should have WNBA money,
I don't
NBA
even think
money
I
is
heard
ridiculous.
them ever say that.
I got a feeling
Yes,
somebody
they
who's
did.
throwing that
Yes,
on the
they
court,
did.
they're making more money than he's making.
Well, that's true, probably.
If you're such a dumbass that you're throwing something on even though you know you're going to get arrested.
Yeah, no.
I thought I was going to be a national hero. You're not, sir. You just have a $2,500 fine.
All you're gonna do is go to jail. That's
and
all.
You've got a court date now.
All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us. We will talk to you again tomorrow. Everybody have a great day.
I was trying to think of a word to describe the Astros taking 3 out of 4 from the Orioles because of how those games went. You had a guy named John Rooney pitching yesterday. Craig Kimbrell didn't even get like an acclimation period. Hey, Craig, you available? Cool. We're going to need you to pitch on Sunday. I would go with survival. They survived that pitching staff, their starters not giving them a lot until Sunday with Eric Getty. You know, we left you with Jason Alexander pitching pretty well, but the combination of Christian Javier and Lance McCullers kind of gave you what you expect. At least I did. I don't know where it was going to come from, how many innings I was going to get from one or the other, but the overall contributions from those two kind of fit in line with what I was thinking. So you needed your bullpen desperately on Saturday and Sunday, and it helped you win the first 3 games of that series. And then you went with a couple guys who probably barely had time to get their names put on the back of their jerseys. With John Rooney, who they called up, and then and also with Craig Kimbrell, who they signed immediately after the Rangers said, all right, we're done with you for the year. I would expect or suspect that the Astros let it be known that, hey, we'd be interested in signing you if you're available. And then I'm sure he said, hey, I don't really want to spend any more time here in Round Rock if I got a major league spot. And he got released. He signed with the Astros, and he's pitching on Sunday against the Orioles. So the bats were alive for the first 3, and unfortunately, when you have Arrighetti giving one of his better performances of the year, didn't strike out really anyone. I mean, they made contact, just not good contact, and he was able to work his way through and give the bullpen what they needed because they were running on fumes. It's why Rooney and Kimber were pitching yesterday afternoon. They just could not push enough runs across. They did a lot of that through the first 3 games of the series, and they take 3 out of 4. The Mariners do win yesterday thanks to Cal Raleigh hitting all the home runs he continues to hit. So the lead is 2. You come out of the weekend with a 2-game lead, and you win 3 out of 4. You're going to take it. Started off great with getting to a pitcher this is going back to Thursday, getting to a pitcher who nearly perfect gamed you. And the bats kept going. Christian Walker is looking pretty good. You know, Christian Walker had another weekend with multiple home runs. Jesus Sanchez, we know, on Friday, Thursday went 5 for 5, and then he got a couple more hits throughout the weekend. So you like what you saw from the bats, and this is what we talked about. They're going to be a stretch of games where this lineup feels like no one can get him out, and then there are going to be times when no matter who the no matter what the pitching staff is on the other side, they're not going to get hits. It's why I can no longer trust this team at this point. If they put together a good month of not having those stretches, maybe I'll change my mind. But at this point, I don't know what to expect once the playoffs come around. But the last couple days were good, and certainly as we move forward, you hope the bats continue to use the momentum that they started on Thursday into the rest of the season. So it was good to take 3 out of 4. Good to see Arrighetti pitch better. Now, with the day off, you hope that bullpen that was taxed over the weekend get a little rest, and they'll be back in form with the Colorado Rockies coming to town. And as far as that series goes, you got Hunter Brown going, and then Fromber as well. And of course, Fromber remains the question. Fromber has braids, and Lance believes if he got rid of the braids, he might pitch better. I don't know if you even call them braids. Maybe I would lean towards extensions with Fromber at this point, though, because braids. I mean, if you know, you know. Braids aren't. I don't think they're the same as what he's going with. That's a lot of extra hair Fromber's rocking with to get that look. I'm gonna go with extensions because as a man who watched when I was a kid, watched my mother take out her braids and get braids done, Fromber's at another level, I think. Because we all remember Fromber, right? With his regular hair. That man has a whole system going on to make sure he gets the look he's looking for. I mean, that's a system. So I'm gonna go with extensions. Maybe the extensions need to come out for Fromber.
Yeah. Yeah, I think no matter what, I think we all are on the same page that I don't think he needs a haircut. He just needs to take those things off his head.
Take those things off your head, Fromber. Yeah, maybe.
Like I mean, I agree with you. I don't think they're. I defer to you, but I also agree. I don't think they're braids. But yeah, whatever they are.
Because I don't think he put in the work to grow the hair long enough for them to be called braids.
100. No,
he didn't.
It was a couple. Was it 2022? I want to say it was either 22 or 23. He just showed like one start he had normal Fromber hair, then the next start he had those things.
Yeah,
just like he did, just get them overnight, and now enough time has passed where theoretically he could have grown them, but not. I guess not. Though
it takes a long time to get hair of that length,
and we see them for long enough of the year that we would have seen the in between. Yeah, so like. I don't know. Let's go back to our roots, Fromber. Literally,
yes.
Literally the roots.
Yeah, whatever it takes. Now we saw Sean Dubin. Now
I disavow him from Sean's.
Now I'm doing the thing where Lance got me calling him Shane.
If you have over a 6 ERA since returning, you got voted off Sean Island.
See, and we see with you that hair means something.
Mm-hmm.
You got resplendent hair, some might say. Sean Dubin shaved the hair off his face, and he's been terrible.
Yeah.
I believe he left with the beard, and the last time I paid attention to him, he had a beard. He left because of injury. I mean, he didn't just walk away. He got hurt. And then he comes back without the facial hair, and he's terrible. He got DFA'd, which led to the likes of Rooney and Kimbrel pitching on Sunday. So a lot of hair talk. Fromber, get rid of yours. Dubin, if you want to save your career, grow out the facial hair. Because I don't know you as a good pitcher without it. And unfortunately for him, he could not get it together. He didn't get the opportunity to work through his problems on the major league level like some of the starting pitchers get to do, and it led to him getting DFA'd. That man, I think he left. The last time I saw him with the hair, he had an ERA under 1.5.
Yeah.
He leaves with one over 5.5, and he's no longer an Astro. Sucks, because at one point, Dubin had been going pretty good. Just that injury really was a pothole to his career, at least with the Astros. We'll see if he winds up on another team next year. But you take 3 out of 4, you get out of there, and you get the day off. Something that I think a lot of guys on that staff need. And we'll see how they come back against one of the worst teams in baseball, Colorado Rockies.
I believe the Rockies have been eliminated from postseason.
I did see that. I saw that graphic, and it was a Rocky crashing into the outfield wall.
Yeah.
Because let's just add more to it. Yes, they've been eliminated on August 25th because that really needed to be announced. It's for the bid, it's for the joke, understood. But no one had considered the Rockies a playoff team. Well, probably for like 3 years. No one was really considering them as a part of the playoff equation, but that came out because mathematically they're officially eliminated, and they topped it off with a Rocky player missing a fly ball and crashing into the wall. So I guess when no one respects you, that's what they do to you. And
yeah.
So the Astros have a chance to enhance the misery, I guess, if Rocky fans haven't already centered themselves with how bad their baseball team is. The Astros have a chance to enhance that. Or now we put it in a different context. The Rockies have nothing to play for, nothing to lose. Mm-hmm. Now that the playoffs are off the table, they got nothing to lose. They can play free.
Team.
Dangerous team. Yes, they can play free and play spoiler now that a chance at making the playoffs is off the table.
Nah, they should play for a draft pick.
I don't think that's how it works in baseball. I'm assuming they're going to be bad enough where tanking isn't something they need to even
try. Not necessary at this point. They can mess around and start winning a few.
Yes, if you want to put together a 5 out of 6 run, that's fine. You're bad enough. The problem for the Rockies are none of our players, in fact, the players we would bring up might be better than the players on the active roster. So we don't want to mess things up. I think is what the Rockies, how they would handle it. We don't want to mess anything up. Let's continue to go with how we're going, and we'll just be fine if the goal is to be as bad as possible.
A slow build.
Very slow.
Years in the making.
Look, it was 3 years of 100-loss baseball here. We've all been through it. It's just been so long ago that it's just a distant memory. But we know, will the Rockies have the type of decision-making that the Astros did. I don't know if there's a Jeff Luhnow just lurking for the Colorado. There is a Jeff Luhnow they could just hire, I guess, if you wanted the job. I just don't know that there's one.
I don't think he would take the,
yeah,
the Rockies.
I just don't know that there's one lurking in their front office that's going to fix everything for them, like Jeff Luhnow helped to fix with the Astros. But that's their problem. We'll see them tomorrow, and let's hope that the Astros don't revert back to form of losing to bad teams at home. Let's not do that. Do the Rockies have a guy who's 0-6 with the ERA near 7? I'm sure they do. Or something approximating that. But let's not have that guy come in and do what the Orioles did in game. What was it, game 1 of that series that happened?
Yes, that was the Friday night.
Yeah, let's avoid that. Let's make Tuesdays a better experience than that Friday with the Orioles when they came to town. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll talk some Texans, mostly because we're going to start seeing guys getting cut. Cuts are happening. We'll see if there's a surprise name for the Texans as they whittle down their roster to 53. I didn't think there would be much to come out of the game against the Lions, considering the fact that no one of really any importance played. Christian Harris got in there. That was great to see that he is ambulatory, can play football. Damian Pierce was out there. But could the big story be, how could they possibly let John Weeks go? I think so. Out of all the things that came out of it, because I can pretend to care that Graham Mertz had a good day. I'm not going to. I could pretend to care that Cornell Powell had a good day, the guy they picked up off the street. Not going to. But I posed a question, and Sean, I'm going to give you a chance to think about it before we go to break. If the 49ers were open to it, would you give up a 3rd or 4th round pick to get John Weeks back? If I told you that bad snaps would cost you 2 games. So is a 3rd or 4th round pick worth two games, 2 wins? Think about it. Because you draft them 3rd or 4th round, you're expecting to get a pretty good player. Just put that in your back pocket, think about it, and see. Would you trade? If I told you John Weeks was going to come in and be perfect like he's always been for the Texans, or you have to deal with the apparent reality that we're not going to get a John Weeks type of performance from, well, if it's Blake Ferguson, who wasn't even the starter, Brinkman was the guy who was the starter throughout training camp at long snapper, and they bring in Ferguson. He wasn't very good. Contemplate, Sean. We'll see how you value for draft picks, because people love themselves some draft picks. All right, we will have Sean's answer on the other side. We'll give away some Cougar Stephen F. Austin tickets today. The Cougs start their season on Thursday against Stephen F. Austin Lumberjacks, so we'll give away tickets for that. So stay tuned if you want to go out and see Willie Fritz and the Cougs in action. Willie Fritz will be joining John and Lance starting tomorrow. So Willie Fritz, 2nd year with the Cougs. Recruiting is going well. We'll see if he can build off last season and start to live up to, not that I'm really putting pressure on him, I'm just saying what he's known as a program builder. So year 2, when you're starting a new job and building a program is an important one, because now everything you believe in is in. Everyone knows what to expect. We'll see if year 2 we see a jump with the Cougs, and we'll give you a chance to win some tickets to their first game coming up here. As I said, we'll get to the Texans when we come back. And me and Sean till noon, followed by Paul Gallant and then McKilla Beast.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
I haven't seen any Texans cuts as of yet, but teams are cutting players in advance of Tuesday's deadline. It'll be in the afternoon where you got to get down to 53 players, so we'll see Texans cuts at some point here. DeMeco Ryans was asked after the game about a couple players who may affect some roster spots because maybe they're not available for week one and maybe longer than that. He was asked about Joe Mixon and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and he was this typical DeMeco self. Everyone's on a different timeline. We'll evaluate more next week, so on and so forth. So we still await answers on those guys. So while the Chauncey Gardner-Johnson news was good, that it wasn't as bad as we thought, I don't think they're playing week one. Of course, if they pop on and they're in pads for the couple practices they have before they go away a little bit this week and then come back for prep, of course, I'll be wrong. But it all feels like be ready for the Nick Chubb, Woody Marks, Dameon Pierce show in at least week one, and some MJ Stewart, Russ Hughes stuff for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I don't expect, just because of how I've seen the injuries handled and the timeline for return, like we don't even, like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson appears to be closer. At least he's out there. But we don't even see Joe Mixon on a bike anywhere. Like sometimes an injured guy will put on like one of those catapult vests and they'll just do stuff to stay in shape. The man hasn't been seen near Texans practice for a long time.
The sideline.
So how long does it take for him to acclimate back to getting ready? We all hear there's football shape and then there's just regular in shape. Now, Joe Mixon, veteran, all those things, he knows how to get himself ready. But it appears like Joe Mixon particularly is someone that the wait for his return is probably longer than we thought. Because we're not even sure what the actual injury is, other than it's something to do with his lower body. So I would not expect to see him in week one.
Yeah, I think he's more likely to be on the pup list.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think we're talking about a month plus.
Probably. It feels like it.
Than we are week one. So, yeah, I think that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson has a better chance of being ready. I mean, if not for week one, just relatively soon
list,
in September. Mixon, I don't know if we're getting him before October.
And the injury would have to be, I guess, explained and told us. And I guess you're telling us how it occurred, because we're at a point where we know he was hobbled last year because of hip drop tackles and just the regular ebbs and flows of playing a football game and then playing the entire year. We know he dealt with injuries last year, but the last time we saw him, he was available for a playoff game.
Yeah,
and then now we're talking. It appears going into a season without him being ready. So I imagine when he's forced to actually give word on Joe Mixon, that news will come out. But until he has to, DeMeco Ryans won't.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll hear anything about the injury really. And besides DeMeco Ryans being like, still waiting, he's doing well. He's just going to be out for another month, but he's doing well.
I do think.
Do you care about how he's doing, or do you just want to see him back on the field? We'll get some finger wagging from DeMeco,
depending on who asked the question, maybe.
Yes,
and how it's asked,
and then we'll get either when he gets whether he returns, gets activated. We'll probably get a little bit more light shed on it because Joe Mixon will talk to the media at some point, and someone will ask him
how this thing occurred. Yeah.
Or if he gets shut down for the season, we'll probably hear more about it.
That's a bleak
after
thought.
That. Well, that is the other thing that would necessitate them to explain.
Well, if he gets put on the PUP, there will be an injury designation, and then we'll know.
Yeah,
I don't think you can just go
ankle.
You can't go lower extremity on the PUP. That you actually have to designate what it is.
Right leg.
Yes, maybe that's all. Right foot, maybe. Whether they tell us how it happened.
Yeah, I think they only have to say like foot, ankle. Yeah. Like they don't have to say Jones fracture or whatever.
Yeah, maybe that would come from like the Adam Schefters or the Aaron Wilsons of the world when they break the news, and then the Texans will be pissy about that news getting out. We've gone through that this summer. So we'll see there. But yeah, it looks like Joe Mixon.
Joe Mixon did not break his foot.
Yeah, maybe we'll get that. Maybe we will get one of those again, depending on who reports it first, if it turns out that they're wrong. But at this point, do not expect Joe Mixon back. At least, maybe not. Maybe I shouldn't say that. I do not expect him back.
Yeah.
Whether you expect him back is different. I don't expect him back for week 1, and maybe it goes beyond that. So I asked a question before we went to break. Sean, if I told you that missed kicks due to bad snaps could cost the Texans a couple games, would you be willing to pry John Weeks away from the 49ers if they got a little stingy about it and said, hey, it's going to cost you a fourth, not a third. It'll cost you a 4th-round pick to get John Weeks back.
I think no doubt about it. I think third round. I also say yes.
Even a third, because if it's 2 games. So third rounder.
It's 2 games.
2 games.
You're talking about they either win, the last 2 years.
8 or 9
games
or 10 or 11,
8,
yeah.
Which means you either win your division
or maybe you
or
miss
you're
the playoffs.
below 500.
Yeah.
So I think it, especially a day 3 pick. Once you get to like round 2, it gets like a little tougher. It becomes more like team to team.
Sure.
Of like what those 2 wins actually do for you. Where it's like for some teams, like 2 extra wins, like cool. Instead of winning 5, we won 7. Sick. Thanks. But for the Texans, it's like, it could be whether they win the division or not, whether on the high end they get a bye or get the 2 seed or not. So I think that you would do that, but.
Now, 2 games is an extreme amount to lose because of long snapping, or in this case, just snapping. So yes, I actually don't believe they're going to lose 2 games strictly because of bad snaps, at least that are visible to the eye. One was a bad snap that was clear to everyone. Now, there are things, the intricacies of snapping a football back to the holder, some things we won't know by just watching, but a special teams guy will tell you the revolver, like the laces should hit the holder's hand in a certain way so it doesn't force him to spin the ball, stuff like that. So they notice that stuff. We won't. So maybe it will be something. Blake Ferguson, who was the guy doing the snapping on Saturday, he was a guy who spent his career with the Dolphins. I think he was there for 4 or 5 years before he got ill last year, and then they had to replace him, and then they didn't bring him back. There was a time that his kicker had trouble kicking longer field goals. Once he got ill and was replaced, all of a sudden the kicker went back to being clutch and making 50-yard field goals. I can't say that Blake Ferguson was a part of the problem. I don't know. The Dolphins also fired their special teams coach. Well, this past offseason, he was a part of the team last year when the guy made all the kicks. Blake Ferguson wasn't. I don't know. I just know what I remember from his time there. There were some issues with their kicker missing kicks. They never expressly blamed it on Blake Ferguson, but now he was the guy snapping. Yes, Saturday, Brinkman was a guy who had the job. Not sure where that stands now. I was always pretty comfortable with John Weeks snapping, even if he was making $1 million a year.
Yeah,
I'm sure they decided, hey, we can find a cheaper long snapper that does a great job. Maybe that was just a blip. And maybe Brinkman, if he is the one who wins the job, he'll be fine. Because Blake Ferguson only snapped on Saturday and it wasn't good.
Snapping is tough because it's one of those things where it's like when it's bad, everyone's like,
Everyone.
that's bad.
That's bad, yeah.
How do you get a good one? No idea. No,
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. As long as I don't see the holder
Draft ones,
reaching
I guess?
at his shoulder, I feel
Yeah.
like it's a good snap.
Yeah. I always think it's crazy when the broadcaster will just like as the play happens live, will just go low snap on that one. I'm like, I can never, unless it bounces before it gets to the holder. I can't tell. I can tell high snap or not just because like the range of motion's a little bit easier to tell. But like a low snap versus, a muff, like the holder kind of muffing it or like it happens so fast and I'm not attuned to like what is good and what is bad. Never mind like what's good and what's perfect. Like the difference, like you're talking about where like the laces should hit the holder. Like could not even begin to tell you what goes into that. I would constantly change. Like every time a long snapper screws up, I'd be like, all right, give me a new one. Give me a new one until we find John Weeks, and then we'll keep him for 20 years.
I can't remember the last time a bad snap, a legitimate, clear to everyone that's a bad snap, cost anyone a game. Like, of course, Tony Romo dropped the snap. The Giants way back against the 49ers, there's a bad snap. But as far as a bad snap actually costing someone a game,
Michigan State in 2016.
Was that
was more the
drop
punter.
Punt, right?
Yeah, the punter kind of, but it was high.
Yeah, I guess I should have
2 seconds left,
been more specific. An NFL game.
Oh yeah,
I don't remember the last time, and thankfully that was just a preseason game. And look, Blake Ferguson was just signed that week, so maybe he was still getting back into the mold.
Yeah,
getting back into that whole snapping in games that matter or somewhat matter was only the preseason. But I'd prefer not to worry about it. It's something I just assume would always go well because John Weeks made me assume that way. Assume that because he always laid out the perfect snap, at least from the untrained eye.
The layman's.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe Frank Ross was yelling at John Weeks all of last year, and that's why he's now no longer part of the team. But
what happened after he snapped it, and once Matt Amendola got his foot on it, that different story.
Yeah, when the guy's filling in for Kaimi, I can't speak to it.
Yeah.
But when I saw good snaps, I felt like we got our guy. We had our guy for years. Now we don't.
To save a couple dollars.
Maybe John Weeks didn't want to be in Houston anymore. Maybe he decided, you know what, I've been here for a decade plus now. I wanna stretch out. I want to go play on the West Coast. I don't know.
Sow my wild oats
in San Francisco. I don't know what he's about. I just know that he's no longer here, and it appeared to be a problem on Saturday.
He didn't see eye to eye with Frank Ross.
Who knows why John Weeks isn't here anymore? We just assume it's about money, but we haven't really investigated. You don't know. You don't know why he's not here.
I don't know.
So hopefully that won't be a problem, whether it be Ferguson or Brinkman, whoever they decide on. Maybe they'll pull a guy off the street because they're not happy with either one of those guys as cuts start to happen. So that's probably the most eventful thing, unless you care quite a bit about Graham Mertz.
Graham Mertz was dealing.
Sure he was. Against the Lions team who decided for the entire preseason, we're never going to play anyone that's consequential. Except for the Arkansas receiver who did the worm. He's everyone's new favorite. He's caught another touchdown. I'm sure it helps that he's white.
The worm plays.
Yeah.
The worm has a touchdown celebration. It's funny.
Nothing NFL Twitter media loves more than the white wide receiver making a play.
Or doing a funny dance.
Or the funny dance that comes with it, yeah. He caught a touchdown in his previous preseason game. He caught a touchdown against the Texans and then did the worm. The worm we haven't seen in a while.
I think as a celebration, as a touchdown celebration, or a sack celebration, honestly, I think it plays. I think there's a place.
Do you want to see it? Yeah, it plays for that guy to do it. Like, I don't want Nico doing it.
Daniil Hunter doesn't do that.
Yeah, like the star of camp, the star of training camp should do the worm.
Yeah.
The star of the team doesn't do the worm.
The lovable guy that we get to know in the Hard Knocks gets to do the worm.
That's the guy.
Buffalo Joe gets to do the worm.
But Isaac Tesla, you can do the worm.
Yeah.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, don't do the worm. You've got your own headstand celebration.
The headstand. I mean, it is the headstand for the, I'll say, less coordinated, or maybe less athletic.
Sure.
I think there's room in the NFL for, I'm trying to think of someone.
So I don't know if Isaac Tesla is going to be the third receiver.
Braxton Berrios does the worm.
I don't know if he's going to get the opportunity to do it, but maybe
Justin Watson.
He might not make. He's probably not making the team. It looks like. For all the talk about how excited people were about Justin Watson, look at that.
Turns out
he falls in line with Ben Skoranek from last year, where people were like, "Oh, I can't believe they got that demon." Doesn't make the team. So we'll see how that goes. But so if we look at the Lions receiver celebrations, you've got Amon-Ra St. Brown, the headstand. You've got Tesla, the worm, and you got Jameson Williams, sacks after he scores touchdowns.
I mean, they got it all covered.
They got it all covered.
They
And
got
the
it all
worm,
covered.
depending on how you look at it, could be one too.
When it starts, you're like, wait, is he doing the Jameson Willie? Oh, no, he's doing the worm.
Yeah, so they've got it all. I don't know if he'll be the number 3, but if he is the number 3 wide receiver.
When they're throwing touchdowns to their swing tackles, I need that guy to also do something.
Yeah, we'll see without Ben Johnson if they
What
keep
Dan
doing
Skipper's
that.
doing.
Yeah, the Lions have had some turnover, but they're still going to be pretty good. And now they may have another receiver to count on going into the regular season. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We had college football. We actually had college football games. So we're going to bring back the misery index. And whether it was near misery or complete misery throughout the game, that turned into relief. We had limited games, but we have ample opportunity to talk about some of the fan bases who can't be thrilled with what happened over the weekend. So we'll get to that when we come back. We'll also play some sound that I found disturbing yet funny because Nick Saban's assistants called him daddy. Now, the question is, did they go, daddy? Or, you know, how Stephon Diggs, those girls called him daddy? I refuse to do it the way they did it because I don't need that being saved. Or is it like a Southerner, daddy? Like Righteous Gemstones. Did they call him daddy? Or did they have another variation? Because not all those coaches are from the South. I feel like Kirby Smart would be one who said, daddy. We'll hear that sound, at least not, well, we won't hear Kirby Smart because if Kirby Smart had been recorded calling him daddy, then he would never get a head coaching job. We'll hear
We'd never know his name.
No, we would hear the story. We're going to hear the story probably in the second hour, how it's told, and included in that is some dirty, dirty recruiting because when it comes to Arch Manning, Alabama really wanted him, and they went to lengths that you wouldn't expect one friend to do to another friend. So we'll talk about that. But first, before we get to that, I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Simply put, if you need a good plumber, go to Aqueduct Plumbing Company. In fact, not just good. If you need a great plumber, go to Aqueduct Plumbing Company. And they're diverse. Whether you got a small problem or a big problem, they help you get the job done. Because for the most part, we don't know how to fix a plumbing problem. I know I don't. So if I'm going to get help, I'm going to call Billy Brown and the guys at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That number is 281-488-6238. So water heater issues, leak issues. Maybe you need a full-on remodel. Maybe you need a repipe because you're in an older home and those pipes are corroding. And when you get corrosion, you got real problems. Your water gets bad, stinky, smelly. All of it's a problem. And, of course, we assume when we turn on the water, it's going to be clean. And it's going to be something you can use to cook with, to wash your clothes with, to take your baths and showers with. We expect that. And the people at Aqueduct Plumbing will make that certainly a foregone conclusion. So, aqueductplumbingcompany.com is the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. And for those who get happy when players get paid, we've got breaking news, Sean. Terry McLaurin gets his money from the Commanders. Lots and lots of money for Terry McLaurin. The guy, I don't know if they do that where they go, he's Mr. Commander. The guy you would think of when you think of Commanders football, because no one has thought about them until Jaden Daniels got drafted. But he has been the good soldier for years now. If we're talking about actually just solid guys, he was the one with the Commanders. Maybe Jonathan Allen as well before he moved on this past offseason. But he gets a 3-year extension worth $96 million. So there are questions about whether Terry McLaurin at his age was a $30 million wide receiver. Those have been answered. He is a $30 million a year wide receiver. Terry McLaurin gets his money, and Jaden Daniels gets his guy back. I imagine this is the right time. He's 29 years old. He'll turn 30 on September 15th. The right time. Terry McLaurin, I'm sure, was still in shape. He was been around the team, more of a hold than anything else. Get yourself prepped and ready to go. About a little less than 2 weeks before the season begins, probably the right time to get it done as Terry McLaurin gets back with the Commanders. So the team who was in the NFC title game, in a surprise, gets their best weapon back for Jaden Daniels. So that's out of the way. We'll see if Henderson or Micah get their deals done before the season begins. All right. We did actually have games that meant something. College football started. We got a perfect game for this show, at least. Kansas State and Iowa State. We're at it in Dublin. 11 a.m. kickoff here. You had a messy field. You had Chris Kleiman blaming that messy field and the weather. You had offensive coordinators deciding inside the 10-yard line in bad conditions to run pitches. That was what Iowa State did when they were about to score a touchdown. Dylan Edwards, the former Colorado player who's now at Kansas State, he jumped on the scene big against TCU when Colorado was supposed to be bad. They turned out to be bad, but that was Deion's first year. Dylan Edwards had a big game in that game. He fumbled, he muffs a punt, and then doesn't return. Big loss for Kansas State. Good ball game, may go a long way into determining the Big 12 race. Those are two ranked teams, as we talked about last week. It ends 24-21. Kansas State, what they went for, Iowa State went for, was it on 4th and 1 or 4th and short? They predicted the blitz, got the ball out, got a first down. They win the game. They run out the clock. But that's not really the story from the game. Sure, two top 25 Big 12 opponents play each other. Maybe the winner, which was Iowa State, they go on to a great year and play in the Big 12 title game and maybe make the playoff. Kansas State certainly has their opportunity to come back from that. Of course, the story was the starting quarterback for Kansas State's brother and dad getting into a fight with each other. Like, you could understand if they went out to knock some Iowa State heads around because they were talking a lot after the game. Let's go fight them. Nah, we got beef between each other. Let's fight. Let's fight. I was thinking about it. Like, as a teenager, at some point your dad's going to make you mad. It's just the way of growing up. Not once in my life did I ever consider. Now, I'm not saying it didn't happen for people, but not once in my life did I ever consider throwing a punch. Never. Now, Avery Johnson's brother is older than a teenager.
Yeah, I'm looking up the age.
But I can't think of a moment. Look, I've been angry with my dad. It's just, like I said, growing up. But the thought of taking a swing at him and actually getting into a real fight, never. Never. Even as you get older, when, I'm a grown man, you can't talk to me that way. Still, it's not happening. Not happening. But to do it in the streets of Dublin,
I think that
an international incident.
I think that plays a part.
The fact that they were in a foreign country, you think that's their first fight? I don't think it's their first fight. Fighting
Maybe
when
not.
you're both easily identifiable because you're both wearing Avery Johnson jerseys. You're the father and brother of the starting quarterback. Everyone knows you. Like, okay, here in Houston, we're not gonna know who Connor Wegman's dad and brother are, if that's a scenario where he actually has a brother. I would know that. But the people in Manhattan, Kansas, they're going to know. And the people who travel to Dublin for the game, they're going to know who Avery Johnson's father and brother are.
Yeah. Word's going to get out that's the brother and dad of
fighting each other.
That are tussling on the ground, too. Not even like...
It wasn't a stand. They took it to the ground.
It wasn't like a professional sports fight where they're just kind of pushing and like getting in each other's face.
And someone's there to keep them apart.
They're like grappling.
Yeah, it's not a thing I've ever seen.
I cannot. I know it's Avery Johnson's older brother.
Yes.
That's all I got. I cannot verify an age on Anthony Johnson.
Neither can I. I haven't been able to find that anywhere. I don't know if I don't believe there was a police report, so we're not gonna have an age on hand.
I will say, from the New York Post write-up of this, in the viral video of the altercation, a female voice can be heard saying, "Anthony, stop! This is embarrassing as bleep."
And that female voice, absolutely right.
I'm also gonna guess absolutely either the wife or mother in this scenario.
So Anthony is the brother's name, right? Or is that the dad's name? I
believe so. Let me double check because it does get confusing.
Who is she telling to stop the fight?
Oh, no. Anthony is the brother.
So, okay, she's telling the brother to stop.
So I assume that's the brother's wife. Or a sister. Just blind guess. I'm going to guess that.
Yeah.
If she said Mark, the dad's name, I would have said...
that's the wife.
That's Mark's wife.
Or girlfriend, or whatever the situation is. Yeah, I would agree. You're talking to someone...
This is embarrassing as bleep.
...who you have...
I can, hear the tone without hearing the...
I heard it. And yes, it does sound like someone that's living with him and in some type of relationship is telling him to cut it out.
Another voice can be heard saying, quote, "Dad, stop."
Okay. That might have been a sister.
How many Johnson kids are there?
There's a lot, apparently. And apparently Dad has an issue with one. Yeah, KJ tweeted me, fighting on the wet, or texted me, fighting on the wet ground in a puddle of water. Yeah,
that too.
It's wet. Yeah, there are a lot of things going on. Sure,
again, tussle.
People are talking about alcohol. Sure, I imagine yes, alcohol was involved. But there's got to be some deep-seated thinking. It can't just be because your son or brother didn't get a chance to lead a game-winning drive.
Someone said something.
It couldn't have been just about the football game. That might have set it off.
Hey, take it easy on Avery. Boom, boom, boom.
No, there's a long-standing thing that got thrown out to the public.
I will say,
on Saturday afternoon.
In their statement where they sincerely apologized, they said, "We regret this incident, have learned from it."
No, you haven't.
And we're committed to ensuring that it doesn't happen again.
You didn't learn from anything. No one learns from it that quickly. Stop it.
Okay, so you're not deciding to please accept their deepest apologies.
I don't believe either one of them wrote it. There's some thought that was a chat GPT apology.
I think it's at least from Avery's agent. I think that's who crafted this, or who at least decided that this needed to be crafted. Who actually crafted it, only the Lord knows.
Yes,
but
to your point, the fact that Avery Johnson's the starter led to that apology. If Avery Johnson was a backup quarterback, the third stringer, no apologies being made.
Yeah,
because there's no one with any sense that thinks they need to get out ahead of this and have that apology written. I don't buy any of it. I don't think anything's been learned. I don't think that's apology coming from either one of those guys. I think that is someone who thinks they have Avery Johnson's best interest at heart that wants to squash this thing. But you can't squash something when the father and brother, the starting quarterback, are fighting each other in a puddle of water in Dublin. It can't be squashed. It'll be part of college football lore forever. It's not ever going away. In fact, they're not. Farmageddon is the nickname for that rivalry. The Avery Johnson, Mark Johnson, is that the father's name?
Mark is the dad, yeah.
Mark Johnson and Anthony Johnson. That fight will become part of Farmageddon lore. It's Fathergeddon, thank you. Or Family-geddon, whatever you want to call it. It'll be part of what we talk about with this rivalry forever. like message boards. Oh, I don't know if Avery Johnson will be in college next year. I mean, he was fine on Saturday. I'm not sure he's going to the pros, but that might be in his future here after 2025. If he's back for 2026, it'll always be it'll be a topic on every message board, every show that's talking about it that isn't like one of the like national shows. Like I'm talking like a podcast show, not like ESPN. They probably won't bring it up on game day. Maybe Pat McAfee would. Yeah, but as far as the normal broadcasters, they're probably not going to bring it up. But anyone who's in the world of podcasting, when they talk about Kansas State, Iowa State, will talk about this. And I thank the Johnson family for it. Appreciate you. Appreciate it. We were going to get to Misery Index, but this story took over because how could it not?
I think that's fine. That this deserved to stand alone. And yeah, when they go at Arizona and at Baylor, I bet it gets mentioned.
Do you believe?
I bet it gets
mentioned. When they're on the road, there will be probably a screenshot of that fight when they're both on that puddle on a poster board.
Yes.
Yeah.
In McLean Stadium somewhere.
Yes. It's never.
I'd be disappointed if there wasn't.
Avery Johnson's not getting away from this.
They go to Kansas too.
The Johnson family and the quarterback is never getting away from this. Just how college football works. And no matter what type of apology they'll give.
Do one of the dad or brother need not an official suspension?
From where? The games?
Yeah, just like, does Avery need to be like, hey guys, just when we play, I forgot, I already took down their schedule, but when we play Northern Arizona next week, I'm good. I'm good if only one of you are there.
If I'm Avery Johnson, I don't want either one of them in the building, but he probably can't do that. So, guys,
hey, chill out.
All I'm asking, please, when we're up, hopefully for
stagger it, where only one of them are in the stadium.
Maybe you don't sit in the same section.
Yeah,
maybe
like they're a wife and a girlfriend.
Yeah, maybe the dad and his girl or wife sits, or Avery's mom possibly, I don't know, sits in one spot, and the brother and his girl, wife, girlfriend, whatever, sit someplace else. You got enough of a family section where you don't have to sit next to each other. Just do that. I don't need any shots of you sitting next to each other anymore.
Oh man, I hope. I mean, it doesn't look like they'll be playing another like huge, massive game where maybe if they make like the Big 12 title game, although they are 0-1 right now in the Big 12.
Sure.
But there's no game where like, you know how they always do the cutaway shot to the quarterback's parents in the bigger games? Like in the bigger matchups, you get like them wearing the team jersey.
Uh-huh.
Do you think they're just not going to do that for Avery Johnson games now? Here's Mark Johnson here cheering on his son.
To your point, I think it all depends on the level of game. Like some games don't need a flash to the father or mother when the game's going on. I think if they do kind of fix not the family issues, but like fix their football issues and figure.
Chris Kleinman gets things under control. Not Avery.
Yeah, not Avery. But if Chris Kleinman can figure some things out and they go on to have a really good year and they wind up in some big games down the stretch, maybe eventually a Big 12 title game. Yeah, they'll flash to the Johnson family, and we will see if we can identify the father and the brother sitting next to each other or anywhere near each other. And frankly,
one of them's got a black eye.
Depending on how clever or how much or how much the announcer in question thinks of his job status, that will determine if someone makes reference to the fight.
Oh,
like depending on who it is.
You know who's covering games for Fox who broadcasts a lot of Big 12 games? He's the number 2 guy on Fox, the number 2 team.
Who's the number 2?
One Robert Griffin III.
He's back?
Yeah. He'll be doing Fox games.
Oh, if he's doing K-State games, he's going to crowbar it in.
And it's like the perfect where it's like, yeah, he's on the second team. So the Klatt and Johnson will do the big noon Ohio State game.
Sure.
And then, or Penn State. And then, or maybe Michigan. And then the next game will be the best Big 12 game, more or less.
And K-State will
be in the mix.
Be in the mix for that, yeah.
A certain week they'll be there. And yeah, you'll have Robert Griffin III trying to think of a way to go viral by talking about Mark and Anthony Johnson.
He will probably, it'll be something along the line of Jace Brown really laid out for that pass from Avery Johnson.
Yeah.
Like Avery
Or if they
Johnson's
play
dad laid out his brother.
Do they play a Friday night game?
Yes.
Ugh, Friday night fights here.
Yeah. He is the perfect guy for that because we've heard his act on ESPN.
We're familiar with this.
Yeah, it'll be perfect. All right. We'll get to the misery index when we come back. We'll also give away tickets to the Cougs. We will hope that no matter what happens against Stephen F. Austin, there is no Connor Wegman dad versus his brother scenario.
No.
Because the game's in Houston, not even in Dublin. So, less
no
Guinness to
dirty
go
puddle.
around, right? So no one will be as obliterated drunk. Not that I know that's the reason why this happened. But more alcohol possibly leads to incidents like this. Let's hope that Connor Wegman and the rest of the Cougs have a smooth night in their season opener. No viral videos, unless they just go crazy against Stephen F. Austin in the game. So we'll give away tickets to that when we come back, and we'll also do the misery index as well, because UNLV must have been miserable throughout the game, but Idaho State may be just miserable after the game. So we'll talk about that. But first, Sean, I was thinking about this. In some ways, your coworkers with Joe Budden and Drewski.
Yeah.
And why is that? Because
I'm talking about Prize Picks with Drewski, with Joe Budden. We all had a team bonding this weekend, and I felt like I know them, but now I know them on a much deeper level. I mean, they've been texting me all day during the show. If I seem distracted, that's why. But yeah, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and it's the best time. I mean, we're talking about college football all show today, and no, they don't have more or less on fights from family members and dirty Irish puddles. They don't have that yet on Prize Picks, but if you want to watch a game and make a little money with that knowledge, you can do it on Prize Picks, where, again, week 1 of the college football season's coming up, and if what we saw in Ireland is any indication, might be some sloppy play, might be some interceptions. I've been eyeballing some over or more of a half of an interception. I think we probably got an interception in Arch Manning. I think we got an interception Julian Sayin in this game. Really, these big games against good defenses like both Texas and Ohio State have. I think this first-time starter can turn over the ball, and we on this show we've covered Garrett Nutzmeier's propensity in big games to turn the thing over. Maybe you think he throws an interception against Clemson, and you put that in a lineup, and you're on your way to making some money on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
So D'Amico Ryan spoke and said the decisions on the roster will be made tomorrow. So he has no updates on guys like Joe Mixon and others. So I don't know if that exclusively means we won't hear about cuts until tomorrow, because some teams are, while they're not officially announcing them, their agents are telling the media players that are getting cut. It appears the Texans, that flow of information for them won't begin until tomorrow if they have their way. I'm sure they'll inform some players earlier than that, and we'll see what comes out. But Joe Mixon's status, we're not going to know anything until tomorrow. He didn't say Joe's ready to go. So as we talked about earlier, that feels like Joe Mixon is a guy in line to miss some time. Now we're just thinking, how long? And if he goes on the PUP list, say goodbye to Joe for like 4 weeks. All right? Is it a 4-week thing, or is
I forgot it was 4 or 6.
I don't know if
An
I know they.
extended amount.
Yeah, I forgot what it is. Once the season begins, I know you can put someone on IR with the designation to return as well. They can be on IR all year, but as long as you throw that designation on them, they have a shot to come back. I'm not sure what the PUP is.
4 games.
4 games. So yeah, Joe Mixon goes on the PUP list. So you're not seeing him for a month. We'll see if that's the designation he gets. I guess we're gonna find that out tomorrow. Maybe someone breaks a little bit earlier than the Texans want, and they can take issue with that like they normally do. Okay. Astros take 3 out of 4. They have a day off today. Hunter Brown's going to go tomorrow against the Rockies. Credit Spencer Arrighetti. He wasn't blowing people away, but no walks, and he did what he had to do because that bullpen was suffering. They wound up throwing out a guy named John Rooney and another recent acquisition in Craig Kimbrell. It wasn't enough because the bats didn't come through, but that was a big outing for Arrighetti, for himself certainly, because he had struggled. But to go out there and pitch well enough to win, which is something he had not done recently, that's a nice step for him. It wasn't a great weekend for their starting pitching. Jason Alexander went 5 1/3, continues to be their most solid guy behind, well, Hunter Brown at this point, because Fromber's having his issues. And then we watch Javier not go very long, and of course McCullers in his start didn't go very long as well. So that bullpen was taxed. Arrighetti goes out there and throws 5 2/3. Like I said, no walks, couple strikeouts, not a lot of swings and misses for him, but the 97 pitches and nearly 6 innings was desperately needed. Unfortunately, the Astros lose 3-2, but you take 3 out of 4, you'll take that every time. So a day off, get those guys rested a little bit. Abreu would be available again. He was unavailable yesterday. Craig Kimbrell did his job. A guy who was most recently part of the Rangers organization until he was released, and then that same day the Astros signed him. So a lot of changes, a lot of moving parts with that bullpen as they work their way through it. And Sean Dubin got DFA'd because he has been bad since he returned. Okay. So I mentioned the misery index. Let's get to that. Top of the list, you would imagine, would have to be K-State. They lose a ranked game, unless you have a different idea.
I was going to say Kansas State or the Johnson family. Or if you want to lump them in, that's fair too.
I think it's all-encompassing when I mention K-State. The Johnson family, certainly for the embarrassment that they inflicted on themselves, their son, and the K-State program. Although I think the K-State program gets less of it. It's more about the Johnson family. Since it was two family members fighting, not one Johnson and another beating up other people. Mm-hmm. It was them. So it's kind of more self-contained, but it just does not help.
It's a bad look.
When it's your starting quarterback, yeah. And then the loss stinks. It's their rivalry game. K-State players dislike Iowa State more than they dislike Kansas. Probably for the most part, Kansas has been a whipping boy until recently. So messing and beating up on Kansas is not as big of a deal historically for them as beating up on Iowa State.
And to, I don't know, double, but to add to the misery, you know who looked awesome on Saturday?
Kansas.
Kansas looked really good.
Kansas against Fresno State?
Yeah, they're playing Fresno State, who I believe first-year head coach Matt Ince. I could be wrong, but I think it's his first game. So it is a Mountain West team, but it's a pretty good Mountain West team. It's not a pushover team. So and then they go out there and they 31-7.
31-7.
Yeah. So yeah, that's something where Kansas State, not only do they have a terrible day in what seemed to be a pretty terrible place to play football, I'm judging that strictly off of A, how the weather looked, B, how the field looked, where it looked pretty miserable.
Yeah, that field.
Did they have chalk in Ireland? Why do they not know how to paint?
Well, they play
fields?
rugby there, so I know, and soccer, so I know they have paint. But the problem is, generally those fields don't get changed for football. They stay the same for soccer and rugby, and it's just different. Yeah, they both wear cleats. All the sports wear cleats, but a different type of athlete, different type of movements. That field's not and it happens all the time. Now the NFL plays in more venues when they play overseas with field turf, or they have the field turf installed because mostly those are soccer stadiums. If not, I think maybe all of them are soccer stadiums, and of course, only this country, and maybe Canada, because they're part of MLS, will have a non-natural surface for their major league, and all those countries play on grass. Maybe Russia, because it's cold, they might not. But as far as Germany, where they play,
Germany
and England, those are grass fields. They roll the field turf in specifically for these games, partly because those clubs don't want the football teams ruining their grass, so they roll in the field turf. So it's not a problem. But in Ireland, we're not going to have field turf for a college football game, so it's grass not set for football, and you see the issues when that comes up. The weather was bad. Kansas State and Iowa State were bad, particularly offensively early. It was a very stupid, fun game to watch if you just like stupid, fun stuff to happen. And then eventually it turned into a real football game.
Yeah.
And Iowa State was able to win it thanks to Rocco Becht and a nice play call to get a first down. So Kansas State, I think, would go to the top of the list.
I think they're one easily.
I feel like Stanford's two.
Yeah.
I feel like you go.
I think it's an easy one too.
Yeah. Now, they weren't the favorite going to Hawaii. That's also embarrassing.
I would add that adds, or I would say that adds to the misery.
Yeah,
that you're not favored against
Stanford
Hawaii.
is led by some NFL names you'll recognize. Frank Reich is the head coach. Andrew Luck is like their general manager.
Yeah,
former Stanford player, obviously. So there was some attention from, let's say, non-regular college football fans who are like, Frank Reich's there. I want to see what's going on. Stanford is there, and for some portion of the game when they're up 10-0, it felt like, okay, there's some stability there. Look, Stanford may be in the process of getting back to where they were. I guess maybe during Andrew Luck's time. That's some years away, but some people saw some positive things going on until our new Diego Pavia showed up. If anyone wants to check out a little bit of that game on YouTube, I'm sure the condensed game or just the highlights are up. Check out Micah Alahalo. He is the quarterback for Hawaii. He was tackled in a very awkward way. About early in the third quarter, he limped for the last, let's say, 37 minutes of that game while he was out there. He's 5'10". He looks exactly like you would expect the try-hard quarterback in some not very well cast college movie.
Yeah, he was giving a lot of Matt
series.
Saracen vibes.
Yeah, he's got all that. He's got all the stuff that you build a season of TV around.
I cannot stress enough how much he was limping for this game. Like he was limping the entire second half.
He would. They play like most teams do in a spread. So they spread out their receivers, and if he didn't see anyone open, he would sprint, remarkably so, for a first down, and then immediately limp back to his spot behind the center.
Also, he would just kind of like follow, like he would run and
then fall
kind
over.
Of fall over.
Yeah,
Not slide, not dive.
There was no
just
cutting. He had none of that in him because of his ankle injury. He would fall down, get back up, and go back at it.
This guy, I mean, I had the realization in the fourth quarter where I'm like, I'm gonna watch so many Hawaii games at 2 a.m. Like,
yeah, they play on when they're at home. Of course, it's Hawaii, so there's always this mystery because I mean, yes, they're part of America, but how many people make that trip? I've been to Hawaii; it's fun, but it's different. It's far away. Not many people know a lot about the state, and football, because of where they're set up, means when Hawaii plays football and they're at home, it means we get games way later than we normally would. Yeah. So people are kind of interested in Hawaii for that reason, and also the gambling reasons. Let's get one more bet in. That stuff like that. So Michael Alahado's pretty entertaining. They're run by, or at least the head coach is Timmy Chang, former Hawaii great. So that's part of the appeal if you care about the program. And that's a game that Stanford had a 20-17 lead in, and they threw a pick, a great play by the Hawaii defender to make that play, and it led to a couple field goal drives for Hawaii, and they win it. And they win it. The kicker who won it is Japanese. He learned how to kick on YouTube. He goes to Ohio, some small school in Ohio, I believe, kicks well enough from learning it on YouTube that Hawaii offers him a scholarship, and then he makes every kick, including the game winner, with seconds remaining. If we ain't talking about straight out of Hollywood, man, you got the.
This is the replacements but for college football.
Yeah, we got the 5'10" quarterback who's probably smaller than that. He's listed at 5'10", who's injured, limping, making plays to win the game, and you got a kicker who learned how to kick from YouTube from a foreign country, and he wins the game for Hawaii. All that being said, while Hawaii's a story, Stanford's miserable.
Yeah, and Stanford lost to the Little Giants.
The annexation of Puerto Rico beat them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lefty limping quarterback.
Yeah, small lefty limping quarterback, and the Japanese kicker who didn't know what kicking was until he watched it on YouTube.
Yeah, so bad start for Stanford.
Bad start for Frank Reich. Bad start for Stanford. At number 3, I think it's a combination between Idaho State and UNLV. UNLV fans for almost the entirety of the game because they were 30-point favorites and we're in a dogfight with Idaho State. And then Idaho State, obviously, for losing the game. But they're probably less – it's less them, more about UNLV.
Yeah.
That's tough. Like,
game 1.
New coach. Dan Mullen's your coach. You have
90% of college football hasn't kicked off, and you're already kind of like, man, this Dan Mullen thing. Like, we're not even allowed to be excited about it.
Yeah, you got 2 quarterbacks from Power 4 schools. Anthony Colandrea was at Virginia.
Yeah.
Alex Orji, formerly of Michigan. Speaking of Michigan, they did the thing that was obvious. They announced Bryce Underwood as their starting quarterback, the 5-star freshman. I believe Connor Stallions helped them get. I don't remember exactly how that worked, but or was it Dave Portnoy who gave up a lot of money to make sure that deal happened?
It was a different. Or I think Portnoy does give money, but it was some
other different booster.
Yeah, whose wife went to Michigan, and so he's now a Michigan booster, and he's like the head of like IBM or something.
Got it. He was initially committed to, was it LSU?
LSU.
And then the booster came in and goes, you know what? We're not going to let this happen. We're going to give you a $12 million NIL deal, reportedly. And he winds up at Michigan. But, yeah, Dan Mullen, that's tough, man. His first game, UNLV had a pretty good year last year. I think they were in the Mountain West title game, lost to Boise State.
Yeah, they lost their coach because he is now coaching Purdue.
Yeah.
So Dan Mullen didn't take over a bad team.
No. Now they had to replace their quarterbacks, and they replaced them with 2 guys who both played. And Idaho State, of course, pulled out all the tricks, and it took everything for UNLV to win as a 30-point favorite. So that's one of those games that you see written on a message board, a win that feels like a loss. You are a 30-point favorite against Idaho State, and you barely pull it out. So there are some other games, like you mentioned, Kansas versus Fresno. Nothing remarkable there other than Daniels made it through the game and didn't get injured, so that's nice. He has dealt with a lot of injuries, and that's a good player when he's healthy. Kansas is pretty good. So that was the start of the college football season. Of course, we got big games coming up here on Saturday, but on Thursday, we got a game. The Cougs versus Stephen F. Austin. So we're going to go to break here, but at let's say 11:30. Caller 5 to give the people on the stream a chance. Caller 5 at 11:30 to 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to the Cougs versus Stephen F. Austin. The Cougs are getting the second year under Willie Fritz going. On Thursday, Willie Fritz is going to join John and Lance starting tomorrow. Be up early for that if you want to hear from the Cougs head coach. If you don't win tickets from us throughout the week, you can call them at 713-GO-COUGS, 713-GO-COUGS, or go to uhcougars.com/tickets. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and roar of the crowd at a Houston Cougar football game. So you want to be a part of that crowd. And I know there's some Stephen F. Austin people here in the city. So if you want to go and get go to that game, you get your chance with us, or I'm sure you can go through the Cougs and get it as well. So caller 5 at 11:30,
780-3776 wins those tickets. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. We have our winner for the tickets. Stephen F. Austin versus the Cougs this Thursday. Cougs getting their second year under Willie Fritz started. We're going to give away tickets throughout the week, leading up to the game. Tomorrow and Wednesday, and the rest of the shows on the lineup or in the lineup will do that as well. So you missed out with us. Continue to listen, and you will get those tickets. Cougs, Stephen F. Austin, college football is here, and the coaches will be on throughout the week with John and Lance. Willie Fritz, Mike Elko, of course, he's not a coach. We'll have Josh Pate as well, one of the bigger experts in college football. So a lot of college football, a lot of talk about it. And stay here. ESPN 97.5 got you covered when it comes to, as I think, the greatest sport in the world. I love college football, but I'm not sure if I love this or hate this. Seth Wickersham was on Pablo Torre's podcast, Pablo Torre Finds Out. Pablo has done investigative journalism. That's his thing. He's trying to bring that back. Certainly done a good job. The Malik Beasley thing is interesting. He helped bring that to the forefront, and then it turns out Malik Beasley, not under investigation anymore. He can sign with an NBA team right now if he wants. Prayers up for Malik Beasley.
Cleared of all charge.
Apparently not actually involved in anything that the feds are interested in. Now, whether the NBA is more interested in what he was on, that's a different conversation.
Seems like he owes a lot of people money.
Yeah.
But at least he wasn't gambling.
Exactly. So there it is. He may have problems, but not the type of problems the feds care about. All right. Let's get to this. The Fed should investigate this, actually. This is Seth Wickersham on Pablo Torre Finds Out, explaining some of the dynamics in the Nick Saban staffs and also the recruiting or the recruitment of Arch Manning.
Getting down to the wire where Arch has got to make a decision, and they're doing a Zoom. And nobody, not even the family members, knew where Arch wanted to go or what his preferences were. Like, some of the family thought that Georgia was a good fit because he'd be coached hard. You know, other people thought that Alabama would be good because he could be coached by daddy. Like, who better to prepare you for the NFL? Texas was kept lingering.
Pause that for a second, Sean.
And
I know I said it earlier in the show, but let me explain it again. That's Seth Wickersham mentioning daddy. That is what Alabama assistants called Nick Saban, daddy. I'm not sure where it originated from, why they do it, but they call him daddy. Now, we can question whether they say daddy, or maybe some people just call him dad. But either way, that's what he found out, that the Sarks of the world, the Pete Golding, who will be mentioned a little bit later here, the Kirby Smarts, the Lane Kiffins,
all the guys who you don't know their name,
maybe even a Mario Cristobal. I'm not sure.
Ooh.
As an assistant,
maybe Poppy.
Well, maybe. Either way, those guys called Nick Saban daddy. I'm not sure if they did that behind his back because they rather just say daddy than Coach Saban, or did they say that to his face? Like,
yeah, it wasn't sarcastic or like a,
or
daddy's here,
or
daddy's home.
When they're talking to him about a coverage, did Pete Golden just say, "Daddy, we thought we should be a man. Instead, it was cover 3," and Caleb Downs screwed it up. I don't know.
Daddy,
I don't know.
I don't know what Terry and Arnold's doing here, Daddy.
I don't know. Yeah, Minka thought cover 1. I said cover 3. That's why there was a bust. Daddy, I swear. I don't know. Okay, go on.
You know, everyone wonders, like, what is a modern recruitment like for a guy like him? And it got so tight that Pete Golding was on a call with Arch Cooper and Nelson Stewart, a Zoom. And, you know, people know that Steve Sarkisian, the coach of University of Texas, has battled alcoholism. It's public record. It almost cost him his career, but
famously,
he managed to find a way through it, and he's built a terrific career. And stuff like that ends up being fair game.
Oh, and the negative recruiting of all of this.
Exactly. And so Pete, who's friends with Sark, says on this call, he says, I love Sark. He's my best friend. And then he's like, oh my God, do I go there? And he did. He goes, I hope he can stay sober. And then after the call, like, Nelson Stewart called him and he was like, Pete, that is f***ed up. And Golding knew it was up, but like he had no choice because, he goes, Daddy's on me. And yet I think Arch was able to go through life with a semblance of a normal.
So Pete Golding, a good friend of Steve Sarkisian, decided to break out, hope he stays sober, to try to convince Arch, and he mentioned Cooper, that's his dad, Cooper Manning, to not go to Texas. It's a dirty business, man. They're supposed to be best friends. That's a dirty business. And this is from a book, at least the story he's relaying is from a book he's written, Unlocking the Secrets of Quarterback Camelot. Seth Withersham, I believe that's the name of the book he wrote. Let's see if maybe I'm getting that title wrong, but no, it's American Kings, a biography of the quarterback. I guess the quarterback Camelot thing would be the Mannings, but American Kings, a biography of the quarterback, and that's one of the stories.
I just looked up where Pete Golding's from. He's from outside New Orleans in Louisiana.
Okay, so he's a Southern.
So he goes, Daddy.
Do you think he said, Daddy?
Daddy. Daddy was on me.
So
sorry.
When Sark had to call him Daddy, do you think he said Daddy? He didn't. Did he assimilate to the South and go, Daddy's on me?
I honestly can't. I can't imagine him saying Daddy.
Daddy.
Because he doesn't even do like the Brian Kelly like fake twang. No, okay, no one does the Brian Kelly.
No one
fake
does
twang.
that.
But he doesn't even do the like where a northern coach coaches in the South for long enough, or coaches in Texas for long enough where they like sort of develop a twang. Like he doesn't really even do that. So he might have just been like Daddy.
When Kirby was part of that group who could never beat Saban, that has certainly changed for him.
Mm-hmm.
When he went home to his wife, would he go, Daddy got me again?
Yeah, no, because Kirby definitely did it. Because, like we said,
Georgian to his core.
Yes, and he resembles someone from Righteous Gemstones.
Who would say that? Yes. Actually,
he doesn't actually look like Danny McBride,
no,
but
he doesn't.
He's in the same like family tree.
Kirby's
as
from
Danny
Alabama,
McBride.
which doesn't change things. He went to Georgia, but he's from Alabama, so it doesn't change things. But he grew up in Georgia, born in Alabama. So either way, he would say, "Daddy, Daddy got me again."
Daddy. And then
I need the context.
And then
when are they calling
finally
him Daddy?
beat him in the national, he was like, "I beat Daddy for a national champion."
Yeah, Daddy, I can't believe it. I can't believe. And as I think I said earlier in the show, if one of these guys was ever recorded calling Saban Daddy, they never get a head coaching job.
It affects their career.
They never get it. Not a major coaching job, because the Georgia fan base is not hiring a guy who called Saban Daddy.
Especially when Saban was still around.
Yeah. When you had to beat Daddy, no chance. Well, we did have someone try to beat their daddy earlier. That was Avery Johnson's brother. But I don't think those guys get jobs if that's information where we have sound. Much like we always say the video always makes it worse. The audio or even video of one of those guys saying Daddy or Daddy, it's over. I don't want the head coach of my team who, as a 30-plus-year-old man, was calling another grown man Daddy.
No.
So thankfully for Sark, that wasn't recorded anywhere. He could take the Texas job, and look where he's at now. He beat Daddy. Didn't he beat Daddy?
Yeah.
A couple years ago?
In Daddy's house.
Yeah. He beat Daddy in Daddy's house.
Yeah. Anthony Johnson can't say the same thing.
Well, no, it couldn't beat Daddy in Dublin.
Yeah, it was to a draw.
Yeah.
I had it a draw on the official score.
I saw that and thought to myself, split decision, if at best.
I definitely looked at that and said, there is no winner here. I don't know if that means specifically it's a draw or that somehow they both lost.
I think, yes, when you are caught on video fighting your father, you both lose. You both lose. Let's also, you want to talk about movies. We'll get to you when we come back. The number is 713-780-3776. So if I'm Nick Saban, I'm not letting one of those dudes call me daddy to my face. Who's accepting grown men calling you that? Unless you're Stephon Diggs, and it wasn't even grown women. It were women of, I don't know. I don't want to call them thoughts because I don't know what they're about.
Women
who appear to be of a thoughtish variety.
Yeah.
But as a man, to allow another grown man who, unless you're a preacher in the Righteous Gemstones and that guy's actually your son.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Righteous Gemstones were doing that to their actual dad.
Yeah.
And we still think that's what
You still think less of that grown
Yeah.
man for doing it.
we touched on it.
Now, I know someone tweeted us from the morning show that he works around guys and grown men because they're from the South. They still call their daddy. But at least that's their actual dad.
Do you think Jim McElwain called him daddy? Or Billy Napier? Billy Napier.
Billy Napier definitely called him. Billy's from the South.
And he was the receivers coach. I feel like if you're lower on the totem
If you're
pole,
a coordinator, do you have to call Saban daddy?
yeah, I think if you come up with Saban,
Yeah,
like
but
if
Sark
you
had
started,
pelts on the wall other places. He shouldn't have to call him daddy.
Who?
Sark had pelts on the wall other places.
That's what I was gonna say. I think if you're part of the like rehabilitation,
You shouldn't have to do
yes, but if you join, like Jeremy, I just have a list of guys.
Oh, Jeremy Pruitt definitely.
Jeremy Pruitt, who started with Alabama in 07, and then left in 17. Like
He was an assistant on that MTV show Two-A-Days. He was like Rush Prope's assistant. He definitely called Saban daddy.
Yeah. I think if you're, like Kiffin or Sark or some of these other guys that do the like career rehabilitation, I think you're immune.
Now here's the test, and you joked about it. If you are not like that, you are he did coach at FIU. But if you're a Cuban man from South Florida who had been a head coach and then was an assistant at your alma mater for like a month before Saban came calling and elevated you to a point where you eventually become the Oregon coach, and then, of course, the Miami coach, did Mario Cristobal, Cuban man, former offensive lineman, as you joked about calling him Poppy.
I feel like that's more acceptable, by the way.
I don't think Chris, and you know how I don't have great views of Cristobal. I don't think he called him daddy. I just don't think he did it.
I do think that it's something like, again, like the Pete Goldings. Like I feel like there is like a tier of assistants.
Like if you owe Saban your livelihood,
yeah,
I think you call him daddy.
Do you think Mel Tucker called him daddy?
He better hope he didn't, because if he did,
Definitely not working.
there are levels to this thing. The Mel Tucker thing, if he did it, we're talking about a whole different conversation.
I just love looking at these.
All of his assistants are trying to figure out who did it.
Now this one does mix in like the guys from Michigan State, so there's a couple guys. Right
I think that happened down in Bama.
It happened at Bama.
Well, Mel Tucker was assistant at Bama too, so
yeah.
All right, we'll go to break with that. Let's
Little
also
champ.
Mel Tucker, you better not have, man. Don't let that slip out. If you know, you know. I'm just saying. I ain't gonna explain, but if you know who Mel Tucker is and what he looks like, you better no. All right, we'll go to break with that. But before I do that, or we do that, let's talk about Monument Chevrolet. They're not going to force you to call them any weird nickname. All they want to do is put you in the best car possible. That's what Monument Chevrolet is about. So if you want a Chevy, you want a great car for yourself or for someone else, Monument Chevrolet is the place you go to. They got great vehicles no matter what you're looking for. Last week I talked about the car of the week, which was the Silverado 1500. This week it's the Blazer EV. If you want an electric car, Monument Chevrolet will take care of you. 0% financing for 36 months on that EV Blazer. That's plus, or at least added on to the pre-Labor Day employee pricing. So you get the benefits of the employee pricing and also the 0% financing for 36 months. Monument is there to take care of you. So whether you are someone who has shopped with them in the past, you bought the car for them. A lot of people fall into that category. They have been in business for over 50 years. They've been selling cars to generations of families. Or maybe you're someone new. They're going to treat you the same, and that same is your family once you step on the lot. So check out what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com, and then go on out there to Pasadena off of Bellway 8 and 225. You're going to be family. They're going to get you in the best car possible for you, and they're going to make it as quick as possible. No hidden fees, no upcharges. It's a great car buying experience at Monument Chevrolet. And as always, remember this. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
All right, let's get to La Salsa here. La Salsa wants to talk movies. Of course, Michael Carroll did not join us on Friday. He had to help a broadcast get off the ground, but he'll be back as long as someone doesn't need a power strip. He'll be back with us on Friday. So if you want to talk movies, of course you can call him before then, but Michael Carroll is our guy for that. Friday is 11:30. He is the host of Comicast. But let's get to La Salsa here. What's up?
To pimp a butterfly there, Deli Belly. What's up, Mapers?
It's not my name.
Anyways, I finally had a day off yesterday. I've been working a lot here lately. And decided to watch a couple movies, one being The Monkey, the other one being Wolfpack, or The Wolfman. What do you think about those? That's all I got. Thanks, fellas.
We talked about The Monkey in a segment with Michael Carroll. I haven't watched it. I may watch it at some point. It's on Prime for people who want to see it. I don't know about that one. I'm not a huge fan of the inanimate objects coming to life to cause mayhem. Like, I will deal with Annabelle because it's part of the Conjuring series. I like those movies, but I think as a kid I was scarred by, like, Chucky. So maybe that's the reason I don't do it. I don't like things that normally wouldn't move in real life being the source of murder and mayhem and in movies and television. Just not my bag. But I don't know. Maybe I'll watch it. As far as now I'm just already forgetting what he said about the other. Do you remember what he said, Sean?
Wolfman.
I have not seen it. I saw that. You know what? I think I did see it, but I saw it on like a bad streaming quality one. That's the one with Julia Garner, better known as Ruth Langmore, and of course now the Silver Surfer. You know what? Now I'm looking at it. I'm remembering a lot from the trailer, which pretty much told the whole movie, from what I can tell.
Yes, the trailer, like the 2-minute trailer. You're like, all right, cool, got it.
It gives me everything.
You even see like the effects of the guy when he's changing into the wolf. You're like, oh,
you gave me everything.
I got it all.
What's the point? Like, okay, the mom and daughter in peril, daddy is turning into a wolf. The daughter makes an appeal to him about turning into said wolf. Please, daddy, don't hurt me. Maybe Pete Golden said that to Saban at some point.
Daddy?
Yeah, please, daddy, don't hurt me. But I got all of that. Maybe there's some twist that I don't know about, but I feel like I've seen it all. I don't think I need to see it. And Rotten Tomatoes tells me I don't need to see it. Didn't get great reviews. It's on Prime as well. So apparently La Salsa got into his Prime algorithm and saw a couple things. From what I can tell, it says it's on Prime. Yeah, it just came out this past weekend. Number 8 in the U.S. So more people than just La Salsa have seen Wolfman. I like Julia Garner. I like watching things that she's in. I just don't know if this is going to be at the forefront. You know what? We're still a little bit away. It feels like when Halloween comes around, it may be something you go, you know what? Maybe I'm looking for a little horror. I'll give it a shot. But as far as first choice, nah. I'm good. I need it to be dark, a little colder, although it's October in Texas. It could be be 85 degrees. I don't know. I got to be at home, and I got to be telling the kids in the neighborhood, by my light being off, no candy here. And then I'll watch The Wolfman.
As they're like, is that Julia Gardner?
I can hear.
The blinds?
Yeah.
Wait, that's not Weapons. What is he doing? Why is he watching
The Wolfman?
Why is he watching a 2025 Julia Gardner movie, a horror movie that isn't?
By October 31st, Weapons will probably be on digital.
Yeah, somewhere.
A Julia Garner double feature? Wolfman and then Weapons?
Will Fantastic Four be on Disney Plus? You might
probably
go triple header.
It's different vibes, certainly, but probably.
It's pretty scary.
Yeah, well, depending if you don't like a silver woman trying to snatch a baby.
She wasn't scary.
What did you find scary about it?
Galactus eating planets. I was like, hey, I live there, buddy. Watch it.
Well, you live on a version of there.
Yeah.
Which universe are we in?
The lame one.
Yeah, the one without superheroes.
The very lame one.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, modern day New York at this point is like, thank God we don't live in that continuity, because everything that happens in the
that looks way worse
in Marvel.
Yeah,
New York, bad stuff happens.
There's no like, oh my God, a space monster just crashed into Houston. That doesn't really happen
Doesn't
in these
happen.
movies.
No, I know Houston's not a topic of
Any
yeah.
of it.
Has there we've had West Coast stuff because Tony Stark lived on the West Coast at some
Yeah,
point.
Malibu.
Yeah, we've had, of course, New York. Kamala Khan lives in New York area too, right?
Yeah.
There's
I
not
think
a
it's
lot-
Jersey.
Yeah, we don't. What's a Houston superhero? I'm
I
sure
don't
there
think there
has
is
to
one.
have been one,
I don't-
right?
Jose Altuve?
Nice. The closest we gotten is The Last of Us because that was like in Austin, Houston was mentioned,
they
right? at some point?
They starred in Austin in Last of Us.
Yeah, we might have, and maybe there was some talk of
Yeah.
if we go east, we go to Houston. And, I think that might have been part of the plan, but yeah,
Independence Day, they nuke Houston.
they do. Houston catches
And it doesn't work.
in Independence
Guess what?
Day.
It doesn't work. It works. The nuke works. Doesn't work on the aliens.
No, I mean Houston had already been a wasteland, so they say just drop a nuke on it, which is
cares?
something Dallas people would say anyway, no matter what. Thanks, Los, also for a bit of a diversion. I can't guarantee that I'll watch either of those. Definitely not the monkey. I'm out on that stuff. Don't like to deal with it. All right. What to get to before we wrap it up? We mentioned Christian Harris was back on the field for the Texans. They got their snapping issues, it appears, unless that was just a blip for Blake Ferguson. He may not be on the opening. He may not be on the 53 when we get to week 1. He just happened to snap on Saturday and was not good. Led to one miss and then an ugly field goal made, or was an extra point made by Kaimi Fairbairn. So, D'Amico Ryan spoke earlier today. They are not making any decisions official today. They're going to work through the process today about their roster. So, we may hear or see stuff later because of an agent, because their player's been told they won't make the 53. But at this point, it looks like most of the Texans news will come tomorrow. But cuts around the league are happening right now. Kenyon Green didn't make the Eagles. He was injured earlier in the offseason in training camp, so he was kind of behind the 8 ball anyway. And then you think of the Eagles, who have offensive linemen that they're just trading. They're trading away offensive linemen, making moves. So they have plenty of depth there. Kenyon Green does not make the Eagles 53, which appeared to be a foregone conclusion as soon as he got hurt. And hell, sure, the jokes were made about Jeff Stoutland maybe being the only one who could fix Kenyon Green. If you're not on the field, kind of tough for that to happen. So we'll see where Kenyon Green lands if he does once he comes back from his injury.
Yeah. We'll also see if Mechie makes the Eagles too.
Yeah, I haven't seen whether John Mechie was able to survive the cuts, because those are still going to happen because they got to trim from 90 to 53. But I have not seen John Mechie anywhere as far as a name being mentioned. So maybe he does make it. I know he had a catch over the weekend, his first catch for the Eagles. We know the story of John Mechie, and the Texans just didn't have room for him. Now, before we go, DJ Bieniemy did a projected 53-man roster for the Texans. And, of course, there's a lot of front-end talent across the roster. I was thinking this. When he started to lay out the cornerback position, one injury, man, it's a little rough when you start to look at the guys they have. Now, they tried to do that last year as far as strengthening the unit when they brought in the 2 washout former first-round picks in Henderson and Nakuda. Of course, that didn't work out. They got the surprise of Kamari Lassiter being great. They're still in a position where one injury could kind of tank that unit. So I would not be surprised once they start to cut guys, they're looking for another corner that maybe shakes loose, because I don't like the depth there. It is the 2 guys, and, of course, Jalen Petrie's listed in DJ Bieniemy's 53 because he made a nickel. I'm talking about pure outside guys.
Yeah.
I don't think they have a third that you can really like. So just take a look at that. If the Texans cut one of those corners, or they're going to cut several because they got to get to 53, I don't think it's a guarantee that the guys they keep on the initial 53 are the guys that make that roster as guys continue to shake loose and they start to look at who's available for the regular season. Okay, we are done. You can hear that music. Sean, since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
Oh, he dope.
I like now that there's so many that you actually have to make decisions. Like, you can, if you're looking on Twitter or Twitch or YouTube, you can see Sean kind of
Yeah, no, I was like, is
moving
there one,
a little bit
is
to
there
kind
one
of figure out
about
what he wants.
Daddy? I don't know. I mean, the closest one about Daddy.
Yeah, you want my
Do you want my
yeah,
mom's,
there it is.
my dead mom's
I was
clothes?
like, it's not Daddy though.
Yeah.
Daddy?
Let me ask you: should we add? I don't know when we'd ever play it because we don't really do the things that John and Lance do so much. Not the Seth Wickersham thing, but maybe when we're talking about Alabama former assistants, we might do it. Shut up, fatty from CJ.
Oh, I need to add that.
Yeah,
That's just not on
I
my
have it
board.
saved over there. We
Yeah.
might add that to the mix as well. We'll see how Sean deploys that at some point. All right, we're done. Paul Gallant's up next. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Monday, August 25th of 2025. I am Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You know how to get aboard. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and also on the brand new ESPN Houston app available on your Apple or Android devices. Lots of things to dive into on today's show. The NFL preseason is over, mercifully, and we can perhaps look ahead to talking about real football, which we saw some of over the weekend. But we're going to start by talking about the Houston Astros, who did take 3 of 4 against the Baltimore Orioles in Baltimore Thursday through yesterday. Won the first 3 games. We talked about one of them on Friday's show. They were not quite able to get that 4-game sweep. And I leave this taking 3 out of 4 feeling somewhat satisfied, but still wanting more. And I think that's just been what the Astros have been at their best for now a couple of months. They're giving you a little bit of something, but there's always something missing. So Friday and Saturday, they gave you a lot of runs. You're feeling really good about Christian Walker, who has 3 home runs in 3 consecutive games. You feel really good about what you saw from the top of the order, whether it's Friday where Jose Altuve is breaking out of his slump with 2 hits, or Jeremy Pena with a 3-run homer. Or on Saturday where in a 9-8 win, you see Carlos Correa, Jose Altuve, Jesus Sanchez, Christian Walker, and Victor Caratini, all with 2 hits apiece. Altuve with 3, and you saw 4 homers. You love what you saw out of the offense those first 2 games. But then there was the pitching. Friday, it was Lance McCullers' turn to toe the rubber. He threw 4 innings. He had 5 walks. And now you're looking at him and thinking, how do we use him? Do we use him going forward? Saturday, Christian Javier was on the hill. 5 runs in the first. That's sick. Christian Javier allows 3. Oh, no. Javier only lasts 2 innings. Oh, no. We're throwing A.J. Bluebot out there to clean things up. Hey, 4 innings of holding down the fort in a game where he probably didn't expect to pitch. That ain't bad. But the problem is, as excited as you might have been by the offensive production Friday and Saturday, the guys that you are hoping to be a major shot in the arm for you down the stretch looks like they're going to need a little more time to get to the place where you trust them in a postseason situation. And then yesterday, Spencer Arrietty's out there. He wasn't awful, but definitely not inspiring a lot of confidence and not making you feel like he's got a lot of potential. But you have a rough day where you're 3 for 11 with runners in scoring position. You leave 8 on base and you lose 3-2. Hey, at least Craig Kimbrell threw a scoreless inning of work if you want to get excited about anything. But I felt coming out of this weekend the same way that I often feel whenever I go out to eat sushi. Spending a lot of time watching baseball, spending a lot of money on sushi, and I'm not leaving the weekend satisfied. Had they won all 4 games of this series, I would be feeling a lot better. But taking 3 out of 4, you're still only 2 games up on Seattle. And it really does feel like you missed a massive opportunity to put Seattle away, given how much they struggled against the Phillies and the Mets. They themselves took 2 of 3 over the weekend, and Cal Raleigh's continuing to hit home runs. He's got 48 and 49, I think, yesterday. So you have one last chance to perhaps give yourself a little bit of room before the end of the year, when I think the Astros and Mariners have probably even schedules. And it's these next 3 where the Mariners are playing the San Diego Padres, who are playing pretty well right now. And you, over these next few games, get the Colorado Rockies after having tonight off. See how that goes. 713-780-3776 to call to text if you want to jump aboard the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Was this weekend a God wills it kind of weekend? Less Team of Destiny vibes, even though they did win 3 out of 4. Felt like they were lucky to win the games that they played on Friday and Saturday. They were playing with their food a little bit too much, a little bit too cat adjacent for my liking. Cats like to play with their food. I don't like a baseball team to play with their food. The Orioles are your food, you know? One of many teams across baseball that, for whatever reason, speaking of cats, could be easily murdered by a house cat. Why would you name your team after a bird that is tiny? I'm sorry to be sizist to all the short kings out there, but Arya, my cat, could kill a Oriole with like one swipe. That's it.
Yeah, because like Eagles, Seahawks, Falcons, those all make sense.
An eagle could carry off my cat.
Yeah.
A hawk could probably tear my cat to shreds. I hope it wouldn't happen. But yeah, an Oriole, I feel like I could accidentally, Cardinal as well. Cardinal's even smaller. Yeah. Well, making, I don't know, wild gesticulations with my hands, you know? I feel like I could take a bird out that size. And I'm doing it for effect right now where it looks like I'm, I don't know, Terrence Howard from Hustle and Flow. Whoop that trick. Get him. Whoop that trick. No? I'm not doing that? Okay, fine. 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 I'm just trying to be cool. Trying to be cool today. Running out of things to talk about with the Astros because this has just been what it's been for 2 months. It's, hey, we're going to give you some things you like. You can't have all of it, and you're going to take it. You're going to take it, and you're going to keep watching. And I'm just like, okay, but it's mid-August, late August, and I kind of want to I just wanted this to be set in stone where I know they're going to be in the playoffs, and I don't definitively know that right now. And I also don't definitively know that they're going to make the real playoffs, which are not the BS round that they lost in last year.
Are Ravens big enough?
Ravens, I think, are smart enough to give a cat a lot of trouble.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, Baltimore, Birdtown, they got the Orioles, and they got the Ravens. Ravens, smart animals. Yeah. You know? They, apparently, if you wrong a Raven, Sean, it'll remember you for life. No, I'm serious. That's a thing I read once.
It's the funny idea of just having an enemy out there that's a bird.
He's just thinking about you like, nonstop.
It's like an elephant never forgets, but it's a raven.
Right. Yeah, it's this little thing that you would think has a pea-sized brain. And here it is. I've seen videos of ravens screwing with cats, like just messing with them.
Yeah.
You know, going up behind it, tug it on the tail, then it just goes off on its way. And I really do think that the Baltimore Orioles should be the Baltimore Ravens as well.
Yeah.
I'd be a little more intimidated by them, and maybe they wouldn't be the choking dogs they've been this season if they were the Ravens instead of the Orioles.
Where do penguins fall on this dichotomy?
Well, penguins do eat fish.
They are predator. I think being a predator, I guess Orioles also prey on worms or whatever.
Right. They I mean, yes, all these small birds, there are things that are smaller than them, of course, but that's your mascot.
Maybe if you can eat, like, if your prey is a mammal or a fish, I think that you clear the bar to be a good mascot.
I guess. I mean,
a bird-related mascot.
Yeah. That makes sense.
For
birds. Yes.
Yeah.
Can you eat fish? I don't think an Oriole can eat a fish. I don't. I think a fish could eat an Oriole. I think a frog could eat an Oriole. I think a snake definitely could eat an Oriole. And yes, this is where we're at.
Oh yeah, they eat insects, fruit, and nectar. I think if you eat nectar, I think you're out.
Yeah, I agree. If you're I'm almost a hummingbird. Look at me.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a gouty orange little bit to my plumage. Look at me. I'm so fancy. A couple of comments here. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. From AR Platinum on YouTube. The next two series could have big mental implications. If the Astros lose big, it could turn into, how are we going to beat the good teams if we can't beat the Rockies or get this guy's confidence going? Look, they do have a pretty good record against the bad teams in baseball. Below 500 teams, I think they're like 6th or 7th. So this idea that they're terrible against bad teams, not entirely true. And look, they just took 3 of 4 against the Orioles. The problem is the Orioles swept them not that long ago. And you're like, wait, what? How does that happen? From the 832 Blue Jays, also a bitch bird. That's true.
Yeah.
That's
a
true.
good one.
What else do we have here? For the 979, Edgar Allan Poe canceled. Edgar Allan Poe. Was Edgar Allan Poe doing stuff back in the day?
I imagine. I mean, what was he like? 19th century. I can't imagine he was
Definitely an 1800s guy.
Can't believe he was on the up and up.
January
by
19th,
today's
1809 to October 7th, 1849. Sean.
Was there some romances that wouldn't be looked upon fondly back in the day?
I mean,
or that were looked upon, accepted back in the day that wouldn't be. I feel like he's a weird guy in that way.
There's a Cumulus podcast that says, "Sadly, we have to cancel Edgar Allan Poe."
I like with the heavy heart we have to cancel a guy.
Yeah, what did he do?
200 years ago.
All right. Well, in the commercial, 13-year-old cousin. Yeah.
Yeah. That
doesn't age well. That doesn't age well.
Bad.
Anyway,
don't like that.
We don't like that, but we do like the Astros taking 3 of 4 against the Orioles. We just wish it was 4 of 4, and that it was a 3-game lead in the American League West instead of a 2. You want to jump in? You know how to do it. I mean, I'm so ready for the regular season to be over. There's just too many. There's just too many games. There's just too many. I don't know what I'm supposed to say other than, they're only up 2 on the Mariners. Well, I wish it was more. Great. There we are.
And that honestly has more to do with the Mariners.
Yes.
It's like, I wish the Mariners would have lost the series.
Yes.
Winning 3 out of 4 against any Major League Baseball team, that's
pretty good.
That's acceptable. It's a B. Good job. But the fact that you didn't extend your lead, and this is where last week and the week before really hurt you because you could have been making up ground.
Yes.
It was nice that it was like, the Astros are still up 1.5 games and they can't score a run. It's like, yes, but if they were scoring runs, then they would be up by more than 1.5 games.
Exactly.
Now you play a good series, you're only up 2 games still because the Mariners also figure something out at least. So, it is. That's what this next week is going to be, is just, hey, don't throw up all over yourselves.
Right.
If you win out 2 out of 3 the next 2 series, fine. We're not really expecting much. It really just matters if the Mariners fall apart.
Exactly. And look, you should win the next 7. You should. It's the Rockies and Angels. You should.
Oh,
you
is it a 4-gamer somewhere?
Yeah. It's another 4-gamer against the Angels. So, you get the day off. Listen, make some ground. Make some ground up. I know that they're going to be playing with their food in September. Make a little bit more ground. You played with your food this weekend. 10-7 on Friday. That game didn't need to be that close. 9-8 Saturday. That game didn't need to be that close. Christian Javier, come on, man. Lance McCullers, come on, man. That's where we're at.
You did get what you expected out of the rehab boys that were
The rehab boys.
It was just all the rehab guys. You kind of got what you expected, but you would have liked for one of them to have a start that makes you feel better about them long term than just kind of neutral on all of them. Maybe a little worse on Javier, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 2 innings, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you've been back for a couple now. Sean Ames is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call to text if you have thoughts on the Astros weekend. Up next, let's add to the worst discourse in sports coming out of the weekend. Yeah, let's add to it. The most controversial thing that happened this weekend, apparently. You'll find out what it is on the other side. Stay put.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Astros win 3 of 4 against the Orioles, taking 2 of 3 over the weekend, but they did lose the last game of the series yesterday, 3-2. Another game where they just did not get the hits that they needed to get with runners in scoring position. Takes a little bit of the wind out of their sails. They have tonight off, 3 against the Rockies and then 4 against the Angels to wrap up the month of August. A couple of comments on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Astros need to make changes in the offseason. This year ain't it. Well, what are those changes? What are those changes that legitimately are going to shake things up? I'm assuming this implies fire Joe Espada, which I think based off of the injuries the Astros have overcome this year is crazy. And I would say the same thing for Dana Brown. Dana and Joe Espada stay, period. Anyone that's wanting to bring that up, I don't think you're serious. You know, sorry to be actually and talk down to you like a baseball writer, but that's what I'm going to do. If you're coming to the table with that, and I've seen a lot of it this year, you just don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. With how hurt this team has been, it's actually, I do think because they had their hot stretch where they were winning all the games they shouldn't win.
The God wills it stretch.
Yeah, in June and July, or the start of July, that now it seems like, well, why aren't we a great team? It's like, well, they're winning games with Zach Short and Cooper Hummel and Taylor Trammell making up
blue ball,
making up a large part of this lineup.
Yeah,
this is just them kind of falling back down, not even falling back down to earth, just kind of playing how we all kind of expected that they would play, where they would be in a competitive race against the Seattle Mariners.
This is reality. Yeah. You know, you're not the dynasty team from the perspective of you're winning 100-plus games, 2019 season, 2017, 2022 even.
Yeah, every year, so, the last 3 years have been this year.
Yeah.
I don't know why people are people are disappointed that this is some 100-win team that is being held back by Joe Espada. It's no, that every year since they won the World Series, they have been in a race in September.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what's happened.
Yeah.
And it's been high 80s to 90 wins.
You don't normally win the division by 10 games every year, you know? Maybe the Braves did in the 90s, and then it was you. You know? Hell, the Yankees dynasty days, Boston was competitive with them.
Yeah.
Toronto was occasionally competitive with them. It is definitely a cake eater mindset where we have become so accustomed to the good things that now after 3 years, it's as if we've never had anything nice before, even though you still have it pretty good.
You made the playoffs. You won the division all those years.
you have a nice car that's 3 years older.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my God, it's terrible. It doesn't even have CarPlay. What is going on here? And it's like, no, it's still a nice car. It's just changed. Another texter, Stroh's one and done again. If not, I'll buy 2 rounds for the first remote following their win. Well, I don't know how we can hold you to it because we just have a phone number, but I'll write that phone number down. We'll see if we can actually make it happen. Anyway. Should we engage in the discourse? The discourse. Paul, what are you talking about? The discourse. You know what I'm talking about if you spend any time on the internet this weekend. The preseason is over. The third week of the preseason features generally no one that's going to have an impact over the course of the regular season. So we're focusing on the names that we recognize, specifically rookies, specifically rookie quarterbacks. Shedeur Sanders, 5th-round pick of the Cleveland Browns, played for the Browns against the Rams, and it wasn't a very good performance compared to that first time that we saw Shedeur Sanders on the field, where he looked actually really good. And it has led to some of the absolute worst opinions that I can remember when it comes to talking about young quarterbacks, I think some have compared this to the worst discourse about a specific quarterback since Tim Tebow. I would say the difference is that Tim Tebow actually won in college, but
and he played in the regular season.
Right.
Like the peak of the bad Tebow discourse was during and after he won a playoff game.
It was in the middle of the winning streak, and then it was right after he won the playoff game.
And then the years after.
Before the Patriots murdered them, and then they replaced him with Peyton Manning, which made a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But you're right. Like it was 1 year, and then poof.
Yeah, and then you would get it, when he's at training camp with I know he was with the Patriots, but didn't he have another training camp with like the Jets or something?
Yes. Yeah. And it became a sideshow. And honestly, I'm starting to understand why sometimes teams are like, yeah, we don't want to deal with this. The Browns are such a mess that they can't really act like they're too good for anything. They got to kick the tires on anything that might fall into their lap. And maybe Shedeur Sanders did. Shedeur Sanders is definitely better than a 5th-round pick. He's better than the average 5th-round pick. But he might have been a 5th-round pick entirely because of his own doing, because maybe he approached the pre-draft process like they needed to recruit him, and also as if he was his dad. And his dad is one of, the greatest football players ever. Shedeur, no offense, not that. Shedeur is, I would say, as far as quarterbacks I've seen coming out of college, like a lot of other quarterbacks, except for his dad, is one of the coolest players that ever played in the NFL. Not just talented, cool. And that cool factor has added a weird level of mystique to Shedeur that he has not earned. He hasn't earned it. He could someday. I hope he does. I think it's very interesting to have a guy like this, much like it's very interesting to have a guy like Tim Tebow in the league who is so polarizing. But I do not understand why so many people decided over the weekend, specifically on Saturday, to pick up their phone and act like Shedeur Sanders is being left out there, bull in the ring style, and just getting pummeled and pummeled and pummeled. He's Julius Caesar being stabbed by everyone around him. Do we need to play an ASPCA ad as he takes a 30-yard sack? That was entirely his fault. I don't know if he's going to be good. Like all rookie quarterbacks, you should just make the assumption he's probably not going to be the guy. He's probably not. But why are we crying for this guy? Why? Oh, he's in there with backups. Yes, because he is one. He's a backup. That's why he's playing in the games with backups. By the way, he looked good with those backups a couple of weeks ago. He looked bad with these backups. And people were like, well, oh my God, some of these guys are going to be out of the league that he's playing with. Yes, also, guess who else is probably out of the league now? Some of the guys he played against. When you're playing in a preseason game, that's the third preseason game, everyone is playing for a roster spot. And Shedeur, unlike most 5th-round picks, has immunity because of his name cachet more than anyone. So he's actually in a great spot. Could he have been in a better spot? Sure. First off, Cleveland. That sucks. That sucks. It does suck. They have like 5 quarterbacks, not counting Deshaun Watson. They got rid of one of them at least, but they had 5 quarterbacks, not counting Deshaun Watson yesterday. And then I think they got rid of Tyler Huntley?
Yeah, Tyler Huntley got cut, but they are keeping Flacco, who's the week 1 starter.
Yes.
Kenny Pickett, who, what are we doing here? But I guess
agree.
he's the backup.
Kenny Pickett should be gone. Kenny Pickett stinks.
Dylan Gabriel, fine, 3rd-round pick. And then they're keeping Shedeur, 5th-round pick.
Yeah. So, there's a lot of quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And he's going to stay on this roster as a 5th-round pick in a room that has 4 quarterbacks and a dead one that might come back.
And
I'm talking about Deshaun Watson.
Am I crazy, or is this is not a terrible situation for Shedeur Sanders to be in, because it's not like he's trying to be a starting quarterback. It's not like he's trying to take over an entrenched start.
No,
it's not like he's trying to take out, I don't know, like Dak Prescott or something.
Exactly.
It is a guy who will be retired in the next year or two in Joe Flacco, a guy no one thinks is good in Kenny Pickett, and a
3rd-round pick who's smaller than me.
Yeah, who's a 5'10" starting quarterback.
And Dylan Gabriel, like, he's in a great situation. And by the way, guess who his head coach is? Oh, a 2-time coach of the year. And people are like, well, this coach of the year is leaving Shedeur out to dry. There's this weirdness that I think we're seeing more and more of with young quarterbacks who are really having organizations bend over backwards to give them the most opportunity they ever should have. Anthony Richardson is the other example of this.
Yeah.
And despite all of these guys being given opportunities that others would not, either because of athleticism that Richardson occasionally flashed in college, or in Sanders' case, his dad, these guys are being given lots of opportunities, and it's like it's not enough for some of these people online. And to them, I'm just like, what do you need to see? It's what Sean said. Sanders is in a great spot. There is definitely a chance where he plays this season. Joe Flacco is 40-something years old. Deshaun Watson's dead. Like, the Browns are acting like he's dead. Dead. Like, they're pretending. Every single report that you'll see about the Browns quarterback room just completely forgets. Yeah, Deshaun Watson, if he's healthy and he shows up, like, they actually have to make a decision about that on the roster. And then these other guys who are probably pretty close in terms of ability to him. And he's going to have an opportunity at some point this year. I think he'll play at some point. I think. Could be wrong. But walking out of Saturday and just seeing the amount of people that felt like this is some absolute crime that Shedeur Sanders is experiencing. Since draft night, he has had it really, really good. He is a made man as a 5th-round pick. That is something else. And the Browns are going to keep him. And it's all about what he does from this point to next year. Because he does have to change people's perceptions of him. And I think he has done most of the things he needs to. But, guys, a team is not going to go into a preseason game and say, yeah, we're gonna make this all about the 5th-round pick. Like, he wasn't even the first quarterback they took in this year's draft. Like, are you stupid? What? Oh, racism too. Like, that part's really been bothering me. Listen. Yeah. Racism, I think, was an issue in the NFL probably 30, 40 years ago. Is it an issue now? Really? We're going to play that card? Because it feels like when you bring that card up today in 2025, you are flailing for anything that other people will support in your argument. And generally, that card to play is the laziest card to play. It generally is.
Yeah. So there's one of these that you linked on here where someone's like, Kevin Stefanski is like the embodiment of systemic racism.
Yes! Systemic racism.
Where, like, I think he's...
Oh, how about the Ku Klux Klan? How about that?
He's
Kevin Stefanski, KKK. Oh, I can't figure it out.
He's probably had more black starting quarterbacks than white starting quarterbacks as the Cleveland Browns coach.
That's a great point. I love Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
Did yeah, I honestly, we could look that up. I bet you end up.
I mean,
bet you'll end up right.
He's had a lot of quarterbacks.
He's had a lot of quarterbacks. He has.
Which is why he's a 2-time coach of the year.
Right.
Because everyone looks at what he deals with and it's like, man.
I'm glad the preseason is done because this is done.
Yeah.
This is going to be done, at least we think, for a while until Flacco has 2 bad games. And then all of a sudden, it's a very militant faction.
They're going to start 1-6 and there's going to be calls for him to start.
Are they going to storm? Like, hey, you know what? If you're so about Shedeur Sanders, storm the Browns team facility, okay? Storm the team facility. Just do it. Do it. If you care that much, do it. But all this crying about like how Shedeur Sanders has it the worst. Like, he's a 5th-round pick that is probably going to get to play an entire rookie contract entirely because of his name. Very few players get that. Sean Mason's behind the glass on Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975. If you want to weigh in on the Astros over the weekend, you can. We'll talk about what the Houston Texans did this preseason. Want to do it right now? Just straight into it, Sean? We are a little bit late. Okay. So, watched the Texans preseason game from Saturday this morning. I refused to watch a preseason game live. Sorry. Just never going to do it again. Spent 6-hour days covering that team. In the summer, nah. I'm having my one last Saturday before football season starts, and I will be occupied for the next 4, 5 foreseeable months where I can bring in a notepad out to a bar and writing notes like a weirdo. So I didn't watch the game live. Paul, why are you bragging about not watching a game live? You cover sports for a living. Fair point. This game that we saw featured a couple of interesting things going forward. First of all, Xavier Hutchinson. I really like him. And I think that right now, for Jaden Higgins, for Jalen Knoll, the two receivers that the Texans drafted this year, it's going to be an injury that gets them on the field over Hutchinson. And you'll see them from time to time rotating in and out. But right now, fantasy football players, pay attention to this. If you are looking for a guy that is actually going to give you immediate returns, you're looking at 1, obviously Nico Collins, 2, Christian Kirk. And if you need to take a third guy at the end of a draft or something like that, Hutchinson's the guy for now. If you are in maybe a keeper league or something like that, okay, think about Higgins, think about Knoll. But this is not anything against those two. It's just that's where Hutchinson is. Hutchinson has really come into his own. I think he has done a hell of a job as a late-round pick with this team. And, I think it really goes to show you that Iowa State breeds gamers who you might look at and not think too much of, but, Brock Purdy, Xavier Hutchinson, it's a good program that they got there, and that's why the Texans took 2 wide receivers from that program in this year's past draft. But I do think there's a pretty big gap for now between Higgins and Knoll and Xavier Hutchinson. This pass rush would be able to withstand some injury, is the other takeaway I had from Saturday's game. The depth that the Texans have on the defensive line is, I think, really impressive. And in this game, especially the first drive of the game, whether it's Darrell Taylor or it's Tim Settle or some of these other guys who are going to be rotating in and out, the Texans have a lot of depth on the defensive line, on the edge and on the interior. And, if you want to make a case that the Texans could have the best defense in the NFL this season, that's where you're making that case. Over the long marathon of a season, they have enough bodies to throw in there and potentially step in, say a key player goes down. So you saw that early on in the game. Dameon Pierce played. We finally saw him out on the field. I thought Pierce looked pretty good. Was he as impressive as Woody Marks? I think Marks was more impressive, and I think Marks as a receiver, it's going to be very interesting to see if he actually sees any playing time this coming season. They do seem to have a love of Dare Ogunbowale, who is a special teamer and a running back, but also has pretty good hands. But I thought Pierce, in this offense, works. And I think we're going to continue to look at last year all season long and wonder what could have been had it not been Bobby Slowick, had it not been Chris Strausser, the former offensive line coach. I think you're just going to feel a lot better about this running game going forward this year. They, over the course of these preseason games, looked a lot better. That's not to say that all of a sudden the Texans are going to have a top rushing attack in the league. We don't know what the hell is going on with Joe Mixon. Is he going to be back for week 1? Honestly, I'm leaning towards no. But I like Pierce. I think Pierce proved that he can play in this offense. I like Woody Marks. I don't know what to expect out of Nick Chubb. Chubb did not play in this preseason game, which generally is a good sign for him, but I don't really know how I feel about Chubb the player. Chubb did have moments in that second preseason game where you're like, oh yeah, he can run through contact. But there are other moments in training camp where you're looking at him and you're like, I don't know about that. What else is there to go off of in this preseason game? I don't know what's going on with the Texans long snapper situation, but I kind of want John Weeks back. That guy who was in there on Saturday, Blake Ferguson, who they signed a couple of days ago. Did they sign him because they're not feeling good about the guy who's ahead of him on the depth chart? But, I mean, he had 2 of the worst snaps I've ever seen, and that can't happen. And you know who never did that? John Weeks. And I'm very curious about what evaluation, and this is a long snapper, I get it, but a bad snap by a long snapper is something that is very, very, very noticeable. You should never notice a long snapper. That's the whole point. They're supposed to be unassuming. You look at him like, wait, that guy's in the NFL? Because that's generally what you would say if you looked at John Weeks. He's got a Rudy build. As far as like guys who are on the line, he's smaller. He's smaller and I'm not gonna say fat, but he does not look like a conventional NFL player. But he was really good at what he did to the point where he's the longest tenured Texan ever. So this guy comes in, and God, it was awful. Awful.
Yeah, and it's something where you don't even again, when John Weeks was here for 20 years, we didn't really talk about him as like what he did or his quality. It was just that he was here for a long time. Like, oh, another Texas season, John Weeks. Huh, look at him.
Yeah.
He's around, 46.
Woohoo!
But when you have a bad long snapper, it's just like, oh my God.
It's so bad.
It's like debilitating. I don't know how you scout long snappers.
Well, you definitely don't get guys like that.
Yeah, but he obviously had some good tape, right? I assume.
I hope so. Because that was the worst tape. That was the worst tape I've ever seen for a long snapper. So
can we breaking news? Blake Ferguson's been cut.
I would assume he.
What's the case for him not to be cut?
I assume he's already cut. I mean, and if he hasn't been cut by now, I mean, then he's got some friends in high places, and that's a bigger outrage than Shedeur Sanders not playing in a preseason game. That guy, that was rough. But to be fair, Graham Mertz, I thought he looked awful. Graham Mertz looked great on Saturday. Graham Mertz actually looked great.
Yeah, the reverse Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah,
like bad first game, good second game.
Now, he was going up against backups, but he looked actually really good. I was surprised by his mobility. Did not know he had that in the bag, especially coming off of the injury that he suffered at Florida. Had a really nice crossing route throw to Xavier Hutchinson. Knew exactly when the right time was to take off and scramble. Got to say, obviously C.J. Stroud's the starting quarterback for this team, but I was pretty impressed by both Davis Mills throughout training camp and in the preseason. And they had some rough moments in the preseason. Davis Mills did, but that's not a bad quarterback room. Who would have thought? Yeah. Like after C.J. Stroud, based off of the first tape we saw of Graham Mertz and honestly just the entirety of the Davis Mills experience. But looking pretty good. So if a bunch of quarterbacks die for the Texans this season, Mertz might be fun.
I mean, it's happened before.
It has.
With the Texans.
2014, goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Rotating through bodies.
2011.
15. Yeah. Yeah. For sure.
Like there's TJ Yates pretend. I think he could be better than TJ Yates.
Good. Very much good.
I know that's sacrilegious, but I think he could. I think he can at least. If we come to the position where Graham Mertz has to play, I will think back on this preseason game and be like, you know what? It wouldn't be crazy if he's okay.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be crazy.
I got to give him a lot of credit because he frustrated me at Florida, and then I watched his tape, and I was like, man, I like him from the SEC documentary. He seems like a cool guy, but that first game was not so good. So happy for him. He looked good. I think he will be on an NFL team this season, and I hope it's the Texans. So there you go, guys. That is the recap of the Texans' convincing win over the Detroit Lions to wrap up the preseason. Yes, we were having some signal issues on 97.5, correct, Sean? So
yes, they're working on something, and part of that was it disrupts the signal.
So should be better as the day goes on. We obviously have two signals, 97.5 and 92.5. Download the ESPN Houston app if you haven't already. Yep. It's available for your iPhone or for your Android, or you could watch it on YouTube and Twitch. I think it's a better experience when you watch it because I think I look good, especially today.
Yeah, dressed up.
Today I got a suit ready to go. Oh, yeah. Doing a little KHOU later this afternoon. Anyway, you know how to get aboard. How you feeling about the Astros after taking 3 of 4 against the Orioles? They have tonight off. Any thoughts on the Texans in the preseason? And plus, are you? I want to hear a convincing argument from the Shedeur Sanders stands. I do want to hear a convincing one. Don't bring up race, please. But why is it so bad for Shedeur Sanders, and why did we spend so much time having this discussion over the weekend? Paul Gallant Show, stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Astros have a 2-game lead in the West over the Seattle Mariners after taking 3 of 4 total and 2 of 3 over the weekend against the Baltimore Orioles. Games that felt a lot closer than they needed to on Friday, on Saturday. And a game that's pretty frustrating yesterday because, once again, the Astros had a lot of runners in scoring position and they were not able to take advantage. But 2-game lead on the Mariners stands. They have tonight off. The Mariners, meanwhile, are about to play the San Diego Padres. So theoretically, the Astros could build a little bit more ground. But my proclamation that the Astros should be 4.5 to 5 games up on the Mariners by the end of the month does feel like it's in jeopardy with less than a week to go. Should be that way. So I will maintain that I was right in saying that, but it does not look like it will be that way. If you want to weigh in on the Texans preseason game, you can. I have yet to see strong arguments pointing out how Shedeur Sanders has it so hard, how he has it so tough, so difficult. And I get that.
Yeah, like the thing is like the draft, like falling to the 5th. That's the hard part is that he, if he was like the second or third or competing for the second quarterback job,
right?
That would be one thing, but being like the third or fourth, that's tough. That's just a tough place to be in as a career.
Right, exactly.
Or the start of your career.
Yeah, and plenty of time left. Don't call Shedeur Sanders' career over yet.
Yeah, they don't write him off. He might write back, like Geno Smith. I mean, that's the other thing, is that Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, they've all proven that, like, now all those guys, I think, were first-round picks.
Geno was a second.
Geno was the early second, though.
Right.
Yeah.
2 of them played for the Jets.
2 of them played for the Jets. They did have that in common. And 1 played for the Browns.
Yep.
That the long, take the long view on these things, like the swing from his first, and we were in the moment after his first preseason game. We're like, listen, it is the preseason. Like, we're about to talk about how the Texans preseason doesn't matter. We can't then also say that Shedeur Sanders proved why he should have been a first-round pick in his first preseason game. Like, just treat it as like, hey, listen, they're out there, they're figuring stuff out, they're learning, especially rookie quarterbacks, which surprisingly, Shedeur Sanders is a rookie quarterback. Like, he still has a learning curve to get over, the same way that Jackson Dart does, the same way that all these guys will. Same Cam Ward will. Same as C.J. Stroud did. Like, it is hard to play quarterback in the NFL. You will have bad games. It's not everyone else's fault the second you have a bad game. Just chillax and hope that he beats out Dylan Gabriel, which doesn't seem like an impossible task.
He never realistically had a shot to be starting quarterback by the end of training camp. And a lot of people are going to look, well, why does Joe Flacco have a chance? Or some of the other players in the Browns room are going to ask themselves, hey, why is Stefanski picking this guy? The reason Stefanski is probably picking this guy is because he and the GM of the Browns, Andrew Berry, are in a weird spot where, despite Stefanski being a 2-time coach of the year, the Deshaun Watson trade, which seems like it was a Jimmy Haslam idea, has put this organization in such a tough spot that there is a realistic shot of Stefanski getting canned. So he has to put in people that he trusts. By the way, all teams should do that. They should put in guys that they think give them the best chance to win. This idea that a rookie quarterback is more important than the rest of the 52 guys, to me, is just such an ignorant thing to have as a mindset when we're talking about the team game of all team games. I understand that not a lot of people look at it that way. Ben Solak, they should. Anyway, speaking of the team game side of things, good news for the Commanders today. The Washington Commanders have agreed to a deal with Terry McLaurin, who is, I think, one of the better receivers in the league. He signs a deal that I don't think he's probably that thrilled about. 3-year extension worth up to $96 million, $30 million signing bonus in the deal. He had requested a trade July 31st, and that was something that was never, ever considered by the Commanders, who maybe are a little bit better run than they've been in years past. So the guide for this trade was DK Metcalf's deal with Pittsburgh is what we're finding out. Pittsburgh gave Metcalf a 4-year deal, $33 million a year, $60 million guaranteed after they traded for him. McLaurin, who's turning 31, they're looking at him and they're like, okay, well, he's up there in age. It sucks for McLaurin. McLaurin's been a good soldier with that god-awful organization for quite some time and productive with that organization for quite some time. You would think that, hey, you have a season where you help a quarterback become the rookie of the year despite an awful organization historically that he's in, that they would be a little bit more loyal, but this is the NFL. Does suck for Terry McLaurin. I personally am happy as somebody who has him in my fantasy football league. No one cares about my fantasy team, but I was actually stressing over that a little bit.
Keep the continuity. Don't change anything up. Although Terry McLaurin is a guy who, like you said, early in his career was dealing with some
bums.
Yeah, I mean he was DeAndre Hopkins on the Texans before they drafted Deshaun Watson. Like he was following that career path of pulling in over 1,000 yards, and then you look at the guys throwing in the ball. It's a lot of Heineke's and Sam Howells and all just absolute, like you said, bums. And he's still a productive player. He finally gets Daniels, who looked like he was a very good quarterback last year, and then he gets held to the fire for a deal where he has to base it off of a DK Metcalf deal where I'm not sure how many people think DK Metcalf is actually a better player than Terry McLaurin.
They shouldn't.
He's younger.
I like
guess.
Metcalf a lot.
I think he's just younger. That's what makes him a little bit more valuable.
I also think it's his size and his strength and speed. And with Metcalf is a freak, like a physical freak of all freaks, where McLaurin's a little smaller. Not to say he's tiny or anything like that, but he's a smaller guy comparatively. And I think that sometimes gets held against a guy like a Terry McLaurin going forward. But good for the Commanders getting this all figured out. And, McLaurin it was a bad time to hold out given that all the attention is still being paid to Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons, in the midst of the Cowboys' last preseason game, lying on the training table is one of the funniest sights I've ever seen from a player who's doing a hold-in. I guess doctors did a look at his back, and his back is completely fine. So we all know what this is. And I don't really know what happens next. I saw a video from Saturday of Micah Parsons' mom and Jerry Jones embracing. Like I don't know what to make of it, but it is just really funny. The visual of Micah Parsons lying back on that trainer table like a 4-year-old who doesn't have his iPad while he's hanging out at grandma's house was pretty damn funny.
It exuded, I would say, boredom and why do I have to be here? And I think that's what he was trying to convey.
Yes. I don't want to be around anymore.
And I think what's next for Micah Parsons is probably either a deal or not a deal, and he plays on Thursday 10 days from now anyway.
Yeah.
That's the thing with this is like the McLaurin trade request. We didn't really take it that seriously. The Micah Parsons thing, I think he'll play on the Cowboys this year.
Yeah.
Now the future, that's more up in the air. Still a good chance that he resigns at a later point. But as far as the 2025 season, I don't see why they would trade him.
I don't either. I don't see why they would trade him, period. You're just not getting something in return for him. And you have
players in the league.
The thing with contracts and holdouts in the National Football League is, while we've seen some exceptions to this, it's very hard to force your way out. It's very, very hard. You have to be the most insufferable. We're talking what Deshaun Watson was.
Full Antonio Brown.
Russell Wilson, and Wilson obviously didn't have a sex scandal on his hands or anything like that. No. But Wilson had planted so many seeds of I'm not that happy here. And here we are. So we will see what happens next with Micah, but I do think he will be on the field for the Cowboys this season. It is the Paul Gallant Show, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around. The most interactive sports talk show in town. You know how to get aboard. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. The Astros did take 3 of 4 against the Orioles and have a 2-game lead in the American League West. But the Mariners also won 2 of 3 over the weekend. So no ground gained by the Astros these last couple. The Texans also wrapped up their preseason, which, if you've heard me say it before, I think it is BS. But it was a nice, convincing win to wrap things up 26-7. Honestly, the only concern I have coming out of that game is who the hell's their long snapper. But it's over. And soon we'll have real football on our hands. And I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. But we still have like 10 days. So 10 days of the worst month of the baseball season. And I'm hoping that we get more stories like this because it's a bit of a tired story. I'm not talking about Shedeur Sanders here. But it keeps happening. And no one's gotten hurt yet. And I don't know that anyone ever will get hurt by one of these flying devices. But it's not just a WNBA problem anymore. This invasion that's taking place. We saw green devices that some would use to take themselves to Happy Town thrown on the field at a Titans-Vikings preseason game. And at the PGA FedEx Cup. Tommy Fleetwood winning. Story 1A. Story 1B. Flying green object. How long is this going to keep going?
I mean, football season's about to start.
It's going to be throughout football season.
Yeah, college, pros.
The WNBA is the league that has been the most incensed by this. And they are facing an audience increase that I don't think they were really ready for, but I can understand the WNBA getting ticked off because it seems to be happening there. But now it's happening everywhere. And now I think this is going to be an all-season thing. An all-season thing. We'll see it more for football. We'll definitely see it for baseball at some point. Someone at Dyken Park is going to do it. Don't do it, by the way. But somebody at Dyken Park is going to do it. They're going to have a few too many drinks. Maybe it's an El Tiempo margarita for $300. Maybe it's something else. And they're gonna let it fly. And I don't know if Dyken Park will do some sort of investigation. Who was the one who brought this in? How did they smuggle it in? What did they do? Was it just in their pocket? Did they have really big pockets? Did they use another kind of pocket, if you get my drift? There's a lot of questions I have about how it could theoretically get into the stadium, but we're definitely not done. And I do not buy into this idea that there's some like random crypto coin that is behind all of this. No, I think that people saw it happen, and now they all want to participate in the fun. But what is really so fun about this? Like, is this actually fun? You're bringing a device that looks like a Ramalama Ding Dong that some use for taking themselves to Happy Town. You let the thing fly. Ha-ha.
Yeah.
I mean, the payoff is, ha-ha, for some. Others are going to be disgusted, but I don't think the outrage that it is a byproduct of this is enough to even get a payoff or your kicks and your bleeps and giggles if you're a troll. Like, what is the payoff for the people that are doing this?
It's also something where we've now just seen it so much, and like we've seen it on a football field before.
Yeah.
We've seen it
the
on
Bills.
Yeah, we've seen it with the Bills.
The Bills always have like a pink one.
Yeah. I think part of it too is that throwing on a basketball court is more disruptive because like they have to stop the game at that point.
Yeah, they do.
Where if you throw it on a football field, like chances are it's just going to be 60 yards away from the action.
And someone will pick it up. And I mean, impressive arm to get it to the field, but someone will pick it up and it'll be moved to the side.
Yeah, it just kind of life goes on.
Yeah. Where's it going to happen next? Because it's happened at an NFL game now. It's happened at golf. I do think listen, I don't have a great deal of respect for the game of golf. It's a sport I've mastered. It's more because of the snooty country club mentality. Oh, you're an elitist douche that went to private schools his whole life. You don't like it? No, I like to pretend I'm a member of the proletariat, and I do not like that golf course, country club, just vibe. Same thing with tennis. So I do think it's kind of funny that it's happening there, but I'm not endorsing it, because it's like, ha, and that's it.
Yeah.
Then we move on.
It is. It's like it's just played out at this point.
Getting a little tired, that's for sure.
Oh,
it's getting stale.
What's 10 days from now? NFL kickoff?
Yes.
Where's that taking place again?
Philadelphia. Uh-oh. And green.
Go Birds.
Go Birds!
Yeah. I think that Columbus, Ohio.
I got a
Probably
device
has a
for
good
the
chance.
birds. We're going to throw it on the field after go to Wawa. We get a hoagie. Maybe cheesesteak.
I don't think that a PGA event, a non-major PGA event, is like a big enough deal. Like you're not getting the payoff. Like my mind goes to like the biggest football
Masters.
games, or just the biggest football games this weekend or next weekend.
Yeah, that's fair.
Where it's like that's how you, because if you throw it, some random, Georgia's playing Marshall, like no one's watching that. That's on SEC Network.
So you are suggesting, Sean, that some Texas Longhorn fans are known to throw things. Do you think that Texas Longhorn fans are going to do this against Ohio State?
I mean, I think Ohio State fans might do it.
They definitely
against
could,
Ohio
but
State.
what if a Texas fan does it as a false flag operation to get Ohio State punished? I don't know what the Big Ten's rules are for.
Can I say I sternly nod my head or shake my head at
Nod?
it? Shake my head.
Freudian slip.
But also, gets a free first down when we need it. I don't know.
I mean, throwing devices has led to a overturned call in an SEC game. What'll happen in a Big Ten game?
I mean, come on. Those are Dasani water. Those are $4 water bottles from the vendors at DKR.
Things are getting stale, guys. This is the bit that's been powering us through the summer.
They need to be bigger. Maybe, what if that's how you evolve it? Bigger or more instead of one at
It's
an
like
event.
A pool noodle size.
Yeah, you get like the Mean Green Mafia, and you're throwing like 7 of them at the same time.
Oh,
where you're like, hey, 10 minutes left in the third quarter, we all do it, and it's like 15.
Just launching them.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just starts raining.
The views of Sean Mapes do not necessarily reflect the views of the Paul Gallant Show.
I'm just trying to help.
Just give him some new material.
Yeah, like
it's gotten stale. Jazz it up a little bit. You know what else has gotten stale? The Burning Man. Everything's stale, guys. It's August. Burning Man. Has anyone seen what's happening at Burning Man? Burning Man is this festival for like really rich people that also takes place in a desert. And apparently there's 50-mile-per-hour winds and they're blowing sands and tents everywhere. And everyone's having a miserable time. And I kind of love watching this. I kind of love everyone having their own little mini fire fest. Mainly because I can't afford to go to something like Burning Man. But it is fun to watch all of these rich people like have a miserable time.
Yeah.
Paying tons of money to set up a tent in an area that will have some music, but not great music, most likely. Not a great band sound. I'm assuming it's all like deep house and things like that. I mean, why would you want this? You're going to a desert. Are the views at night so beautiful? Like, it's probably hot as balls. And then on top of that, you got dust blowing all over the place. Do you really want this? So, stale. Burning Man, Shador Sanders discourse, and throwing phallic items on a football field.
Apparently, there's not a lineup at Burning Man.
Oh, I don't even know who's there.
It's an event where participants create their own experience, art, and performances within theme camps.
Oh, my God. Okay.
This is definitely the lamest one.
That is awful. Yeah, I'd rather engage in Shador Sanders discourse.
Yeah.
Than go to Burning Man or to be there.
What's the get-in price for this?
I'm assuming Burning Man prices are at least $1,000.
Yes.
I mean, shoot, ACL is like $300 now.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing that like people are actually having a bad of a time with the economy. If like you have Lollapalooza, you have Burning Man, you have Coachella, you have ACL, you have all these music events that cost hundreds upon hundreds of dollars to attend.
What a racket.
Yeah, and like I can't afford to buy groceries. It's like, well,
stop going to this.
Stop going to this.
Stop paying so much on your nails and on your hair.
Yeah.
Ticket prices.
All this, a lot of this is like 25-year-olds. That's like,
yeah, I guess,
what are you doing?
Or big tech people.
Yeah.
Burning Man ticket prices start at $550. Ticket prices include $550, $650, $750, $950, $1,500, and I guess the highest is $3,000. Plus, you need to get a vehicle pass if you bring a vehicle, so that's $150. And there's a tax on top of that, 9%, and then a fee for each ticket and a fee for the vehicle pass. and a credit card processing fee.
Oh my God.
And then you got to travel there. So either you're flying or you are driving out there, and you need food, water, camping equipment. None of these are provided. RV rental, but I'm sure that they have some sort of racket if you're renting your own RV there where it's
I can't imagine that's.
And there's camp dues. But if you have financial hardship, there is a ticket aid program. A limited number of discounted tickets are available through an application process for participants on limited incomes.
What's the interest fees on that? I imagine
Right?
it's a payment plan.
It's a payment plan, yeah. It's wild. So it's kind of funny to see that Burning Man's a miserable time. Anyway, guys, it is the Paul Gallant Show. What do you want from us? It's August. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay there.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
It's a Spice It Up Monday. We're just going to start that. Spice It Up Monday, everybody. How do you spice things up? Because things are starting to get stale. The Shedeur Sanders discourse, Astros games, there's always something missing. Sometimes it's offense. Sometimes it's pitching. They're not going to go 162-0. Not cool. They're not likely to have a first-round bye. in the American League playoffs, given the way things are going of late. So we got to spice it up. People are doing the same thing at every single game that they go to. Everyone's gotten a bit tired for throwing lime green, neon green, phallic devices onto the field to pass the time. Someone suggested throwing inflatable blow-up dolls. That could be fun. You know? If you could, I'm sure it wouldn't be that hard to fit the doll in your pocket.
Uninflated.
How quickly could you inflate it while you're there is really the big question, but it's not going to harm anyone. Just might be, I don't know, a
Might
little
be hard to
to
get
throw
the
it.
distance on it.
Could turn into the new beach ball. Beach balls used to be a thing. You know, that was how you passed the time at a sporting event. Now you got this device that people use for naughty purposes that's being passed from one person to the next. It could be bad for the children. And that's the interesting thing is these things are becoming, I think, just less and less a place for kids. No, like sporting events, because of the actions of a very few. Because we're talking fights, and we're talking hammered people.
Yeah, I mean, some people fight their kids. Shout out to
That's
the
true.
Johnson family.
The Johnson family after the Kansas State Iowa State game.
Yeah,
yeah.
in Ireland, which I think it being an island plays a part. I'll just say it.
Loaded, right?
Just say it.
Everyone's absolutely wrecked
But-
there, but they were trying to spice it up after the game.
Yeah, but I agree with you that it is like a more and more. I don't know. It does feel like, especially like NFL games. Like we'll see it in a couple weeks where I guess maybe it's just social media and everyone's recording everything now.
That's it.
But I think there's so many more fights in NFL games than I've ever seen before. And it started like, I guess a few years ago where it feels like every week there's several like viral fights at one of these games in the stands.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because I wouldn't say that like teams' home field advantages have gotten any better. Like it doesn't seem like it's harder to win a road game or that crowds are louder than they used to be. It's just like they're just more obnoxious.
They're definitely more obnoxious.
There's just more infighting, I guess. I don't know. There's a fight at a preseason game last week.
Yeah, it's usually only a select few fan bases that actually do battle with another fan base. We saw that Saints fan and Jaguars fan, which is not a fight I expected
Classic
to ever see.
rivalries, yeah.
Yeah, the big time rivalries, but it's usually Dodgers and Padres fans. Honestly.
Yeah,
it's usually Dodgers fans and somebody else.
Yeah. And then in football, it is kind of just like you expect Raiders, you expect Rams. And then after that, it's pretty equal opportunity of like people take,
Cowboys.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's Cowboys have a big fighting culture. I would say in the
Eagles.
Eagles. Yeah. But then you'll see a clip of like why are Arizona Cardinals fans fighting? Like what? No disrespect, but what do they have to be so worked up about? I didn't think they were that worked up about a team that's probably going to be a couple games under 500.
Probably. Ugh. Some people are suggesting other things to throw. No, that device definitely not. And the blow up doll is, I think, the way to go if you're gonna do something. But again, there's kids there, and that's the funny thing. It's like the shame is gone.
Well, that's why they like end up getting arrested for this. Like that's why all the people who've done it so far like get arrested 3 days later.
Yeah,
because they track them down because we're always being monitored, and then boom, sorry, dude,
goodbye. It's
Yeah.
over. By the way, when we're talking about over, it would be nice if ESPN could stop doing things that make it more difficult for us. And I know that, like, we are ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and we play some of their programming. But wouldn't it be nice if it would be over cringe social media posts by ESPN? Did anyone see the most recent mural that they put out? They do this, I feel like, every 2 years, and then they end up deleting it.
It's a big summertime thing. I feel like every summer they like throw together a social media post. Because remember the one that I think it was like for the World Cup or something.
Yes.
Where like it had athletes, but also like the cast of Friends and Iron Man, and it was about like being patriotic. But
Yes.
it just had like a random collection of, I guess they're all Americans, but then they threw in fictional people as well.
Yeah, they're right. Yeah, it was actual
that one was
fictional,
hilarious.
fictional people.
Because it would be like the Stranger Things kids, also Christian Pulisic.
I guess it was Bleacher Report the last time.
Okay.
That they did One Nation, One Team.
And that's the one with like Iron Man on it.
Yes, I think so. So now you have SportsCenter posting a graphic with all the icons, 11 WNBA players, 10 NFL players, 5 college football players, Mina Kimes' dog, Brian Windhorst, amongst others.
I like that the dog's in there.
No Scotty Scheffler. No Paul Skeens. A bunch of randos, and no offense, every WNBA player not named Caitlin Clark is a rando in the eyes of the majority of people. And that's the balance. There are some guys who haven't even played in college yet that were on it. The guy from Michigan, right? Was it Bryce Underwood?
Yeah, Bryce Underwood.
Bryce Underwood, what?
I didn't know he was on it. But
Yeah,
that's
he's
the
on it.
quarterback from Michigan.
He's on it. He hasn't even played a snap.
I wonder if they do it by, well, obviously, the protocol or however they came up with this, there's probably not a consistent logic. But I wonder if it's like SEO rankings or something. Like if it's like just who's the buzziest people.
Who's the buzziest?
Yeah, just like because like Arch Manning's on there and Bryce Underwood's on there, and then but not Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah.
Not like is Rory on there? Like that's where it becomes interesting. Of like, is it just like here's who generates first take cut topics, and also here's Mina Kimes and her dog, which again, if you're gonna do a giant mural, like I actually don't want it to be like the top 100 athletes or top 100 whatever sports people of the year. Make it ridiculous for me, please. Like please throw in someone's dog. Please throw in a mascot. If a mascot was on there, I'd be pro that. If just you're scrolling through and you're like, wait, why is the Philly Fanatic next to Tiger Woods?
Yeah.
Like just do it. Like if you're gonna do it fun. Make it fun for me. Have the cast of Friends.
Instead, they end up rage baiting, which has gotten stale. I feel like everything now is being put online, and it's to generate a reaction. But they didn't stand in the pocket. They deleted it, and we look bad by association. I'm tired of saying, hey, this is where I work, and then people are like, oh, you work at woke ESPN. I'm like, no, I work for a radio station that's one of a bunch of radio stations across the country that also plays national ESPN programming. I don't know how similar we are to the majority of the ESPN family, but we're a part of it. I have a little bit of pride in the fact that I work for the four-letter network in a way, but I feel like we just deal with more of this than we deal with actual perks of working with the four-letter network these days. You know, it's not like the people at the four-letter network are readily available for us to have on as a guest or anything like that. No, it's the complete opposite. Instead, it's every month or so, we're going to have some post that we get blamed for or lumped in by association with. And it annoys me. It would be nice if ESPN could go like a month without doing that. That's all. You know? Is that too much to ask for?
Well, if they go the other way, they just start
lean
posting.
into it.
No, they just start posting like Andrew Tate. Like Andrew Tate's in this mural.
I'm surprised they haven't. I'm
Just
surprised they didn't take cues from the election and then, like, right afterwards, just completely grift for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But now it's too late. Like, now I think things have centered. Things have centered again, where people are like, okay, we get it. You're grifting. So they missed the boat on that.
I feel like the Cracker Barrel manufactured outrage is the breaking point of guys, you can't blame everything that happens on one political ideology.
Yeah.
Like some
Well, it
things
should be, at least.
Some things are just like a stupid brand making a mistake. Changing their logo. Like that can just happen. Like it's not because of some grander thing.
Cracker Barrel sucks, guys. It sucks. Like it's awful.
I've literally never been. I've never
went twice.
Felt like going.
It's as I said on Friday. It's, hey, is there a gas station that I need to stop? Does this rest stop have a Cracker Barrel? Oh, okay. That's pretty good for options. at a rest stop. You know, it's an actual restaurant.
Yeah, but that's what I thought. It was like a sit-down restaurant, right?
Right, but it's like generally on the highway. Like that's
okay. I get it.
From what I remember it, I think the last time I went to one, it was like highway side. I was like, okay. I mean, could be worse, you know? This is better than Sparrow. No offense, Sparrow.
Ouch.
Drive by right there.
Sparrow's like, what the hell do we do?
Sparrow's like, what do we do? But I mean, again, like
change
there's
our logo.
Hey, look, there's a restaurant on the side of the road. That's cool. If there's other ones, I'm probably gonna go there. But
yeah, are there?
We need more Cheesecake Factories. Although apparently Cheesecake Factories quality has gone downhill too. Like I would love that's if I could go anywhere.
I feel like those are next to malls a lot.
Yes,
right?
they are.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's more of
yes.
a mall.
A mall thing. Yeah, the malls a little dicey these days. You know,
Keep your head. That and a
Galleria's-
NFL game and a
Yeah.
WNBA game.
Galleria's making Guns Point look like a Chuck E. Cheese, for God's sake. It's getting rough out there down the street. You
Right
know?
there.
Yeah, right there. Oh, gunshot. Damn. Just kidding. Paul Gallant Show, that's Sean Mapes behind the glass. We are 10 days away from the start of the NFL season. What? I know. It's crazy. Stick around. Ten days away from the start of the NFL season. We are so close. We are less than 2 weeks away from the Thursday night opener. Eagles, Cowboys at the Link. I'm sure there will be some fights in the parking lot there. And I'm sure there will be phallic devices thrown onto the field. Will NBC actually show them? That is the real question. Who is the best number 10 in NFL history? Surprisingly, this number, not as popular as you would think. Hall of Famers who have worn number 10. Fran Tarkenton, played for the Vikings back in the day. John McNally, who I believe also went by John Blood McNally. Duke Slater, Jan Stenerud, and I guess Kurt Warner wore it for a little bit of time. 10, not a great number unless we're talking about one guy who, I just can't remember his name. I don't know what it is about him. I think he's won a couple of big games, you know?
Oh, Tyreek Hill. Yeah.
Yeah, Tyreek Hill. Big time number 10. Eli Manning. Yeah.
DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, DeAndre Hopkins was a great number 10. As
Less
far
big
as Houston
games.
Texans, that's the best number 10. That's the best number 10 in Texans history. He is borderline Ring of Honor. But yeah, Eli Manning's
Yeah, he would
up
have
there.
He'd have a better chance if he was DeAndre McNair, but I think he still has a good chance.
DeAndre McNair.
Just historically, you have a better.
Yeah,
chance.
right. If you're a McNair, you get in. Davis Mills, shout out. There's only been 2 number 10s in Texans history: DeAndre Hopkins and Davis Mills. It's kind of weird because 10 is, for soccer, it is generally the most popular number, but for whatever reason, not the case in the National Football League. Anyway, what's going on in the National Football League? We do have a contract extension for Terry McLaurin with the Washington Commanders. He signed a 3-year deal today worth up to $96 million. He gets a $30 million signing bonus in the deal. He requested a trade July 31st. Washington never considered it. Generally, holdouts end like this, in which I think is how the Micah Parsons holdout is going to end. I think a deal is going to be struck. I think that they are both playing hardball with one another. I don't think things ever get burned between two parties when it comes to negotiating a deal in the NFL to the point where there's no return unless it involves the Cincinnati Bengals. And by the way, we have an amazing new Cincinnati Bengals story. I don't know how many people saw this, but I know a lot of people have been aware for a while that the Cincinnati Bengals are one of the cheapest organizations in the National Football League. Per Boomer Esiason, who you might know more as somebody who was a regular voice on CBS, their NFL coverage, is one of the best Bengals ever. He was their quarterback in the, I think, late 80s, early 90s, the post-Ken Anderson years. Also had a little run with the New York Jets. He was invited to the Bengals Ring of Honor event this season. He is in the Bengals Ring of Honor, as is Corey Dillon, Bengals running back, who I think was inducted in last year. But he was told via a generic invite he'd have to pay his own way, including hotel, but at a discounted rate. So he read out the invite on his actual radio show, which you can hear on WFAN up in New York City, which is amazing. It is pretty wild that they're not going to pay for this one guy. It's also even more wild that they forgot to invite Corey Dillon. They forgot to invite him.
That's bad.
That's unbelievable.
I think
it's on brand, and now it's bad.
Yeah, it's also bad that Boomer or any of the Ring of Honor guys didn't get like a somewhat personalized email for this, because it was like,
hello, blank.
Yeah,
It would be funny if they
it
just
was
did that.
like, hello, valued member of the Bengals family. It was like, just like that could be about literally anybody.
Could be a chef, could be a trainer,
It could be a fan,
a janitor, right?
They called him the part of the family. So yeah, it was terrible. It was great radio. It was just like 4.5 minutes long, and there's nothing that you can really cut from it. So I didn't, I wasn't like, oh my God, we had to play this. But if you want to go and listen to it, because you can hear like Boomer and it's Gio, right?
Yes.
Gio, yeah. You can hear them get more and more like WTF, like
as the letter goes
as they're
on.
explaining it and reading the thing. That's just more and more like, wait, what? Like you have to pay for a hotel.
You have to pay for Gatorade there. Jonathan
That
Joseph, who is one of the best Texans cornerbacks ever.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, it's probably him number one right now.
It's him number one right now.
And Derek Stingley is knocking on the door.
Yeah.
And Jonathan Joseph would talk about how you had to pay for Gatorade. It's just wild.
Yeah.
That an organization would operate this way. And I get that these players are making a lot of money and stuff, but to see that organization relative to other ones and the owner be aware enough of these criticisms to the point where this offseason he said, I'm not cheap. Actually acknowledged it. These stories pop up annually with the Bengals. And it is a shame. I feel for Bengals fans. They have some really awesome players in town right now. And, hey, they finally started paying some of them. But this Trey Hendrickson situation, we talk about how Terry McLaurin just got a new deal and how Micah Parsons probably will get a new deal. Trey Hendrickson, I don't know.
No.
And that's still just a cloud over this organization. And by the way, he is their best defensive player, and their defense is the reason that they didn't make the playoffs last year.
Yeah, he was the lone bright spot, really, on their defense. It was not just a bad defense. It was one of the worst defenses in football. That's how they missed the playoffs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it is embarrassing, and it is something of when they make the Super Bowl a few years ago, and you're like, oh, wow, so really you are just nailing a couple draft picks away from being a real deal title contender. It is true that they were very close to winning that Super Bowl, but it's also you kind of need to take advantage of that opportunity because you are such a poorly run team that you don't get the well, you're going to have 5 more years of these guys on rookie contracts, and then you'll just have – it's like, no, it's a terrible organization. Therefore, these guys are going to mess it up or make it way harder for them to continue to compete at the highest level.
Yeah. If they had a little more money, I don't even think that they would operate this way. Clearly, they're in a smaller market, and it's not in the most wealthy part of the country. I mean, Cincinnati's airport's in Kentucky, and Kentucky is an area that doesn't exactly have that much going on for it. I'm assuming Cincinnati is similar when it comes to that. But I feel awful for that fan base because this has been discussed for years and years and years. It feels like there's an event annually where you're like, yep, we're still exactly who we've always been.
Yeah. You can mark it on the calendar
at some point.
And not just an embarrassing thing that is embarrassing in Cincinnati. It's it makes national news how embarrassing and small time your team looks to or seems to be run.
Sean McVay said this today as we continue our trip around the National Football League. Matt Stafford should be ready to roll week 1 for the Rams against the Houston Texans at SoFi Stadium.
Ready to roll like he's in a wheelchair or on a gurney?
Well, some people think he's dead. I can't see into the future, but if you look at what the last week has entailed, feel really good. There's nothing that would lead me to believe, unless we have an unforeseen setback, that he's not going to be ready to roll against the Texans, Sean. I'm assuming rolling means roll out of the pocket. I'm assuming roll means he's not in a chair or in a gurney.
Okay. We'll see. We'll obviously see. There is a little bit of just traces of DNA from Dana Brown and Joe Espada sound where it's so many qualifiers to eventually go, I think he'll play.
Yeah,
but
a little plausible deniability.
I can't see the future. Obviously, we'll see how it goes. Blah, 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 blah. Long way away. But I think he plays. I think he's ready to roll. Despite all that. Despite what I said for the first 20 seconds of this, I think he plays.
I think he plays. Wrapping up our 10-minute drill, do not call Michael Penix Michael Penis. Okay, good to know. Someone did that at a game.
Yeah, and he called him
as
out.
He was walking off the field, and he went up to him, and the person backtracked a little bit.
Yeah, not a full "you suck too" moment, but he stepped to him.
You got to know this is going to happen, man. That's not me saying what the fan did is right. I'm just saying if you act like this in response.
Yeah, after 25 years of that being your last name. And
Yeah, that's right. He's 25. I forgot about that. He's more mature than most second-year quarterbacks.
Like, if you got through high school, like, you have to have had a better defense mechanism or better, ability to let this roll off your back than, what'd you say?
Yeah.
It's Penix.
Yeah.
Like, I would have thought he had something better. Although, he was probably the most popular kid in school because he ended up being an NFL quarterback. So, I don't know how many people are taking shots at him.
I don't know, though.
I know.
It's so easy.
He did end up going to, like, Indiana. So, it's not like he was like a super 5-star.
No, that's also true. Gotta let that roll off the shoulders, bud.
Yeah.
That's all.
Bad look, but,
I mean, it's justifiable.
I still think he's going to be awesome based off of, like, 3 college football games.
He looked really good against Texas.
I refuse to believe that guy is bad at football.
He looked pretty good. That is Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Let me tell you about my friends at St. Arnold. St. Arnold has a beer for everyone. They have a beer garden that's a place for everyone. Fantastic spot. We hung out there on my birthday as a station. Good old time back in April. And for private events, they've got a space for everyone. And that's where we will be hosting our ESPN Houston listener party in a couple of days. We're still giving tickets away. You could have your private event at St. Arnold, whether it's a wedding, family reunion, a holiday gathering. For space, they've got 20 people spaces. They've got 300 people spaces. It's a awesome, awesome place to host whatever you need to host. Every single one of these rooms has a full audio and visual capability with projectors, screens, and a full in-house catering menu that's prepared by the St. Arnold chef. There's an appetizer table even. Really good food at St. Arnold's, by the way, in case you haven't been there and eaten there before. And, of course, beer for your event, the freshest St. Arnold beer in the world, straight from the source with wine, cider, and root beer, too. Book your event now. Holiday parties, come on. Running out of time. Get that prime date that you're looking for a daytime rental or evening event, weekday or weekend. And since you listen to ESPN 975 and 92.5, if you mention ESPN or my name, Gallant, you'll receive their brewery game package free for your event, which gets you dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, pool table, and as a bonus, a photo booth. Got smoked in cornhole over the weekend. Get started at starnold.com. Click on private events. That's starnold.com, private events, and tell them Paul Gallant sent you.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. And on Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros took 2 of 3 over the weekend against the Orioles. 3 out of 4 overall. They are off tonight before 3 games against the Colorado Rockies, the worst team in baseball, starting tomorrow. Rockies have 37 wins. Sean, can you guess how many losses they have right now?
70?
94.
It's bad math. I should have known that
Yeah,
they
it's
played
fine.
more than 100 games. But
It's
yeah.
fine. You think of a team having 30 wins and you're like, okay, if they're bad,
That's
probably
like early,
30
yeah.
and 70. They're 37 and 94.
37. So they might not get to 50 wins.
They won't get to 50 wins. I would think at this point in time, it's over.
Actually, they're not going to win. I mean,
By the way, 5 and 5 in their last 10.
Let's not count our chickens before they or eggs before they hatch.
Yeah, eggs before they hatch.
But yeah, they need 13 wins in a month, basically. So yeah,
I'm going to tell you all the last place teams in the majors.
Okay.
And you have to guess after I tell you how far out of first place all these teams are. You have to guess where the Rockies are. Orioles, 15.5 games out of first place in the AL East. White Sox, 30 games out of first place in the AL Central.
The Tigers have the best record in the American League.
That is correct. The A's, 12.5 games out of first place in the AL West.
They're still alive in this race.
Technically alive. The Nationals, 23 games out of first place in the NL East. The Pirates, 24 games out of first place in the NL Central. Sean Mapes, can you guess how many games out of first place the already eliminated Colorado Rockies? The only team that's eliminated. The White Sox not eliminated yet.
So they're eliminated already.
Correct.
So they have to be like 38 games out?
Oh, you were close. 37.
37 okay.
Games out of first. Can't lose any of these games against the Rockies. You can't.
No. It's hard to be like, you have to sweep a team.
Oh, you have to.
You kind of have to sweep this team.
You have to sweep. They have lost 4 in a row. They just got swept by the Pirates, who
also not a great team.
Yeah, not a very good squad that they have.
I saw the probable starters for the Rockies this week. I think the best ERA is like in the 6.7 range. I think the other 2 guys that are trotting out there are over a 7 ERA.
Tanner Gordon, who starts Tuesday for the Rockies, 7.11 ERA. Chase Dollander, who starts Wednesday for the Rockies, a 6.91 ERA.
Yeah, okay.
And Antonio Senzatella has a 7.14 ERA. Their records,
So they have a combined ERA of like 20.
It's not great. Tanner is 4-5 somehow with his 7.11
A lot
ERA.
of run support. He gets a lot of run support.
Chase Dollander is 2-10 with his 6.91 ERA, okay. And Antonio Senzatella is 4-15. So again, you are playing some real bums over the next couple of games. And look, sometimes you got to throw the records out because we are talking about the Astros,
protected rival
in
the NL.
By the way, the
potential future division mate.
That's also
Colorado
true.
Rockies.
But hey, listen, the Rockies beat the Astros once this year. They did beat them. And this is while the Astros were playing their best ball. This was right before the 4th of July series sweep against the Dodgers. That was the random loss in the middle of a bunch of series against the Phillies.
Yeah.
And against the Cubs.
Yeah.
And against the Dodgers.
Them. Yeah.
Yeah, they only won 2 or 3 against the Colorado Rockies.
If I'm Joe Espada, I'm playing that game on repeat around the facility.
Yeah.
Like, we cannot let this happen again.
7-6, the final score of that game. Yeah, man. The loss, Jordan Weems. Jordan Weems had the loss. I think this was one of those games where the Astros had an opener. I don't remember it very well. It was the last game of the series.
I have literally no memory of this.
Oh, no, it was a Brandon Walter start. Brandon Walter, pour one out. Brandon Walter, Jordan Williams, and Caleb Ort pitched for the Astros in that game. Listen, I'm just saying, you can't take him lightly. And Joe Espada, I'm not putting him on the hot seat, but as a bit, I would think about putting him on the hot seat if he loses any of the games against the Rockies coming up. 2 losses against the Rockies this season? Yeah, 4-2. 2 losses?
He lost to this team twice.
Someone will actually
in one in Dyken Park. Come on, you can't have the Rockies, the bitter rivals, coming in to Dyken Park and coming out with a win.
No,
you just can't have it.
You can't. And now you got to go to their house.
Who did the Mariners play?
The Seattle Mariners over the next couple of games are playing the San Diego Padres. So theoretically,
that helps.
Theoretically, the Padres, who lead the National League West, 74-57,
okay, so they're the
just
team
took 2 or 3 against the Dodgers.
They're 37 games better than the team that the
yes,
Astros are
that
playing.
is the first place team. Yes, theoretically, this should help the Astros build their lead.
Okay.
However, you never know. You never know. And the Padres are not very good on the road this year.
Oh, God.
31-55. 31-35. That would be crazy. 31-55 away. 31-35 on the road, going up to T-Mobile Park.
Have to deal with the Marine layer
and
a red-hot Cal Raleigh.
That's true, too. Home run 48, home run 49 last night.
I hope he beats Judge's record.
I do, too.
I'm pulling for him.
But
it'll just be so funny.
But at the same time,
lose.
Yeah, you need to lose these
solo home runs where your starting pitching gets shelled.
The Phillies have lost. Excuse me. These Mariners have lost 7. Check that. Let's do a little math here.
I know
they've lost 6 of 8.
Yeah, they got swept by the Phillies, right?
Mm-hmm. And if we're going a little bit further back, they have lost 7 of 10. So, come on, figure it out. No room for quarter against the Colorado Rockies. Run up the score. Run up the score. It's not worth winning if you can't win big. From the 7-1-3, doesn't matter. They'll somehow no-hit us. Come on.
Yeah, I mean,
this fan base at times.
Dolander guy, he has random dude with the 10 ERA that has a career year. Is he from like
just because
Cyprus?
Brandon Young did it? Chase Dollander is from Evans, Georgia.
Okay.
Antonio Senzatella is from Valencia, Venezuela. He's 30 years old. Maybe he's got something on Altuve that we don't know about. And Tanner Gordon is from Champaign, Illinois.
Okay. That's good. Because I feel like also if a guy's from the area, you'll get the rand. And maybe it's just because for some reason everyone mentions it.
It is definitely just because everyone mentions it.
Yeah. Where you're just like, is this guy awesome because he's from 30 miles away from where this game is going to be played?
Could be. So they're off tonight. Should have swept the Orioles over the weekend in a series where there's always just a little something missing. Where either it was in the first 2 games, rough starts by both Lance McCullers or Christian Javier. And yesterday, Spencer Arrighetti had the best start of the weekend.
It was like fine. It was like the most fine.
It was fine.
For a series that was kind of just a fine series of in the win-loss record, they did what they had to do, but you were not like blown away by anything. I didn't feel like they got right or anything.
I left a little disappointed because I'm thinking to myself, hey, this Orioles team doesn't have a lot to play for. You do. At least make some progress here. And I feel like it was pitchers that we still have questions about being questionable.
Yeah.
And an offense that gets so many opportunities with runners in scoring position, not taking advantage of those yesterday, where I think they left, what was the numbers yesterday? I think they were 3 for 11 with runners in scoring position against the Orioles yesterday. Yes, they left 8 on base.
It will help, or maybe it's setting up for even more disappointment, that in this series you're going to get Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, and Jason Alexander.
It should, but I mean, like that's also
Framber Valdez. I'm keeping an eye on
Framber against the Rockies. Yeah, and it's at Coors Field.
No, it's in Dyken.
Oh, my bad. I forgot. Yeah, they're coming back. They're coming back home.
But yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that Wednesday night game.
Got to. He is Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay there. Third and final hour of the show. Astros took 3 of 4 in total against the Orioles, 2 of 3 over the weekend. They have tonight off. Play the Colorado Rockies for 3 at Dyken Park starting tomorrow. Meanwhile, the Seattle Mariners taking on the San Diego Padres. They are 2 games back of the Astros in the American League West race. We will see if the Astros can build on that lead this week. They should, but will they? That remains to be seen. Anyway, you want to talk about that? You can. You can also talk about anything that you found interesting in the Houston Texans' last preseason game. As far as things that I take away from that game, it's that one, Xavier Hutchinson, I think, is the third wide receiver on the team, and Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, I'm sure they will get opportunities, but I don't think there are going to be as many as you might have thought once those guys were drafted as early as they were. Other takeaway that I have, I think that this running game is going to be better. I liked what I saw from Dameon Pierce and Woody Marks in this game, but without Joe Mixon, there's certainly some reasons to be a little bit concerned about the running game. I think the offensive line and the scheme is just going to be better. And the last thing is their long snapper. I don't feel good about that at all. Blake Ferguson was the guy who was the long snapper on Saturday. I don't know if he's the starter, but he didn't deserve that chance. Definitely biffed it. Those are two of the worst long snaps I've ever seen, Sean.
Did D'Amico get asked about it, or do you think D'Amico will get asked about the long snapper, or is it not a team that's under enough of a microscope to where the long snapper actually is a question that gets asked at a press conference? Because I would just like to know, like, was he good in practice? Like, was this guy, like, what led you to give this guy a shot? No offense, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like if he did like open tryouts, you would have gotten a better selection.
He got signed this past week, and you could say, "Oh, well, he's getting used to a new offense."
Not in sync with the
dog.
With
it is the
unit.
same thing. It is the same thing.
Yeah, your job is actually pretty similar.
It's literally the same in every single place that you go, unless your kicker is a left-footed kicker or something like that.
Yeah, and it's not a situation where it was small things where it's like, hey, I like it like this with the laces this way, whatever. It was like just bad snaps. Like it wasn't like a okay snap that could have been better. It was just bad. Like they're bad snaps.
He comes from a family of long snappers. His brother is the Bills' long snapper.
Oh, okay. So this is okay.
His brother, Reed Ferguson, has been the Bills' long snapper for the last 9 years. Ferguson played for the Dolphins from 2020 through 2023. He played 5 games last year before being placed on the non-football injury list. The other long snapper is undrafted rookie Austin Brinkman. I mean, I don't know what it was that the Texans did not see out of John Weeks, who was this team's long snapper for, I think, my entire time here. Come on. This guy that was out there.
Or are you nickel and diming the long snapper?
It seems like it's a position that you shouldn't nickel and dime. Just a thought.
Yeah, because it's, again, like, I don't know how you find a good one. I'll be honest. I don't know what the position or what the attributes you're looking for
I don't either.
in this position, but
Like, don't F up. That's the attribute I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Snap it to where it's supposed to be snapped is what I'm looking for.
Would you trade a 5th round pick for John Weeks to come back?
Yes.
6th round pick or 4th round pick?
Yes. 3rd round pick? Yes.
Okay.
2nd round pick? Yes.
First
round pick? Yes. I don't care anymore. For the 979, hell yeah, I missed Texans long snapper talk. 97.5 is still back. That's right.
Hey,
Listen, we're just doing what the other station does to get numbies, okay? So now that we've talked about the long snapper, we have to talk about the holder. Did the holder screw up on those long snaps that also were screwed up? I don't know. I'm just asking the question. The specialists was special, and by special, I mean short bus. It was not good. It wasn't good. And I don't like it when it's bad. That's bad. Bad things are bad. I don't ever want to notice that there's a bad long snapper out there. From the 409, a texter says it's hereditary. Bad snaps run in the family. No, the Bills guy's fine. But the Bills bro, he's good. This is the bad bro. He is the Cain to his brother Abel, minus brother side. I forget actually which one killed who, but there was Cain, there were Abel. There were two bros that were just hanging out, and then one of them killed the other one, and it's in the Bible. You're welcome for that story. Big time. One was a long snapper, and the other was a less successful long snapper.
Yeah.
And guess what happened? Murder. It happens. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm beating up on this poor guy who
I think Abel killed Cain.
Abel killed Cain. Damn.
Because I also realized it.
I would have bet on Cain. Not gonna lie. I would have bet on him.
Oh, yeah, Cain. No, Cain killed Abel.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Sometimes things gets a little too real in the siblings. In the whatever their last name was, family. Although that might have been so early that there weren't any last names.
There
going
weren't.
on.
Their parents were Adam and Eve.
Oh! So damn. So Adam and Eve were just real failures. Huh.
It's tough. It's tough.
It's tough to be the first parents ever.
To be the first, literally the first parents ever. You can't
First
be like,
parents ever.
well, what do my parents do? Maybe I do some things the same or differently.
I think you'd want to encourage your son to not murder the other son.
Yeah.
And for them to, but you would encourage them if you want them to get into the NFL. You would encourage them to become long snappers. We've talked about this before, but you don't want to be a bad long snapper because if you're a bad long snapper, it's very noticeable. You know?
It is very noticeable. I wish whichever one of the Fergusons that we have the best of luck in his future endeavors.
Yeah, I do too.
If that includes long snapping for the Texans, I wish him the best luck in that.
Mm-hmm.
If it involves long snapping or I don't know, I'm sure he got a degree from whatever college he played at. Using that degree, I wish him the best in that.
We wish him well, right? I'm with you there. What else is going on? Ooh, someone has. We now know who committed that barbaric act over the weekend. We now know who threw the green pleasure device. Because it happened not just once, but twice. Friday night in a Vikings-Titans preseason game, and Sunday at the FedEx Cup. A group supporting a crypto meme coin claimed responsibility for both of the stunts. I'm not going to say who these people are because I really do think crypto people are the worst.
Yeah, can't let them win.
Right. How does this help? This person, I think, did an interview with Barstool Sports and was talking about how, yeah, I mean, we're really disruptors of the industry. We're trying to make memes funny again. And then, how does this work? How does this make people invest in your probably never going to be successful meme coin? Is a meme coin the same as cryptocurrency, or is it just a bit that a lot of people are buying into?
I think it's like a wing of cryptocurrency. I think it's like all meme coins are cryptocurrency, but cryptocurrency aren't meme coins. Not all. Bitcoin is like its own thing. It's the respectable version of what this is.
Gotcha. Okay.
This feels like we're trying to get the word out there so then we can rug pull. That's what they are saying. Is we're just trying to get this out there enough to where we throw one on the field during the Super Bowl or during the halftime performance, and
that's gonna happen.
And then it shoots up, the stock price shoots up, nothing else, and then we make money and profit.
Step 1, throw phallic device on the field. Step 2. Step 3, profit. It's strange. I hate these people, I do think this is tired and played out already. And this idea that there's some deep meaning behind this, no, you're just doing what drunk people do, which is throwing stuff on a field.
Do you think they're actually behind this, or are they just
no,
claiming
I don't.
credit ISIS?
I think they're claiming it. Yeah, they're like a lame anonymous, the hacker group. Yeah. They're claiming this.
We did that.
And they're just very thankful that everything is green,
On brand.
And maybe that's the cheapest one to buy on Amazon or something like that, which is why that's
I'm not looking.
happening. You're not going to look that up in the company computer? How much is the cheapest device to bring me to Happy Town if I like it that way?
Happy Town device, sort, price, lowest to highest.
That's Sean Behind the Glass. I'm Paul. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Did you know that Houston can claim another crown as of this past week? It's not the kind of crown you want, though, like an American League West crown or a first-round bye crown or an American League pennant crown or a World Series crown. No, it's a little more embarrassing. You'll find out on the other side. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Actually did get a little clarity about the Texans' long snapper situation. Austin Brinkman was a little banged up, the undrafted guy that they brought in to replace John Weeks. So, old Fergie, not to be confused with his superior brother, who is the Bills' long snapper, got brought in. And, yeah, it didn't go so well. It was rough. A rough performance for Blake Ferguson.
And he's not related to Cowboys tight end Jake Ferguson.
As far as we
Jake
can tell.
and Blake are not related.
It's possible. It's certainly possible. But I think they would have mentioned that in the article that I read.
Instead of another long snapper.
The long snapper tie-in is interesting, but Jake would have probably been mentioned first.
Yeah.
And that would really suck if you're the guy who couldn't cut it as a long snapper and your big brother is also
a starting caliber.
Like a pretty good tight end. Yeah, Jake Ferguson's pretty good. I think he's a solid tight end. As far as updates, D'Amico Ryans did speak with Texans media earlier today. And Here's what he had to say about, one, Joe Mixon. No update.
Sick. Thanks.
Thanks, D'Amico. Most of our roster decisions will be made tomorrow. No updates on Joe Mixon and others as well. So I guess tomorrow's going to be cut day.
Yeah.
For your Houston Texans. All right.
I think if I were just to guess, to speculate, given the fact that we haven't seen Joe Mixon even at practice, like not doing anything, like he hasn't been seen at practice, it leads me to believe that he is a ways away from playing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he starts on the PUP list.
I would not either. And I wonder who fills the void. It does seem like, just based off of him not playing against the Lions, that Nick Chubb is the Texans' second running back. Dameon Pierce had some good work against the Lions. Maybe he gets traded. Woody Marks, I think, has had a pretty impressive camp and preseason. And he's a guy that can pass protect, catch the ball, in addition to doing things that you would expect a running back to do. I don't really know from a special teams perspective how good he is and if he's going to be able to phase Dario Gunbowale off the roster. But all things to keep in mind. But yeah, today, D'Amico Ryans did a press conference. From the sound of things, nothing was said, and that's generally on brand for a D'Amico Ryans press conference. He is of the belief that I'm going to feed the local media bleep and keep them in the dark like they're feds. And he's Detective Dignam from The Departed. Would be funny if D'Amico had a just thick masshole accent. It would be funny. Out of place and funny.
Yeah. Calls someone on the Texans beat a lace curtain.
Yeah, you're a lace curtain needing mother bleep, aren't you? Yeah, but you had a fake accent on the weekends. You did, didn't you? Other news in the NFL that's somewhat Texans related. Kenyon Green waived by the Eagles.
Did the Texans win the C.J. Gardner-Johnson trade?
C.J. Gardner-Johnson just has to play one snap. By the way, his status also up in the air.
Remember, in the air, yes.
We thought he suffered a serious season-ending injury at first. That was what the reporting was from certain people who covered the Texans. Then all these other people came out of nowhere. Actually, it might not be that bad. And then the last time that we heard from C.J. Gardner-Johnson, John Mechie had been cut, and he was like, I'm number 8. Like immediately after Mechie's cut. Like waited seconds to post that.
To be fair, he hadn't been teammates with them for that long, so maybe he's not, like, man, Mech, I really feel for him, but at least I get my number 8. He was just straight to, like, hell yeah, 8.
I think that if C.J. Gardner-Johnson was an Alabama guy, that there might have been a little bit of difference there, but he's a Florida guy. SEC.
Yeah, he didn't forget the 2009 SEC title game.
I haven't either. One of my cousins was like, oh, look at Tebow. He's crying like a little bitch. I'm like, excuse me. You once cried because Alabama was beating Auburn 36-0, and then Auburn scored a touchdown. I was there. I remember that. You're going to throw that at me? Interesting. Meanwhile, I was crying all the time. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. See this? Hear about this? Houston is the worst smelling city in the United States of America. Worst smelling. Huh. A recent study by online retailer Prilla evaluated 74 large U.S. cities using metrics such as air quality, number of landfills, waste stations, sewage complaints, industrial facilities, estimated pet ownership, and odor-related Google searches to assign each a freshness score. Houston scored 56.09, making it the worst-smelling city in the United States. The high number of industrial facilities and 63 days of unhealthy air quality in 2024 were key contributors, as were nearly 50 sewage complaints per 100,000 residents.
I was gonna say the industrial stuff. That hurts. That hurts the odds for Houston.
I'm not going to lie. My girlfriend's dog park smells awful.
That too. A lot of dogs.
There are lots of dogs here. But, I mean, New York smells wretched in a lot of parts of the city. Also, New Orleans can smell wretched in certain spots. I feel like Houston's getting a lot of crap here, and part of it's due to the many industrial plants that we have. And I remember from my drive back from Galveston a couple of weekends ago, driving the entire way from Angleton all the way up, I was like, oh, wait, is this just one giant refinery?
Yeah.
So that would contribute a little bit. Deer Park, obviously, not doing so hot either. No offense. You can't really do anything about it. There's just a lot of crap out there.
I think part of it, because part of the rubric was the complaints about smell. Do you think that New Yorkers are just like, that's just part of the city, baby. That's just new, because we don't have alleyways. We put the trash on the stoop, baby. That's what we do.
The stoop.
Because we're New Yorkers.
Hey,
so we don't complain when it smells like ass.
The smell, forget about it. You're long enough, you won't even notice.
Yeah.
I'm walking here.
I think that's part of it, is that they're just like, yeah, the city stinks for 6 months out of the year. What of it? What of it? You can't handle living in New York.
Yeah. Oh, forget about it. So, yeah, guys, we got the smelliest city in the United States of America. But hey, bright side, anyone seen the Galveston water recently?
Oh.
It's blue.
Whoa.
It's blue. So maybe the greater Houston area needs to smell to keep the water blue. I ain't no scientist. All I'm saying is Galveston's water is blue again. Also, blue water does not necessarily mean there's no flesh-eating bacteria or poo in the water.
It just means it's blue.
But it is blue.
Looks better on Instagram.
We are so back. We are a beach haven again.
One or, not actually one last weekend, but Labor Day weekend is the unofficial into summer.
That's true.
Hey, get out there.
Get
while
out
the
there
water's
by the blue. It might stink.
It might.
But there's blue. And the blue, it's going to have you acting a fool. What? What are you laughing at?
I did not know what you're going to rhyme blue with.
What did you think I was going to rhyme blue with, Sean?
I didn't know. I didn't think foo was on the board.
No. Now I know it's on your mind, huh?
You don't know what's on my mind.
I don't actually.
It wasn't foo, though. I didn't think you were going to drop the L off of fool. But gotta make the rhyme fit.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, son. West Side. What up? Is that a Crip sign? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Please don't.
We're gonna have to blur that. I'm sorry. We can't be throwing gang signs on this.
From the 281, because of the Super Bowl, Bourbon Street actually is clean, at least for now. I don't know about that. Also, from the 281, if we stop complaining, the city will smell better. No, I think
no. The rating will go up or go down, whichever's better, because part of it was about complaints of smell.
Okay.
So if you stop complaining about the smell, there'll be less complaints.
Yeah, don't complain about the sewage.
Hey,
it's
that's
just
part
sewage. It's a natural process, the circle of life.
Yeah. Hey, you like all that oil in your car?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that smells.
It does. Gasoline smells.
You like natural gas?
It smells.
Doesn't smell great.
Sorry, our city is so busy producing.
Yeah, we literally have to keep the lights on. All right.
We really do, especially at certain times of the year.
Well, that's an issue.
It is an issue, but hey, could always be worse. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. Yes, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, the smelliest city in the United States. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Who has a case of the Mondays? That's on the table. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at the one, the only Walmart. Guys, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? You do. Foo. Walmart has more than 500 million items online. 500 million? Unbelievable. Does your house smell because it's located in the city of Houston? They will have stuff that can take care of that. All sorts of different stuff. Could be that potpourri stuff for the toilet when you're dropping bombs. Also, you could just get a little Febreze, maybe a scented candle. Walmart has 500 million items online, and some of these you can't find in stores. Also, they've got groceries. And guess what? If you order groceries from Walmart, you don't have to pay anything extra. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in the store. And since it's Walmart, you know the prices are low. Walmart can deliver these groceries in as fast as an hour, which is wild. Use express delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions. When it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, or getting rid of smells in the smelliest city in the United States, think Walmart for all your grocery needs. Well, Walmart told me I got to make it a little more local. I'm localizing it. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Now you do. Don't smell like poo.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 is how you call, and that's how you text, and YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Houston is the smelliest city in the United States per a poll. It's unfortunate. It happens, but hey, a title is a title, and we stank. Mike has a thought at 713-780-3776, and it's about Nola's smell. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, man, I just so you know, I was there 2 weeks ago. I'm originally from there.
Okay.
I'm 54 years old. I've been going there for years. 2 weeks ago, I was there for the first time in my life. I saw soap bubbles on Bourbon Street. It's considerably more clean. Like I noticed it immediately on walking into the quarter. And the fact they have, it's called IV Waste is the company. They go down with machines in the morning and have guys with pressure washers spraying off the buildings. It's true, and it does smell lemon-scented. I'm here to tell you.
Okay, Mike. Well, shoot. That's why Houston is now the smelliest city in the United States, because New Orleans started taking care of things. Now, would we do that? No, and it's probably too hard because New Orleans is rather small size-wise, and Houston is unbelievably huge. So
yeah, and you can't exactly like pressure wash or you can. It wouldn't get rid of the smell of a
no, just create bigger
refinery.
potholes, probably.
Yeah, can't go down to Deer Park and just start spraying it down.
Just power spraying
I
everything.
think it actually might just cause a chemical reaction that like burns the ozone
like
layer.
a nuclear
or something.
explosion. Yeah, that takes place. Yeah, probably. Okay. Well, Mike, appreciate that. So that explains why New Orleans
Boots on the ground reporting
isn't the smelliest city in the United States. Because Bourbon Street actually cleans itself now.
Literally cleaning up their act.
They just figured out how to shower, and you love it. You love to see it. By the way, every single Monday at 2:30, we tell you who's got a case of the Mondays, and we have some breaking Monday news. Cracker Barrel is getting destroyed for changing their logo from a logo that featured some old man sitting up against a barrel who looked like he'd probably sexually harass your mother to now a logo that just says Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel released a statement following the backlash to their new logo. Sean, can you guess how many paragraphs this apology is?
If it's more, if it's more than one, it's a problem. I'll say 3.
12.
What?
Want to read the whole thing?
No, we don't have time.
I think we do.
We don't have time.
I think we do. Here's the full statement. And I guess some of it's just line breaks, but.
Okay.
A promise to our guests. If the last few days have shown us anything, it's how deeply people care about Cracker Barrel. We're truly grateful for your heartfelt voices. You've also shown us that we could have done a better job sharing who we are and who we'll always be. What has not changed and what will never change are the values this company was built on. It's not like they did anything racist.
No, they just
got rid of Uncle Herschel. When Cracker Barrel first opened in 1969, hard work, family, scratch-cooked food made with care. A place where everyone feels at home, no matter where you're from or where you're headed. That's the Cracker Barrel you'll always find. The things people love most about our stores aren't going anywhere. Rocking chairs on the porch, a warm fire in the hearth, peg games on the table.
Whoa. Oh.
Not that.
The little table thing.
No, it's the game that if you could not get less than 3 pegs on it, you're an ignoramus, but they stopped that because
their values haven't changed, Paul.
Except for they don't call you an ignoramus anymore. Unique treasures in our gift shop, vintage Americana, antiques pulled straight from our warehouse in Lebanon, Tennessee.
Oh.
And I was like, wait, you're stealing from the Lebanese? Wait till the Kardashians hear about this.
Stolen artifacts.
We love seeing how much you care about our old timer. We love him too. Uncle Herschel will still be on our menu. Welcome back, Uncle Herschel's favorite breakfast platter, on our road signs, and featured in our country store. He's not going anywhere. Brace for this one. He's family.
Family.
While our logo and remodels may be making headlines, yeah.
I think the logo thing honestly downplays how bad the remodeled inside looks of these.
It looks very weird. Yeah.
Okay, keep going. I don't want to.
We've only got 6 more paragraphs
Jesus
left.
Christ. Oh my God.
Our bigger focus is still right where it belongs, in the kitchen and on your plate. Serving generous portions of the food you crave at fair prices and doing it with the kind of country hospitality that brightens your days and creates lasting memories. Meatloaf, chicken and dumplings, country fried steak, Sides that taste like Sunday supper. Oh, they're dropping an S-bomb on us to get all
They're like,
colloquialism.
yeah.
And yes, the world's best pancakes. That's IHOP. They're all still here with a few new dishes joining the menu. Whether you're a longtime fan or first-time guest, we want you to feel at home around our table. We also want to be sure Cracker Barrel is here for the next generations of families, just as it has been for yours. That means showing up on new platforms and in new ways, but always with our heritage at the heart. It's literally because they got rid of Uncle Herschel, which apparently is a name. We take that responsibility very seriously. We know we won't always get everything right the first time, but we'll keep testing, learning, and listening to our guests and employees. At the end of the day, our promise is simple. You'll always find comfort, community, and country hospitality here at Cracker Barrel. Uncle Herschel wouldn't have wanted it any other way. That makes it sound like he's dead, though.
Yeah, that's mixed messaging.
Thank you for caring so much, and come see for yourself the country hospitality that makes Cracker Barrel feel like home.
They should have like a...
That's it. That's the statement.
Like a... Not a mascot version of Uncle Herschel, but like a statue of Uncle Herschel in front of the, like, you know, like, remember when, like, they had the Ronald McDonald at McDonald's, where it's like a plastic Ronald McDonald on a bench? They should have that with Uncle Herschel, since he's so valuable, you know?
I think Cracker Barrel should double down. I think they should have, like, a lesbian with purple hair replace Uncle Herschel. What?
Yeah,
double
you've already
down.
Pissed them off.
You've pissed everyone off. You've just alienated an entire audience. So now, at this point, just troll everybody. Just go double middle fingers, Kenny Powers style. Like, let's go. Let's have some fun here. Listen, you're a dying brand that no one's going out of their way to get. There's so many restaurants that are in the same vein as Cracker Barrel. Maybe not the same niche.
Specific, yeah.
Just same specific niche. And this shouldn't be the story it is. But now that it's somehow blown up because people have too much time on their hands, double down. Double down. How about Uncle Herschel's wearing a dress?
Mm-hmm. And non-binary.
Yeah.
Non-binary relative Herschel.
Yeah. Non-binary, that's gender neutral? Question mark? I don't know. All I'm saying is that you got to double down at this point in time, Cracker Barrel. This statement is not winning anybody back.
No one else is reading it.
It's an apology. It's also, that took a while to get through. We live in a society where people are not going to read that.
I mean, you Cracker Barrel simplified your own logo so much that now it is just a shape with the name of the restaurant written over it. You streamlined it so much to where there's not even a man sitting on a barrel or next to a barrel or whatever the logo used to be.
No, there's nobody in the store anymore. There's nobody there. It's just empty. It's an empty store. Someone texts, why y'all playing funeral music? Well, it's Case of the Mondays.
Yeah.
And Cracker Barrel, instead of just ignoring what happened and continuing to go forward, decided we need to put out a statement where we kind of humble brag about how much people care about our brand and then just say a bunch of crap and that Uncle Herschel is going to be on the menu still.
Well, not actually on the menu.
He's just not going to be on the logo anymore.
You can't eat Uncle Herschel.
From the 346, I've lived in Texas since 79. I've been to Cracker Barrel 0 times. Who cares? LOL. We agree.
I do feel like it's not a Texas thing. I feel like it's not as much a Texas
I think Joe said it's a Midwest thing, George, because Joe's a Midwest guy.
Well, also just the way it's been explained to me of, like, it's a road trip stop where you sit down and eat. It's like, Texas has they're competing with Buc-ee's and Whataburger, and like, there's a lot of places that have the same. Look, do you know how many gas stations that also have a Whataburger attached to them? There are,
yeah,
like a Shell / Whataburger.
A lot of them.
That.
Subway is usually the inside the gas station food, but you're right.
Yeah, but when you're like road tripping, like you'll just see like, oh, there's a Whataburger attached to this gas station. All right.
Yeah, I guess you're a little pumped up.
Yeah.
From the 409, Uncle Auntie Herschel. I like that.
Yeah.
It's a non-binary. It's both your uncle and your auntie. Double down, guys.
Like Miss Doubtfire.
Yeah. Yeah. From the 409, a texter asks, oh, this is the guy who won last week's Cougs tickets. He wants to hear the clip of him growling. His wife doesn't believe him. Well, check out the Paul Gallant Show podcast. You'll be able to find it there. Available.
What was it, hour 3?
Hour 3, yes, on Apple and Spotify. Speaking of, we got some Cougs tickets to give away, don't we?
Yes, we do.
We do. And you know what? Like our beloved Cougs, they're not going to give you a case of the Mondays. The program with Willie Fritz at the helm, with Connor Wigman under center, things are getting back. So, nothing beats a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, the pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a Houston Cougar football game. Caller number, give me a roar, or caller number something, Sean? Did we do the roar experiment again?
We're up against it
Okay.
right now. Let's just do caller number, whatever you want.
Caller number 3, like Tank Dell with the Texans, we are giving you a pair of tickets to see the Cougars take on Stephen F. Austin. Caller number 3, 713-780-3776. Again, 713-780-3776. If you don't end up winning, go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets for the Cougs and Lumbies today.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Last Chance to Dance, the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 97.9 HD2, and on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. So, Cracker Barrel apologized. They apologized in their own way.
They didn't say Uncle Herschel will be on the logo again, though.
No, they didn't.
So they're standing on it.
They did not cave to the terrorists online. They didn't double down either. I think really they just put out a statement, and as we read it along on the show in the last segment, Case of the Mondays every Monday at 2:30, I don't know what the point of the statement was.
It felt like it was come on, guys. Our food won't change. They'll still like us. You'll get over it, is basically what they said.
Yeah, that was probably the point, was you'll get over it. But I go through that entire thing, and then they're like, yeah, we're changing some things up. Okay. Why? Because you hired somebody to do it?
Well, yeah, that's part of it. Is there's someone who needs to justify having a job, so they have to rebrand every once in a while.
Someone posted a fake meme, and it was a guy posting his resume for rebrands and how this person also worked for Bud Light in the past and a bunch of other disastrous rebrands. He just happened to be at the company at the time. It was a pretty funny post. There were a couple of people that took it seriously, which also made it funny too, and he had to explain to them, no, this is fake. But yeah, this is a backfire. I do think it's very weird that people got as worked up about it as they did, though. Yeah. And I am just waiting for the meteor, That's a rebrand that we can all agree would be bad for us, Like the Cracker Barrel getting rid of Uncle Herschel, okay.
That's one thing.
That's one thing. But if the Earth got hit by a meteor, that would be a rebrand that none of us would like.
Yeah, I mean, the Earth, it's rebranded before. It used to be
true.
the planet full of dinosaurs.
It did.
Now it's full of people.
Now a lot of people.
So, yeah, that was a rebrand, so to speak.
I wouldn't like that kind of rebrand, to be honest.
If they pivoted away from people, yeah, no, I wouldn't like that as well. You go.
409, Astros need to hire the Cracker Barrel PR team to cover for the medical department. Well, no, honestly, the medical department's like, thank God for Cracker Barrel. People aren't talking about us for a couple of days.
Yeah. Wait, what if Chili's rebranded?
Oh, I'll go to war.
Yeah.
I'll stage a sit-in.
At the bar.
I'll sit in at the bar.
You and the Chili Boys.
Then I'll have a bunch of, because I have a text line with a bunch of friends. It's called the Chili's Boys. I'll do a sit-in at the bar. But after enough Presidentes, I'll forget why I'm there and probably need to be taken out.
Yeah. We're doing our sit-in, and it just so happens to be National Margarita Day.
Yeah.
Interesting.
$1. From the 713, if Cracker Barrel knew what was good for them, the new logo would be Sydney Sweeney churning butter. No, she's a Baskin Robbins girl, dude. That is tough branding to get. She sells Baskin Robbins and her bath water. That's what she does. Okay?
And acts occasionally.
That's true. Every now and then she
in between commercials.
Aggie for Life 13 on YouTube says there's online displeasure with corporate America taking the soul out of all logos. Okay. I would say more so on the NFL side of things, and I've seen a lot of people pointing to some of the new logos.
Yeah, the minimalist logos.
Right, like the Dolphins logo today versus the Dolphins logo with the helmet on.
Yeah.
A safe dolphin. It's a Travis mockery. But it is weird that people care that much about...
no one was that upset about the Dolphins rebrand.
They should have been.
No, but they weren't.
I agree, though. You're right.
It wasn't a national firestorm.
No, that should have been more national firestorm. Yeah. Or the Broncos changing their logo from the D with the horse in it to Roidzos or whatever his name is. Yeah.
Yeah, it is like the YouTuber is right, but that doesn't explain the venomous reaction that this got. It was way out of line.
Correct. From the 337, how about Uncle Herschel and Aunt Jemima? Put them on the syrup bottle next to each other. That would end racism.
Unite the country.
That would unite the country, for sure.
Uncle Ben can swing by.
Mm-hmm. Uncle Ben, how about the Land of Lakes?
Oh, yes, please.
The Land of Lakes. You can't say that word anymore.
Yeah. The
SC word. SQ word. You can't say that.
The logo formerly known as the Washington Redskins.
Yeah. Oh, damn, Sean. I can't believe you said that word. It's just as bad as saying squaw, which is like what that, like, apparently that was what they were calling the Land O'Lakes girl, who also, there's been so many weird takes on logos where it's like, wait, why was the Land O'Lakes girl removed? Was she too sexy? And then someone responds, she's underage. What are you talking about? You know, and stuff like that. We need to find things to do with our time.
How do we know that
Set the show that spent 30 minutes on that. Well, someone has said that,
Okay,
I'm sure.
okay.
And maybe they were just throwing more gas on the fire. But we all need more time. And yes, this is a show that just spent 20 minutes talking about the Cracker Barrel logo after spending 20 minutes talking about it on Friday's show. We've done it back-to-back shows. But listen, they put out an apology, and now you know.
Yeah.
All right, time for a little garbage time before we leave. Old Town Road, indeed. Anyone see Lil Nas X? The guy who sang that song? It was like a rap country song. You can take my horse to the old town road and we will ride until we get no more. Something like that.
Yeah.
Well, he was walking up and down the streets of L.A. in his undies at 4 a.m. And was then hospitalized. Yeah.
That's bad.
It's bad.
Don't do that, folks.
I will say this about Lil Nas X. Whatever he's doing, it does not appear to be affecting the shape that he's in. So good job. He's in good shape.
That was your take.
He's in good shape. I was like, wow.
He was in tidy whities.
Doesn't look like a guy who's on drugs. No, he got some abs going on. You know what's it called? The gutters, if you will. Like he's got them. What? Oh, Paul, he's okay. He appreciates another man for being in good shape. What? He has not hit rock bottom quite yet. Not yet. Sean's uncomfortable with this conversation.
The gutters.
Yeah, that's what I know. I know. Well, that's what they call them.
That's
the
what
obliques.
they call them.
They call them. Yeah, there's something else they add to that. True Detective season 5 could have Nick Cage. Oh, give it all the Emmys immediately.
I hope he's the guy, the detective. I hope he's not the detective. I hope he's the
bad guy.
Yeah,
but then he won't be on screen enough.
Maybe.
No,
yeah, because they does focus on the detectives more
so than the
but
villain.
if he could be like I guess, you know what? I'm just thinking of long legs. That's what I'm doing. I'm just thinking of make him a serial killer again.
True Detective. I have not seen Long Legs. True Detective.
You should. I think
you've told me this before.
Yeah.
True Detective is a very overrated show.
Oh yeah, I mean
season 1 was good, but not until episode 2.
Yeah,
and the finale sucked.
They did the Justin Herbert thing, where it'd be really good immediately out of the gate, and then kind of coast.
Yeah. Super Troopers 3 is in the works. Bring back Sloane from Entourage. What? French, strong, powerful French-Canadian
Brian Cox.
woman.
Has Brian Cox signed on to be in this?
Yeah.
I feel like it might be beneath him now.
It's not beneath him.
It isn't, but I feel like he might think it is.
I think he's cool like that.
Okay. I hope so.
Sydney Sweeney responded to the haters that did not like her selling her bathwater soap, saying, quote, "It's mainly girls making comments about it."
She basically did the LeBron after losing the first Miami finals, where it's like, all you losers are going to have to wake up to the same life. She did like a slightly softer version of that.
But she did it, and she pointed it to all women.
Yeah.
All women.
Be better.
The Jussie Smollett documentary's out. I might watch that next.
I forgot about that
It
guy.
just popped up. Apparently he just denied that any of what he did was wrong in this documentary. That's actually going to be fascinating.
Yeah.
I just watched that last night with the girlfriend. We watched the Serial Killer's Apprentice documentary about the Candyman and his I guess high school aged like assistant who also did a lot of the killings. It wasn't very good. It was a little disappointing. I wanted to know more about the actual Candyman. Anyway, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. That's garbage time. Big thanks to Sean Mapes. Big thanks to all of our callers and texters and YouTubers and Twitchers and everyone else who listened. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. And the band is back together. And the Astros are winning baseball games, too. Took 3 of 4 against Baltimore. Kind of left a bad taste in my mouth yesterday's game, though. But good, bad, ugly. Rules are rules. We start with the good. We start with that before we get to the bad and the ugly, which we will later. Lots to get to today, though. Tomorrow's cut-down day in the NFL. So what are your biggest cut-down questions for the Houston Texans as they approach the 53-man roster? D'Amico got the Joe Mixon question today, and he gave you a nothing burger. So still mystery surrounding Joe Mixon.
Just keep asking good questions and don't ask dumb questions.
There you go. It's the secret to life, really. Lots going on in the NFL, especially at the wide receiver position. We'll get to that. And did you see this Raja Jackson thing? We'll talk about that later because it is fascinating. It's a really good debate because there's a lot of unknown there. Like, was it real?
Mm-hmm.
Was it fake? Was it scripted? Was it blurring the lines, Rob Thicke? Was it, I don't know. We'll discuss that a little bit later. But good, bad, ugly, we start there. Astros won the series. Start with the good. What were some of the good things that happened over the weekend in Baltimore, Blankers?
Well, I think you start with the fact that the team's hitting again. They're putting up big runs. They first 2 games they scored 19 runs, and Sunday was a little bit different. But overall, the top of the lineup is hitting again. Pena, Correa, Altuve, Walker even finding it. Yiner in a smaller sample size, 2 out of the 3 games. He was 3 for 7. The offense is doing their part. It's just the total imbalance of this season with this team is the way it normally goes. When they weren't hitting, their pitching was outstanding. And now that they're hitting, their pitching is a little suspect.
Yeah, I didn't really expect much pitching in this series, though. Like this, you had 4 games. All 4 games were started by non-Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez's of you. Now, Jason Alexander's been good. We'll get to him in a little bit. So I didn't expect, like, quality pitching for the Stros. Now, there's some things like, what does this mean going forward over the next 30-something games? What does this mean for the race? What does this mean for the playoffs? Should you get there? Offensively, like, the good part of that to me, like, aside from, like, Christian Walker, he's on fire. Like, he's been really good since the All-Star on fire! break. Thank you, NBA Jam guy. He's getting going. Like, this is the Christian Walker that you thought that you signed for $20 million a year. He has been a $20 million a year player since, the summer months, early summer. First half of the year, not so great. So, like, to me, the biggest takeaway, and, like, all the offensive numbers are great, the individual numbers are great. The bigger takeaway for me is that this offense has the potential to be really good when it matters the most. For all the names that you mentioned, for Yordan Alvarez, who's coming back, Yiner's been hitting well. Christian Walker's been hitting well. Altuve so-so. Like, Altuve had the slump. It looked like he came out of it a little bit. Same thing with Sanchez. Like, he was in that 0 for 29, whatever it was, came out of it a little bit and hit the furthest home run I think I've seen a Houston Astro hit almost since Yordan probably. So it shows me that they have the potential of being a really good offense when it matters the most.
It's very top-heavy. Because you look at the bottom of the lineup right now, yes, and that is going to change. It could change significantly. To your point, and again, I'm writing off Paredes. I'm not even counting him into this potentially coming back list. But if Jake comes back and he picks up anywhere where he left off, along with Yordan, added to the guys you already have, like the potential to be top to bottom really, really solid is there. But for right now, it's kind of where we went to with the Space Cowboys, but now without the Space Cowboys, where you are extremely top-heavy, and the bottom part of the lineup is really struggling. When you look at Cam and Chaz and Dubon going 0 for the weekend, and you mentioned it, Sanchez picked it up after he was 0 for 29, but you've got some Melton, another guy. You've got some guys where you're kind of penciling in an 0 for at the bottom, but if you can kind of slide those guys back to the bench because of the guys you get back, then this is a very deep, very capable lineup.
Yeah, it's top heavy at the moment. There's no doubt. Like the bottom is kind of like Cam Smith has been abysmal lately. His slugging percentage since July 6th is under the Mendoza line.
Chandler Rome.
It's under the
Chandler Rome did
Mendoza
something
line.
the other day.
Don't skip past it, Jeremy. Repeat that. Sorry, Joel. Repeat that.
He's got and I didn't even know I was going to go here. I was just trying to like figure out a comp for it. He's got a 180 slugging since July 6th, which is over 142 plate appearances, 37 games. So that's like a quarter of a year almost. A quarter of a season. His slugging.
Yes.
His slugging
yes.
is 180. He's slugging under my weight.
I got to imagine Jose Abreu, as bad as he ever got, was better than that.
Chandler Rome had a stat, I think it was over the weekend, and I'm not sure if it was in his column or he tweeted it, and I believe it was him. I want to give him credit if it was him. But Cam Smith has the worst OPS in baseball since the All-Star break. Like, it is atrocious.
Abreu's batting, slugging his final year at the it's pretty interesting here because looking at Cam Smith's slashes, looking at his slash line since July 6, 142 plate appearances, 37 games. Jose Abreu in his final year, his final season with the Astros, 35 games. Cam's at 37 over this stretch. 120 plate appearances for Abreu. Cam's looking at 142 since July 6th. Jose Abreu, his slash line that final year, 124, which Cam's got him beat by 17 points, 167 on base, which Cam has him there by like 50. And then the slugging for Jose Abreu in his final year as an Astro was 195.
So better than Cam.
Cam Smith's at 180.
Oh.
Can I steal this, Brian? This is
go ahead.
Go ahead. Here. All right, thank you. Isn't that awful?
It's terrible.
Like, I think you got to send him down.
It's not the big picture. It's not that you expect this for the rest of his career. And he's doing his best to handle it the right way. But there's no way around this anymore. I'm sorry, Blowhard. No matter how much you think he was supposed to be the Rookie of the Year and you're going to defend him, and I know you're probably already lighting it up. The fact of the matter is the facts are the facts. The numbers are the numbers. And just the eye test alone, when you see him at bat, he's lost. Yeah. He's gone. He's gone. And I don't think he's coming back till next year.
I hijacked the good. That's my bad. Yeah, I mean, they're going to have a decision, I think, with Yordan tomorrow. Now, it feels just likely that they send down Bryce Matthews and they keep Cam Smith up. I predict that they're not going to send down Cam Smith. Do I think they should send down Cam Smith? I do. I do because I want to get the extra year of club control.
And I totally understand that. But the thing is, too, he's not alone when you look at the fact that Chaz looks terrible at the plate. I don't think Chaz looks very good. I don't think that – I mentioned Dubon was 0 for 11 over the weekend. Melton doesn't look great. Like, there's a lot of guys that are scuffling right now in an outfield that was supposed to have gotten better based on the depth that you acquired at the deadline. But part of that was thinking that the platoon system with Cam was going to work.
That's probably what's going to be the saving grace for Cam is that you don't have great alternatives. Mm-hmm. Like, you really don't – I mean, with Myers hurt right now – You're looking at Melton and Chaz platooning in center. Even the Trammell injury, like you took away an outfielder that was contributing some. He's no longer around. How long he's out will be remain to be seen. You could get by with Chaz and Dubon in right field for 3 weeks. I don't know. You don't really have great alternatives, and I do think that's what's going to save Cam Smith. I would just bite the bullet and send him down for 3 weeks and then get the extra year of club control. That's just me. A lot of people have a difference of opinion there. But getting back to the other good. Lots of runs this weekend. That was really nice to see. The only starter that had a good line score was Arrighetti. I thought it was a weird start, though, because like what we know about Arrighetti is that he's a high strikeout guy, gets a lot of swing and misses. And this start was the opposite. Like, he wasn't getting the swing and miss. He wasn't getting the strikeouts, but his line score was actually good, the best of the bunch.
And his control was better, right? Yeah, he wasn't walking. He had 0 walks. I mean, that's incredible for a guy that kind of was struggling to find the zone consistently. So it's like, you're right. It's one of those starts where you look at it and you were like, okay. But when you look at the numbers and you figure out that he got you into the 6th inning as a starter with the way that the rest of these starters have been letting you down and taxing the bullpen, I think he was pretty decent. I think it was a very positive start.
For sure. There's 2 different ways to look at it. Like, there's the way, like, was it efficient in that game? 100%. Like, sign me up for that start every single time. If you get that every single start, I'm here for it, even if it means less whiff percentage and strikeouts and all of that. The other way of looking at it, though, is that it's not a great start in terms of, like, the predictiveness of what to expect from him going forward. Mm-hmm. Now, to your point, the command was better. Wasn't walking dudes. Like, give me I hate walks. I'd rather see a dude challenge and give up a double than walk a guy. Yes, they get the extra base. So I do take it over the alternative. But looking for, like, the rest of Arrighetti's start, looking at it from that perspective, I don't know if it was the most wonderful start about what we should expect for Spencer Arrighetti going forward. Because he had more command. Yes, he threw more strikes. but he was a lot more hittable too. And I know it
Yeah.
didn't, add up to the runs, but you could see it because he didn't get the strikeouts, didn't get the swing and the miss.
It's almost too like when you look at, to your point about Arrighetti in the start, you're like mixed bag, but you're feeling, hey, look, when you look at the numbers, it's not what he traditionally does, but he did enough to be more effective doing it this way. So you'll live with it. As opposed to McCullers, when you look at his stat line and you look at the fact that, okay, he only had three earned runs. But at the end of the day, you look at it and go, that could have been so much worse. That first inning, he could have absolutely gotten knocked out of the game and been annihilated to the point where you can't feel great even though you got 4 innings from him and he only gave up 3 runs.
I guess the point is, is it sustainable? Like, the start that Arrighetti had and, the stuff he had and the way he was pitching, all that, is that something that can be sustainable for Spencer Arrighetti? I have my doubts.
See, I think what it really comes down to is again, with his control and how that fastball can play in. Like, if he can control all of his pitches, then I think you can build off of what he did and kind of get like a happy medium. But you just don't know what you don't know because from start to start, there's been anything but consistency.
Yeah. I do think it's a step in the right direction. Like, it's way better than his previous starts. Maybe he can pitch with more command and then add the swing and miss. Maybe he was going back to basics there. They were talking about how he was trying to stay a little bit more upright on his right foot, his push foot. So, maybe it's the tinkering and maybe, he's far away from the final project, which he should be. He missed a lot of games this year. I think Abreu's better in the closer role. Like, he looks more dominant to me. He looks more nasty to me. The strikeouts are there. He is shining in the moment. Like, he is thriving in the closer role, in my opinion.
Yeah, remember during the year I was saying, he played with fire a little bit, but he got through it. He always.
Breaking news
Smoke
from
a
Adam
Joe?
Schefter. Joe Mixon will not be ready for week 1. Looks like he's headed to the pup.
Okay. Should we react next?
Yeah.
Should we break off of good, bad, and ugly for Joe Mixon? Of course we should. 713-780-ESPN. We got a busy show. We'll get back to the bad and ugly later. We don't want to leave you with bated breath. So we'll get back to that a little bit later. NFL stuff to come. The Raja Jackson stuff is fascinating. But we're going to party with Cal McNair. Joe Mixon.
Good. You having a little party?
Starting the season on the pup. He's going to miss at minimum 4 games. Can the Texans' running back room survive? I'm going to repurpose the question. If I told you right now you could get Joe Mixon after the bye in week 7, are you taking it? Are you taking
Just keep asking good questions.
Thank you, Nick.
And don't ask dumb questions.
I knew that you respected me because I challenged you with your stupid window take. 713-780-3776. We're on the Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. You can find us on YouTube as well at ESPN Houston. TikTok at ESPN975. I'm at Jeremy J. Brown. I'm there. 713-780-3776. Mixon. First 4 games out. Can the Texans, do they have enough running back depth to survive this? 713-780.
Never quit.
Yeah, it's going to be the video in the running back room. That's it. It's next. It's the Killer Bees. Cal's throwing me off the rocker. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Before we go to the break, Jeremy mentioned windows. I can tell you where to get them. If that window that you want to replace is something that keeps bothering you, I need you to go to Allstate Siding and Windows because Allstate Siding and Windows is, simply put, the best. How do I know? I had new windows put in my house when I bought it about a year and a half ago. They are absolutely fantastic. And at Allstate Siding and Windows, value means more than just what price that you got the windows or the siding at. It means quality products, trusted service from a company that has been here, going to be here, and is here to take care of you in Houston, Texas. Windows that are made in Texas and made for Texas weather. That means hurricane season. That means built for Texas, wind tested, hurricane strength. Siding and windows are Texas tough. They sustain the elements, heat, rain, wind, and hail, while reducing outdoor noise, enhancing the curb appeal and the appearance of your home, and it can help you save up to 40% on your energy bills. And an impact-resistant siding built to stand up to Houston's toughest weather, and gone are the days of painting and having to do all the things you have to do to the exterior. It's like putting a hard shell finish on the top of your house. Right now, 30% off all windows, $2,500 off a complete siding job. But you have to understand, a lot of people have a lot of deals. But the biggest thing is this is a family-owned and operated business for over 50 years. Mary runs the whole ship back at the office. Her brother gets out there and does those free estimates. All you got to do is call him, 832-204-1936, for a free estimate to see how they can help you too. Siding, windows, front doors, and more. 832-204-1936 gets you that free to-your-door estimate. Special discounts for seniors, military, and first responders as well. Go see my friends at Allstate Siding and Windows.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
4 games. 4 games at minimum for Joe Mixon. Adam Schefter tweeting moments ago, Texans are not activating running back Joe Mixon by Tuesday's 4 p.m. Eastern deadline, making him ineligible to play at least the first 4 games this season due to an ankle injury. Mixon will be moved to reserve non-football injury, which automatically rules him out for at least 4 games. I think 4 games would be great. We've kicked around the scenarios here. We kicked around would you take the unknown or would you take week 7 after the bye? Because it's a mystery. Like, he was in a walking boot. He was rehabbing, but he wasn't running. He was at his camp, but looked like he was walking gingerly. Hadn't been around training camp. I feel like it was a bit foolish, optimistic to think that he would have been ready at the start of the season while being away forever. So now that we have a new piece of evidence here, Adam Schefter's report, would you take the unknown, which at this point, the earliest possible is that he's back in week 5. Texans have a week 6 bye. Would you take the unknown or would you take a return after the bye in week 7?
So there's a couple factors for me. I think you hit on one. The fact is if you're going to bring him back and you're going to bring him back for 1 game and then you get another, the next week is your bye week, then you might as well wait until after the bye and get him as close to 100% as he can possibly be. And then the other thing it's going to be dependent upon is the guys that are picking up the slack for him. But more so than not, it looks like they're going to go with what they have, and they believe in at least the first 2 guys that they have on their depth chart for filling in for him. And D'Amico seems to be gushing about Nick Chubb. So I think a lot will depend on how he plays, but I don't think they're going to rush him back at any point because of the fact that even if the running backs are subpar, I think they would look for other alternatives between now and the start of the season, and then subsequently once the season starts, I think they just roll with it. If the running game suffers, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow. But at this point, you might as well just get him healthy for the stretch run.
Yeah, I mean, I took the week 7 even
I didn't
before
like
the.
I didn't, and now I have no choice.
Yeah, this is the story of a girl. This isn't the worst thing in the world. It's not the worst thing in the world. A running back missing 4 games, potentially 5, with our Week 7 scenario isn't the worst thing in the world. How many games did Joe Mixon miss last year? 3 or 4? Even more than that, perhaps. So, like, the goal here is that you get him back and then he doesn't miss any more games, even if it means Week 7. Because now if he comes back Week 7, he's missed 5 games, or buys in Week 6. That's still 12 games of Joe Mixon, hopefully more, with the postseason. Last year he played in 14 games. The room that you have, I don't hate the room that you have. Now, I don't think you have a bell cow. That's okay. There's not many bell cows in the NFL. But I do think you have pieces to get the job done, to be average in the running game. Whether it's a combination of Nick Chubb, Dameon Pierce between the tackles, using Woody Marks a little bit, and as a third down guy, although they like Dari a little bit more as the third down guy because he was he wasn't resting, but he's more of a third down guy at this present moment than Woody Marks, at least with the ones. I think you have enough in the room to get by for even 5 games. Like, I'm okay with this news. I'm not going to, be on the ledge or anything. Maybe it's part because I've already accepted it quite a bit. I've already accepted the fact that Joe Mixon wasn't going to be here for Week 1. The answer to the question that I have, though, can the Texans survive it? I believe they're fine. Like, I really do. Now, a couple more injuries before he comes back, now you have some issues. But I don't think you need to go outside for a running back. And we might have already had our answer on Nick Caserio going outside for a running back, too. Like, if he was desperate for a running back, you think he would have been the one that traded for Brian Robinson? I do.
Yeah,
I think he would have
it was a pretty affordable price.
He got traded for San Francisco's second 6th-round pick. Yeah. So, like, would have the Texans given him a 6th and a 7th? I do. So I think that Nick Caserio's actually given us his answer, that he believes that the Texans have enough. And maybe part of this was Dameon Pierce getting through a game healthy. I think that he has told us that he has enough in that room at the moment to not go outside.
It seemed like D'Amico was giving us one of his sales pitches without giving his sales pitch on Nick Chubb, too. I think that regardless of how everybody grades Nick Chubb during practice, they see something when he's in the game, and the fact that he moves the pile on first contact, that between the tackles he can still be a guy that, just pounds the rock and grinds out yards for you. And then I think that it's going to be a committee on both sides. I think that you will see running back 1 by committee based on who's having the most success. If Nick is moving the pile, Pierce didn't look great to me, but it looks like he'll get an opportunity. I think Woody Marks has versatility if they truly trust him. And I think Woody Marks can be a guy that, along with Dari, gives you that third down back. And again, whichever guy is stepping up or looks like he's doing the most with his opportunities, they can go with early on. There's enough versatility that you can just do both by committee or running back by committee until you see it that it just doesn't work and you have to do something differently. It's just, I agree with you that if they were going to go get a running back, there was a very attainable starting running back on the market that they didn't get. Mm-hmm. So I believe that tells me they believe in the guys they've got already in that locker room.
The only caveat I would say is if they have something worked out with another team and they just haven't pulled the trigger yet. Like, ETN has been a guy that's been talked about on the move, but would Jacksonville trade ETN to a division rival? I don't know. We saw a trade last year where the Eagles and Commanders made a trade for Dotson. So I think it is feasible. Ocho's asking, how is Woody Marks in pass pro? I haven't seen him a whole lot in pass pro. I thought he looked decent in that preseason game the other day. I thought Pierce looked decent. Like, if like pass fell, did Dameon Pierce get through that game? Pass fell, he's on this team. He passed for me. I saw enough for Dameon Pierce where I'm okay with him on the 53.
I think what I saw was a guy that we've known all along that, again, is another guy that's just a bulldozer. When he gets first contact, there was that 4th and 1 that ended up, there was a holding call. But nonetheless, if the play just played through, he got hit behind the line of scrimmage, 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and still carried the guys to gain like 1.5 yards, 2 yards, and would have been a first down if not for the penalty. I think if that's what they're looking for, I think there's a guy that's capable. I also think, to the point that I was making throughout camp, is I think that there's still going to be opportunities between now and the start of Week 1 where, in this case, not that he's going to be the right-away starter, but there might be a veteran out there that is a guy that ends up starting for you a little bit and or filling a void for you until you know how long Mixon's out.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see the cut downs that are good enough to supplant Mixon, Dameon Pierce, 4th-round running or 3rd-round running back. I don't think as highly of the cut players than you do. I don't think.
Well, and I'm saying not necessarily at running back, but you might be able to find a veteran that, again, like, splits carries, that can come in and give you something that maybe they don't think they have. But I think more so than the running back position, I think there are other positions out there where you can find guys that might be better than what you have on this roster, or just adds depth to what you feel like is a position group or two where you might be a little less than.
I have a hard time with the cut running backs in the NFL.
No, I think trade.
Supplanting any three of those guys.
I think you still could see a trade or two, but before, because you don't want them to hit the open market. You don't want them to get cut. And again, there are teams that are fighting a financial crunch or finding out we've got a guy we're paying a lot of money to, but we've got a young guy that's better than him, but maybe we can get something for him.
Yeah. It's tough for me to imagine that scenario because the running backs that have been out there, Brian Robinson's the one running back that got traded. ETN has talent. He hasn't been traded. There's rumors that he could be traded. I think ETN would be an upgrade, but he does come with a cost. Was he worth trading for with that salary? I think that if Caserio was desperate for running back, they would have traded for Brian Robinson. I really do.
Yeah, and I'm saying more so I was on the point of there's position groups that they might be able to get close, better depth and potential for a starter. From a running back,
what are those spots for you think?
I think safety. I think there might be a safety out there. I think there might be a corner out there until they figure out how much trust they have in younger guys and how they want to align their corners. I think offensive line wise, they might still be looking, but I think they like the continuity that they have with the guys they have in the room.
Yeah.
But I mean, you look at it even from a Texans perspective. I mean, with the Cam Robinson, when you signed him to all that money, you assumed he was going to be your starting left tackle, and now he might be expendable.
Yeah, I wonder if he's traded.
Yeah,
I think that is on the table, and I think that the safety thing kind of comes into the health of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Like, are they starting him on the pup?
Right.
Like, that's not like that. That's within the realm of possibility. We haven't seen him run around. Saw him walk onto the field, was limping around. I think that they could play it safe with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, so that could be a spot for sure. Can they survive this, Brian? Are they okay enough with the four running backs that they're probably going to keep with Nick Chubb, with Damian Pierce, with Woody Marks, with Dare, can't say his last name.
You can't say the last name?
Ogunbowale?
Come
I've never
on,
really
as a
tried to
play-by-play
learn.
guy, you've had to say tougher names than that.
Yeah, but I haven't studied the name. As a
Okay,
play-by-play guy, when I get ready for a game, I'm going to study the name, say it over and over. I can get by saying Dare.
That's true. That's true.
It's different roles, bro.
I think they can survive not only because of the talent that I still think is behind Joe Mixon. I was encouraged after being down on Nick Chubb. I was encouraged by what we saw in that second preseason game. I've been encouraged by Woody Marks, and I think Damian Pierce will be a much better fit in this system than he was under Bobby Sloak. So I think they have enough there. I also think you're looking at, I don't know how much, like quarterbacks can obviously add a lot to the projected win-loss total of a team. Running backs far less so. But, I mean, this schedule with the Jaguars and Titans mixed in between the three tougher games, I think worst case you're looking at 2-3. And if they got to the bye at 2-3 without Joe Mixon, I have no problem thinking they could still get to 10 wins and make the playoffs. So I think they definitely can survive 5 games without Mixon.
Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that week by week. That Mixon could potentially be gone. Texans have confirmed this on their Twitter that they will indeed place Joe Mixon on the reserve non-football injury list. He may begin to practice and play. So this is the other thing. He can't even practice. Mm-hmm. This list, you can't practice until you've been activated from the list. So he's not even practicing with the team for the first 4 weeks. You just made the list. First 4 weeks he can't practice. He's not coming back in week 5. Week 7's the target.
I mean, and again, we've talked about this in the past. No matter where you're working out, unless you're working out in the facility again with the NFL guys, I mean, you're not going to be as ready as you would be in the building. I think you're right. That pushes it over the top. He's not going to be coming back till week 7.
Yeah, because you have, correct me if I'm wrong, I think once they activate you off the PUP, you have 3 weeks to return to play, to be put on the active roster.
Technically, this isn't the PUP. This is the This is like the technicalities in the list that we were arguing about the other day. This is the reserve non-football injury list.
Okay.
Which is like, also like the Chris Godwin with Tampa Bay. Like, he's going to be on the 53, even though he can't play the first 4 weeks. And the reason they want him on the 53 is so he can practice. Practice.
But now, and Mixon still gets paid for non-football?
Pretty sure.
Yeah, because I think that from a liability standpoint, I think that's why they have to specify.
I think there's a lot of reasons.
Because
there's a lot of reasons.
Because if a non-football becomes more catastrophic or bigger picture, like having to get rid of a guy, that's when they can actually file a claim so they don't have to pay him.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. What do you want the Texans to do at the running back position? We'll take a look at that first 4, potentially more games that Joe Mixon is going to miss. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. It's times like this I'm happy and thankful for Walmart.com. What? How are you making that reach, Branham? Because I'm not going to want to grocery shop today because this is bad news. So I need to grocery shop. I don't want to go out to grocery shop. I'm just going to order from Walmart.com. Also, I'm working. I'll be working all day long today. So I'm going to schedule my delivery to be there right after I get home. And Walmart.com is going to do that for you. Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. You knew. Walmart has more than 500 million items online. It's unbelievable. You can find a huge selection online that you can't even find at stores at Walmart.com. Brandon family's been ordering online for Walmart for a long time, which is great for somebody like me. Don't have a lot of time. The time I do have, I don't want to be running errands and doing chores. I don't like to mess with a crowd. I don't want to turn off the game, so we just order online, get all our groceries that way without leaving the house. Oh, that's too expensive. Online grocery shopping costs more. I know what you're saying. That's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store, and of course, because it's Walmart, the prices are low. And what I love about it, they're fast. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. Going online at walmart.com, ordering the groceries I need, getting those groceries delivered to me is faster than going to the grocery store and getting the groceries I need. They're going to save you time. Use express delivery to get all the things you need from Walmart, from the groceries to the home goods, even prescriptions. Walmart is changing the game. So when it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate even, maybe you have friends and you're throwing a party. Must be nice. Think Walmart for all your grocery needs. Start and order right now at walmart.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Joe Mixon's going to be out at least 4 games. 4 games is not realistic, in my opinion. They can't even practice with a team until after the team has completed its 4th game. Team has a bye in week 6. So you can kind of steal a month and a half of recovery targeting that week 7 thing. I'm a fan of that. I'm not a fan that he's hurt, obviously, but I'm a fan of going, hey, don't come back for week 5. Why don't you just come back week 7, return to practice, do all that stuff. But do the Texans have enough juice in the running back room to handle no Joe Mixon for the first 6 games of the season, 5 games of the season, because Texans do have an early bye. Do you like the early bye? Is it good in this instance?
I think the best case scenario for a bye is about mid-season to like week 10, just because of the fact that I think anything before that, especially week 5. I think it's too early. I think the guys that really get dinged up and the fact that, the schedule starts to wear on you to where it's perfect where they get a week in the middle of the season to kind of recharge, kind of recover on injuries and get going. And it just seems like week 5 might be a little too early.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, week 8 to 10, I think, is a sweet spot. Like last year, they were week 14, way too late. Now they went the opposite. This year with week 6, it's just way too early. I like it to be right in that middle of the part of the season there.
Yeah, I like mine
first
as
week
late
in
as
November,
possible.
maybe.
If I'm expecting to be a playoff team, I want my bye as late as possible.
So you liked week 14 last year?
Yeah, it gives you a little reset, get you ready for the stretch drive. The
It
push.
felt like
Now,
they were on
yeah,
fumes
no, I think
when they got
that's-
to week 14.
I'm not arguing that point of it. I think you're right about that. But I would take that trade-off. I would take the trade-off of having it late. And also, I think you can load manage a little bit better, too. Do I think the Texans were great in that regard? Not really. I think that you can be better at, okay, we're a playoff team. Let's lighten the load a little bit. Brian, you brought up James Cook the other day. As a fantasy owner, you get frustrated with how much rest they give him. I think that's by design, so he's fresh come postseason.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think that you can do that with – you can't do that with everybody. You're obviously not going to sit your left tackle. Now, the Texans are pretty good at rotating their defensive linemen because they like to be fresh. But, you can be cognizant of that. Texans, they have to or Texter, they have to pay Mixon unless they release him. Now, there are some, outs on that. He could have done something that broke a clause in his contract.
Yeah.
That's not the case here. But there's other ways that a team can
There's
get out
a
of the
reason why
contract.
they specify it for non-football injury list because it's not something that fell under their roof or their jurisdiction, their guidance.
Israel says you're really going to be mad when Chubb gets that 1,000 yards. Standing offer, Israel. I'm happy to bet you that.
Was that
I don't know
a
if
take
you,
while I was gone?
I don't know if you were here whenever I challenged Israel to that bet. Israel keeps sitting.
I missed that
He
one.
spams the text line saying Nick Chubb's going to get 1,000 yards. 1,000 yards. I've challenged Israel that if he wants to make a Nick Chubb 1,000-yard rushing bet, I'm here for it. We can talk behind closed doors. We can negotiate like men, and we can get this done. Now the money has to be held in escrow. Somebody has to
I want
volunteer
in on
for
this
that.
action if this happens.
You're trying to get in
I
on
will
my
take some of that action.
Texture, why didn't Mixon get surgery to fix this after last season so he'd have time to heal? If he did have surgery, then what's the issue? There's a mystery here. We do not know. We do not know the semantics behind why Joe Mixon was hurt in the offseason. A lot of people have speculated that it was, it came off of the hip drop tackles from last year. They never fully recovered, that he aggravated it working out. That's all innuendo. We have no idea why Joe Mixon's foot ankle is as bad as it is. No clue. We don't.
We
did he have surgery? No idea.
Well, and that's the thing. From the time you get to the offseason until the time they report back, the general manager and the coach probably are informed at some point and they know, but guys do a lot of cleanup in the offseason. And the team doesn't have to report a thing. The player literally doesn't have to report a thing, I believe, except for the general manager and out of respect, the head coach. But that's why, and I talked to guys that have worked in the league for a long time, and they said it's not uncommon for, a majority of your roster to have some kind of procedure, process, surgery almost every offseason.
Yeah, Schefter had a few paragraphs on the Joe Mixon update, ineligible to play at least 4 games. Mixon, who injured his ankle over the offseason. So the way that's worded, it wasn't a re-aggravation. That reads to me as a completely new injury. Now, is Schefter 100%? We do not know. But Mixon, who injured his ankle over the offseason, does that sound like a new injury or a re-aggravation?
To me, it sounds like that would be a new injury on top of what we already knew, which was from the hip drop tackle that he had been fighting that ankle or whatever it is. But it sounds like they're being very clear this is separate from that.
Israel's being soft. He says, I'm not going to bet. I'm just going to get the satisfaction of laughing. Laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji, laughing face
his
emoji.
ass off.
That's soft, Israel. I thought you were harder than that. I guess not. You're disappointing me. This is an interesting question. Who's going to lead the Texans, the running backs, in total yards this year?
Ooh. At the end of the season, I still think it's Joe Mixon.
Really?
Yeah. I think when he comes back, like we said, I think he'll be fresh. I think he'll be ready to go. And I think he'll be fine. Look, I was a fan of the signing of Nick Chubb. I thought Nick Chubb was going to be that guy. We've heard conflicting and mixed reports on this. He's going to get the first crack at it. But I also think he's not big on receiving yards. So we'll see how that factors in. But at the end of the day, I'll say that Joe Mixon still, by the end of the year, has the most total yards.
Brian?
I'm going to go. I can't believe I'm saying this in 2025, but I'm going to go with Nick Chubb. Like, I'm worried about this Joe Mixon injury. I mean, for all the reasons we've talked about. I mean, the fact that this is possibly an injury that's kind of held over from last season that might have got re-aggravated or maybe re-injured again. You got to factor age into this, and he's a running back, so even if he comes back in week 7 after the bye, you know he's probably going to miss a few more games after that. So I think Chubb, because he's the veteran, because this, they've shown they don't really want Dameon Pierce for that role. Woody Marks is a rookie; they're not going to trust him that much, and Dare's not going to be it. It kind of feels like Nick Chubb by default.
I got a different answer than both of you boys.
Oh yeah,
I'm going Dameon Pierce.
Ooh, boy.
You think they trust him more than Chubb?
I do. I think he's got more left in the tank.
That's for sure.
I think he's got more left in the tank. I think they're going to try Chubb, and it's going to be very mid. And I think Dameon Pierce wins it over. Scheme fits him. He's got something to prove in a contract year. He's got a little more juice, a little more power. I'm going. It's funny we have 3 different answers.
Yeah,
I'm going. It's not great about the room. I think it speaks to the room more than anything else. But I'm going Dameon Pierce. I think I think they all are going to be around 500-600.
Yeah.
Like no one's going to run away with this thing. I think it's going to be a pillow fight. It's going to be the tallest
little
kid,
little person, yeah.
the tallest toddler. But I'm going Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce to lead the Houston Texans in total yards from the running back position. Obviously, Nico Collins going to be up there. Kirk maybe.
Yeah, I just, to me, there's enough time. There's still 10 weeks of the season where I think that Joe Mixon will be a guy that still puts up numbers. And I think once he gets back, hopefully he hits the ground running, and that he is the most versatile of those backs as well. So I'm gonna lay my money down there. But
do we want to lay down money?
I ain't scared.
We want to.
I mean, we did
coin on this.
I don't know if we ever check back at the end of the year on our Astros.
Well, it's not the end of the year. There's no end of the year yet.
I'm saying in the past, like last.
Yeah, we have. We got paid up on that, didn't we?
The Astros one, I don't know if we did.
No. Yeah, I don't know
we have
we
on
did.
other bets. But with the Astros one, I don't know if we did. But we could do.
Up.
I mean, we each took a different person, so we could do a drink at a remote or something like that.
You see what he said? A drink at a remote.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You name the terms. I don't care. I'm just throwing something out there.
Name the terms, Blankers.
I mean,
we got to write this down.
I don't drink,
Google Doc.
so it's different.
Well, why don't we just do a vending
vending
machine?
That's fine. That's fine.
We can kind of use the vending machine from time to time.
Assuming it's working, because that's
working today.
Pretty hit or miss.
I can verify.
Verify?
Yep.
There you go.
All right.
Put it in the Google Doc, Brian, because we forget all of these bets immediately.
Total yards, right?
Joe has lucked out in what we forgot.
Okay.
Total yards. So you went Mixon.
Mm-hmm.
Brian went Chubb. And I went Dameon Pierce.
It'll be Dare probably.
Woke up feeling dangerously.
Or Woody Marks. And all of a sudden, Woody Marks is twitch and is catching the ball and is pass pro, and they love him.
It's going to be Jawar Jordan from left field.
No, we haven't named.
British Bulldog.
There it is. I was waiting for someone to say the name.
His booty's going to be cut.
Johnson, right?
That British booty's being cut.
No, come on, man. Don't do that to me.
He's going to be cut.
No, come on. Get serious. Don't
He
do
go.
that.
I mean, I think they'll keep him on the practice squad.
Can't cut British Brooks.
Yeah, they're going to cut him. He'll be on the practice squad.
I don't want to lose this drop.
Jawar Jordan and British Bulldog are going to be the practice squad running backs.
Mid Jordan. Keep British Brooks, baby.
What do you have against Jaws?
I just like British Brooks.
Neither guy's making it. I'm not arguing Jaws over British. I said they're on the same tier. They're both going to get cut. All right, 713-780-ESPN.
Sarah doesn't know ball if you cut British Brooks.
Here are the Texans' first 6 games because we think that, or first 5 games because we think that week 7 after the bye is the target. It is good news for Mixon that the bye's in week 6 though. Kind of gets a built-in miss a week but don't miss a game, I guess. At the Rams. Could be an issue without your running game. Tampa Bay at home. A little Monday Night Football in week 2, the early start.
The defense is pretty good stopping the run regardless.
Could be a little bit of an issue there. At Jacksonville, they go to Duval. I think it'll be fine there.
Duval.
Titans at home and then at Baltimore.
Tell them boys to tighten up. Tighten up.
Baltimore's a definite problem.
You said 2 and you said you'd be happy at 2 and 3?
I'd be happy at 2 and 3.
I think I'm I wouldn't be happy at 2 and 3 because I feel like the expectation, almost an expectation. The expectation is 2 and 3. Right?
Okay, let me rephrase that. I think they could survive and still make the playoffs if they go 2 and
3.
So
I think they win the 2 divisional games, and I think they steal one of the other games.
Yeah, but that would make me happy.
Yeah.
If 3 and 2,
I'd be over the week 5 moon.
Yeah.
Yep.
3 and 2 would be fantastic. Right?
We're talking about splitting the first 2, right? Because they're not going to beat the Ravens.
I think they'll beat Tampa at home.
Yeah,
and
the Ravens
and they'll
will
beat the
dog
2
walk them
divisional teams.
Yeah.
The Ravens are the Texans' daddies.
Yeah. Until further notice.
Yeah, they absolutely are. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. We'll get you your thoughts on this. Also, what are the biggest questions for the Houston Texans? What are the biggest roster decisions? This obviously was the headliner. But what else? What are the biggest roster decisions the Texans have to make before 3 o'clock tomorrow, roster cut-down day? I love cut-down day. Do you see, you've been watching the Cowboy thing?
No, I haven't.
I started. I'm about 2.5 episodes in. Very good.
No, I just finished the SEC thing. I haven't started Cowboys yet.
I stopped the SEC thing to watch the Cowboys thing. It's great theater. It's fantastic. It gives you a little bit of the mindset of Jerry Jones. But Jimmy Johnson,
or lack of now in this point in this.
What do you mean? What did I say?
No, you said that you get the something about the.
Basically, Joel's saying he's lost his mind.
Yeah, he's senile now. In terms of getting yourself,
you said you got to look inside Jerry Jones' mind, and
Joel
Joel said,
a lot of
or the
phenomenal
lack of
moves over the years, like financially.
I don't think he. I don't. I'm not sure he's changed much.
I think he's a little off. I think he's lost.
I won't argue that.
Okay.
I won't argue that he's a little senile, but I don't think he's changed a whole lot. But Jimmy Johnson had an unbelievable quote. He goes, "All these coaches say that the hardest thing to do in the job is cutting players." Jimmy Johnson goes, "I never found it that difficult." I love that guy. Instantly massive Jimmy Johnson fan. As soon as he said that, my kind of guy. All right, go ahead.
He's like the Pat Riley of
I didn't realize.
NFL.
I didn't realize he was a hardo like that.
He takes. Oh God,
I like that certainly more than remember that year of Hard Knocks where Robert Saleh had to say in every episode, "We're not going to show cuts on this show." That's too harsh of a day in a player's life. We're not going to show cuts on Hard Knocks.
I thought you were actually going to say cutting a player is not as hard as dealing with the owner on a daily basis because of the way they got sideways.
Who's that?
Jimmy and Jerry.
Oh yeah, yeah. I haven't gotten.
It's gotta be harder to deal with Jerry than it is to cut player 85 on the roster
for sure. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. What are the biggest decisions the Texans have before tomorrow's 3 o'clock roster deadline? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Football is back. It's in the air. It's in the air. Didn't you walk outside this morning? But oh yeah, football is here. It is football week. It is game week, baby. And you already know where I'm going to be Thursday night. I'm going to be at TD-ECU Stadium. Cougars hosting the SFA Lumberjacks and the Lone Star Stampede. Going to give away a little tickets later. Also, look, I'm wearing my U of H gear. It's how you know football season's here. Second season of Willie Fritz, and you look Cougar team that's looking to make some noise this season. Get those tickets now, uhcougars.com/tickets, or just call them, 713-GO-COUGS. Tell them Branham sent you. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, the pageantry, the roar of the crowd like a Houston Cougar football game. Tailgate before the game's going to be awesome, too. Starts at 4 o'clock. U of H is partner with the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo for this game, too. Bring the entire family fun, best kind of fun. Rodeo Houston's going to have the Rodeo Roundup Corral, which features the mini lasso practice, line dancing, color wall, also a visit from their mascot, Howdy. Stop by, get your picture taken, and enter into a raffle for 4 Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo season tickets, the whole thing. Plus chances throughout the game as well to win tickets to a Rodeo Houston performance. So opening night, Thursday night, all of these giveaways going on as well. You got to get out there. Football season is here. Thursday at TD-ECU Stadium. Cannot get here soon enough. Visit uhcougars.com/tickets to get yours today, or just call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, and wear red.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Biggest Texans questions entering the cutdown day tomorrow, 713-780-ESPN. Eric the driver says, my favorite Jimmy Johnson stories when he kicked the punter out of practice for having an asthma attack. Did he kick him out or cut him?
Not true.
I think he cut him.
Really?
Yeah, he's like, you can get asthma elsewhere. Like it was they showed video of it actually in the first couple of episodes. There was also the story of when they were like resting their starters in week, it would have been 17 at the time. They were resting their starters going into the playoffs, and Emmitt Smith's backup running back fumbled twice, and they said that Jimmy Johnson cut him on the spot. Like sent him to the locker room, cut
He
him.
was known for that sort of thing.
Yeah.
One of my
So
favorite
he
stories
fumbled during
was
practice?
No, during the game.
In a game, he cut him.
Oh, he cut him
Fumbled
in the game
twice. Week 17, resting the starters.
Wow.
Cut his.
One of my favorite
backup.
stories was there was a backup player that fell asleep in a meeting, and he cut him. And one of the reporters asked, like, well, what if, like, I can't remember if he said Troy or Michael or one of the stars had fallen. He's like, well, I'd go and give him a pillow and just ask him nicely to go ahead and wake up.
Yeah,
That's when he made the follow-up statement, which is, if anybody believes that every player on this team is treated equally.
Yeah, they're not.
They're not.
No, they're not. Any chance bottom 15 offense for the first week? 6-ish weeks.
I don't think so because they've got some favorable matchups in there too, and I think the offense will score points against Tampa.
Yeah, I think that they'll be in the top half of the league. Yeah. I think their passing attack's going to be sneaky good. I really do. This might be C.J. Stroud stock, actually. Like where he's getting drafted in some of these best balls. Like they're going to have to throw a lot. And if they're losing like game script, he might throw 25, 30 times a game.
Yeah, they're
This
going to
might
pass
be Stroud to the moon, actually,
Yep.
now that I think about this.
Agreed.
Talking my way through this. Might buy some C.J. Stroud stock here over the next week and a half.
Wouldn't be the worst thing you did.
No, I kind of like that idea, brainstorming. If through 5 weeks Chubb is averaging 85 to 90 yards a game, does Mixon immediately become the starter?
Yes.
I mean, I think he'll be the starter, but
Right.
I don't think if he does return week 7, that's our target date. Can't practice the first 4 weeks, obviously play a game. Week 6 bye. I think the target date's week 7 at Seattle. Look, they're not gonna give him 20 touches in the first game back.
I was gonna
But will
say,
he start? Yes, I
As a
agree.
technicality, Joe Mixon will start the first play of the game and be ruled the starter, but it will be a running back by committee, as well it should be.
Yeah, agreed there. Ocho, will the Texans have a dominant defense or an opportunistic defense?
I think they might have both, but I think that if you want me to pick one or the other, they're going to be dominant. I just believe that they are as loaded from top to bottom as this maybe ever in the history of this franchise. And the fact that you've got two really, really dominant outside rushers, and then you've got inside guys. The linebacking core is extremely deep and more talented than even they were a year ago. And the secondary is better than advertised. I think they're dominant and they're going to be opportunistic.
Yeah, I would agree. Define dominant is what I asked him. He said consistently get stops. I think they're going to be a top 5 defense.
I do too. I think top 3.
Okay. Name that tune to me. Top 3. I hope so. That'd be awesome. I mean, I think the defense is going to be very good. What are the biggest roster questions ahead of tomorrow that you got?
I think there's a lot. I think more so than, and not because of the fact that it's a shaky situation. It's an interesting situation. The wide receiver room is extremely interesting. How many are they going to keep? Running backs as well. I think we just talked about it now because of the fact that Mixon gives us a little bit of more clarity with that clears itself out pretty easily. The wide receiver room is interesting to me because you brought in 2 veterans in Berrios and Watson, and you traded away Mechie, which we had thought might happen. But now, how many receivers are they going to keep? And is Berrios' ability to run back punts and kicks part of the decision that makes him a guy that makes it? Or do they feel like they can get by without him and they use Noel more in the return game to where they don't need him?
I think Berrios is a lock.
I kind of feel that way too. I think Watson's really on the bubble.
Agreed. Like I went through the 53 and like did what I went with what would I do, all that stuff. I kept 6 receivers. I kept 6. Like, obviously, they're going to keep at least 6. So, Berrios, to me, is a lock. I think the bubble guy is Watson. Will they keep 7 or not? Mm-hmm. Last year, they kept 7-ish, but one was Steven Sims. But then you could say, well, Berrios is your Sims. Right. That can also receive. So, they could keep 7. I think if they keep 6, Watson's gone. It was also kind of strange that he was returning punts in that preseason game.
I think they were trying to see if he could do it
Yeah.
to kind of give him an extra lifeline to make this team.
But that's it. Like
Yep.
it's like, is that a lifeline for Watson? Which is like it's kind of weird that
Feels like a bad
third,
sign
Yeah, it
if
feels like a
you're-
bad sign.
yeah.
Like third string punt returner Justin Watson didn't feel like a great sign that Justin Watson is making this team. I think Justin Watson is this year's Ben Skoranek. You bring him in if you have injuries, you're comfortable with him being one of your 6 or 7 guys. If you get out of it healthy, and the Texans have and traded Mechie, that Watson is the odd guy out. We'll see. We'll see tomorrow at 3. But that is the one question I have on the offense side of the ball. That one in tight end. Like I wonder how many tight ends they keep.
See, I had 3.
I have 3 as well.
Because I also think that it's not just tight end. I think that it's wide receiver, it's tight end, and then it's what are you going to do with Cam Robinson? Like we talked about, you asked if Cam Robinson could be moved inside.
No, I didn't ask that.
Or to a different
right
position.
tackle.
To a different position. I think unless Cam Robinson is willing to do something like that, I think Cam Robinson is someone that they could move on from one way or the other because of Ursery's development so quickly and because of how impressive they have been with him. But I think that with tight end too, it's an interesting situation because from a tight end perspective, you went out and you traded for Bryant. But have you seen enough of him in a short sample size to say he's going to make this team? If he is Irv Smith a guy that you're willing to cut? Because Irv Smith has proven to know the system. When you need him, he seems, and in the games even, he's been able to run his routes and get some balls, and he's capable of blocking. So it's between those 2 guys, along with the 2 guys that you assume are going to make this team. But tight end's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, 3 or 4 there. Lamont's asking us, will Tank Dell play this year? What are the biggest roster questions you have for the Texans? Tomorrow deadline, 3 o'clock. So we're right when we're on the air. They're going to have their trim down. They'll probably be announcing practice squad dudes too. Tomorrow's going to be hot and heavy early on. I'm dabbling with the idea. Actually, I'm not going to say it because somebody might steal my idea. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It's time for us to give away the prize of the summer. Drumroll, please. Drumroll, please, Brian. We got to build up the suspense. Does the winner already know?
I don't think so.
Okay. Breaking news. Right? How you thought the Mixon stuff was big. Breaking news right now with us. It's time to announce our winner for our e-bike giveaway from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, the grand prize of the summer. But first, we want to thank them, the Power On Electric Bicycle Company, for the e-bikes. And all the restaurants we visited during the summer circuit as well. Kima Boardwalk, Downtown Aquarium, Cactus Jack's in Baytown, some would argue. Landry Seafood in Galveston, Pleasure Pier, McCormick and Schmick's, Cadillac Bar, Carbach Brewery, BB's Tex Orleans, Brick House Tavern, and El Tiempo Cantina on Washington. Thank you all for having us out. We had a great time. And now, to give it away, the grand prize winner of 2 e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company is Hannah Wilcher. Congratulations, Hannah Wilcher. E-bikes are yours, baby.
I have said
It's always fun to win.
The greatest prize I think we've ever given away on this station.
Agreed. So congratulations, Hannah Wilcher. You're getting the great prizes. You're going to have a lot of fun. You have to give us some status updates on those e-bike giveaways, kind of like on Shark Tank. You ever watch Shark Tank?
Yeah,
Great hotel show.
Yeah, but I was just about to say only when I'm in a hotel.
Great hotel. They show like 20 of them in a row.
Yes,
You
that
can't go
and
to
Forensic
sleep.
Files. This is what I see when I'm in a hotel.
And then every now and then on the Shark Tank, they'll do a recap. They'll do a review. They'll like check in the status.
Oh, yeah,
of one
the
of
video
the,
updates.
One of the ones that they kept. So Hannah, congratulations! You'll have to give us an update on the e-bikes. Let us know how it's going. Let us know how much you're enjoying it. Fantastic time all summer long. Thank you to the participating restaurants. Thank you to Power On Electric Bicycle Company. And you're welcome to Hannah Wilcher.
It's always fun to win.
Always fun to win. All right, biggest questions for the Texans. Cut down day tomorrow, 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Texas says, I still believe Cam Robinson is your starting left tackle. Big E is made for the Texans not to rush. Big E is made it. I don't know how to say this. Big E made it is for the Texans not to rush Cam back during preseason. Cam didn't do anything to lose the position. I disagree. To me, Tay Ursery is my starting left tackle, and he's going to be my starting left tackle for the foreseeable future, and I'm just going to go ahead and do it right now.
Mm-hmm. No, I
have no...
I think that's what they plan on doing, and I didn't expect this at the start of camp, but I'm pleasantly surprised that that's the way they're going, and I think Cam Robinson could be a casualty.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a casualty. I don't think there's any chance he's cut. I don't think there's any chance he's cut.
Get traded?
I think there's like a 25% chance he's traded. Yeah.
Okay.
Cut to me, no. Like, you don't have enough good tackles to cut Cam Robinson. Like, you're cutting Cam Robinson for Austin Deculus? No.
No, it's just an expensive backup.
No, I think that's why he could get traded.
Yeah.
But I don't think you're cutting Cam Robinson. I don't hate the idea of it might be too far along, and Cam Robinson hasn't played a whole lot of right tackle ever in his life to do it now. To me, it feels like your starting line is Ursery, Tomlinson, Andrews, Ingram, Howard. And I feel pretty confident saying that. I think they could potentially just keep Cam Robinson because, like, who's your best tackle after that? You don't really have one.
No, you don't.
Like, you want Juice Scruggs to be your swing tackle? Nope. Trent Brown's not healthy yet, so he's not your swing tackle.
Don't want it to be Blake Fisher.
Don't want it to be – yeah, that's what I said, Blake Fisher, right? Did I say that just now?
That's the first –
I thought that was the first name I said.
Oh, my bad.
Check the tape.
Yep.
We got a challenge
hold on.
flag. We got a challenge flag on it. We'll check the tape. But no, I just don't think you're strong enough at tackle to just cut him. You might not be strong enough at tackle to trade him either. Like that, the backup tackles are really, really, really weak. You're right; it is an expensive backup.
Yep.
But yeah, I'd put maybe less than 25. Maybe it's like 10, 15%.
I think there's a lot of guys on the roster where it's at right now that are going to end up on another team very quickly.
The Texans?
Yeah.
Who do you think's cut that will do that?
I think Watson's going to find a home pretty quickly. I think that if Berrios is cut, he'd find a home very quickly.
Let's check the tape real quick. Brian pulled it up quickly. Let's see if Brandon mentioned Blake Fisher or if he's a noob. Doesn't remember what he says. To do it now. To me, it feels like your starting line is Ursery, Tomlinson, Andrews, Ingram, Howard. And I feel pretty confident saying that. I think they could potentially just keep Cam Robinson because, like, who's your best tackle after that? You don't really have
No,
one.
you don't.
Like you want Juice Scruggs to be your
Oh,
swing
I
tackle?
said the wrong dude.
Nope.
I meant to say Blake
Trent
Fisher.
Brown's not
I
healthy
lost.
yet, so
Dang
he's
it.
not your swing tackle. I lost it. I meant to say Fisher, not Scruggs. That's my bad.
I thought I was like, I know I've been out for a few days, but when did Juice Scruggs start getting tackle rotation?
I was convinced I said Fisher, not Scruggs, because obviously
Brian
I was talking
is
about
teaching
Fisher.
you well.
What's that?
To be confident in your
be confident. If you're right,
I
then it looks better.
I meant to say Fisher. Like, I don't know
that
why.
doesn't count.
I don't know why. No, I conceded defeat. I said I was wrong. I just don't know why I said Scruggs there. Maybe it was just in front of me. Anyways, Lamont saying, will Tank Dell play this year?
No.
How does he?
Yeah, I just don't think that.
He gets
I
on
mean,
the
there is
football
always
field
a
and runs
possibility.
around.
It's a red
but
shirt
with
year.
everything that he has gone through and how many multiple surgeries it's taken to get the leg back, let's just hope he returns. I just don't think it's going to be this year.
I don't think he's going to play this year.
I guess he's in the HEB commercials though.
That's good.
Yeah.
It's good for him.
So he'll be around.
No, I think that he's going to miss the entire year, and I think it's probably for the best. I like the word that you use, redshirt year. Now, it is interesting for the Texans, though, because, he's in the final year of his contract next year. You
it is
drafted
interesting.
Higgins, you drafted Knoll. So I do think that next year is going to be the last year of Tank Dell in Houston. I hope it's a good one.
You don't think maybe this setback, I guess multiple setbacks because of the broken leg in year one, like that's got to bring his market to a place where they could afford to re-sign him, even though they invested in the 2 Iowa State guys, right?
There's just so many guys in that room.
I mean, sure, but Christian Kirk's only here for one more year?
Yeah, I was about to ask you that. Do you think Kirk has more than a year in Houston, or is this a rental?
Yeah, I think Tank hinges upon the answer to that question, because if Kirk's gone, then there's room for Tank.
Yeah, I would agree. Plus, he's under contract next year.
Yeah.
So, I wonder what they do with Kirk after this year.
I don't think Kirk comes back. I mean,
I think they renegotiate.
I
think they found a way that they extend and he stays.
If he's really good and he loves it here from he's went to school at A&M, all that.
Yep.
I could see him getting a new contract at below market value.
Mm-hmm.
He's a little older in his career, has made tons of money. Loves the situation.
And if he has a good year, I could see him thinking, this is my last opportunity to make real money, and Houston couldn't match that.
Absolutely in play. Absolutely. Those would be your scenarios. Absolutely in play, though. But they could go into next season, final year of Tank Dell's contract, with Nico, Higgins, Knoll, Tank. That's fine room.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
It's a fine room. Now, if Kirk is awesome this year and catches career-high 85 passes, then, it might make some noise on what the Texans want to do. Any other questions you have, Brian, on what the Texans might do before tomorrow?
Yeah,
pressing questions?
You guys mentioned the first two I had on my mind with receiver and with tight end, but I also think there could be a spot where there's two spots with 3 guys competing for it in the interior offensive line, between Scruggs, Andrews, and Ingram. I'm curious how that interior offensive line kind of shakes out, and maybe some of that depends on what you're doing with Titus Howard and Cam Robinson and how the dominoes fall after that. But I could see a spot where Scruggs, Andrews, and Ingram are 3 guys competing for 2 spots, and one of them gets
Andrews
cut.
is starting at center, isn't he?
I think so.
I think so too.
Okay, switch the name out to Patterson then.
Yeah.
I mean, that group of offensive linemen there in the interior, I think there's one less spot than they have player.
Who is your starting right guard?
My guess right now would be probably Howard.
See, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be Ingram.
I think it's Ingram as well.
You think Ingram? Okay.
Yeah, which I think is the Cam Robinson conversation.
Okay, yeah. If Cam Robinson is not playing because Titus is at right and Ursery's at left, then that changes the equation for sure.
You have Howard at right tackle.
I do.
Yeah, I got Howard at right tackle. I got Ingram at right guard. I got Andrews at center. I got Tomlinson at left guard, and I've got Ursery at left tackle.
See, I have the Texans keeping 3 tackles, knowing that Titus Howard has flexibility. I have them keeping Robinson and Ursery and Fisher, which
yes,
okay, I don't have that. And then Titus Howard gives you flexibility because he can be a 4th tackle. I have your guards: Laken Tomlinson, Titus Howard, Juice Scruggs, Ed Ingram. Although Titus Howard's going to play right tackle, so he kind of goes back and forth. And then I have Andrews and Patterson as the 2 centers. So I have the Texans keeping 9 offensive linemen.
Yes, yeah, I would.
So
I would have thought they usually keep 8. It's usually obviously your starters, your swing tackle, a center, and a guard.
Now,
but
one of those guys probably isn't active on game day.
Yeah, if they keep 9, then that makes my question a moot one. But I was going into this thinking they keep 8.
Yeah. Now all those guys can be active, like because that's your game day roster for sure. The tight end's interesting to me. I have them keeping 3, but I don't feel comfortable with that.
Which 3?
I think they could keep 4. I have Harrison Bryant over Irv Smith.
Okay.
I don't know if you could keep a fullback and then keep a 4th tight end.
That's where I'm at.
Unless you trim somewhere else, like the wide receiver room.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, maybe
if you go
so.
6 there, open up another spot somewhere else. One of the interesting things that you kind of read around a little bit is on what they're going to do in Danico Autry. Like Aaron Wilson's like he's healthy, but the Texans might not activate him. It's like, that might be curious.
Yeah, because when I was writing down the list, Autry, let's just say, to your point, could end up elsewhere. But I think a lot of these guys could be could be cuts instead of cap casualties. But Autry's, because you could save some money. But Autry basically hasn't done a thing in training camp, and he's expensive. And you've got a lot of depth at the defensive line, it seems like, to where Berrios, and again, I'm just throwing it out there as possibilities, but Berrios and Watson as wide receivers, I think, would end up on another roster somewhere else, but that are talented. And I think Autry, Cam Robinson, you've got a lot of guys that I think a lot of teams would love to have, but you're deep.
Yeah, you are. What's the latest buzz on Christian Harris? I mean, he played in the last preseason game and, talked a good game and all of that. I mean, he's obviously making the team. Question I have on Harris is he starting week 1?
I don't think so, week 1.
What do you think, Brian?
No, I don't think he's starting. I think it's
EJ Speed and
yeah, it's obviously Aziz is one of the 2 guys, and the other one's either Henry or EJ Speed.
I don't know. I think it's in play.
You think Christian Harris could start?
For sure.
He plays in the 3rd preseason game and then starts?
Sure. Yeah.
I guess he needs the reps, but
I mean, there was a lot of young players that played. Like Higgins played, Noel played, Hutchinson.
Yeah, but those guys are rookies. Christian Harris is a 3rd-year player.
Not. Hutchinson's not a first-year player. He's not a rookie. And DJ Bieniemy's been talking him up as their 3rd receiver.
Yeah, I don't see that. I heard Paul say that too earlier today. I don't see Hutch as the 3rd wide receiver.
I think he could be their 3rd receiver in terms of like early on, like first 4 game snaps. But I don't think he gets the targets. Like it's almost one of those like, hey, you're going to be out there because we like you blocking.
Right, like with Robert Woods.
Yeah.
Robert Woods
like
role.
First 4 weeks, I could see Xavier Hutchinson playing the 3rd most receiver snaps. I absolutely think that's in play. I don't think he'll be top 4 in targets though.
No, but Hutch is starting the year as receiver 3. I think he starts the year at receiver 3. How quickly he's replaced is how quickly Higgins progresses. I thought it was going to be different, but it seems like right now Hutchinson's going to be your 3.
Problem that I have with these conversations is that it's very binary. Like what is receiver 3? Receiver 3 is like, okay, well he's playing 25 snaps and Higgins is playing 15. But Higgins is getting 5 targets and Hutchinson's getting 1. Like we have a way of making it binary. Like, yeah, I do think he'll play the 3rd most snaps at the receiver position. I don't think he's going to be as big a weapon though as Higgins.
Yeah, that's a different.
Maybe not even Noel.
I don't know that he's going to be a big weapon at all. But I think that he's going to be on the field where I thought it was going to be Higgins.
Yeah, we'll see. Will Chubb be a pass target out of the backfield?
I don't think much.
I don't think at all. I think 3rd down backs, you're looking at Dari early in the season. Maybe Woody eventually supplants him.
I mean, if there's an absolute last de facto safety valve, I think he could catch a ball now and then. But I don't think CJ wants to throw it to him. I don't think he really wants to catch it.
Texture, are they keeping Jimmy Ward? D'Amico's talked about this after the latest thing on Jimmy Ward, that civil lawsuit came out, was it 2 weeks ago? He said that they're going to let the process play out before they do anything. I think they're going to store him on the IR, pup, whatever, because he does have an injury.
There's 2 processes, right? Yeah, there's the off-the-field process that has to take place, and he's still hurt.
He's still hurt.
Yeah.
So it's very easy for them just to like, okay, we're going to place you on the pup IR or whatever one we're going to do, and you let the legal stuff play out, and then we'll make a decision then. So he's going to be technically employed by the Texans, but I don't think he's ever going to play again for the Texans would be my guess.
I would agree.
Yeah, but they'll keep him. They'll keep him on the roster.
I wanted to get rid of him before the season. I mean, before we got into this season. So, and that was before all this other stuff. Just because I think he's kind of washed, and he gets hurt a lot. But yeah, I think they need to move on.
Will the Texans pull any Astros former player and bring back Kenyon Green? That sorry bum was cut today.
Yeah, he was.
Nick Caserio, he looks good in that trade. Nick Caserio
Yes, he does.
Kenyon Green got cut today. Man,
you got something for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, they were going to dump C.J. Gardner-Johnson, so, like, you have to throw in that caveat. But, again, you got your starting safety, probably.
One healthy.
For a guy you were going to get rid of
Mm-hmm.
that then got cut by the Eagles, who Philadelphia was like, oh, yeah, they're going to save him. They're going to be able to. Nope, not the case. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We did the Astros good earlier. Let's get to the bad and the ugly of the Houston Astros. Bad, ugly from the Astros week. It took 3 of 4. Was there any bad? Was there any ugly? Of course there was. What was it for you? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a moment for Walmart.com, because we all know Walmart, low prices, lots of selection, a great value can be had. But now do you know that you can get all of that benefit, those benefits and more from Walmart by going to Walmart.com? Because they have groceries, which I'm sure that most of you are aware of by now, but you can have the groceries at the same price as what you would find in the grocery store and have them delivered to your door, so you save the time and the energy of going to the actual store. That's right. They have all the items that they have in store online, and they have a lot more than that that's online only that you can't even find in stores, but it all can be delivered right to your door. Unlike the grocery stores that charge you a little extra to deliver to your door, Walmart.com does not. They keep the same prices in store as delivery to your door, and you can feed your family, host a tailgate, throw a party. Maybe your kids, like in our case, we're going to a birthday party that we forgot to get a gift, but we knew if you go to Walmart.com and you have it delivered to the door, it can be delivered in basically no time at all, and you have time to wrap it and give it to your kid and get your kid to that party, and you are a hero for saving the day as opposed to the kid that has to go and bring that gift card that you had to pick up at a pharmacy. It's fantastic. They are fabulous, and you can trust the name because Walmart is always known for and trustable because of their selection, their products, and their low prices. And if you want it delivered in as fast as an hour, there are fees and terms that apply, but you can get that too, all at Walmart.com. The place that you thought you knew is now brand new, and who knew you can go to Walmart.com and even get so much more. Use Express Delivery to get eligible things that you need from Walmart, but use Walmart.com to get groceries, home goods, prescriptions, and so much more. It's all subject to availability, but you can learn more by going to that website, Walmart.com. Check them out today and see how new the place that you thought you knew is now at Walmart.com.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Bad and ugly from the Astros weekend. We did the good earlier. 713-780-ESPN. What you got, Blankers?
Javier, Lance McCullers Jr., Dubon and Dubin.
It's one by one.
Okay.
What was the first one you said?
Christian Javier.
Yeah, not a great start.
He
for
wasn't
Christian
sick, but it
Javier.
was pretty sickening watching a team get out to a 5-0 lead in the top of the first and watch your starting pitcher throw up all over himself to give it back.
Yeah, that was a rough start. He got his velo back.
Yeah, great.
Velo is back for Javier.
He didn't get his invisible pitches back because they were hitting him all over the place, and he was doing his best when they weren't hitting him to put him on anyway.
See, I didn't think he got hit that hard. I thought it was
walks were killer.
That's the thing. Like to me, it was more command than he was just giving up
walked the first two
rocket after
guys.
rocket. Yeah.
Yeah.
He walked 4 in 2 innings.
Yeah.
He threw like 89 pitches in the first inning. He didn't do that
God.
much, but he threw 65 in 2 innings.
Yeah, the first of all, the pitch count was definitely on my list of things that he did under the bullet points for why Christian Javier was bad. But the fact that he walked the first two guys, that he then followed it up by throwing just a ton of pitches, and he just didn't look like he was in control of anything.
No. I mean, he did get 3 strikeouts in 2 innings.
So
the swing and miss was there. Like obviously the line score sucked. Like I'm not arguing the line score.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at it more from a going forward perspective. Like there were some things I saw. Like this is the problem with Eric Getty and Javier, and eventually Luis Garcia, and maybe even Lance McCullers. Although Lance McCullers is probably more washed than like needing to get back in form. Like these guys are going to take a while to find their form. Christian Javier is coming off of Tommy John. It's going to take him a while to find his form. Spencer Arrighetti didn't pitch for 4 months with a broken thumb. It's going to take him a while to find his form. If Luis Garcia makes it back up, it's going to take a while to find his form. So like. Christian Javier has made 3 starts. There was in like the second start he was 6. Like I can almost throw that one out there. There's been bits and pieces from Javier's starts where I'm like, okay, he's on his way back. Obviously the command has to get fixed, but that's part of the he's only made 3 starts coming off of Tommy John. He's never been a command guy, but I actually took some positive from that terrible outing.
It's just that you come off whether he was sick or not, and I guess you have to believe what they tell you. He was sick, but he's got back-to-back starts, and since he's been back, he hasn't looked anything close to himself. You're right. The velocity.
See, I disagree.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
I disagree.
I just think that the velocity is one thing, and that's good to see. But I think that the pitch count is just been awful in every one of his appearances, and it's tough to see him. And it's a tough predicament because if this was happening in April and May, then it would be a totally different story. But
Absolutely.
To the guys you mentioned, because of the fact that you're in the middle of a pennant race, you're in the middle of it coming down to the last week of the season possibly between you and the Mariners and just making the playoffs, you have put a ton of stock in at least one of these guys, if not more, stepping up. Not just stepping back onto the major league field and on the mound, but they have to step up. And right now we really haven't seen what we were hoping to see out of at least one of these guys. I mean, like Arrighetti showed signs. That was a lot better. That was night and day from what we've seen. I hopefully right around the corner we see one of those from Javier.
I think it's just I think you're dismissing Javier's first start. We went 5 innings and allowed just 2 runs. Like right out of the gate, he showed you that he has glimpses. Like that's a good that's Arrighetti's line score from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Arrighetti pitched into the 6th, but yeah, you're right. I'm not going to try and nitpick.
I mean, it was Javier's first start. He threw 85 pitches. If he was
but the
built
problem
up,
is,
he would get
is
you
that
into the 6th.
on the flip side of what we've seen from Arrighetti, which is progress, which is with each start, we've seen a little bit better. We've seen a little bit more. We saw his best start yet on his last start. On the flip side, you mentioned it. Javier's best performance was his first performance, and since then, it's like, not great. So I hope that he turns it around.
Yeah, I just think it's very unfair to think that a guy coming off Tommy John in his first 3 starts should be the old Christian Javier. Like, I feel like that's very unrealistic. Like, Arrighetti's a little different because its thumb wasn't an elbow surgery. And you're right, Javier has been bad. 3 starts overall. Those 3 starts collectively have not been good when you add it all together. The first start, like I would take every time from Christian Javier. 2 runs, 3 hits, 5 innings, strikeout 5. I would take that in every single start he has the rest of the year. And look, I'm not going to sit here and say he was good. He gave up 5 runs, 3 earned, 2 innings, and walked 4. The strikeouts, though, have been there for Javier. Like, he is missing bats. The command has to get better, absolutely. But he's averaging a strikeout per inning. Like, that's pretty good coming off of TJ. Like, the stuff is still there. Obviously, he needs the feel, he needs the command, and you hope that comes. But it's hard for me to grade Javier 3 starts not pitching in a year.
No, again, I'm not. I know, unfortunately, it is what it is. It's going to be unfair because of the predicament you're in with the point you are at the season and what you have facing you. But at the same time, you're right. If he could continue that and get deep into a game and give you 5 innings consistently, if he could give you the kind of things that we're looking at instead and find it, because you're right. I'm not disagreeing that I'm pleased with his fastball.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pleased with the fact that there are some things you can build on, but you know how bad this pitching staff looks right now, top to bottom, because of injuries, and so it's unfair. But you're counting on a lot more from at least one of these guys.
What was the next one you had?
After Javier, Lance. Obviously, Lance wasn't great, and it could have been a lot worse. That first inning could have blown up and all over himself, and he found a way to get out of that. But Lance, again, wasn't great, but we all know the Lance situation and the Lance story, so he's going to, I'm sure, see the mound again very soon.
He had 5 walks in 4 innings.
He had 5 walks in 4 innings?
Yeah, again, we talk about control and
that feels like the story of Lance. Really, to be fair, that was the story of Lance even when he was good. He's always walked a lot of batters. He just had the stuff to make up for it.
He did strike out 4 in 4 innings, though. So he was getting the swing and the miss there a little bit.
That part's good.
Yeah, not great. Lance Muck colors.
It's kind of like a boxer who just won a lot of slugfests, but now his defense is slowed, his punch is slowed, and he can't outslug people anymore.
If he's in the zone, I think he still has stuff. Like his curveball and slider still move a lot.
That's the
those
thing.
two pitches,
still
yes.
move a
He
lot.
can't be in the
If
zone
he
with
locates
anything
it
else,
and he
though.
gets ahead in counts.
Yes.
Now he can be extremely effective.
Almost an impossible
because he just can't find a way to do that.
Yeah, I went and looked at the baseball savant on him. His slider and his curveball both are over 3,000 RPMs, which is elite.
They're great pitches. The problem is if you can't trust the sinker, you can't trust the fastball, how often can you get ahead?
I think you can live with that if you're a reliever. I think you can live with just breaking stuff if you're a reliever. Now, he has to command it, and he's not good at commanding it.
I also think that
he's in a weird spot.
if the spin stuff gets you up in counts, you can surprise guys with a fastball that, depending on if you can place it in the right spot, that can get a guy completely off balance, whether he doesn't harm you because he's off balance or he doesn't touch it at all. But if he gets behind in counts and has to rely on his cutter and his anything straighter, he's going to get crushed.
Yeah, he is. What'd you have? Next one?
Next one after that, Dubon. Dubon defensively, and because you can play him all over the place, that's great. But Dubon, just for the entire weekend, was just a struggle bus on the offensive side.
Yeah, I've never been a huge Dubon offensive guy. Swings at everything, doesn't walk much, doesn't have much pop. Like, it is kind of who he is.
Like when he comes up with runners in scoring position and 2 outs, that's not a guy that I'm anticipating is going to give me a good competitive at bat. He's going to get behind on 2 front foot swings and misses, and then he's going to protect the hell out of the plate till he makes just a fly ball.
He's he's a utility guy. He's a utility guy who's been forced into the lineup because of injuries. He shouldn't be one of your starting 9. Now, defensively, he's very, very good. And he does get like a little hot every now and then offensively where it's like, oh, okay, this guy could be a starter in Major League Baseball. Was that your last one?
We've already covered Cam to a certain degree. Chaz was not very good, and I don't have trust in Chaz offensively at all. And Dubin was just awful.
He got cut.
Yep.
Got cut. Would you rather have Chaz McCormick or Cam Smith playing against left-handed pitching?
Oh, boy.
Is Cam hitting like Jose Abreu?
It is what it is.
What
you have
they've
to call
done
it like
lately.
you
I guess I go Chaz.
I would go Cam Smith.
Would you go Dubon or
Dubon?
Dubon.
I think I might go the exact opposite as you did. I might go Chaz, Cam, Dubon against lefties. Dubon, maybe Cam last. I don't know. That one's tough. Cam Smith, since July 6th, 142 plate appearances, 37 games. He's posting Jose Abreu numbers since then. Cam Smith is slashing 141 average, 218 on base, 181 slug since July 6th. Very comparable to Jose Abreu in his final year. Your badge were the same ones I had. The only one that I had that you didn't was the situational hitting yesterday. You had second and third one out. That was a winnable game yesterday.
Yes, it was.
Like, it's hard to be mad. They won 3 of 4. Yay. But that was a game they let slip away yesterday. They should have won that game because Arrighetti's line scored good. And then they had multiple opportunities to score against a good pitcher, but multiple opportunities to score against a good pitcher and couldn't get anything done.
The 8th was still extremely frustrating, too, to start off the inning the way you did and then finish it with a sac fly and 1 run to show for it. That was tough.
Yeah, you could have – it felt like they could have at least tied, pushed it over the hump there, and then other opportunities earlier in the game. Texter, what do you think of Julia's lookout in the splash zone? That was
I thought her stream was weak. She had it on the weak spray. I mean, if you're going to go out there and do it with a shower cap on, blast some people.
Yeah. The they were getting pretty willy-nilly with some of the stuff they were saying there.
They were
getting pretty willy-nilly with some of the stuff they were saying with Julia in the splash zone. Texture, he throws 91. He's not Greg Maddux, so he needs to go down to the pin or DFA. I think he's talking about McCullers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does feel like that's inevitable. It's hard to argue that, quite frankly.
Well, he'll argue it.
Branham's takes get worse by the day. I now get why Zerline has to deal with in the workplace. He spelled now N-O-W, though. So, like, hey, you're giving me a burn, but you can't spell right. You should probably spell
There we
right.
go. Jeremy Branham's right.
Well, what was the take that was bad? You didn't even say which take was bad. Not to say that you're wrong. I'm just curious.
Maybe he's saying all of them are bad.
Branham, are your opinions based on analytics and stats? You don't seem to be the type that really knows the fundamental of baseball. I don't watch baseball, famously. I don't ever watch baseball.
Yeah, you're casual.
I haven't been personally in the ballpark for like 1,500 games.
Let alone call games.
Yeah, I don't. I try not to watch any baseball at all. Never. Not every pit, not even every inning, not every pit. No, I try to watch no baseball. Texter. I'm not putting Xavier or Fromber or McCullers on the field unless I have to.
Hutchinson's pitching.
Who's Xavier?
Yeah, who's Xavier?
I think that's supposed to be Javier.
Oh, yeah, it's probably supposed to be Javier. Yeah.
The X completely threw me off.
X gonna get you.
I'm not putting
Thank you,
Javier or
DMX.
Fromber or
Gonna give it
McCullers
to
on
you,
the field. You have to put all of them on the field, especially Fromber.
Yeah.
Especially Fromber.
And again, it's not as slam dunkish in the past, but when you have Hunter and like in this Colorado series coming up, if you've got Hunter and Fromber and Jason Alexander, but specifically those first two at the top of the rotation, you got to feel like those are wins.
Yeah.
Well, you're playing the Rockies. It really shouldn't matter.
But even if you weren't playing the Rockies, right?
It's
this
baseball,
probably
man.
helps. But those are the two guys you expect a quality start from. Get you at least 6. Hold them to 3 or less. I believe in those two guys.
Astros take
believe in
2 of 3.
George.
If they take 2 of 3 against the Rockies, how you feeling?
Disappointed.
A little disappointed.
You win series in baseball.
Not against the Rockies.
They had the Angels this weekend.
That's
too.
the caveat.
This next week the Astros really could pounce, or they could throw up all over themselves. Because if you get, like you just mentioned, you get the Rockies and then the Angels, and I believe the Mariners have the Padres and then someone else that's more of a contending team, where this you could really spin it on its ear if you play your cards right.
I would take 4-2 this week. Take 4-2. You win series in baseball, baby.
5-1.
That's
5-1 or it's
that's
a
a
bust.
football point of view.
I'm fine with that. Football's king.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. A lot of wide receiver news in the NFL today. New contract for one, which kind of puts into perspective a certain Houston Texan. And also, someone has demanded a trade in the NFL. Kick that around next. Also, Mike Florio is a donkey. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
All right, but before we go to break, let me talk to you about Old Humble Distilling Company, Houston's finest micro distillery. I tell you what, Mike Florio might be a donkey. You're a donkey if you haven't tried Old Humble Distilling Company. I've told you guys for weeks about the Boomtown Bourbon, which you should absolutely try, but do me a favor and also go out and try their Special Reserve. Why is that spirit unique? Why should you try it? What makes it stand out? Well, Old Humble Distilling Company ages the Special Reserve for 5 years in used barrels before it's then finished in new bourbon barrels to give it a rich, oaky flavor. And that's it right there. That attention to detail in the premium process is what sets Old Humble Distilling Company apart from all the big name brands. Better process, obviously, is going to make for better whiskey. It really is that simple. And football season is here. God, I'm so excited for that. So whether you're tailgating at the game or toasting victories at home, make sure you have a bottle of the Special Reserve or Boomtown Bourbon or any of the fine spirits from Old Humble Distilling Company to make that party even better. Get ready for the big game by grabbing a bottle at Specs, Total Wine, or finer retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Better yet, swing by their Humble Tasting Room, open Tuesday through Saturday until 6, and Fridays till 9 for date night, where every Friday from 5 to 9, you can get 2 whiskey flights, 2 premium cocktails, and a charcuterie board for 2, all for just $50. Old Humble Distilling Company, the official whiskey of campfires, cookouts, good stories, and great friends. Go visit their distillery and tasting room at 19103 Continental Parkway, just off FM 1960 in the Humble area, and check out their selection of premium whiskeys at oldhumbledistilling.com. Try Old Humble Distilling Company, because life's too short for factory whiskey.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We'll get to the NFL stuff in a moment. A lot of wide receiver movement today. And you know the Killer Bees like some wide receivers. I think Paul likes some tight ends, but we like wide receivers. If every show was an NFL position, what would it be? I mean, John and Lance would be the quarterback. No doubt there.
For sure.
John played quarterback in college. They are the
What college?
They are the no idea.
Joel, you know?
No idea.
His son played at Rice.
Lance will investigate
I
it
knew
for you,
John's
though.
son played at Rice.
And then
but
Lance could block for John.
And then JT transferred from Rice to like Southwest Missouri or something.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
You think Lance could block for John?
I mean, he's got offensive line.
Lance is intramural skills.
You can't make it through a parking lot without
I
tripping.
mean, you're probably right. But I mean, what position would Lance play on a football field if he must play a position on the football field?
Coordinator.
No, I think he'd play offensive line. Like, it's in the blood. He's got some size.
We call him fat?
No, I said size for a reason. I was thinking hefty. I said size. I'm not calling him fat.
Hog, fat ass, double wide.
No, but if he had to play
butterball.
one NFL position,
Long
it
snapper.
would be offensive lineman. That doesn't count.
Oh.
It'd be offensive lineman. No doubt in my mind. What other
I don't
position
know
would it
where
be?
else. Yeah, where else are you playing him?
Coordinator.
It's not
That's
a position, Brian.
I know I'm taking the cop out.
Dang it, Brian.
I'm copping out.
John would be our quarterback. Lance would be our offensive lineman. Dell would be our corner. Paul would be our safety.
I don't know if you know it.
All
Paul
district.
He played
All
safety
district.
in high school. I don't know if you knew that.
I'd be a slot receiver. What was
Because
this?
you got great hands?
I do have good hands.
Yeah.
Nothing else I can do to you. I can't run anymore. I'm no longer quick. I have zero size. The only decent attribute I have is my hands. I do have good hands. Always have, always will. What position would you play? Running back? He could be our running back. You're kind of strong.
Linebacker, maybe?
Okay, that's
I can
fine.
see linebacker.
That's fine.
I can see
Brian, what
linebacker.
position would you be for us?
I think I got to join Lance on the offensive line.
Okay, I like our chances. Like our
Or maybe
chances.
nose
Joe
tackle.
George is the center.
Like our chances against 790, not so much 6'10". 6'10" would probably
Well, they've got
Take
both
a couple
both
NFL
stations have us beat at quarterback.
for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. But is anybody catching the ball for Salisbury? No.
No.
No, they have nothing else outside
They
of
have
Salisbury.
nothing else, yeah.
Like a flag football game, I think we're a strong second place. Strong second
Yeah,
place.
6'10" would do well.
Yeah, I don't think we're catching them on the podium.
I
but
would
I
like
think second.
6'10" better when they still had Landry because no one could leap up and
Yeah, but he's not
catch
an
the ball.
athlete.
Yeah, but in zone. I mean, no one's going to knock the ball away from him.
I used to call him a skinny, fat, you know what?
You going to finish the thought?
Yeah, that didn't come
Nah,
out of your
you
mouth,
know what?
did it?
I didn't finish the thought. I used to call him that. Yeah, I think we'd finish second. I do. I think we'd finish second. Key from LA, the Astros win 3 out of 4, and fans are still crying. This little run got you guys spoiled. Yeah, stick to your Angels, Key from LA.
They're not crying.
Every pitch has a story, Branham. Good point, Brock. 7 games in next 2 series. 6-1 will be great, says AR Platinum. Corey says, I think Costanza has been their second best pitcher for the last 3 or 4 starts over Fromber.
The summer of Johns!
No argument. But you had to start a game tomorrow. Everything else is the same. Ceteris paribus, I think is the phrase. They're both, 5 days rest. They're both rested, whatever. Your life is on the line starting this game. Would you go Fromber Valdez or would you go George Costanza?
Can I go Hunter Brown?
Nope, of course not.
I'm going Fromber Valdez.
I would go Fromber.
Yeah, I go Fromber.
Life on
Been
the
there,
line,
done that.
Fromber.
Been there, done that too on the biggest stage.
I would go Fromber.
If my life's not on the line, I think I go with the summer George. But you put my life on the line, I think I got to go Fromber.
I'd go Fromber.
I think Fromber's
It's like, what,
repertoire
4
is
bad
better
starts in
than
a row? 3 bad
Costanza's
starts in a
change.
row?
Probably 3 of the last 4. One was okay.
He had one in between that was good.
Yeah,
I know
would go
there was
Fromber.
one game where his earned run was fine, but gave up like 9 hits in the game. It was kind of,
Yeah,
bend but don't break.
I think it was I can't remember who it was against. But I would go Fromber over Alexander. Life on the line. Like if they had a 3-game wild card series today, and everybody's rested, you could stack the rotation however you wanted. I mean, I'm going Hunter, Fromber, Alexander.
No brainer.
Yeah, agreed.
No one's picking Costanza over Fromber over game 2, right?
Just because
or must win.
He's your lightning in a bottle that has been a godsend for you this season doesn't mean he surpasses 2 guys that over the last several years have been your horses.
There's got to be one of y'all that is playing left out. Who would it be? I'll sit out. I'll coach the team. Dell
Just
would
the
be
3 of us or the whole station?
I don't know what he's saying. Dell would be the placeholder for the long snapper. Minimal work, but still on the team. You don't kick in flag football.
No.
We did forget to include Mapes in the lineup, though.
Yeah, Mapes will be solid for
Where's
us.
Joe,
I
center?
think he could cover.
Joe. Yeah, I guess center.
Branham's the smallest on the team with the most to say. Terrible combo. I actually talk very little outside of radio. I have 2 ears and one mouth, so I usually listen and don't talk.
You text a lot.
That's quiet.
Yeah,
It's not much talking.
I'm backing you.
I really don't text much.
But you don't like to talk to people.
I text more than I call, but I really don't like to do
I hate
either.
calling.
I'm anti-communication, really. I'm anti-conversation. I don't like talking. I really don't. I'm being sincere. I know you'll think I'm being funny. I'm not. I'm not much of a
No, I don't think you're being funny at all.
I say very little unless the red light is on. I hope Javier can find his command, but his stuff seems better than it was before surgery. Maybe. I do think his stuff looks good. The command is not there. The stuff is there, though, which gives me hope about Javier. Let's see if he can corral it. Christian.
Well, unfortunately, I think he might not corral it till next season.
That's in play. Yeah. No argument there. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The Raiders wide receiver room is going through things right now today. Also, the Commanders locked up a player, and we'll get to the Florio's a donkey thing because Mike Florio's a donkey. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're looking to, maybe move a donkey, you know what you need? You need a truck, and if you're going to get a truck, you need the Chevy Silverado 1500. And if you're getting the Chevy Silverado 1500, you should do it at Monument Chevrolet because right now you can get 0% financing for 36 months on the tried and true Chevy Silverado. It's used. It's great for hauling things. That's on top of pre-Labor Day employee pricing, which is your excuse to finally upgrade the truck that you want, that you deserve, and seize the day. That's right. Labor Day is just around the corner, but not too early to get those Labor Day savings at Monument Chevrolet. Monumental savings. Employee pricing plus deep discounts on popular models such as the Chevy Silverado 1500. Perfect for hauling. The Blazer EV and much, much more. And you already know that Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. Transparent, no hassle pricing. Get your car shopping done fast. And you're also you're going to trust them. It's very stressful buying a new car. It's not at Monument Chevrolet. And that's why they've been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. They've been a pillar in the community. Family feel, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which means their culture is fantastic. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it with Labor Day savings at Monument Chevrolet. Visit them online for their full inventory, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or just visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8. You'll be glad you did at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Lot of movement in the NFL today. Trey Hendrickson, just moments ago, Adam Schefter reporting, has agreed to a one-year, $30 million deal with the Bengals. $30 million 1 year. I wonder if part of this is they're not going to be allowed to franchise tag Hendrickson after the year and he can go to free agency.
I would think it has to, because if you're him, that's a tough contract to sign, because now if you get hurt, you're really screwing yourself out of a lot of money.
Yeah.
So you got to be banking on yourself to stay healthy and then play well enough to get complete freedom to go wherever the hell you want.
I mean, $30 million is a lot of money.
Still.
I mean, what was the option, though? I mean, come back with play for less?
It was
Like,
a
the
$14
Bengals weren't going to give him
million
a long-term deal.
Yeah, it was $14 million raise. It also, like, he would have to get paralyzed to not be signed in the offseason next year.
Yeah, I was going to say.
yeah. Put that juju
right?
out
I mean,
there.
if he tears his ACL, somebody's still giving him big money.
Yes.
Trey
I would
Hendrickson.
agree. Well, yes. I think an Achilles. I mean, you said paralysis. I'll also throw Achilles
would
into
be a tough one.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant got a max contract after tearing his Achilles.
Yeah, fair.
Like, good players still get their money, even if they're hurt. The highest paid defensive ends, T.J. Watt, average annual. T.J. Watt, 41, Miles, 40, Daniil Hunter, 35.6, Max Crosby, 35.5, Nick Bosa, 34, and now Hendrickson's going to be getting $30 million. So that gives him sixth most average salary for an edge rusher, just a defensive player in general. So that is there. Do you think Micah Parsons gets done? He's over here napping on the athletic training table during the game. What a bad look.
I don't think it does.
I think it just seems like there's just too much in the middle now with everything that's come out, because kind of what I said at the start of all of this is exactly what Jerry's doing right now. If Jerry just would have did this when it first came up, before camp even started, he'd have saved himself, between what we just heard with Hendrickson, but some of the numbers on the Watt deal and other deals, he'd have saved himself well over $10 million, if not more. And now, because he's dragging Mulgeta and he's saying he already committed once to giving him the highest paid non-quarterback money in the NFL, it seems like Jerry's going to sit and like stew.
Yeah, I think he's just going to – I don't know whose side I'm on. I don't like either party. I don't like the Jerry Jones, the owner side of this negotiation. I really don't like the Mulgeta Parsons side of the negotiation, because I think they go with some cheap tactics. He's laying on the training table as they're playing a football game. That is the most disrespectful thing to the other players on that team. I couldn't believe that.
He said, because I'm
You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
He said, I'm dealing with back issues, and I was...
Then get off the
that was
sideline.
Treatment. Right. Well, you also saw him when he was walking into the locker room with a big thing of nachos, and then someone said, hey, come to Atlanta, and he gave the call me sign.
I would trade him. I would trade him. See ya, man. Like, if it is true, and it has been reported, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, that Jerry Jones gave him the most money for a defensive player, offered him the most money for a defensive player, if he says no to that, and then he's pulling this stuff, I'm trading him. I think he's trying to get traded.
Do you believe that report? Because I don't.
You don't believe the report in the Fort Worth
No,
Star-Telegram?
we've seen the way Jerry's treated reporters. What was it, about a year ago, where he tried to get a news
the radio
guy
hosts
fired?
the show in the morning.
Yeah, I don't know. That feels like a plant story. And we've seen that here too, where you could tell the sources from inside the building. Yeah. There's no way Parsons is turning down $40 million a year. I don't buy that at all.
Okay, I think that is in play. I think that is. I also think it could be like some funny math, where like he's offering them the most, like, you know, maybe the biggest contract, but the guarantees aren't there.
Right. Or it's slanted towards year one, towards a high AAV, and then it slopes down.
I have thought about that. I have thought that the report could potentially be fake. All reports could potentially be fake. There's always 10% chance somebody's bluffing.
But I also think that because Jerry has basically outwardly and openly talked about how he wants it to be a circus where all the attention is there. But we don't know what we don't know. Like, we've talked over and over again about between agents and owners, they use the media as a pawn, and they want them to believe your story. I mean, if you want to believe Jerry, then Mulgeta, who would have had the highest played non-quarterback in the history of the league, if you believe what Jerry said, and he said basically kisses it, took us, but then Ryan Clark comes out to debunk that, saying he talked to Mulgeta. It's just the fact that when Jerry speaks, it's pretty believable that he doesn't like Mulgeta, and Mulgeta's the guy that's got to get the deal done.
They're probably both lying.
I don't think many owners like Mulligetta, but he's the guy you got to do the deal with.
Yeah, that's where Casario's done a good job of like having a working relationship with him at the very, very minimum. So the Raiders have had some wide receiver movement. They just minutes ago signed Amari Cooper to a 1-year deal. Okay, that's interesting. And then earlier today, they had their top receiver demand a trade. I think he saw. You know what I think happened here with Jacoby Myers? I think he saw Terry McLaurin get it. That money that he got.
Well, especially on the deal he's on.
And it was reported that Jacoby Myers has been like talking contract and wants an extension because he is on a very little contract for the return on investment that he gives you. But he demanded a trade earlier today, and then the Raiders' response: "Well, we're just signing Amari Cooper. We'll show you Amari Cooper is a Raider." I have no idea how this is going to play out. Usually, I just think the team pays them the money. Like I think at this stage, Myers is just going to get paid by the Raiders, but
I don't know if Jacoby Myers is a big enough name to play this game though. Like I like him. I think he's underrated. Yeah, but like I don't think he has the sway and the pull here to make this big of a move.
Caught 87 passes last year for over 1,000 yards.
He's a good player.
I like
he's
Jacoby.
a very good player. And I think he's underpaid.
Yeah, he's good, but he's not tier 1.
Right, like he's underpaid.
Close.
He's good, and he deserves more money because I think he's on a 3-year, $36 million deal. I think he's on the last year of that. So he's underpaid compared to the market. I just don't think he has the sway to make this move.
Yeah, 11 per year. That is a little amount
He's
of money.
underpaid.
He should be at around 20.
Yes,
I think.
Yes.
And that's a pretty hefty. That's almost a 100% raise. So I totally understand why he's asking for more money. I wonder what they do though. Like they like Deontay Thornton. They signed Amari Cooper. Like is Amari Cooper a legit signing, or is he one of those old veterans that you just have in the room late in his career?
Latter.
Can he actually help them?
Didn't help the Bills.
Yeah.
I think this is, again, I think Amari Cooper is a pawn in the deal, saying if you want to do this and if you want to hold out your next step, we've already signed someone that's going to step in for you, whether he can still play or not.
It just feels like it's very weird that I feel like they're unrelated. Like you're signing Amari Cooper on the hours after Jacoby Myers asked for a trade.
But why are you signing him this late? I mean, I understand veterans don't want to come to the early portions of training camp and preseason, but you sign him this late?
I don't think they're related. Like their receiver room has a bunch of young players. Like it feels like they would have a veteran there. I have a hard time believing that they're related whatsoever. Amari's going to be 31 years old.
It could also be. I mean, that's where he started his career. So, to your point of it being unrelated, it could also just be, "Hey, come home, finish your career," sort of thing.
Yeah, not a one-day contract though. 1 year, and it is a different city.
It is a different city. Same franchise though.
Is there love for the Raiders organization like that?
I don't feel it.
For Amari? I don't know. Maybe. So, Mike Florio. I'm not a huge Mike Florio fan. I think he clickbaits. I think he makes.
I thought you'd respect that game.
No,
you're all about the clickbait.
Well, you've been pretty staunch on this for a while.
I'm not a Mike Florio guy. I don't do the clickbait. I don't do it the way that he does it. Like he
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
I mean,
Granado would disagree.
Like this story today, Granado would disagree. He does no ball, so. Maybe I need to reevaluate some things. I trust Granado over me, that's for sure. Florio tweeted something today and wrote a story today that Quinshon Judkins, who has the legal stuff and hasn't signed a contract with Cleveland, he tweeted out and wrote a story that he could head back to college. He could try out college football for another year. With zero evidence or proof that Judkins has any desire to do that. Which I think it's also illegal to do that, right?
Yeah, didn't Shamar Stewart already float this out, and then we figured out that they can't do that?
So they're like taking it to court, not them specifically, but that law is being challenged in the judicial system.
Stuff?
Well, yeah, because there was the whole he was the last first-round pick to sign. There was talk of him going back to A&M, but I don't think he was
he was just practicing with them, though. I don't think he was
right.
But
people were floating the idea of him going back, but I don't think they're technically allowed to play for them again.
They're not allowed to, but it's being challenged legally. But I don't know who. I don't know whose challenge is. Judkins is not, but he just throws it out there. Like Judkins could go back to college. Although there's been nothing on Judkins wanting to do this. Nothing. But he throws it out there like that. Like that's some egregious clickbaiting, I think. And he does this all the time.
I was gonna say,
he did it
does
with
a lot
Rodgers
worse.
forever.
Yeah.
Like he just throws out like these little loopholes, these legal loopholes, and then attaches a player's name to it. And like, oh yeah, this could happen.
He's almost like he's writing wrestling storylines to a degree. He's just writing a storyline with zero. Like, it's not reporting. It's just writing a storyline based on theory.
Here's the tweet. Brown second-round running back Quinshon Judkins, who still isn't under contract, could try to play college football in 2025. You read the article, there's zero from Judkins on having any desire of wanting to do that. He just like, oh yeah, this could happen. This could happen. He could go back to college. No, he's not. What a weird thing.
He's annoying.
He clickbaits all the time like this.
Skip's annoying on a different front. He just does things and says things just to intentionally get under one side's skin and have them just cuss at him. But it's not like this. It's not like almost looking like fake sources to say something.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Raja Jackson, the son of Rampage Jackson, was into some funny business over the weekend. There's some debate going on if this was real or if it was scripted. And if it was scripted, at what point did it become real? We'll discuss next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
A little bit, we're going to give away some Houston Cougar football tickets. SFA on Thursday, 7 o'clock. Going to be a great time. Tailgate at 4. You can get your tickets, uhcougars.com/tickets or 713-GO-COUGS. But we're going to give away a pair coming up in a little bit. Not going to tell you when. Coming up in a little bit. This was going on the internet the other day. A little independent wrestling, a little Rampage Jackson's son, Raja Jackson. Didn't know he existed. And a wrestler by the name of Psycho Stu. Stuart Smith. You've heard of him, Brian?
No, I'm just nodding my head. I didn't hear about him until Raja
if you did.
knocked him out.
Independent wrestling. So Raja's son, there's this video. This comes from Raja's, content team. He was live streaming on Kick, I think that it is. So he shows up back of the house of some wrestling promotion. It looks like a skit. Who knows? It's up for interpretation, I guess. He walks up. Psycho Stu confronts him. Psycho Stu has half a can of something, beer maybe, and pops him on the cheek. Pops him, hard. It's pretty hard hit. And Raja Jackson no-sells it, isn't phased, gets in his face. They're like, ha, 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 it's fine, blah, 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 blah. One of the veteran wrestlers who's like a wannabe Jey Uso, I think, he's like, oh, you get your revenge in the ring. Coming up later, your revenge in the ring. There's other videos of them talking it out afterwards, which is this real? Is this part of the show? Is it a skit? It's hard to tell, I guess, is that what they're trying to do? Who knows? So anyways, fast forward to match time when Stuart Smith, a.k.a. Psycho Stu, is in the ring having a match with another independent wrestler. There's video of Raja Jackson talking to his live chat saying, oh, I know it's scripted, but this isn't a script. I'm going to punch him out. I'm going to knock his lights out. I'm going to give him the business. He runs in, which we've seen run-ins a lot. He grabs him, does a little suplex or whatever, throws him down, and then mounts him, like what you would see in the UFC, a little ground and pound, mounts him and clocks him about 20, 25 times.
22 times.
22 times clocking him in the face. Eventually, the other wrestlers are able to pull him off. He leaves. There's video of him leaving, saying yeah, I am mad. No one's going to take advantage of me and call me the B word. There's a video of another wrestler hey, you should have done that. And then he gets in his car, he leaves, and then he takes a phone call later and is like, hey, he's unconscious, he's flatlining or whatever. And then Raja Jackson goes, oh, my bad, which is probably the weirdest part about this. So the conversation to this point now is, was this real or was this a work? 713-780-ESPN. What do you think, Blankers?
Then I also saw that there's this other guy that they made up, like you said, after the beer can thing, and then another wrestler provoked him, going, you can't settle for that. You have to get him back. There's no way. And that supposedly provoked him to go back in there to do what he did. But it seems like what makes it seem like a production to me is, why wouldn't we be getting hourly reports on if this guy did flatline, if he's okay, what his medical status is currently? It seems like everybody's worried about Jackson, and they're not doing enough to say enough about the guy that supposedly was dead.
Well, there was there have been reports on his health that he is conscious and that I don't think he's been released out of the hospital.
The last one I saw was that he was in critical condition but stable.
Yeah, stable. Yeah, stable, and he's he's gonna be okay, I think I said, but he's still fighting or whatever. So there have been reports
because I hadn't seen those, and it was okay, that would have been the utmost priority to me to be reporting on first, aside from anything else. Is this dude gonna make it? Is he gonna be okay? And then go in on the rest of it.
Well, HIPAA. There's also HIPAA. Hashtag Dusty.
Yeah, but with
there's HIPAA involved.
When a credible news source gets involved, then you can report on the status of the health of the person involved.
Yeah, I don't know how many credible news sources have really been involved in this because it's kind of niche.
Because
it's independent wrestling.
Independent wrestling. Yeah. It's Rampage Jackson's son. That's why there's been more about Raja Jackson than there has on Psycho Stu, is because Raja Jackson's the storyline here. He's the popular name. He's the one with clout and cachet. My take, I'm a little bit more on it was scripted part until a moment where he mounted him. I think the entire thing was scripted, and then I think that, I don't know why, but I think at the point that Raja was on him, clocking him, I think he went too far, kind of lost it. But also at the same time, like I think they probably told him to give him a real shot or two, and we'll be there to break it up, and no one was there. But he didn't have any feel for the moment at the very minimum. And when he clocks him more than 2 or 3 times, maybe just one time, probably shouldn't do it anymore. So I think this was a work. I think it was scripted that went wrong the moment that he was on top of him and clocking him with 22 unresponsive punches.
Like I was watching it going, because with the wrestling thing, you would think that they do that. They have the art of being able to fake the punch. Those things were real. And he just was not stopping.
No.
To the point where I was like, okay, I understand wrestlers are trained, not just trained as athletes, but trained as actors to be able to pull this stuff off. This dude has got an MMA background, and he was MMA fighting right there. He was just
unprotected too, like
just unleashing.
Because I think Stu, because I'm 90% with you, Jeremy, in that I think what we saw backstage with the can, the other wrestlers provoking him, all that was a planned setup of setting the stage for Raja to jump in and get his revenge as a part of a storyline, as a part of a return match down the line. But I think somewhere in there, the perceived disrespect got to Raja, and he lost it in the moment. Because I think the other wrestlers, because it was a work, it was because it was planned originally, that's why they don't jump in until 20-something punches have been landed. Like they're expecting a work and probably don't realize in the moment what's happening. But unfortunately, Stu, because he slammed his head on the mat, I think he was out before the first punch landed. I think he was out from the slam. His arms are to the side. The shots are completely unprotected. And unfortunately, other wrestlers didn't realize what was happening until 22 punches had landed.
Yeah, the run-in was definitely scripted.
Yeah, 100%.
Because if he ran in and that wasn't scripted, all the other people
they would have jumped in immediately.
Would have been on him immediately. I wonder though, and do you think this is possible, that they told Raja, "Hey, clock him a time or two. He'll defend, and then we'll jump in." Because sometimes, I think a big part of this storyline, whatever skit, was we want this to look as real as possible. I think it was the setup in the back, all of that. Him talking in his live chat too, I think was scripted. Like, I'm about to get him. Like, I think that was part of the work. I wonder if they told him, "Hey, lay into me for one of them." I mean, Mick Foley jumped off a Hell in a Cell. Like, these dudes are nuts.
Yeah, but you're talking about a guy that could possibly kill you or give you permanent damage with the way he punches, and that guy didn't look like he was anywhere close to in his prime, to where I think it was all scripted till he got in the ring. But I think once he got in the ring, throw him around, get on top of him maybe. I don't think you tell him to unleash one on him.
I mean, there's some workers who like to work stiff. We're like, "Hey, lay into me."
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time a guy said, "Hey, lay it in." I mean, Jeremy, I know you remember, when Mankind got handcuffed behind his back, and The Rock just absolutely killed him nearly with the headshots with chairs at the Royal Rumble all those years ago. So it would be the first time that something like that's happened. That just doesn't look like what happened there. It seemed like Raja went into it with the idea of a work, and at some point the work turned into a shoot, and no one else knew it until it was too late.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. Like, there have been dudes who "Hey, hit me." Like Floyd Mayweather
he broke Big Show's nose.
Yeah, he clocked him.
That was an accident. Like, he wasn't trying to. Yeah,
but he did.
But he did, right?
So so Big Show didn't say "hit me with all your might."
Not that I'm aware of. I saw an interview with Big Show. It didn't seem like it.
Travis Scott hit up Cody Rhodes in the eye.
He busted his eardrum.
Yeah, like some of these dudes are like, "Hey, let me have it." Like, I don't think he meant 22 straight punches. So something happened in that moment where
I think you're right.
Things went wrong.
Stu, I think it's definitely theoretically possible that Stu would have said, "Hey, make it look good." But make it look good does not mean 100%. It means
it's already a mismatch just as a visual.
Yeah, like make sure you make contact and make it 70% of your power, something like that. But obviously don't kill me. Don't flatline me.
I have another piece of, I guess, evidence of why I think that this was a work. I'll hit that on the other side. Your thoughts on this too. 713-780-ESPN. Real or scripted? Raja Jackson clocking Psycho Stu 22 times. Unconscious 22 times. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
All right, so this texter brings up a point that I wanted to get to. If it is real, do you think there will be legal repercussions? And if so, to what extent do you think they will go? Why isn't Raja Jackson arrested?
Well, they wouldn't arrest the guy right away.
Why? What? If this was assault, they called the cops right away? This dude just here's the video?
I still don't think it happens within. How long has it been? Was it Saturday?
I'm not sure when it happened. I think
over
the weekend.
I think
it was Saturday.
Yeah, I still could see, because obviously Raja's going to have lawyers. They got to talk to everybody involved. They got to suss out all the details. Is this a work? They got to figure out the inner workings. I don't think it necessarily means it's a work just because legal proceedings haven't happened yet.
I hate to use the quotes, sports, but this happens when it's in sports and even entertainment, in the fact that, like, when hockey players, there was the one hockey player that ended up slashing
okay.
the
I thought you
other
were talking
guys
about Bertuzzi.
with his skate, and they had to investigate first, and it took a long time before they made arrests and they put charges out there, do all those things. I think because of the fact that wrestling is known to be entertainment, there probably has to be some form of investigation first to see how much of it was scripted.
I don't know. I feel like if that promotion called them that night, hey, this guy just took 22 unprovoked shots at a guy who was flatlining, I think he would have been arrested.
But again, do you think, did they call the cops?
Couldn't tell you.
See, I think because it's their production and they would love to get, obviously, the hype out of this, but they don't want to have the ramifications if it's under their watch that something like this happened. I don't think they called the cops.
Well, it's not like they're going to be able to hide it.
No, but if you let it play on like it's playing out right now, where there's doubt, it's beyond a shadow of a doubt. People are doubting whether it's true or not, that they're hoping that it eventually just fades.
Yeah. It's not going to fade.
Evidently right now it's not. I mean, his health, it's a lot's dependent upon his health.
I don't know.
I think if he survives and he's fine, I don't think.
Well, it'd still be aggravated, or it'd still be some sort of form of assault.
If someone decides that they want to pursue it.
No,
right,
that's not
you'd have to press charges.
The authorities have the right to see the video and pursue it.
I think it depends on the state, right? Like pressing charges versus being able to arrest somebody for aggravated assault without them pressing charges. I think exists some places.
Maybe so.
The Jakari Richardson thing.
I don't really know. Like I'm not one with the law. Like I'm not in that world, but I have heard of that before.
I'm talking
lawless
the sprinter.
I have zero respect for the law.
You know the sprinter Jakari Richardson.
Yeah.
So she and her sprinter boyfriend, who they're both on the Olympic team.
Why's it gotta be a sprinter?
They got in an altercation in the airport. She was beating him up or throwing punches at him. They decided between the two of them they don't want to press charges, and the authorities stepped in and said it's out of your hands now.
Yeah.
We want to press charges.
I think there was something about that with the Kevin Porter Jr.
In New York.
Yeah, like
in New York.
She was like, I don't want to press charges, and the police like, well, we can if we want.
That's right.
Yeah. How can you say that was set up? That was attempted murder? I think at the point whenever he mounted him and started throwing punches, something's changed. But all prior to that, I think was very clearly.
I'm with you on there. I think everything up until the moment he jumped in the ring was
correct.
Planned.
We're all in agreement.
Mr. Beast posted reaching out to help Psycho Stu and his family. Rampage supposedly said forget college for his son, need to get him some bail money. I saw something about that. He has some Japanese children. I don't know if they're adopted or if he has a Japanese wife. I have no idea. But he said for those kids, he sets aside money for college, and for Raja, he sets aside money for his bail. So, like, he's admitted that his Raja Jackson is
a problem.
An issue. It's an issue. A texter, Psycho Stu, was out cold. If Raja was able to make, quote, fake punches look that real, he would be top billing in WWE. Probably. I mean, no one's arguing that those punches weren't real. No one's arguing that. No one's disputing that. Texter, his dad called him and was making fun of him before it happened. Okay, so it's probably, work. If it was real, do you think there would be legal repercussions? Read that one. Like, that's what I'm curious about. Like, if nothing ever happens to Raja Jackson, like, because I have read that the LAPD's looking into this. Desert Stro says the police are looking for him. I haven't seen that. I've read that they're looking into this, not looking for him. But if they look into this and they're like, oh yeah, nothing to see here.
That is your tell. You're 100% right.
Yeah,
if no charges are ever filed, then it was 100% of work. But I don't believe that to be the case.
Yeah, probably not. I read somewhere that this indie Fed was part of some low-level WWE program, and WWE already dropped them. I haven't read that. Did you read that, Brian?
I don't. Well, WWE has a program called WWE ID where they basically sponsor small independent promotions. I have no idea if this was one of them, though.
Yeah.
Like Booker T's Reality Wrestling is one of them, but I have no idea if this one that Psycho Stu was in was one of them.
So Desert Stro on the YouTube brings up an interesting scenario. He says 100% premeditated after his chat rage baited him. Raja live stream chat egged him on that he was disrespected and he wanted to send a message. Raja mentally unstable and weak. I think that's a really good theory. Because, like, I think everything up to that point was, a script, work. He's going to, run in, do their thing, do their business, and then it's all good. Maybe a match down the road, whatever. But I wonder if there is something to that, where his chat on his, because he was doing the live chat, if the chat rage baited him into.
Didn't he say something about, because they were calling him the B word, didn't he say that once the B word, you can't call me the B word, that's why he retaliated?
Yeah,
but I was wondering if that was part of the show. This is so weird.
It's funny because that was kind of my point earlier. I thought it was all a work until he felt slighted and disrespected. But the problem in this situation when it involves wrestling is that could also 100% like everything you could say as to why it was real is the same thing you could say about it being a work, because in the work he would also act that he was offended by being slighted and disrespected. But I think the proof is in how he reacted to that slighted is the 22 punches and putting a man on in a hospital flatlining.
What is Rampage's real name? Isn't it Quentin?
I think so. Yeah, yep. Quentin Rampage Jackson.
He was one of my favorite fighters. He was nuts. Remember him on Tough Enough whenever he ripped that door? Did you ever watch that?
No, I never saw Tough Enough.
I think it was him and Rashad Evans, and they did they were the coaches on Tough Enough once, to build up for their fight. And Rampage got mad about something, and he ripped one of the doors like straight off the hinges.
Wow,
yeah, it was like whoa. And then I saw a TikTok the other day where there was a guy asking Rampage like, "Hey, were you ever on roids or whatever?" And he's like, "No." And then the guy's like, "Well, look at this. You're like roid rage or whatever." And he's like, "Oh yeah, I guess I was." Text line saying that the promotion is co-owned by Rikishi.
Oh,
that ain't great.
Who's
he's the father of Jey Uso and part of the Samoan tribe.
With a name like Psycho Stu, I am stunned that this happened to him. It's messed up.
I mean, it's kind of a stolen name. Psycho's been used 1,000 times.
He was calling people in the chat the N-word too. Who was?
I think he's saying Raja was.
I mean, I don't know enough about Raja's background to know if that's like unnormal behavior. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how he speaks. There was video of some cowboy-looking guy telling Raja to go out there and get guys receipts. I got your back. I think that was part of the show.
That was the wrestler guy I mentioned.
But I think that was part of the script, right?
Yeah, I took the receipts comment as a part of the work. Yeah, the lead up to that was the backstage, the can, like, hey, go get yours. Oh, look, he's ringside. He jumps into the ring, but then obviously Raja snapped.
No, text you're saying Ultimate Fighter, not Tough Enough. That's my bad. I got my reality TV shows mixed up. Yeah, the Ultimate Fighter.
Oh yeah, Tough Enough was that WWE? One. Yeah, that was WWE.
Stu is an Army vet. Yeah, he is. I read that
too.
Yeah,
on his Twitter
I don't know
profile.
how relevant that is to this story. Like,
it is
what if he
part
wasn't
of his background?
What if he wasn't an Army vet? Does that change the way you think about what transpired?
Shouldn't be.
I don't know if that's really part of it.
Trying to make some money.
I think I like Desert Stro's theory that he got rage baited into something going off in his mind.
Maybe so. I was looking at it when I first saw it on the internet thinking, oh, how many of these punches are really real? And then was like shocked at how he couldn't stop. And everything was a direct hit on his skull.
And not only could he not stop, like you can use as many quote unquote pull apart brawls as I've seen in WWE. You can tell when guys are really having to separate and when it's like a work separate. Those guys were having to work to restrain Raja Jackson.
But don't you think because it took so long that they all thought it was part of the deal?
Yeah, that kind of leads into what we've been saying. Like they knew he was going to jump in the ring. They knew he was going to attack, but they were slow to react to like, oh crap, something different than what was on the script is happening.
I wonder, like that's why I think Psycho Stu and the boys knew that hey, he's going to give it to him stiff.
Yeah, but like, I mean, I still think that plays into the theory I said and the theory the texter said, like something extra from the disrespect that he felt flipped a switch, and even though he was supposed to land maybe one clean, maybe 170%, make it look good sort of thing, that he went obviously way, 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 way too far.
Is it within the realm of possibility that Psycho Stu told Raja, give him Timmy stiff, and then the boys are going to break it up before you can do any damage? Is that within the realm of possibility?
So then it's on the guys for not breaking it up in time?
Not so much like they're culpable, but that was just the plan. And they just
I would disagree because of how long it took them to jump in.
Yeah.
Like, if that was the case, they would have jumped in after one.
Yeah. It's some weird stuff.
I mean, with just the pure impact from a guy that size, that's that strong, one is the maximum that you would, if you're going to agree to that at all, it's one. And it's not a direct, like how many directs he landed.
Yeah. Jake says, Texture says Jake Paul will find a way to fight Raja in 2026 on Paramount Plus. It's too soon. It's too soon. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. No, Stu was out when he got slammed. At that point, the work is off. But that's also, like, that is assuming that Raja's going to be able to realize that. Like he's never, like, I don't think he's ever wrestled before. I have no idea.
No, I think
so, like, I'm not sure that he would have known, although he is an MMA fighter, but he's 0-1, so I'm not sure he's ever seen a guy out.
I think that's what I was kind of lending my point earlier to, is the fact that I just feel like he knows how to fight for real in MMA. I don't think he completely understood or had anything close to an understanding of how the wrestling world works. And so I don't think he had a filter to say, oh, this is when I stop.
Yeah. And not only that, but if we're all working with the theory that he snapped, because I agree, Stu was out when he hit the mat. He was out before the first punch landed. But if we're working with the theory that Raja snapped, I don't know if he cared that Stu was out.
Yeah, if he snapped, he wouldn't. But
right.
like I'm just throwing out the scenario that this was 100% of work and he didn't snap. He was just carrying out his role in it, right?
Yeah,
I'm not saying
I
that's.
disagree with that part
I'm not
of it.
saying that's what happened. I'm not saying that's even my thought. I'm just for the sake of the conversation. It was all work. Psycho Stu, because he's a psycho, says, "Hey, give me a couple," and the boys are going to break it up by the time you do any serious damage. And then Raja, who has zero history in knocking people out. Yes, he's an MMA fighter, but he's never won a fight. And got knocked out sparring. He got concussed the other day. He didn't recognize the situation because he's green and he doesn't know.
I think there's an element to what you're saying that rings true to the business of the one shot, make it look good, and then the boys jump in. The reason I disagree though is because of the reaction of the other wrestlers. It took like an uncomfortable amount of time for them to jump in, to where if that was the plan, one shot, make it look good, the boys jump in before you kill me, then they would have jumped in quicker.
That's the loophole there for sure. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Johnny, you're in the Hive. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
No, just there's so much stuff to look at. Several videos. You know, the video of him hitting him in the head with a can. You can see Psycho, whatever, put his hand up there like he kind of is going to brace it like a WWE shot, you know, like he's going to hit his hand. But what are your thoughts on the wrestler who jumped in at the end to get the pin on the guy and the ref counting too?
I didn't see that.
I didn't either.
Oh, yes, there's video of that also.
I'd like to see that. I believe you. I didn't see it. I didn't see that. Appreciate the call, Johnny.
It's not impossible. I mean, Stone Cold finished the match.
If that really happened, that's pretty
Stone Cold finished the match when he broke his neck, so it's not impossible.
They finished the show the night that Owen Hart died.
I know. So it's an interesting part of the business. It's not impossible that they would have still carried through with the pin.
Like these wrestlers are insane. Like especially these league professionals. Like Brian mentioned the Mick Foley. Like, hey, give me the chair stiff and the jumping off the Hell in the Cell and all of this stuff. Like I've seen independent wrestlers like triple story cages like jump off of them onto a table and like do backflips off of the ropes.
Just Google any video of ECW matches back in the day.
Yeah,
what those guys were doing.
They're all insane.
That's what I was going to say.
ECW?
Yeah. They're all
I
insane.
know you're a big ECW fan.
Yeah, big time.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Mike, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, first of all, Jeremy, you gotta pause with all the stiff talk, man.
All right, hey, if you're gonna be a pervert, that's on you. That's on you. I'm not gonna change the way I talk. If you're gonna be a pervert, that's on you.
Hey, phrasing.
What you got, Mike?
Hey, no, question I had, kind of follow up. Which one of the D's would be the most likely to go rampage his son and flip out and go crazy in the show?
It's pretty easy.
You would do it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you beat me to it.
Yeah.
I think it'd be you.
It's a no-brainer.
I'm pretty good at keeping my composure. I've never really lost my composure other than like once or twice in my life. Other than that,
Kids and marriage have very much subdued that, but yes.
You've been able to. That will happen to people.
Yes,
Like
and
the
I'm
priorities
reminded by
change
my
and-
wife all the time.
Really?
You have to think about more than yourself now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. Keith, what's up?
Hey guys, love the show. Who would you take? Would you take Raja Jackson 1 versus 3 against AJ, Big Justice, and the Rizzler? Who wins that fight?
Those are children. They're children, Keith. What is wrong with you?
Those guys have been working though. They've been wrestling with AEW. I got experience.
It's Big Justice, the Rizzler, and who's the other again? AJ?
The dad, is it the dad? I forget his name, but
he's Big Justice.
No,
I think
Big
he's
Justice is a kid.
Okay, Big Justice and the Rizzler should not be involved in a fight here. Like
They've been involved in AEW, but yeah,
they have.
Yeah, they've been involved.
Don't let them do any skits with Raja Jackson.
No.
I think Raja Jackson would take AJ, Big Justice, and the Rizzler.
Sure.
Or the Rizzler.
I'm with you.
You don't know who the Rizzler is?
No.
The Rizzler's the little fat kid that does this thing with the jawline thing. They haven't been. They've kind of faded away a little bit. I think.
Clue.
They were very popular for a while, but they've kind of faded away. I think they had their 15 minutes of fame. Israel says, "Stop crying." I think Israel's on Raja's side here. Raja Jackson will be on Happy Gilmore 3. Sadly, he just made himself famous. Beaumont Todd. See, that's another part of this. Like, no one even knew this promotion existed. I didn't know Raja Jackson existed prior to this weekend.
There's no doubt that, like I said early on, that they were looking to get some run out of this. But to this level, because of what we saw and witnessed, which looked, I don't know how you could question how real those punches looked. You have to wonder if they expected to take it this far.
I hope that you know what I hope happens? I hope that Psycho Stu next week cuts a promo. And it's like, oh, okay, it was all fake. Do we even know that it's the real guy that's in the hospital? We don't. I mean, reports say that he is. We don't know.
We don't even know if it's the real Matt Stafford right now.
We don't
People
know.
think Matt Stafford's dead.
We don't know if he flatlined in the ring. That's not been verified, has it?
I mean, he looks like he's out, but maybe it's just
he
good
might be
acting.
out.
Well, the phone call that Raja takes in the parking lot makes it seem like he might have flatlined in the ring.
But it also seems like that might have been a work.
Yeah, you can be knocked out cold without flatline.
True.
Or you could be faking acting out like you're cold and faking like you're flatline, and then because this is all the world of reality or fiction or whatever, not reality, that Raja's taking that call, trying to make it all look
but
real.
But the cameras were Raja's people. They weren't the wrestling promotions.
That's an added point.
Yes.
Why in the world are they still filming?
I don't know.
And if they were still filming, wouldn't they be filming if paramedics jumped into the ring or tried to?
Not Raja's people, I don't think.
If I was Raja's cameraman, his content creator, and I just saw my subject here punch a dude 22 times, I'm probably going to stop the recording. I don't know. Call me crazy. But if I'm the content creator, I am stopping the recording if I realize something's going nuts here and going awry.
But if you work for the guy that's actually potentially killing someone.
Yes.
But the guy filming, though, carrying out the storyline we've been talking about, would have thought this was a work until it wasn't. So he may have been in the dark as to what was happening until it was too late.
But if he realizes that something went wrong, aren't you turning off the camera right away?
I don't know, man. Not everybody has that reaction.
So either it's a work or he has zero feel.
World Star made their name by not turning off the camera.
Fair. J-Bo knows who Jay Uso is. What? You gain some respect. Street card. Final boss approves. Brother, I'm so cool. Raja versus Doink and Dink the Clowns. Who y'all got? Probably Doink and Dink.
I mean, there was 5 different guys that played Doink, so that's an unfair fight. Of course, some of them are dead. But
Raja versus Hornswoggle and Finley. I'll take Raja. Finley's a little
I would take Raja.
Hornswoggle's 2 foot tall. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Peter, you're in the Hive. What's up, Peter?
Hey, guys. I just wanted to say, I don't know, with the Jeremy hates, Jeremy thinking all the wrestling is fake, but then, Booker T and all this. But then Keith, I'm waiting for Keith to call in and tell us for the Astros to sign Raja.
appreciate it, Peter.
I thought Keith was going to throw old school wrestlers.
I mean, if Booker T wanted me to do a run-in, it'd be Raja Branham. And then Booker T would giggle at my 22 punches. Where would Raja play if he were as a baseball player? 713-780-ESPN.
Designated hitter.
Juicy Smollett thinks Raja's innocent here. So you're saying the wrestler went to bed dead and woke up alive? I mean, they've had buried alive matches.
They did bury the Undertaker alive.
This is what makes this so difficult.
They did bury the Undertaker alive.
This is what makes it so difficult.
Wrestling is impressive.
This is what's so difficult about this. Is like in the world of Vince McMahon blew up his own limousine.
Yes, they blew up Vince's limousine and actually went with a storyline that he was dead.
Yeah, like it's impossible to know.
And you say this happened in California somewhere?
It's in L.A.
Oh, it was in L.A.?
Pretty sure because the LAPD is the one looking into it.
God, it didn't look like it.
Well, I think it's like in maybe in what is it?
Rural.
I think it's Skid Row.
Okay.
I think this is Skid Row Wrestling Promotions.
I couldn't even name you like the roughest.
I think it's Skid Row.
Rundown part of
Skid
LA.
Row?
Skid Row is
Skid Row is there.
Raja Jackson versus the Spirit Squad. Spirit Squad's got the numbers.
Yeah. They got. I think there was 5 of them. So I'll go Spirit Squad.
What lawyer is Psycho going to hire? I mean, if Busby was
Harvey Whippleman.
If Busby had his bar or whatever it's called, what is the license called? I don't know what it's called.
Passing the bar.
And then you get your license.
Yeah.
If Busby was licensed in L.A., it'd be Tony Busby all over that.
I'd hire Paul Heyman.
And then Raja Jackson would hire the other famous one here.
Oh, Rusty
We'd
Hardin.
have a little Rusty, which sounds like a wrestling storyline.
Rusty just likes to talk about the Sean.
Who wins, Raja or Tommy Pham?
Ooh.
Tommy Pham, I think.
Tommy Pham's a fighter.
Like Raja's the son of an MMA legend, no doubt. But he's 0-1 lifetime. 0-1 lifetime. And he got knocked out. I saw this because remember, Rampage Jackson tweeted about this and was like, oh, he shouldn't be doing anything athletic. He got concussed a week prior. You know he got concussed? He got concussed because his sparring partner knocked him out with a leg kick.
He was doing onto others what others did onto him.
Yeah. 1 hour on Raja, but Amari Cooper to the Raiders can't get any burn. We mentioned Amari to the Raiders. Yeah. This is far more entertaining than Amari Cooper to the Raiders, let's be honest.
Yeah, Amari Cooper's washed. Come on, man.
This is way more entertaining than Amari Cooper to the Raiders. But we do have to go to break. If my boss is killing someone, I'm definitely not shutting the camera off. Not going to be charged as an accomplice. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. But he didn't know he was killing him.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I don't know that you could get charged as an accomplice if you just turn the camera off. You might say that you're trying to help.
I
think he's saying keeping it running. That way you have I don't know.
I don't think turning the camera on or off means he's going to get charges. I think he was fine.
I can't wait for the 30 for 30 on this though.
I don't think it's going to get that treatment.
It's going to be so good. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? Coming up next, it is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we know right now it is extremely hot in Houston, Texas, and that means your air conditioning unit better be up to snuff and up to standards and working exactly the way you want it. If it's not, you better have someone that you know you can trust, from maintenance to repairs or replacing the units themselves. And if you don't, you could get taken to the cleaners, and it could cost you a bunch. I'm telling you about Temperature Pro Texas right now, because Temperature Pro here in Katy and all over the city of Houston, servicing all of you in H-Town, is owned by my good buddy John Blitz. John and I have been friends since we were kids growing up in Milwaukee, and that's a true story. That's why I trust John, because I've known him my whole life. But I trust him even more because I have sent numerous of my neighbors and friends to John through Temperature Pro, and they have come out raving about what they got in terms of the service, the guarantees, the warranties, and the fact that they could not only be reliable, but they could be trusted throughout the entire process. That's why I'm telling you about him, because he wanted me to speak for his company, because we've known each other a long time, and I personally have experience with Temperature Pro. They got 20-plus years of experience. They got everything you need. Trusted and reliable. You can check their reviews, starting with an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Like I told you, people are talking and singing their praises on a daily basis because they get treated exactly how you want to be treated, especially with something as important as air conditioning. And they got all the major brands: Trane, Carrier, Daikin, Goodman, and Lennox. And they're offering you fantastic financing. 12 months, no payments, no interest, at a time when you can't be worried about how you're coming up with the money. You got to be worried about how you're coming up with that air conditioning working ASAP. When you put your AC needs in the trusted hands of Temperature Pro and my good friend John Blitz, you are going to a trusted and reliable Houston resource that is going to help you every step of the way. I encourage you right now to check them out. Just go to blitzproservices.com, BLITZ proservices.com, or call them on the easy-to-remember number, 281-247-5925. 281-247-5925. If you are looking at just get your air conditioning unit checked out, if you think that there might be something coming up, or you're looking to purchase new units, I encourage you right now to check out Temperature Pro at blitzproservices.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, time to give away our Houston Cougar football tickets. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd like a Houston Cougar football game. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets now. Giving away a pair of tickets right now. See the Cougs take on SFA. The first caller to tell us who the Cougar offensive coordinator is, you win a pair of tickets to Houston, Stephen F. Austin, Thursday at TDECU. 713-780-3776. First caller, let us know, OC for the Houston Cougars, and you're going to see some college football. A little crisp in the air. Did you get out this morning? Feel the crisp?
I got it out. I got out and no.
Feel the crisp was there.
No.
Come early, be loud, wear red, by the way. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. Last call coming up after us, Joe George and a special guest. You guys are going to love it. 6 o'clock. Last call, Joe George, special guest. All right, car wreck of the day, what you got?
I got reliever Tyler Phillips of the Marlins. It's one thing to say that it's a different – they always say relief pitchers are on a different level. When he gets called into a game, he literally slaps himself in the face as hard as he can 3 times. But then after he got done and got the save, there wasn't anything as car-wrecky as the fact that this interview was cringe level in terms of his answers.
All right, Jack, thank you very much. Tyler, you threw 32 pitches yesterday. When did you know you were going in tonight?
When they call down.
You were ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready. They call down, I'm pissed off, I'm ready to go.
Why do you get so pissed off?
I don't like hitters.
How did you get through that 9?
Throw the ball over the plate.
How long does it take you to cool down after a win?
I never cool down.
And the slapping, what was the level of slapping when you came on?
Pretty hard, my face is hot. Yeah.
How important was it for your team to get this win today?
It's big. I mean, every win's big. It doesn't matter what the record is. Every win's big. That's what we're here for. It's to try to win the game.
What has this organization helped you unlock for your career this year?
I think just be yourself. Go out there. Do what's you. Whatever's going to make you successful, that's what you do. And this team, I see it. We're a lot of young guys, and when you play for each other, have some fun with it, that's what you got to do.
Great win. You're scaring me. Go to the clubhouse. Thank you very much.
Did you realize he contradicted himself? Because when he said, what does it mean for pitching for this team? He says, you're playing for yourself. It's all about yourself. And then he says, when you got great teammates and we're playing together, it's like, what did you just say?
Probably caught himself.
That was a record for how many questions a post-game interview went.
They were bad questions.
But there's a lot. I'm just saying, there was like 12 questions and all like 2-word answers.
Well, it's because he was asking them yes or no questions. How big was
probably
this game?
Knocked himself silly.
Big. I like this pitcher. I've never heard of this guy. I'm a fan.
You should see the 3 blows he delivers into himself coming out of the pen.
This guy's got some decent numbers. What do we have to do to get this guy in an Astros uniform?
Wait till next year.
I like the attitude of this guy. What else you got?
The other one was Medvedev in his match at the U.S. Open. The fact that he was about to lose and it was going to be a huge upset. But then he had the chair judge said a photographer came on the court too soon and gave the guy serving against him who had faulted to a do-over. And then instead of letting the match go on, he delayed the match for over 6 minutes, getting the fans outraged to say that this was all BS. Then when he lost, he broke a racket and had a massive temper tantrum.
Sheesh. Those tennis players are nuts, man. Like they don't know they're not very good at handling like adversity.
Mm-hmm.
They're always like mentally weak and like they get. I watched
Kyrgios
that tennis,
was the guy that used to always do that.
He was nuts. Like I watched that tennis documentary. And, like, they're all, like, always battling their mental side of the game. It's crazy. I want to nominate Micah Parsons for napping on a trainer's table. Not a great look, Micah Parsons. Trade him, Dallas. Avery Johnson's father and brother got into a fight in the parking lot in Dublin.
Mm-hmm.
Fight night, I guess. That's what happens when you go to Dublin.
It was kind of like a Johnny Cash show, the song,
insane.
though. They were fighting in the mud and the blood and the beer. They're fighting like a rain puddle.
I don't think Avery Johnson's brother's name's Sue. But
no.
Yeah.
But he was fighting like it was.
What a great game. I mean, just the bell cow of college football, the conference, Kansas State, Iowa State, the main event of week 0 in college football. It was a good game. Iowa State wins it at the end.
It was a sloppy game.
It was rainy, and it was just what football is all about.
4 fumbles lost in the first half.
What football is all about, and it's just good defenses. The guy dropping the ball, dropping the toss play. It's just good defense. Muffing the punt, defenses, baby. Special teams, third phase of the game. But yeah, Kansas State's quarterback, Avery Johnson, his father and his brother got into a fight in the parking lot, had to be separated.
Oh, it was a knockdown drag-out.
It was a knockout drag-out. He got a little dog in him. So Avery Johnson's family. And then Raja Jackson, son of Rampage Jackson, AV nominated that one for probably going off script. And
I think we know who's going to win this
putting
one.
a little bit more psycho in Psycho Stew.
Yeah, I think Raj is going to win. And I'll nominate Auburn football, who over the weekend decided they had 3 more national titles, which is always fun. A&M did that when they joined the SEC. People have forgotten about that. They added 3 more titles out of nowhere, but Auburn just tried to pull off the same thing, trying to claim titles in the 40s. And then football in Ireland, not so much the teams competing, but my God, was that field a mess.
Yeah.
So you could not see the hashes, the sidelines, anything. It's like we have games in America all the time that have rain. We could still see the hash marks.
It's like the NFL game last year in Brazil. If you're going to do these international showcase games in college and pro football,
we got to see the hash marks.
Yeah, and the turf. Remember the turf? Jordan Love got hurt basically almost for the first 6 weeks of the season because of that turf in Brazil.
Car wreck. Go ahead.
Yeah, then one more. The Shiloh Sanders. The Sanders family had a rough week in between Shador playing like crap and Shiloh punching the guy, getting kicked out, and then getting cut. It was a rough weekend.
It's not fair, Brian. You didn't give Israel a chance to respond on both of those.
Did you see Jordan Scholes was trying to say that the referee should have thrown him out of the game?
No.
Jordan Schultz was like, NFL refs have to do better. I was like, we threw a
He
punch right in front of
right
his face.
dome.
What do you mean? That's cut and dry, bro. What are you talking about? Josh from Seabrook, car wreck of the day, the Little League umpire who got his boys clipped by pitch. Oh, yeah. Got his boys clipped by pitch. Yeah, he got hit in the cojones. I don't know if it was a Little League umpire, not Little League World Series, but he got hit 3 times in the...
Oh, the umpire got hit himself. I did see that.
The foul tips. Car wreck,
foul tip.
Iowa State kneeling at the 1-inch line to end the game and not hit the over. That's a bad beat. Raja's penalty should be 10 minutes in a cage with Brock Lesnar. That's a good call. That'd be fun. All right, what wins?
Raja.
I mean, if it was scripted, they got what they wanted.
I don't think it was scripted. Well, we already hashed it out.
To be continued.
Raja Jackson, the winner. Won that fight, too. All right, does it for us. Thanks to B-Mac for the hard work. He's Blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Last call, Joe George and a special guest. Coming up next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Son. Well, the markets put in a weak performance this Monday. Profit-taking contributing to some of the weakness on Wall Street. The Dow off over 300 points today, while the S&P and NASDAQ saw more modest losses. In economic news, new figures showed that sales of single-family homes slowed down a bit more than expected in July. Sales of new homes fell to a seasonally adjusted annual rate of 652,000 units last month. Analysts say that's because the housing market is struggling as mortgage rates remain high. In corporate news, restaurant chain Cracker Barrel is trying to ensure its customers that while its looks are changing, its values are not. The company says its old-timer mascot will still be on menus, road signs, and inside its country stores. The company says it's looking to complete remodels this year, which feature brighter colors, less decor on the walls, and new tables and chairs. And President Trump says he's looking to eliminate cashless bail across the country. He signed an executive order today threatening to withhold federal funding for cities that don't comply.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into Last Call here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George and AJ here with you for the next hour, and a special guest host tonight. He's back for tonight only. A one-night appearance, most likely. Maybe we'll get these like once every 6 months.
I don't even know if you'll get it once every 6 months.
Josh Beard.
I just came in for my final check.
Oh, still?
And you wouldn't give it to me. Yeah, I didn't want to. I've been busy, all right? So I came in for my final paycheck, and you wouldn't even give it to me until I, quote, went on the air with you and did this show. So I'm literally just doing this for money right now.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I'm just doing this to try to avoid the dog hair going into my mouth because Joel Blank complains about Lance Zierlein's food problems. There's dog hair on my microphone.
Yeah, there is. It's actually a lot. It looks
honestly, I thought it was me.
Do you think Joel has hairballs?
Yeah,
do you think he just coughs up hairballs?
Hey, Joel. Thanks for listening. All
Joel's in the car right now going,
All right, we got a lot to talk about. We're talking Astros. We're talking Texans. Joe Mixon is going to miss at least the first 4 weeks of the season. We're going to do some buy or sell on Texans fantasy stock because we're big fantasy football players, so we'll talk about that as well. And then we'll do some rapid fire at the end of the show. We got big contract news in the NFL. Kenyon Green has been waived. Micah Parsons is a disaster waiting to happen. We'll get to all of that stuff.
Waiting to happen? What?
It is happening. It's happening.
The disaster's happening, my guy.
How you been, buddy?
I've been good. No,
we talk like every day.
I've been really good. So since I was no longer employed by the station, I went through the 5 stages of grief. I got really depressed, gained a lot of weight, more weight than I actually had, which is surprising. And then I got really motivated to lose most of it, but I also still like pizza, so it's kind of like I'm teetering in between, and now I'm just like working and lifting weights and trying not to yell at people on the internet.
But how good does it feel that the first time you see Joel and Jeremy since that inevitable day, and the first thing they tell you is how jacked you look?
I don't believe Jeremy. I believe Joel. But I love Jeremy to death. I love him to pieces. But I feel like it's a setup for him to make fun of me. And so I gave him nothing. But I don't believe him.
Virginia Buttonweed would like to ask on the Twitch, how many times can Beard bench Joe?
How much do you weigh?
I think I'm down to 200 now.
I would probably like high 20s, 30s, somewhere around there. I can do 225 32 times.
All right.
Josh
is jacked.
So, okay. Lifting update, all right? And I know everybody wants to hear this. I'm on the road to 500. That's what I'm trying. I'm trying to bench press 500 pounds for the first time.
I thought you meant weigh 500 pounds.
No, I was on that road. That's a different road. I left that road, so I'm trying to bench 500. Okay. Now, if I could do the 500 for 500, where I'm 500 pounds and I bench press 500 pounds, I'd make that happen.
Now, just like Josh Beard has returned to ESPN 97.5, Yordan Alvarez is back. Or he will be back, we assume, tomorrow. He played again over the weekend. But it finally feels like after all this time that Yordan Alvarez is ready to return to the Houston Astros, join this team. It's about damn time. A small fracture in his hand that has kept him out this entire year. Every time he has got close, it feels like, to returning, there has been some major setback. He was hitting home runs at Dyken Park at batting practice, and then he was out again for a while. He's back in Florida, back with the Astros, back in Florida. And now it finally feels like Yordan Alvarez is actually going to return to this team.
Oh, cool. That's where I'm at. Cool.
Why?
I'm super. Look, I'm excited for Yordan Alvarez, but like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like my excitement for Yordan Alvarez outweighs my worry for every other problem that this team has. Like, Yordan Alvarez does not solve all the issues that this team has. His bat is huge, obviously, and it's gonna be nice having him back, but it's not like it doesn't fix every other issue that everybody else is having at the plate.
Yeah, for sure. It doesn't fix Altuve, who's been struggling. It doesn't fix Cam Smith has obviously been a mess. I know I saw Jeremy going back and forth with Chandler Rome today, so it's just another day that ends in Y on Twitter. Going over, like, what do you do with Cam Smith? Is it time you send him down for a little bit with Yordan Alvarez's return? He hasn't been good, but somehow the Astros still hold a 2-game lead over the Mariners. But to your point, Josh,
in spite of themselves.
Yes, for sure, because the Mariners, like, it's their fault they haven't passed the Astros. The Astros lost 4 straight games last week. The last one to the Orioles and 3 straight to the Tigers, and the division standings were exactly the same.
Right. Winning the division and making it to the playoffs is, in every sense of the word, you don't have to outrun the bear. You just have to outrun the slowest person, right? They just have to outrun the Mariners. But once you get into the playoffs, every single team that you face is that bear.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no more running. There's no more hiding. Like, you can't, oops into a win. Maybe you can oops into a win in the series, or maybe 2 wins in a series, but you don't oops into a series win whenever you have all these problems. And that's what is really frustrating, because everybody wants to talk about it every single day about, oh, this could go right or this could go right, if they could fix this, if they could fix that. I think there are too many glaring holes in the pitching. I think most specifically in the freaking with the relief pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's too many holes at the plate right now. Cam Smith, he's batting like 149 since like July 15th or something like that.
It's very bad.
It's crazy. I don't think, and maybe this is hot takey, and I don't know what Jeremy and Chandler Rome were saying, but yeah, I think maybe send him down. I don't think he should make the playoff roster.
At this point, I don't think it would be. It's not unfair. The only thing that helps him is Jesus Sanchez can't hit lefties.
Yeah,
and
true.
If anything, it's probably a straight platoon situation at this point the rest of the season in right field, especially with Jordan coming back. It changes how Joe Espada has to handle his lineup. And to what you're saying about the pitching, like, well, my concern right now would be with the Astros is that this weekend is an indicator of what they're going to have to do to win.
Yeah.
On Friday, they have to win 10-7. On Saturday, they have to win 9-8. They lose 3-2 on Sunday. But like those 2 games on Friday and Saturday where you're giving up a ton of runs, your offense has to produce at an elite level to keep winning games. Now, you got the series coming up now here at home versus the Rockies. Like, this shouldn't be – I'd be more concerned. Like, if we're doing the show on Friday and you're talking about, honestly, anything but a sweep, there's probably more red flags that are happening with this team. I think I'm more worried about the pitching, to be honest with you. Even though Arrighetti, really good start yesterday. I think Javier is still – it's a little up and down, but like, you can't trust Lance McCullers.
No.
I got no faith in Luis Garcia when he comes back into play. So, and then you have the Bennett Sousa injury along with Josh Hader. Collectively, I'm more worried about the pitchers because the guys in the lineup, they deserve the benefit of the doubt. And there's a belief, there's a history that they're going to turn it around and all okay.
And that's absolutely fair. I mean, you look at what a lot of these players have done with this team, with this organization over the years. There's lulls, right? There's always ebbs and flows with the bats, and they always figure it out at the right time. And the best part about this team is if a player that we specifically need, we're like, oh, they need to be on. If they're in a slump, somebody else figures it out and picks it up. So getting Jordan back, getting him back in the lineup, and trusting that moving forward, the rest of these guys are going to figure it out, I absolutely feel good about that. And I feel okay with that. But when I look at this team and what they could do in the playoffs, like the fact that you're going to have to essentially score near the double digits in runs to try to win these games because this pitching is so awful. Like Hader going down is the absolute worst case scenario for this team. And it's just not. I know I've seen some chatter on the internet, on the web, where people are saying like, oh, just lose, start fresh. We'll try again next year. I think that's stupid. I think that's idiotic. It's a loser mentality. But there is this aspect of like where I'm not saying lose. It's more like I hope they don't do what I think they're going to do in the playoffs, but I don't have a ton of it, right? Like there's like this realistic acceptance that's kind of settled in where I'm watching this team and I'm thinking to myself, even if these bats turn on, maybe they win a series, but they're not AL champion caliber team. They're not a freaking world champion caliber team. When you look at every other team across the board and all the other teams that they'd have to go against leading up to the World Series and then potentially in the World Series, I just don't have faith that they can win a 7-game series against the top teams.
Yeah, I don't like the playoff format. I think last year,
it's stupid.
You lost your 2 games to the Tigers and your season was over. And that's the position the Astros find themselves in again right now. I mean, they're 4 games back of the Toronto Blue Jays from a first-round bye. But right now, if you look at the playoff standings as is today, and it can change dramatically because the Red Sox are 71-60, the Yankees are 70-60, and the Mariners are 70-61. But right now, it's a 3-game series at Daikin Park versus the Seattle Mariners. That's the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like everything, like you're not just battling them for the division, you're also potentially just going to see them in the first round. And while I think the best case for the Astros right now, frankly, would be is the Mariners passing the Yankees, which I think is very plausible because, again, they're only a half game behind them right now. But if you get the Red Sox or the Mariners in the first round of the playoffs, you're talking about teams that have good lineups, teams that have good pitching. The Yankees don't have the good pitching that the other teams do. So this 3-game series, it just kind of sucks. To be honest with you, I don't like it. I don't like this playoff format. I really don't. From the 713 says, this season is reminding me of 2017. Big bats and trying to piece together the pitching, especially the bullpen. Absolutely. The Astros are going to need guys to step up, and they're also going to need Joe Espada to be able to push the right buttons in the playoffs. I mean, when it comes to matchups and things like that, you're going to have to be able to call on guys at the right time. And if that means someone like AJ Bluebaugh is in the bullpen, or Arrighetti or Javier, someone like that's in the bullpen, like they're going to have to be creative, I think, if they're going to make a real run to the playoffs. Because I think they're going to make the playoffs.
So this is the first time in a long time because we talk all the time, either playing college football or just on the phone. But I think the Astros is like the thing we talk the least about, because everything that we do it mostly revolves around football and stuff. So I haven't gotten your pulse on this. How do you feel in general about Joe Espada?
I think he's fine. I think I mean, for a while this season, I've said I think he should be the manager of the year, because the fact that he has gotten to the Astros to this point with all the injuries, no Jordan, and all these guys that have been hurt throughout the year, it's so impressive to see the Astros where they're at right now. They really shouldn't be.
Agreed.
They should not be in the position they are, but they've gotten great performances for most of the season from Fromber. Hunter Brown's a Cy Young guy, and he's pushed the right buttons, I think, this year. I'm not a huge fan, like regardless. I think he deserves to be AL Manager of the Year this year, but I'm kind of neutral at this point. But to be honest, Josh, I'm kind of neutral on managers.
Fair.
I don't really think, besides yanking a guy too early, AJ Hinch, and not calling in the right guys from the bullpen, I don't really think there's crazy decisions that they're making anymore. It's such a different game now. I think he's fine.
I think in the playoffs it matters for the exact reason that you just said, is you have to be patient and you have to not make the wrong calls, because I don't necessarily the best call a manager can make is not pulling a guy too soon. Mm-hmm. I think that's by far the best decision a manager can make. I worry about his cojones and his decision making when it comes to doing things like that in the playoffs, because regular season, I like him. I think he does a good job. I think when as a manager, your job in the regular season is just to keep everybody on course. Mm-hmm. It's like like you talked about, deal with the ebbs and flows, deal with the wins and the losses, deal with the disappointments, deal with the injuries, and keep everybody on course. And I think he does a great job with that through the regular season. But what I want to see more from him is, can he stay patient and can he keep a cool head when they're in really tough spots in the playoffs? Mm-hmm. And that's what I want to see from him, because I think I'm lukewarm-ish on him because we haven't seen that from him in the playoffs yet.
The other thing that I would like to see, that I'm most curious about, and part of that's just because the way this is trending is because it's going to be the exact opposite example that you're using, is let's say Christian Javier or Spencer Arrighetti is in your bullpen.
Yeah.
How quickly do you yank Fromber if he starts to have a meltdown?
Oh, man.
In the playoffs.
That's a special case. Yeah, I think Fromber's a special case.
Because Hunter Brown, I would never do that. I would trust Hunter Brown to get out of it. But if it's one of the other guys, how quickly do you go and pull that? So I've used this word a lot, especially on the Astros Inside the Icebox, my podcast with Jeremy. I still just feel like this Astros season is teetering. Yeah. Because while there's starting to be some distance now between you and the Royals for that last wild card spot, you've also now separated yourself considerably from the Tigers, to where you're not going to be that number one seed. You could still chase down the Blue Jays, and maybe you could chase down the Tigers too, but I still feel like the Astros are a team that there's a real argument for, because of all these injuries, that they can miss the playoffs. And I still think there's an argument that they could win the World Series this year because of the talent that's on the roster. Yeah. And specifically because of Hunter Brown and Fromber Valdez. It feels like it could go in any direction.
It depends on what Fromber you get. If you get lights out Fromber that doesn't go into head case mode and fall apart, yeah, absolutely. I just need to see them put it all together, and I need to see that bullpen do a little bit more than completely crap the bed.
For sure.
I almost said another word because it's been so long. I didn't say it though, Joe.
I'll be honest, AJ. There's been a couple times that Josh has got me a little nervous. So you know where the dump button's at, obviously.
Yeah,
it's just, I know.
Tonight? Really? Oh, I'm not that bad.
That's why we're getting drinks and dinner after the show.
Oh, that's right.
Not before the show. All right. Coming up next, let's talk some fantasy football, but specifically with the Texans. Buy or sell? This is going to give us a good picture of what we think of the Texans' offense this year, but also from a fun fantasy football perspective, how you view this team. He's Josh Beard. He is still on Twitter at Josh Beard Radio. He still can't leave us fully. I'm Joe George on Twitter at Joe George Radio. AJ behind the glass at Swaggy Russ on Twitter. That's all coming up next year on Last Call on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Last Call with Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joe George.
Back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, Joe George, AJ, and special guest Josh Beard hanging out with us tonight here on this station. We're going to talk a lot of Texans over the next half hour. Preseason's officially over. Cuts have started to happen across the league. You're seeing names that you know that are surprising, some names that aren't. Shiloh Sanders got cut after getting into a fight in his last game, so he'll get claimed somewhere. But probably word of advice for rookies and late drafted guys is don't get into fights in preseason games. It's probably not going to work out well for you.
Dude, the amount of people that came to his defense afterwards, like, oh, why did he get ejected? It's like, because he threw a punch, dude.
Yeah.
It's like, he didn't do anything. You see him? I will never not. I have nothing. You know, I love Coach Prime, and I like Shadur Sanders coming out of college, but I am starting to get annoyed with the way a lot of media covers the Sanders family.
It's jumped the shark.
Yeah, and it's like, no, let's be realistic about praise them when they're doing things right, but like call it what it is whenever they do something wrong. You know what I mean?
It has gotten to the point. A lot of people have been saying this on Twitter over the weekend, and it's really the most accurate way to describe it. It has really turned into Tim Tebow 2.0.
Yeah.
With the amount of coverage, the irrational takes. Like, Shadur Sanders, you can't run 20 yards backwards and get sacked, dude. But then people trying to accuse the Browns of sabotaging him. And he was playing with the same offensive line, essentially, as Dylan Gabriel.
Yes.
But, like, they're trying to say, like, it's sabotage on purpose.
You're right.
And it's gotten
crazy.
way out of control.
Back-to-back plays. He took the sack for, what was it, like a 23-yard loss?
Yeah.
Maybe people have only seen that clip, but I was watching the game. The play before, he lost like 8 yards and ran out of bounds.
And he did it in his first preseason game, too.
Yeah.
He's trying to do things that, like,
he shouldn't be doing. Throw the ball away.
Yeah.
Throw it away.
It's showing he's not athletic enough like he was in college. He's still trying to play the way he played at Colorado.
And he can.
And his first school, where he could find a way to maneuver that stuff and pull off some magic. And, like, that's just not how it works in the NFL.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams learned that last year. Reggie Bush learned that in the NFL. Like, the things that you do when you do these crazy loop-around plays in college don't work in the NFL.
No. Yeah.
He's getting slapped in the face with it in preseason, and now everyone's freaking out. I mean, I know we're talking about him. I can't believe he's, like, I'm more like the media coverage, like, blows my mind.
Yes.
Like, how much coverage this kid is getting. It's like, he's lucky to be on the roster tomorrow.
The most honest coverage I've seen, or the most honest thing that I've seen from anybody so far, I can't remember who said it, said that, like, does Shedeur Sanders deserve to be on an NFL roster? Like, is he good enough to be on an NFL roster? For sure. But is there a reason why he wasn't a premium draft pick? Is there a reason why he wasn't one of the top quarterbacks taken and why teams waited so long? For sure. Like, he has holes in his game. And I think that he could be a good backup in the NFL, but nothing more than that. Like, that's a realistic take, but everybody wants to be like, he's the worst, or, oh, no, it's the entire NFL against Shedeur Sanders. It's like, no, like, maybe don't walk out to the game with an entourage the first time you play a preseason game and, like, try to ingratiate yourself to your team.
I think
a little bit more.
I would even tell him, like, the interaction with Tony Grossi, the Browns beat reporter, when he's like, all you do is say negative stuff about me, like he just won a championship. I'm like, dude, like, because, I mean, he's done a great job. Like, he hasn't been a story this offseason for anything that's his fault. And that's
correct.
That's the perfect thing he could do. Like, Tim Tebow didn't do that. Tim Tebow was taking his shirt off at Jets camp and making a big deal of everything. And, like, even when he was with the Jags, that final stretch with Urban Meyer, like, he was making a spectacle of himself. Shedeur Sanders has not done that.
No.
He has just been there. And the conversation around him is honestly, it's unfair to, like, him. And I hope he makes the roster because I think he deserves it. Honestly, in a way, I hope he doesn't, and I hope he gets a chance elsewhere.
Oh, yeah, that's true. So he has, like, a little bit more of a pipeline.
If he's got a chance to play, I mean, he's going to play in Cleveland.
Yeah.
But, like, if I was Shedeur Sanders, I'd be like, can you guys trade me to the Colts?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, because, like, I'm
at least better than Daniel Jones.
I'm pretty sure I would rather bet on Shedeur Sanders this year than Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which Texans will see them plenty of time. I think they'll see both quarterbacks this season.
That's exciting.
I think they'll see Danny Dimes and Richardson.
I want to see that. You know what? I was so worried about Anthony Richardson. That very first throw he had in his NFL career against the Texans, he makes this deep throw. I was like, oh, no.
When he slipped, right?
Yeah, we're in trouble. And then later that game, he goes out with an injury, and it's just never been the same since. I feel bad for him. Like, I wanted Anthony Richardson to be good, but
I did until he tapped out. You lost me there.
Yeah, that's fair.
When he tapped out versus the Texans last year, I was like, you're not going to get the respect back of your teammates.
No.
And I think it would be virtually impossible for him to get the respect from a new locker room. Like, I don't know, like, how he ends up in Cleveland, let's say.
Depends on how you approach it and how you go in. If you go in and somebody brings it up and you own it, you're like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that. Like, I'm still learning.
Yeah.
Then maybe you can earn that respect, but definitely not in that indie locker room.
Yeah, and it's not his fault. He's not the bust.
No.
The Colts, Chris Ballard is the bust for taking him where he did. The players get too much hate. It's the GM's fault.
Oh, 100%.
Anthony Richardson did not ask to go 5th in the draft when he should not have gone 5th in the draft. That was their call. Asked Jeremy Branham his love for Will Levis. All right. Buy or sell some Texans fantasy stock. AJ, you're a big fantasy guy, right? You play fantasy?
Yeah, I have 2 drafts tonight.
2 drafts tonight?
Good luck.
Yeah.
What time? I hope after 7 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah,
7:30. Break, though,
it's it starts in 5 minutes.
Nice for you guys to meet each other now.
Hi, AJ.
Nice to meet you, Josh.
We've played each other in college football. This is the first time we've met in person, so this is exciting.
All right, so we're going to go through a bunch of different we're going to go through all the offensive positions, basically some groups, some individual guys.
Okay.
Buy or sell fantasy stock. Would you buy or sell more? We'll start here. Into Dalton Schultz, would you sell more stock on him or buy more on Cade Stover going into the season?
Ooh.
Because I've been buying a lot of Cade Stover stock based on what we've heard out of camp. Dalton Schultz looks slow to me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I think Cade Stover's been my last pick in the draft guy. Like, especially in league, like I've done one draft so far. It was way too early.
But you know how I feel about camp hype, man.
But like, I
hate it.
It's a league without kickers and defense.
Yeah.
So I took him in the last round of just like, I'm like, I feel like there's a flyer here worth taking.
Yeah.
And I would not.
I think that's fine. I think, but if I'm looking at like before a draft, and I'm going to look at this as both like a fantasy football perspective and just what I expect for the Texans this season perspective. And if I had to put my money on somebody being a more consistent safety net for CJ in spots, especially with working through a new offense, I'm going to take Dalton Schultz.
Okay.
He was that with Dallas for so long, and he's never been particularly fast. Like that's never been his bread and butter. He's just been a guy who finds ways to get open. He's not crazy fast, and he's not like that Jason Witten looks like he's running in mud, still finds a way to get people to miss tackles and stay up while running. He's not that, but he's going to catch passes. He's going to find those open holes in zones, and he's going to be a nice safety net. And so I think from like a consistency standpoint, I would more so lean towards Dalton Schultz than Cade Stover. But man, just from a fan standpoint, outside of fantasy, if Cade Stover just like popped off, I'd be so excited because it would having a guy like that, having a tight end, an athletic tight end, become a huge part of the offense just changes everything that you can do. Like imagine what CJ and these other receivers can do if Cade Stover becomes a threat, right? Then all of a sudden you're running. They have to run like big nickel. They're running a lot of different defenses so they can cover Cade Stover.
Mm-hmm.
And then if they don't, then they're going to get punished by him. And then that's going to open up stuff for Nico and some of the slot guys. So I think if I had to guess, I would buy more stock in Dalton Schultz, but I would just love for Cade Stover to pop off.
Yeah, before I go to you, AJ, the other thing for me why I like Stover more in terms of like the upside in fantasy this year and for the Texans in general is Nick Caley's the tight ends coach. And I think people forget still, like Cade Stover only played in his last 2 years in college football, played 22 games as a tight end. 36
he's still
overall
he's still
in 3
developing.
years. Like he was a defensive end. They moved him to the tight end. He had 576 receiving yards his last year in college, 41 catches and 5 touchdowns. I'm like, that's what he's doing at Ohio State. Like his second full year as a tight end. I'm like, I just feel like with the system they have now, knowing CJ, like there's some upside there. AJ, what do you say?
For me, I mean, personally, I wouldn't draft either, but out of the two, I would do because there's a lot of better options. But I would say maybe Stover just for the long game because I mean, just depending on, like you said, Nick Caley, was a former tight ends coach with the Patriots and Rams, so just seeing that further development from him, and then Schultz, I mean, if he can play the way that he did in 2023, then he would be the obvious answer. But after last season, it's kind of difficult just to say that straight up, in my opinion.
All right, we'll do one more here before we go to break, and then we'll hit the rest of these on the other side. Who are you buying the most stock in, or who would you draft first from the other of the wide receiver core? Higgins, Kirk, Noel. Like, what's the play here? I guess it's really, is it Kirk or Higgins?
Yeah, that's the question. And man, you know the Aggie in me wants to say Christian Kirk, but it's Higgins. Like that guy. You know what? I just said I'm not a big fan of camp hype, and I'm not a big fan of preseason stuff. But like Higgins has looked good, and he's got speed, he's got balance, he's got strength. The way he runs his routes is, I don't know that there's anybody on this team who is as much of a route technician as Higgins, except for Nico Collins.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what made me fall in love with Nico Collins in the first place, which, by the way, at some point, I'm going to need like some kind of residuals for everybody loving Nico Collins, because I was the very first person on the radio in Houston to call him a number one wide receiver. And I got laughed at. I got clowned. I got joked. DJ Bieniemy was in here.
I remember
he was in here doing the show, and he called me stupid. I don't know if he actually said that, but I'm just going to say he did. Yeah, it sounds right. I can say that. I'm on here one time, and then I'm not back.
Can I ask you a question about that? If we owe you residuals on Nico Collins, what do you owe us for your Myles Garrett take?
No. You weren't there for that.
No, I wasn't. I was not at 6'10" with you.
Only Paul
Gallant
was,
but you still said Myles Garrett was a bust.
Oh no, I said Myles.
Going to be a bust.
I said Myles Garrett could be a bust because I was worried about his injuries and the way he performed against top competition in the NFL, in college. Whenever he went to the NFL, it was a horrible take. But the only
I'm
person,
just making sure we're on the same page.
The only person who gets residuals for that is Paul Gallant. That was not here. You don't get anything from that.
Okay, I'm with you though on Higgins because part of it is the Nick Caserio benefit of the doubt. Like Mechie's not his fault because of what happened with Mechie,
Right.
the ACL, the cancer, everything. But like every wide receiver he drafts has looked pretty good. I mean, in terms of Tank Dell, Nico Collins, like you've gotten production out of Xavier Hutchinson. So I feel like when you get drafted by Nick Caserio as a wide receiver out of college, I'm kind of a believer automatically.
Agreed.
It's the exact opposite of how I view any offensive lineman he drafts. They all stink. The wide receivers have all been good. So I would go Higgins over Kirk because also Kirk, you can't rely on health-wise.
No.
AJ?
Yeah, for sure Higgins. I mean, he's younger too, and he's a perfect X receiver outside to complement Nico Collins. So, yeah.
All right, we'll talk about the running back room. Joe Mixon will not play in the first 4 games. How late are you going in the draft before you try to take him, or are you just off the board totally? Does that mean you're buying stock in Nick Chubb and Woody Marks, Nico Collins, CJ Stroud, all of that coming up next year on Last Call? Josh Beard, Joe George, and AJ here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Last Call with Joe George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joe George.
Joe George, Josh Beard, hanging out with you till 7 o'clock tonight. Josh, thank you again for coming in tonight.
I just want my check, man.
I do truly appreciate it. It'll
Yeah,
come
it's
in
fun.
the form of dinner and a beer.
That's fine. That works for me.
AJ behind the glass. We're going through some buy or sell fantasy stock. Also kind of gets us a picture of how we're feeling about the Texans offense this year. Going through the tight end room, the wide receiver room outside of Nico Collins. But we got the news today that Joe Mixon will be out at least the first 4 weeks of the season. Now, the Texans have been quiet, or they've pushed back when people have asked about them. D'Amico Ryans challenged a reporter. I don't remember who it was, so I don't want to name them and be wrong. Basically saying, do you really care about these guys, or you just want information? Well, we just want information.
What the?
I know.
D'Amico.
I know.
Oh, yes, that's our job.
I thought it was a strange response because, no, they don't really care.
I could care about them from the standpoint of they're humans and I hope that they're not injured, but no, I'm not I want to pray over him tonight. I just need to know what his status is so I know what to pray for.
But Joe Mixon will miss at least the first 4 games.
That's crazy.
As fantasy drafts really get underway starting this week, AJ, will start with you. You got 2 drafts tonight. What's the earliest round you would be willing to take Joe Mixon in?
It's like 7th, 8th, maybe. But I'm not gonna take him because I'm looking at the rookie running backs, to be honest.
I think that's probably about right. I mean, I'd love to get Joe Mixon with my last round,
right.
Because he's gonna be out 4 weeks. He missed time last year because of 2 horse collar tackles that slowed him down. The Texans' offensive line wasn't great blocking for him. Everything he did last year was virtually on his own.
Right.
So there's already a lot of negatives. They have Nick Chubb and Woody Marks, who we'll get into. They have Dameon Pierce, who played in his first preseason game. Like, there's a lot that can go wrong for Joe Mixon this year. I probably would put it like the 10th round. And honestly, I would really be hoping to take him in the last round just so I could immediately stash him on my IR. Like, I don't think I want anything to do with Joe Mixon this year. And he's also probably going to go way earlier than that, right, Josh?
His ADP right now is like 72 on Sleeper. So he's going like seventh-ish round,
Okay.
6 and 12 team leagues. I think that y'all are probably right. Like 8th or 9th round is probably more the realm of where he needs to be, especially if you think about like some of the running backs that are around him in ADP are the rookie, like Travion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins. Like, we still have to wait to see what happens with the Judkins investigation, because they're not going to actually sign him to a contract until the NFL finishes their investigation. But any and all charges have been dropped, allegations were dropped. So like, that's really just a matter of when, not if, it's going to happen. So like, if I'm looking at like some of the guys that are in ADP after Mixon, this is where it gets kind of interesting, because the other guys that are in like the 70s to 80 realm for that draft position is like Caleb Johnson and like a DeAndre Swift, Aaron Jones. Like, what is Aaron Jones going to be doing in Minnesota, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it gets pretty interesting there, because that's probably a timeshare between him and Jordan Mason. But if I had to guess, I think that it's probably a little bit more of a timeshare in Houston too, because you have 2 older running backs, which is still weird calling like dudes in their like early to mid 30s older. Whenever I'm 40,
Like guys
years
that are
old.
younger than you.
Much younger than me, like not even by a little bit,
and either younger than me or about my age,
or about but for their age in the NFL at their position, they're old, and you want to try to salvage as much as you can with both of them. So it's probably going to be a little bit more of a timeshare. So I think that ADP should probably be a little bit higher for Joe Mixon, because Nick Chubb is like 130 range, like 140 range. So if I honestly think that you should split the difference between the two of them and put them in the 100 range, which would put them in about the 10th round, like you said. Like that makes more sense to me. But I don't feel comfortable with either of them. If you are drafting Nick Chubb or Joe Mixon to be one of your starting running backs,
you're in trouble.
Oh man, what'd you do? What happened? What kind of league are you in? Is this a 16 starting running back league? It's just all running backs?
Frankly, I think I'd rather take a flyer on Woody Marks.
Yeah.
At this point, because they're still not giving injury updates. The tweet that Big Sarge put out today was Texans head coach D'Amico Ryan says that they're an evaluating process of other players in terms of the roster breakdown, and will give an injury update on Joe Mixon on a later date. On a later date?
Yeah.
So, like, he's automatically out the first 4 weeks. I saw Jeremy Brandon tweet, like, would you be okay if it was post week 7 after the bye? I think that's going into the doubleheader on Monday Night Football when they play the Seahawks, or it's after it. Like, I don't expect Joe Mixon to play until halfway through the season. So from a fantasy perspective, he's a completely no-go for me. Plus, again, there's going to be someone, I think, in almost every fantasy league that takes the risk.
Yeah.
And takes him way earlier.
Is that Homer? The Homer that just loves drafting. They're like, how did Joe Mixon fall? Or the person that's not paying attention. Or the person that gets auto-drafted like me. Yeah, I got auto. Well, in my defense, I got auto-drafted yesterday because they changed the time of the draft and didn't tell me. They changed the day and the time by a week. That's not my fault.
But, like, I don't like seeing this from KHOU.
No.
What they said is the team did not disclose specifics about Joe Mixon injury, but said it will provide updates when appropriate. Like, what is that?
Why are you worried about that, Joe?
Like, what does that mean?
It's almost like you don't even care about Joe Mixon and you just want information.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
that's exactly
that's
what
I
just
that's
want
our job. Well, not our job. That's your job. It's not my job anymore.
It's not my job.
Yeah.
I'm just here to talk.
It's your job.
And make sure people don't cuss on the air.
That's true. You're doing a good job, by the way.
So Nick Chubb, would you? I mean, he's looked good in preseason. It's preseason, but we did see like the contact there. I would rather take if I had to pick one of the 2 guys, I'd take the flyer on Nick Chubb, just because goal line carries. Like that to me, like you have the upside there. I don't think Dameon Pierce or Woody Marks is going to be getting goal line carries over Nick Chubb. So I would rather go with Nick Chubb for sure than Joe Mixon, because at this point, again, I'm out on Joe Mixon for this season.
Yeah, like if you've got, quite a few bench slots, and you're at, I feel I'm way more comfortable drafting Nick Chubb in like the 13th or 14th round instead of a guy like Austin Eckler or Rashad White, which are some of the names that are around him, because you are going to get the goal line carries. And honestly, if they do have a little bit more of a time split, like what if Nick Chubb just kind of looks like old school Nick Chubb just a little bit, because he's a little bit more fresh. He's a little bit healthier because he's not having to carry the load as much as he did in Cleveland. So for me, and maybe this is just because I'm a huge fan of his, I love his game. I love the way he runs the ball. I think that it could be a steal, because if he ends up getting more carries than we think, and he performs even at like 85% of the level of Nick Chubb, he's going to do a lot better than a 13th or 12th round draft pick.
AJ?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think in this situation now, it certainly is unideal. Really having a complimentary back system with Nick Chubb and Woody Marks, that would be perfect. And you look at even with Tampa Bay last year, Bucky Irvin was taken in the 4th round similarly to Woody Marks, and look how that worked out. So you can strike gold there maybe, but this is definitely unideal. And for Joe Mixon to be out right now, it sucks, especially with the news a week before the season starts. Well, we can change.
Yeah, I think from a Texans perspective, I think they'll be okay. I think the running back room will be okay. Like I think you can get enough out of between Nick Chubb, Dameon Pierce, Woody Marks.
Right.
You can get enough out of those 3 guys to make it work for this offense. From a fantasy football perspective, really like avoid them at all costs.
For sure.
And try to find your Texans fans that are like fanatics in your league and off the record really chat these guys up to try to get them to take them to this season. Try to play a little devilish here.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I started planting those seeds like a month ago.
So Nico Collins, how high do you draft him? Because we're all buying stock in Nico, right? But he hasn't played a full season in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So there's some risk. It's not Christian McCaffrey level risk, I would say, at wide receiver. But when you look at some of the other guys who are going in the first round, Nico is on a normal level playing less games than all of those guys. I saw one that said he should be the 8th guy off the board in a standard PPR league.
Like the 8th player overall off the board? Yeah. That's a bit high.
You think that's a bit high?
I think that's a little high, yeah. His ADP is 20. I'm a big fan of ADP if you can't tell. I think it's usually in the realm of
20 is crazy.
It's a little high. It's a little low. He probably needs to be a little bit higher. He probably needs to be somewhere around like
15.
Yeah, I'd say like 12 to 15 range. 8's a little bit too high for me. But I just drafted him 15th in a guillotine league earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I'm looking at this, there are a few wide receivers that I'm taking over him, right? It's Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson. And even with Justin Jefferson, he's obviously one of the craziest talented wide receivers we've seen, but he's got McCarthy throwing him the ball. So like there's question marks there. Mm-hmm. Do you feel better about CJ Stroud throwing the ball to Nico Collins? I know a lot of people would probably pick like Amon-Ra St. Brown and Puka Nacua over Nico, but I think to me that's a toss up. Like I would be completely fine taking Nico. So if I'm looking at this and I'm thinking about where he fits in wide receivers overall, I'd say like that 6 to 8 range for wide receivers. I don't know if he should go in the first round of a 10-team league, but if he went like 11th or 12th in a 12-team league, for sure, and he's definitely somebody that you should pick up on the swing around whenever he gets to that second round.
Yeah, I mean, if you're sitting there and you're seeing like looking at like Amon-Ra, Nico, like sitting there waiting for you, and you have the 12th pick, I'm salivating, hoping to get both of those guys in my draft. But yeah, I think the guys you said, Jefferson Chase would be the 2 in front of him for sure, and CeeDee Lamb as well, because him and Dak are going to be going.
Oh, yeah.
It's their only prayer this year, frankly.
They got Pickens, too.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to affect CeeDee Lamb too much. Like,
no, it's not going to be negative. I'm saying like it's going to help if anything.
It's just all they have. Yeah. Those are the 3 things that they have this year.
So I would feel comfortable like if Nico was the 4th wide receiver taken in the NFL in a fantasy football league.
Yeah, I think that somebody could talk me into that for sure.
Yeah, AJ, you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think he's a top 5 level receiver in the league. So I would take him at that level.
And the reason why I'd have him, I mean, Amon-Ra has lost his offensive coordinator. We'll see how that plays out for them. Frankly, I think it's going to be even more Jahmyr Gibbs at some point this year.
Yeah.
And it sounds like potentially more Jameson Williams, too. More routes for him this year versus what he had with Ben Johnson. And Puka, I know Matt Stafford's expected to play week 1, but, like, I don't feel good if Jimmy Garoppolo is my quarterback.
No.
If I have Puka Nacua. Lastly here, and then we'll do rapid fire in the final segment. How do you feel about CJ Stroud's fantasy stock this year? Only 20 points last year, one time.
Man, I have seen him on – I feel like maybe it's only just a few, but I feel like it's been so many lists of him as like a sell high or sell now target. For us, this is specifically for dynasty leagues, where people are like, man, you probably should have sold him whenever his value was at its peak, but you should. He's not a buy low target. I feel like he's a buy low target right now. That's, in my opinion, it's like if I'm looking at a dynasty and I'm looking at all the quarterbacks that are out there, and I'm on a rebuild, or maybe I want to try to like strike at a good moment. I think he's a buy low target because he only had. I think is he going to be at the same level as Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow? No. But could he absolutely perform at the same level as and be in the same realm as a Mahomes, as a Jaden Daniels? Yeah, like we were literally talking about CJ Stroud and Jaden Daniels being like the two new guys who are going to step into this role. And Daniels looked amazing last year, and Stroud just took a step back. And there's just no world where you look at like where CJ Stroud is going in drafts versus some of these other quarterbacks. It's like, I like what Bo Nix did last year, but I'm not taking him over CJ Stroud. I'm not taking Baker Mayfield over CJ Stroud. I'm not taking Justin Herbert or Kyler Murray over CJ Stroud because we know what the ceiling.
Baker's interesting.
I might take Baker.
I wouldn't take Baker. We know what the ceiling of CJ Stroud is, and it's better than the ceiling of Baker Mayfield. Now,
I don't know in fantasy.
I think it is. I absolutely think it is. Baker has a lot of weapons though too.
Yeah.
So that's fine, but I personally would take CJ Stroud over him. It's just crazy to hear him spoken of by multiple people as like, get rid of him now, sell while you can. This is fool's gold. It's like, no, he had a down second year. He's got a new offensive coordinator. Do I have concerns that he holds the ball too long? For sure. Do I have concerns that he can't see the whole field? Absolutely. Do I have concerns about the offensive line? Yes, I do. But do I also know that when this guy is on point, whenever this guy is doing what he's doing, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league? Yeah, he absolutely is.
I think this is one of those where it's two separate conversations between real life and fantasy. I trust immensely this Houston Texans with CJ Stroud. I do wonder the fantasy value. Like, if you take Mahomes early at this point, you're a fool. Mahomes has not produced from a fantasy perspective in like 2 years.
Oh yeah, I know
you know.
I hate you.
But like I wonder if from a fantasy value, like, could CJ be headed into the same direction of that?
Yeah.
Like, it's just not there. AJ, we went way over, so we'll just combine the last two breaks. So we won't go to break until like 55 or whatever it is at this point.
Wow, man.
That clock's wrong anyway.
Oh,
so that's why
fine.
I'm. It's my responsibility to fix the clock.
Yeah. And you didn't fix the clock.
I mean, it breaks like every week and a half. Like what?
Oh, that's fair.
All right, so we'll wrap up here then with some rapid fire stuff. We'll start here. This one's important for fantasy, for real life football. Terry McLaurin, 3 years, $96 million deal with the Washington Commanders. So puts them below where DK Metcalf got him. Can get close to it because it's $96 million max, $30 million guaranteed signing. I think this is a really important deal for Jane Daniels.
Yes.
I think it's a little bit of an overpay still, to be honest with you. Like, I'm not the biggest Scary Terry guy.
Wow. Why do you hate Terry McLaurin so much?
I just don't know.
Have you seen some of the catches this guy has made through his career?
That's my problem, I think.
Why?
I think everything.
Oh no, you hate receivers that make great catches?
I think everything looks really difficult for him, and that to me can fall
that's fair.
off. Like it's like he doesn't
look
have.
At the quarterbacks that have been throwing the ball until Jaden Daniels, though.
100%. But even last year, I felt like things seem challenging. Like with Nico and CeeDee Lamb and these guys,
looks easy.
It's easy.
Yeah.
DK Metcalf, it's easy. I just don't feel like that when I watch Terry McLaurin. Maybe another year with Jaden Daniels will surprise me.
Yeah, I think the funniest storyline in the world was him requesting a trade, and then people are like, "Oh man, he really wants out of Washington." It's like you think that he lasted that long in Washington. And just stayed for so long, and then the second he gets a quarterback, he's like, "No, guys, it's literally a lock in too. He's not even doing a lockout. It's a lock in. This is what we used to do in elementary school whenever they lock us into the school creeply, which I think
days.
Great days. Also
we
a little
in
creepy.
high school.
Oh, did you really?
Bad idea.
High school lock-ins were I did one for prom.